I truly regret it. I should have killed you back then. Heh. I may die today, but the one who walks away victorious is still me. Ha! Su Luo threw his head back and laughed wildly, laughing even harder when he saw the bloodstain below the man opposite him. In the next instant, he self-detonated and perished. A seasoned villain knows how to die with dignity. La 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 la, I've cleared it, I finally cleared it. Goodbye, you trash novel. Su Luo could not conceal his excitement. He had died, yet he was not entirely dead. In the space created by the system, he began to dance around, waving his arms in delight. A mechanical voice resounded. Host, we are very sorry you have not cleared the game. What? You said I'd be able to return to reality tomorrow. Can it be today? I miss the things on my computer so much and all my wives in those games. I'm not bragging, system. Back then, I was the beloved traveler everyone in Teyvat adored, the tireless errand boy in the land of egg tarts, the unfathomable doctor of Rhodes Island, the commander of countless squads, the warden of a prison with no parole, and the demigod archer in that mobile arena game. My background may be a mess, but with just a wave of my hand the enemy can only be crushed. Tell me, isn't your brother Luo amazing? No, host, you did not clear the game, so you cannot return to reality. And what about what you promised, that I could return with all the abilities I've gained? That would be amazing. No matter how powerful one is in a novel, it's still fake. If I had these powers in the real world, wouldn't I take off? I'd be the new crooked-mouthed dragon king supreme above all. He snorted. System, have you gone insane? Su Luo. Host. Su Luo put away his smile and temporarily accepted the fact that he had not cleared the game, yet inside, he was like an erupting volcano, his lungs nearly bursting with rage. Give me a reason. Do you have any idea how I've been living all this time? I have carried out every single plotline with the utmost care, caution, and attention to detail. Is that still not enough? If this goes on, I'm going to collapse. As a villain, you have experienced dozens of repetitions. This time you did reach the ending smoothly, but during system settlement, it was found that you still did not strictly fulfill every single plot segment, so it cannot be considered a perfect clear. Indeed, back then Su Luo had shouted, Genshin start, at home, and then inexplicably transmigrated into a novel. Only by clearing it could he leave. There were two types of clearance. One was a perfect clear with multiple attempts allowed, but the plot had to match the novel down to the tiniest detail. The other was a general clear. As long as the main storyline remained roughly the same, it would count, a very lenient review mechanism. But there was only one chance. Naturally, Su Luo had never been arrogant enough to think he could clear it in one go, so he had always chosen the perfect clear. System, are you deliberately making things hard for me? I'm not a machine. How could I possibly carry out every plot exactly the same? Close enough should be good enough. We are very sorry. The settlement follows extremely strict standards. If the system had a physical body, Su Luo would, without hesitation, have slapped it across the face. Dozens of times, dozens. He had already found this damn novel disgusting when he first read it. Now, after replaying it dozens of times, he was utterly sick to death of every single plot point in it. The story mainly told of how the protagonist leveled up by slaughtering monsters all the way basked in the limelight whenever there was a chance. And even when there wasn't, someone would deliver it to him. Intimidating beasts, slaying demons, trampling so-called geniuses, and finally, standing atop the peak of the human race. It was exhilarating for the protagonist, but he was the villain. He was always the protagonist's stepping stone and had no idea how many times he had been slapped in the face by him. Su Luo had endured it all. What left him even more speechless was that although the novel was written as a harem, the protagonist never once touched any of the heroines from beginning to end. The entire interaction relied on pure chaste gazes, wicked smiles, sparkling teeth, and heaven-defying one-liners. Who would want to read that? He had no idea what the author was thinking. It utterly disgusted the readers, as Su Luo had been one of them. He had simply not expected to transmigrate into this very novel. What was worse, did he still remember the ending? The protagonist lost everything below the waist. This wasn't Su Luo improvising freely or settling personal scores. It was the author who had run out of ideas, rushed the ending, and casually tossed that conclusion in to wrap it up. Before leaving, the author still had to discuss the readers one last time. When Su Luo had first seen that ending, he even made a 1-hour video solely to curse this novel out. It had gained 500,000 views with over 1,000 comments cursing the author. Thinking of that, he thought since the author had given up, he might as well give up too. Why should he endure all of the protagonist's insults and still fawn over those heroines? In despair, Su Luo said, "This time I choose the general clear. Received. Because there is only one chance the system will gift you a diary. As long as the host writes more content related to the plot, you can obtain rewards to help you clear more smoothly. For more detailed usage, please read the manual yourself. Lastly, we wish you a smooth clearance. Bye-bye." The system departed. Once he entered the plot, the system would lose its intelligence, retaining only basic auxiliary functions. Soon after, Su Luo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, signaling that he was about to enter the novel's world and begin a new round on the villain's path. Give up. I will never like you. Here it came. This was the beginning of everything. Su Luo gradually regained his senses and realized the story had already started. The cute girl before his eyes was the one this villain Su Luo was supposed to be in love with, Li Cai. For her, Su Luo had supposedly exhausted all his efforts. He tried to please her every single day, brought her gifts daily, and was even willing to hand over all of his cultivation resources. Yet it was all in vain. Li Si did not like Su Luo at all. She even found his relentless persistence annoying. It was not hard to see that Su Luo's first character setting was that of a lovesick supporting role known in the streets as a bootlicker, and a particularly pathetic one at that. Just now, Su Luo had tried to give her the marrow-cleansing pill his father had given him. But Li Si was not the slightest bit moved, as she no longer even bothered to hide the disgust on her face. Su Luo slipped into character in an instant, covering the left side of his chest with his hand, his face filled with pained confusion. No, why won't you accept me? What is so wrong with me? There is no particular reason. I just find you very annoying. Don't come see me again. Li Si did not wish to stay a second longer. She turned on her heel and left immediately after speaking. No. Su Luo's roar was hoarse and tearing, as though he had lost everything. How am I supposed to live without you? He chased after Li Si with all his might, even falling at just the right moment, yet still crawling forward to pursue her. But how could she possibly stop? Li Si, my Ci. Su Luo sobbed bitterly. If producing snot and tears hadn't been so difficult, he would have forced them out too. Li Si remained unmoved and soon disappeared from Su Luo's sight. Sob, sob. All right, that was enough. Su Luo abruptly cut off his crying and put away his tearful expression. He stood up and patted the dust off his clothes. Time to go home. Humming a little tune, he left as well as if nothing had just happened. For a moment, the passers-by could not make sense of what they had just seen. Is he sick or something? What's wrong with young people nowadays? Just crying his heart out, then acting like nothing happened. No one changes faces that fast. Su Luo could not care less about what others thought. He had already chosen to slack off. When the script offered no scene, he refused to force one. He had replayed this lousy plot until he wanted to vomit. Did they think he actually wanted to curry favor with Li Si? If it weren't for the character setting, he would have gone right up to her face and cursed her out. Let whoever wants to serve her do it. When Su Luo returned home, no one came to ask after him. As the disappointing one, he was not much valued at home. He was basically cared for only by a single maid. Yet his status was anything but low. He was the son of the Su family patriarch, one of the three great families of Chiofeng City. Although his talent was poor and he idled away his days, even moonlighting as a bootlicker, his status alone was enough for him to walk sideways through Chiofeng City. Moreover, the Su family was currently very powerful in the city, faintly suppressing the other two great families. It could be said they were thriving. Su Luo cared nothing for this. What mattered now was whether the diary given by the system would prove moving or not. Although the system had never tricked him, it had never offered any particularly great help either. He hoped the system would do something reliable this last time. At a glance, it looked like an ordinary diary with only one special feature. It could appear or disappear at will, so he could rest easy that no one would see it. After all, who writes a diary for others to read? Date forgotten Sunny. It's another beginning. It's already been dozens of times, but this time it can finally end. Whether I succeed or fail, it will be a release either way. I'm happy. What's more, this time I have the system's cheat and my understanding of the plot. I can confidently say that even slacking off will get me through. That makes me even happier. However, I suddenly remembered something awful. The first plot event is Li Si's birthday banquet tomorrow. Without a doubt, tomorrow I'll have to moonlight as a bootlicker again. My mood instantly plummeted. Do you think I actually like her? People say big chests mean no brains, but she has neither a chest nor a brain. Her abilities are mediocre, yet she thinks the world of herself. Is her family richer than mine? Is her status higher than mine? All she has is a pretty face and nothing else. No self-awareness whatsoever. How could I ever truly like someone like that? A bootlicker, having real food and choosing to eat filth instead. Disgusting. It's the first time I've had a cheat and a lenient clearance system. Two happy things overlapping, and those two bits of happiness should bring even more happiness. What I should be getting is a dreamlike time of bliss. But why has it turned out like this? No, I can't say such dispiriting things. The path to clearance is right before me. I must walk to the end with a smile. My game wives are still waiting for me. I don't even know which version it's updated to now, or if the servers have shut down. Come on. As long as I endure Li Si tomorrow, I'll be able to endure every idiot under heaven in the future. Su Luo had thought he wouldn't be able to write much in a diary, afraid he would run out of words. Unexpectedly, once he started writing, he felt he couldn't stop. But he knew he couldn't go on endlessly like this. Back to the main point, tomorrow's plot objective is me being rejected from an engagement. Previously, under perfect, clear conditions, there were extremely strict requirements for every word and action. Now I don't care. As long as the engagement is broken, it counts as cleared. Things just got a lot simpler. Everyone in Shofing City knows that the Su and Lee families have always had a good relationship, and naturally, there was a childhood engagement arranged by the elders. Because I have long pursued Lee Si, without success, I fly into a rage out of humiliation. At tomorrow's banquet, in front of all the guests, I directly bring up the arranged engagement and try to force Lee Si to submit. But how could Lee Si agree? Not only does she refuse, she is so enraged that she declares she would rather die than marry me. It is a resounding slap in the face for the Su family, delivered in front of many prestigious guests. It's easy to imagine that within a single day the entire city will know of this joke that I've become. All the Su family members present have their faces darken. No matter how useless I am still one of them. Does a good relationship mean you're allowed to slap our faces at will? Gunpowder fills the air. Can you guess what happened next? Of course, I immediately chicken out. I rush over to kneel and beg for Lee Si's forgiveness, saying everything I just said was in anger, that I won't force her anymore, and pleading with her not to ignore me. I act as cowardly as possible, utterly disregarding the Su family members' feelings at my side. When people talk about a useless teammate, they mean someone like me. Even I feel sick watching myself perform. I'm getting off track. The reason I was given such a plot isn't to let me say something like, the river flows east for 30 years. It's clearly to build up the protagonist Lin Xian. Where is he at that moment? The instant I use the engagement to pressure Lee Si, he frowns slightly and quietly retreats to the back of the crowd. That's right, he doesn't step in to help right away. Instead, some existence on his body senses a certain treasure and alerts him. No one expects that the Lee family's ancestor placed a treasure beneath the table, disguised as a mere support block. While everyone is distracted, Lin Xian takes the treasure. Feeling that it isn't quite right and that his conscience is pricked, he finally steps out to help Lee Si. At that moment, the Lee family can't easily intervene themselves because handled poorly it could lead to a Su Lee family war. But Lin Xian is different. He's a complete outsider with an unknown identity and is of the younger generation. He's the perfect one to step forward. Lin Xian proposes settling the matter with a duel between us. Naturally, I cannot refuse and end up being defeated. At that moment, Lin Xian gives a wicked smile, and Lee Si's affection for him skyrockets, as if her intelligence had dropped. Alright, she didn't have much intelligence to begin with, so that checks out. Just like that, Lin Xian wins both beauty and renown. He's having the time of his life. Poor me. I'm not only humiliated on the spot, I also get beaten up. Who says the one being rejected from an engagement is always the protagonist these days? Sigh, that's enough writing for now. I'll wait to run through tomorrow's plot. The sooner I finish, the sooner I clock out. What bad luck. Su Luo closed the diary, waved his hand casually, and the diary vanished. For a moment, he felt a sense of relief, as if it were an unusual emotional catharsis. After a while, a system prompt appeared. Diary completed. Please watch a 30-second ad to receive the reward. What the hell? Watch an ad? What kind of shabby system is this? Does any system need ad sponsorship? Too embarrassing. But for the reward, I'll endure it. 30 seconds fine. I'll watch. Diary completed. Reward: Constitution 1, Strength 4, Cultivation level increased by 1 stage. Special ability acquired: My pain is above yours. When attacked, you can transfer 10 of the damage you receive to a designated target. Tears of gratitude. Su Luo thought the system would keep giving useless rewards, but unexpectedly, it was so generous. Although I don't know how Constitution 1 and Strength 4 are calculated, I can feel my body becoming stronger. The cultivation boost was straightforward from the early Qi refining stage to the middle stage. The cultivation system in this novel is Qi Refining Foundation, Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Void, Refining, Mahayana, Tribulation, Transcendence, Immortal. Each stage has early, middle, late, and perfect levels. This directly raised my cultivation by 1 stage, saving a lot of training time. And the special skill, simply put, 10 damage reduction plus 10 damage reflection. I take 90 damage, and you also take 10. Truly, my pain is above yours. If I keep getting rewards like this, why even bother training? Of course I must train. Everything I've achieved was through my own hard work and cultivation, step by step. I open the diary. It's not his fault for thinking about cheating. The blame lies with that lazy author who can't even be bothered to create new antagonists, recycling the same villains over and over. Su Luo is one of those villains. In other stories, an opening antagonist like him would be disposed of within a few rounds. But the truth is, Su Luo keeps getting knocked down and miraculously surviving, only to return at the right moment to be humiliated by the protagonist. More miserable than Grey Wolf from Pleasant Goat. Strangely enough, even by the final chapter, Su Luo barely keeps up with the protagonist's level. What does that mean? Not the chosen one, yet achieving this requires enormous sacrifice. Cultivating demonic arts, burning life potential, accumulating hidden injuries, even draining his own lifespan. To reach the final chapter, Su Luo endured constant agony. Even when not in the spotlight, he suffered the torment of aftereffects, pain worse than giving birth to 10 children at once. Now with the diary, I might not even need to cultivate to keep up with the protagonist. So why bother training? Once you accept being a slacker, then I am invincible. At the same time, in the Li family of Chiofeng City, Li Si pointed at the diary in front of her and asked the maid, "Really, you can't see it?" "Miss, see what?" "Nothing, you may leave." The diary had suddenly appeared before her, startling her into thinking someone was attacking. She reflexively swung her sword, but it couldn't damage the diary at all. Strangers still, Li Si could make the diary appear or disappear at will. On the cover read, Su Luo's respectable diary. Li Si's face instantly darkened, thinking Su Luo was playing tricks. But then she realized he didn't have such abilities. Ordinarily, Li Si would disdain reading someone else's diary, especially Su Luo's. It would be beneath her dignity. But this diary was so magical that she couldn't help opening it. Not talented, but thinks highly of himself. Oh, she's not that smart anyway, so it's fine. Li Si grew angrier as she read, finally throwing the diary to the ground and stomping on it. If she could destroy it, she would have burned it already. How dare he call me a fool? If I can bear that, then I could bear all the fools in the world. This is what I want to say. Do you know how long I've endured you every day? You know what you did? Stalking me relentlessly, and you have the nerve to accuse me. Slandering me. This time I won't bear it. Li Si picked up her sword and stormed out furiously. Wait. Halfway she stopped. Could this be a trick to fool me? Li Si summoned the diary. Only she could see it. It couldn't be used as evidence. If she went to the Su family, now she'd look like a lunatic making a scene, and she'd be the clown. Besides, how could she, a living person, be a character in a novel? Maybe this is my inner demon. After some thought, Li Si calmed down and sneered coldly, a cheap trick. Luckily I'm smart. Almost fell for it. But the more she thought that way, the less she could convince herself. Finally, suppressing her anger, she read the diary again. After calming down, she realized she had overlooked something important. That was the ancestors' treasure. Li Si hastily searched through the large house. The item used to prop up a table wasn't obvious, but the Li family didn't have that many tables. With careful search, she would find it. So it was true. Li Si found the table prop and removed its outer disguise, revealing a treasure. A crystal-clear crescent-shaped pendant. The Qinghua pendant. She had seen this image in family books from childhood. The exact same pattern, the ancestral treasure. It was said the Li family rose because of this pendant, but it later disappeared. Could what the diary said be real? Li Si was no longer calm. The next evening, Li Si's 18th birthday banquet began as scheduled. Su Luo was also 18 at this time, quite handsome. Still, he dressed up nicely, not deliberately ugly. It was required by his role. All dressed up to be beaten beautifully. As for the diary, Su Luo had written a lot more yesterday, cursing Li Si in various creative ways, hoping to pad the diary for rewards. But no reward for that. The system explained that only diary entries about the current plot would count. Writing about mid or latest-stage events gave no rewards. So Su Luo's idea of soaring in a few days was dashed. But before leaving, he still had to write a bit. Remember, a few days later. September 1st, sunny. I was so excited yesterday that I forgot an important point. Today I gave Li Si a birthday gift. Our Su family heirloom, the Starfall Jade Bracelet. Quite extravagant, aren't I? Actually, this heirloom isn't anything powerful. It has no special function itself. But activating the Qinghua pendant requires it. Right now, the pendant only works at 30 efficiency. Based on this alone, you can guess the Su family's fate. Mere stepping stones for the protagonist. Tonight, Li Si won't accept the bracelet. Giving it is just to let the bracelet appear and let the protagonist know, paving the way for later. In the end, everything falls into the protagonist's hands, adding to his power. So wherever the protagonist goes, he finds treasures. All good things are prepared for him. After briefly writing this, Su Luo prepared to attend the banquet. This reward was very ordinary, a few points of agility and defense, no cultivation boost. Maybe the diary was too padded. Su Luo stepped into the Li residence and arrived at the main hall, where the most conspicuous figure was Li Si. She was clad in a resplendent garment today, her hair tied in a high ponytail. Without much effort and adornment, she already outshone many, and the faint smile gracing her lips added an enchanting allure. Yet the moment she saw Su Luo enter, her smile vanished instantly. She fixed her gaze on him, as if a blaze of fire burned within her eyes. Su Luo intended to greet her warmly, but her glare made him halt, his own smile freezing on his face. Impossible. How could the grudge be this deep? The story had only just begun, as she couldn't possibly want to kill him with her eyes already. Su Luo couldn't fathom it. Of course he couldn't. Last night Li Si had studied the Qinghua pendant. Unfortunately, she found nothing and the books at home contained no records of its use. But that didn't stop her from clutching the pendant and drifting into a blissful sleep. Yet she discovered the diary had updated. Assuming it held vital information, she found only insults aimed at her. Having retrieved the ancestral treasure from the diary, Li Si had mostly forgiven Su Luo for his earlier curses, even thinking he wasn't entirely worthless. But his renewed insults enraged her so much that she leaped from her bed. In the end, for every line he wrote, she retorted and cursed him back. It was a clash across the void. Yet in truth, Li Si suffered more. She absorbed every word of his insults while hers fell on deaf ears. Thus, when Li Si saw Su Luo now, she merely glared, refraining from outright cursing, a testament to her restraint. Su Luo couldn't understand, but he pressed on with the plot, recomposing his expression and approaching her with his brightest smile. "See, happy birthday." He handed her the starfall jade bracelet. Li Si forced a smile, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "Get lost, you big fool." Su Luo was dumbfounded, thinking had misheard. Li Si cursing. That was unlike her. She was proud, but not given to such language, usually just a disdainful stare, or at most a despicable or shameless. That big fool left Su Luo utterly bewildered. Just then the head of the Li family, Li Si's father, arrived. "Nephew, does your family know you're giving this jade bracelet?" "Yes, uncle." "Do you recall the betrothal between Si and me?" Su Luo decided to stick to the plot, ignoring why Li Si had cursed him. After all, her disdain for him was nothing new. "Nephew, let's discuss this another time, haha." The Li patriarch tried to evade the topic. "Why delay? Let's seize this auspicious day to finalize it." Su Luo pressed on, disregarding the patriarch's discomfort, and turned to Li Si. "Si, will you marry me?" "Nephew, what are you doing? Such matters require careful deliberation. Is the Li family planning to renege? I've brought the betrothal contract." Su Luo raised his voice, seeking to assert dominance. He wanted everyone present to know. With that, he produced the contract and displayed it. "You wouldn't deny this betrothal, would you? An alliance with the Su family brings no small benefits." "This?" The Li patriarch hesitated. The benefits were considerable, but he still wished for his daughter's happiness. "It's settled then. Well, pick an auspicious day this month to honor the betrothal." Su Luo pressed his advantage, leaving no room for refusal. The guests were impressed by Su Luo's commanding demeanor, thinking the rumors of his frivolity might be a facade. "I won't marry you." Li Si finally spoke, pointing at Su Luo. "You pig, lousy at cultivation, devoid of intelligence and emotional wit, good for nothing but eating and sleeping." Way to rejection was fine, but why the tirade? She had never been like this before. Su Luo was baffled again. After a lengthy outburst, Li Si felt vindicated, finally avenging last night's grievances. This jade bracelet. She hesitated, recalling the morning's diary entry that said the bracelet could activate the pendant. Curiosity gnawed at her. What could the pendant do? Damn that Su Luo, leaving the story half told. Su Luo held the bracelet, but didn't withdraw it, as Li Si gripped it tightly. "What's your deal? Let go and move to the next step." Why the reluctant act? Su Luo tugged, but his cultivation was no match for hers, and he couldn't budge it. "Take it back." Li Si looked unwilling, her voice weakening. Yet in the end, pride won out. Accepting it would mean tacitly consenting to marriage. "No way. They'll say it again, I won't marry you, not even in death." With those words, Li Si outright defied the Su family. "This is improper. Do you look down on the Su family?" The Su family naturally stepped in, applying pressure. "I want marry no matter who says otherwise." Li Si stood firm. The atmosphere grew tense, on the verge of explosion. Su Luo knew it was his cue to re-enter. "All eyes on me. Look here, I have an announcement." He was about to beg at Li Si's feet, pleading for her not to be angry, but before he could act, he was interrupted. "Well said, I support you." Lin Xian stepped out from the crowd. The protagonist had arrived. "Not yet, I'm not done. You're early to get the pendant." "Pretty quick." Su Luo sneered at Lin Xian. "Who are you? This doesn't concern you. Leave now, and he'll pretend you said nothing." As a seasoned actor, he handled the unexpected with ease. "I'm just a humble admirer of the young lady. I couldn't stand by without speaking up." "What right do you have?" "This is a matter between our families," a Su family member retorted. "I have no right, but the lady has made her wishes clear." "You're asking for death. Bullying the weak. How disgraceful." Lin Xian remained unflinching, maintaining his composure under pressure. Su Luo waved a hand, halting the Su family's urge to attack. "No need for you. I can handle him." Lin Xian remained unhurried, exuding poise. "How about a wager? Lose and he'll kneel and apologize. Win, and you stop pestering the lady." "Why should I agree? Are you afraid of someone who's just reached chi condensation? Then the young master of the Su family isn't much after all." Lin Xian's taunt was sharp. "Afraid of you? Bring it on." Su Luo couldn't resist and strode toward him. Lin Xian didn't hesitate, throwing a probing punch. Confident as he was, he remained cautious, knowing his own novice level against Su Luo's long-standing early chi condensation. Caution was wise. Bang! The punch landed on Su Luo, accompanied by a faint sound of impact. Su Luo was sent flying, tumbling several times before stopping. The onlookers were stunned. They knew Su Luo was a wastrel, but this was pathetic, defeated by a mere novice. Had he wasted all his years of training? Could Lin Xian not be a novice? But he clearly was. Surely Su Luo would get up. He couldn't be knocked out by a single punch. Speculations ran rife. Su Luo paid no heed to the crowd's encouraging stares to rise. He had no desire to get up. Yamcha-style fall. Originally, the plot called for a grand battle. Lin Xian falling repeatedly, yet rising, his face bloodied but fearless. That fierce image would terrify Su Luo into wetting himself, then Lin Xian would stage a comeback and win. But want to act that out. The hack author only cared about the protagonist's glory, not supporting characters' intelligence. Now things were different. Su Luo clocked out instantly. Goodbye. The banquet fell into silence. No one had expected this outcome. Lin Xian too wondered if he was truly that strong. Seeing Su Luo show no sign of rising, he broke the silence. I win. I expect you to keep your promise. He then turned to Li Si with a charming smirk. It's over. I've dealt with him for you. Li Si felt an inexplicable chill. After reading the diary, she couldn't bear that smirk and could only offer an awkward, polite smile. Remember this, it's not over. Let's go. Su Luo, having lain long enough, got up, delivered his threat, and limped away with his injured body. Li Si watched him leave, speechless at his half-hearted acting. She knew his true strength. He might lose, but not so easily. The diary confirmed he was faking. But others unfamiliar with Su Luo took what they saw at face value, that he was simply pathetic. As it turned out, without Su Luo, the birthday banquet went better. The other Su family members didn't cause trouble, lacking the authority without the patriarch. So they followed Su Luo home. Back home, Su Luo went straight to sleep. There was nothing entertaining to do. Having experienced everything in dozens of past cycles, tavern songs, storytellers, gourmet feasts, it all felt repetitive. Without the internet, entertainment was sorely lacking. He missed the days of bantering with netizens. Upon waking the next morning, Su Luo felt an extraordinary sense of ease. Though there had been some deviation in yesterday's plot, it was ultimately passable. This time the system had added a new feature. It would issue a warning when the plot deviated significantly, rather than only notifying you of the deviation at the final settlement like before. A definite thumbs up. Yet amidst his delight, he could not forget today's tasks. He summoned a subordinate at the late stage of chi refining. You are aware of what happened yesterday, are you not? Yes, the subordinate quickly bowed his head. Clearly the subordinate had nearly laughed a moment ago, but he was a professional and restrained himself. Su Luo paid it no mind, for he knew that the entire city was already aware of last night's events. Everyone was mocking him. How he had been publicly rejected by the eldest Miss Li, and how he could not even defeat a mere chi refining novice, having been utterly crushed in an instant. His reputation was completely ruined. In the original plot, Su Luo had harbored intense resentment toward Lin Xian because of this, placing all blame on him, while absolving Li Si of any fault. What a sycophant. But who was Su Luo now? He cared not a whit for such things. Let them say what they would. Did they think his former identity as a top-tier keyboard warrior was a mere pretense? His psychological resilience was unmatched in this world. Nevertheless, the plot must proceed. Take some men and teach a lesson to the one who defeated me last night. But this might not be wise, young master. If you act now, suspicion will fall squarely on you. No buts. Father is away, and I am in charge here. Do you dare defy me? No, I shall go at once. The subordinate had no choice but to comply. Su Luo's father had gone out of town a few days prior to assist a friend, allowing Su Luo to act without restraint. That was the only matter for today. Everything else was none of his concern, so he could rest easy. With nothing else to do, he began writing a diary. September 2nd, sunny. I am in excellent spirits now. Thinking back to those perfect playthroughs, I was constantly on edge, terrified of making a mistake. Now I can just go through the motions and still pass, even cutting my own scenes. And if there's a deviation, I get a prompt to correct it in time. How delightful. Back to today. I've already sent my men to teach Lin Xian a lesson. But what use is it? It will only serve as a stepping stone for him. Lin Xian will be cornered at a cliff, choosing death over submission, and leap off. And then the classic trope, a cliffside encounter with a fortuitous opportunity. Through a secret passage beneath the pool at the cliff's base, he will discover a cave dwelling of a senior, inherit a legacy, advance directly to the midstage of chi refining, obtain a peerless sword technique, and gather various pills and trinkets. Tisk tisk, truly impressive. He'll have peace for the next couple of days while the protagonist busies himself with powering up. What else is there to write? Feels like I've forgotten something. Alright, the Qinghua pendant. That thing is extraordinary. Yesterday Lin Xian stood up for the Li family, and they were so pleased they let him stay the night. Eager to grow stronger, Lin Xian immediately unsealed the Qinghua pendant. And a hidden clan the moment the seal was broken sensed it through their special artifact, though only a vague location. As the pendant is used, that artifact will gradually pinpoint its exact location. Then Autumn Wind City will be in for misfortune, torn apart in their search. The Li family will be decimated, leaving only Li Si alive. This plot point is clearly just a setup for Lin Xian to later annihilate that hidden clan. It's around this time that Li Si, with no one to rely on, will start following Lin Xian. But that scene is still some time away, no rush. Alright, that's enough for today. I can't even be bothered to curse Li Si. Time to go sunbathe. With that, Su Luo really did go to sunbathe. Lying back in a reclining chair, swaying gently, he felt utterly at ease. Just then the system sent a message. Diary completed. Physique 4, Strength 3, Cultivation level increased by 1 stage. Special ability acquired, I accept your power. Copies the target's strength and reinforces it onto oneself. Su Luo sprang up from the chair, executed a perfect 360-degree spin, and landed flawlessly. Both shocked and overjoyed, he had reached the late stage of qi refining in just 3 days. In the original timeline, he would have only broken through to the midstage at this point, driven by the anguish of his defeat by Lin Xian and his failed proposal. Now he had reached the late stage just by lazing around. The system was truly impressive, and the special ability was incredibly powerful. For instance, if the opponent had a strength of 10 and he had 1, using this ability would boost his strength to 11, surpassing the opponent. Of course, copying excessively high strength could ruin oneself if one's physique couldn't withstand it. Moreover, if the opponent had high agility, raw strength was useless if one couldn't land a hit. But at the same cultivation level, he was invincible. How wonderful! Why hadn't he embraced slacking off sooner? Su Luo lamented. Meanwhile, in Li Si's room, she kept summoning and dismissing the diary like a reader eagerly awaiting updates. Here it comes, here it comes. As the diary entries continued to appear, Li Si hoped to glean the method for using the Qinghua pendant. The Li family will be decimated, leaving only Li Si alive. No, this can't be true. Li Si couldn't believe it. Her family had stood for generations. How could they simply vanish? But the diary's contents had proven true before. Could it really be fate? No, she refused to believe in fate, nor that she was merely a character in a novel. At that moment, Li Si felt she had to do something to change something. The first person she thought of was Su Luo. He knew so much, surely he had a solution. Yet upon reflection, why would he help her? Just the thought of Su Luo's face made her even more reluctant to seek him out. They had played together as children, but as they grew older, she grew to despise his every action. Lazy, refusing to cultivate, squandering the family fortune, gambling, harassing everyone he met, regardless of age or gender. In recent years, Su Luo had done nothing good and dabbled in every vice. After much thought, she still had no clue. Her only true strength lay in cultivation. Cultivation. Growing stronger. If she was powerful enough, she could solve anything. She would decide her own fate. The more she thought, the more resolute she became. In that moment, Li Si seemed to mature, her conviction solidifying. Before, she cultivated merely for the sake of cultivation. Now she needed to think about how to cultivate, how to use everything to become stronger. Of course, she still had no concrete plan. Li Si pondered her current advantages. The diary was undoubtedly her greatest asset. Su Luo, forgive me. From now on, I won't miss a single word of your diary. Then there was the Qinghua pendant. She would find a way to extract its usage method later. And for now, the cliffside encounter. Sorry. Li Si had made up her mind. She would use every means to grow stronger. She immediately went out, taking a few Li family members with her to find Lin Xian. Meanwhile, Su Luo, basking in the sun, wished the system could offer a movie service so he could revisit classic films from his past life. That would make his slacking off even more perfect. Bad news, young master. A subordinate rushed in, frantically shattering Su Luo's leisurely moment. What's all the panic? Is the sky falling? The eldest Miss Li just fell off a cliff. Who? The eldest Miss Li fell off a cliff. Who else in Autumn Wind City could be called the eldest Miss Li but Li Si? How did she fall off a cliff? I told you to teach Lin Xian a lesson. What does Li Si have to do with it? Su Luo sprang up. Even after experiencing this world dozens of times, he couldn't fathom this turn of events. Why would Li Si appear there for no reason? The incident had begun half an hour earlier. Following Su Luo's orders, the latest qi refining subordinate had taken a few men to ambush Lin Xian. But Lin Xian was surprisingly agile and alert. Sensing danger, immediately he fled. During the chase, Lin Xian sustained multiple injuries, yet stubbornly continued to escape. The subordinate was stunned. He had expected a quick beating, but Lin Xian proved incredibly tenacious. The more he chased, the more frustrated he became. He was determined to catch and beat him thoroughly. They pursued him to a cliff outside the city. Lin Xian was now battered and bruised. The subordinate taunted, "Run, why don't you run now? If I survive today, you will all die tomorrow." With those words, Lin Xian prepared to leap, but at that moment Li Si charged out with her own men. Su Luo's subordinate made a swift decision retreat. After all, Li Si was the young master's beloved. Harming even a single hair on her head might cost him an arm. Though the curious subordinate left, he didn't go far, hiding nearby to watch. He hoped for another chance to beat Lin Xian after Miss Li departed. To his surprise, Li Si ordered her men to take Lin Xian for treatment while she remained behind. Su Luo's subordinate wondered why wasn't the young lady leaving. Then Li Si jumped off the cliff. Terrified, the subordinate rushed to the edge, but there was no sign of her, only a bottomless abyss. Now even more frightened, the subordinate knew he and his men had worn masks throughout, but a determined investigator could easily trace them. Moreover, Li family members had seen their figures, making identification even simpler. If Miss Li vanished, wouldn't he likely take the blame? At the thought, cold sweat broke out, and he hurried back to report to his young master. After hearing the account, Su Luo was incredulous. Wasn't Lin Xian supposed to be the one jumping off the cliff? And why had Li Si appeared? After much thought, he wondered, could it be because of his slacking off yesterday? Originally, Lin Xian's repeated defeats and resilience were supposed to be inspiring and cool. But yesterday, his instant victory was perhaps even more impressive. Maybe that had made Li Si value Lin Xian more. Yet her jumping off the cliff herself was inexplicable. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't add up. All right, you may leave. He'll handle this. Though Su Luo didn't care about Li Si's fate, she had to at least be present. The plot could be rushed, but missing characters were unacceptable. Su Luo dressed lightly, donned a large black robe that enveloped his entire body, and put on a mask. He rushed to the cliff, glanced around, and found no traces. Without hesitation, Su Luo leaped down. Below the cliff there was a pool. Rest assured, according to the laws of fantasy novels, no one dies from such a fall. Su Luo had tested it before. He landed safely at the cliff's base, scanned the area, but found no sign of Li Si. Nor was she in the water. Could it be? No, that place was normally very hard to find. He swam in the pool, located the secret passage, and easily reached the site of Lin Xian's fortuitous encounter. There were indeed signs of someone having passed through, water stains all along the path. Su Luo advanced with practiced ease. Why was he so familiar? Because he had been here before. He had once taken all of Lin Xian's opportunities for himself. The outcome was satisfying and thrilling, but it would never pass the system's requirements. And he would have to start over. It was rather dull. At the end of the passage, Li Si lay covered in wounds, some from the fall, others from the cave's traps. She was sitting cross-legged, her face twisted in pain, clearly in a dire state. Though he had suspected as much, seeing it with his own eyes was still hard to accept. The protagonist's fortuitous encounter had been stolen by Li Si. What to do? Asking for a friend. This was truly demoralizing. He had been ready to coast along, everyone following the script. Was that too much to ask? In the past, it was he who had deviated from the script. Now was it her turn? Su Luo felt a bit broken. Still taking a minor opportunity from the protagonist. It should be fine, right? Probably. Hopefully. After waiting for a while, without any system prompt, Su Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was not a big deal. Suddenly, Li Si went berserk and violently attacked Su Luo. The former Su Luo would certainly have been unable to dodge, but now it was different. She could not only evade, but also counterattack. Li Si's attacks were now unconscious, akin to a chi deviation, though not as severe as a full-blown one. It was somewhat tricky. Although Su Luo was experienced and skilled, the level suppression still made it a struggle. I accept your power. Su Luo immediately activated her special ability, and her strength increased. Snap out of it. With one strike, she sent Li Si reeling back. Combining her own power with that of her opponent, victory seemed certain. This single blow caused Li Si to break through. Foundation establishment, early stage. Li Si had already been at the peak of chi refinement, while Su Luo was only at the early stage of chi refinement at the time. The gap was unimaginable. An 18-year-old at Foundation establishment was not exactly rare, but it was still at the genius level. Originally, she would have broken through only after joining a sect later, but now she had advanced much earlier. The moment Li Si broke through, all her strength was suddenly drained away. She slowly collapsed to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Su Luo looked at the prostrate Li Si without any ripple of emotion, devoid of any worldly desires. Only a heartfelt, "Sigh, what a hassle." After a while, Li Si opened her eyes. She gazed at her own hands, feeling the surge of power that came with her breakthrough. She had done it. Before coming, she had also been uncertain, wondering if she could find the inheritance or if she would fail and lose her life. Even jumping off the cliff had required immense courage. Every step she took here was the greatest challenge of her life. Li Si felt like crying at that moment. Yet the joy of success made her unable to resist screaming, shouting, and even dancing with glee. But after a few shouts and half a dance, she finally noticed a figure in a black robe nearby. The air suddenly fell silent. After a brief moment of embarrassment, Li Si stepped back, creating distance, and asked warily, "Who are you?" Su Luo's large black robe concealed everything, so Li Si naturally could not recognize her. "If you want to get out alive, follow me." At this moment, Su Luo spoke in a mature, commanding female voice. This was caution. Su Luo was a professional at concealing her identity. It was never as simple as changing clothes or wearing a mask. Having lived through so many storylines, changing her voice was a trivial matter. "What, you ask if she had ever worn a dress?" "Sorry, no comment." Hearing a woman's voice, Li Si's wariness indeed relaxed a little. But as she carefully observed the black-robed figure, she felt a strange familiarity in the silhouette, yet she could not recall any woman who matched it. She hesitated, wondering whether to follow. "The traps ahead are beyond your ability to handle." After saying this, Su Luo began walking toward the exit. Having no other choice, Li Si dragged her weary body and followed. Winding through the maze-like cave dwelling, Su Luo effortlessly avoided all the traps and arrived at a formation. "Stay close to me and don't step in the wrong place." Su Luo walked through the formation with familiarity, triggering none of its mechanisms. Li Si looked at the formation, though she did not know what it was, a murderous aura rushed toward her. If it were activated, she would certainly not survive on her own. Cautious as she was after the long journey, her body was now extremely exhausted. Suddenly losing her balance, Li Si stumbled and fell to the ground. At the same moment, a burst of energy shot out from her left side. Su Luo reacted swiftly, instantly pouncing on Li Si and narrowly dodging the attack. Otherwise, she would have been split in two. As Li Si was tackled, her hand inadvertently touched Su Luo's front. Yes, that very place. Li Si's first thought, this elder sister is flat. Before she could feel pity for the elder sister, an explosion pulled her back to reality. The energy blast left a deep scar on the wall. Li Si trembled with fear. If not for the elder sister, she would have surely. She once again felt the proximity of death, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. "They'll carry you out." Seeing her in such a state, Su Luo thought it would be faster to just carry her on her back. Without waiting for consent, she picked Li Si up. On Su Luo's back, Li Si gradually calmed down, feeling a sense of reassurance from the elder sister. "Thank you." Taking the opportunity, Su Luo asked, "Why are you here?" "I fell from above by accident and stumbled upon this place." "Really? It was a flimsy excuse, but Su Luo could not find grounds to refute it. She had no choice but to accept that Li Si had discovered it by chance. Perhaps it was the luck of a heroine. But Li Si was not the protagonist after all. Leaving this cave dwelling required passing through many deadly traps. And Li Si did not have a knowledgeable old man by her side. If Su Luo had not come, she would have been doomed. Lin Xian had an old man, so he could leave this cave safely. As for Su Luo, she took it easy and switched to speedrun mode. Soon they reached the final barrier, an illusion that targeted one's deepest fears. There was no way to avoid it. It was set at the exit, and anyone leaving had to pass through this illusion formation. Su Luo naturally dispelled it instantly. Having relived it dozens of times, there was nothing left to fear. But for Li Si, it was clearly not easy. Su Luo did not intend to wake her, as this was meant to temper one's will. Face the fear within. It was not dangerous, but after waking, she would either overcome her fear or feel nauseous. "You're awake." It was terrifying. "What did you see?" Su Luo was also curious. What would a Li Si of this age fear? Panting heavily, Li Si said, "I dreamed that an extremely annoying person chased me all night. His name was Su Luo. In the dream, he was half human, half dog, and he stuck out his huge tongue and wrapped it around my leg, licking frantically. It was too terrifying." Su Luo's face instantly darkened. "Although my persona is that of a simp, please don't slander me like this. Luckily, you appeared in the end and saved me. That's your illusion. I didn't do anything. At least in the dream, you saved me again. Thank you." Yes, at the end, it was the black-robed figure who kicked Su Luo away, and then Li Si woke up. "Ha, so in your dream, I ended up fighting myself." Su Luo was thoroughly exasperated. She might as well have not asked. Finally, Su Luo brought Li Si back to the top of the cliff. Then Su Luo suddenly attacked Li Si, even using her special ability to maximize her strength. It happened so abruptly that Li Si could not react. More importantly, at that moment, she deeply trusted the elder sister before her. "This punch is my payment for saving you. We won't meet again." Su Luo turned and left. "At least tell me your name," Li Si quickly asked. But how could Su Luo reveal it? This punch was actually for her own convenience to slip away. By now, Li Si had somewhat recovered. Although Su Luo could overpower Li Si in strength, she was not as fast. If Li Si discovered that her overall abilities were inferior and then pestered her, or some other accident led to her identity being exposed, that would be bad. So the sneak attack was merely to ensure a smooth escape, absolutely not revenge. I am not at all hung up on that half-human, half-dog thing. Speaking of which, was that half-human, half-dog creature dog above human, or left dog right human? After a day of turmoil, it was already nightfall by the time Su Luo returned home. The leisurely routine that had been his all day was shattered, inevitably stirring memories of his overtime days, an utterly displeasing recollection. Moreover, no matter how familiar the cave dwelling was, it still demanded considerable effort from Su Luo, who was merely at the qi refining stage. The moment he reached his room, he fell into a deep slumber, his current body unable to withstand the strain. It wasn't until noon the next day that Su Luo finally stirred. Of course, half of that was due to his intention to sleep in. After all, there was nothing for him to do for the next couple of days. The protagonist was busy enhancing his combat power. Although he wondered how Lin Xian would fare without the opportunity beneath the cliff, the system gave no indication that the plot had deviated. So business as usual. After enjoying a hearty lunch, he began his daily journal entry. September 3rd, sunny. Originally, there was nothing for me to do these days, but an unexpected incident occurred. What a nuisance. Yesterday, Li Si, for some inexplicable reason, ran off to the cliff. Doesn't she realize how much trouble she causes others? If I hadn't brought her out, would be attending her funeral by now. She never considers her own limitations. She's neither the protagonist, nor does she have a second chance. Truly, she's courting death, stirring up trouble where none exists. But speaking of which, she would never guess that the big sister she saw yesterday was actually me. Joking aside, I'm extremely confident in my disguise. She will never find out. I never expected Li Si to dance when she got excited, but it was utterly ungraceful. She writhed like a maggot. And she called me half-human, half-dog. You're the dog your whole family are dogs, you stupid dog. Familiar with the routine, Su Luo began to enumerate Li Si's faults, writing a lengthy passage. Although there was no word count requirement for the diary, doing so lifted his spirits. But there's a problem. Li Si is definitely troubled. Please, Li Si, don't be foolish anymore. Live well, let Lin Xian take center stage, and let's all be happy supporting characters. Isn't that better? Regardless, I'll have to keep an eye on her from now on. As for the plot, my part doesn't come until the day after tomorrow, and even then it's not much. Originally, during this period, Lin Xian was digesting the opportunities from the cave dwelling, then he investigated and found out that I was the one who sent people to teach him a lesson. Would he still be the protagonist if he didn't seek revenge? The day after tomorrow, while I'm dining at the Yizhuiju restaurant, he'll launch a sneak attack, killing me in one blow. He'll kick me from the second floor down to the street, leaving me incapacitated, and then he'll make a clean getaway. This plot is mainly to showcase Lin Xian's skyrocketing strength. He used to struggle against me, but now he can kill me instantly. Even if it's a sneak attack, it's still impressive. He's the protagonist, so it's only natural. There's not much to say about this rather ordinary plot segment. I just need to be a bit more careful recently. There can be no more deviations in the plot. Only by staying steady can I better slack off. After some filler, the reward was as expected, a mundane attribute point allocation. But there was no helping it. The story had just begun, and Su Luo as the antagonist didn't have much screen time. Lin Xian was still leveling up. Elsewhere, after returning yesterday, Li Si devoted herself entirely to digesting the fortuitous encounter in the cave dwelling. She had acquired a sword technique, the airflow sword art. It had two characteristics, sword chi and flying swords. Using this technique, she could condense spiritual energy more smoothly, enabling her to effortlessly release sword chi. The flying sword was even more formidable, capable of killing from 1,000 miles away. While this might be insignificant to high-level cultivators, for those at the qi refining or foundation establishment stages, it was a devastating weapon. However, the difficulty was exceptionally high, and Li Si couldn't master it immediately. The cave dwelling also yielded some elixirs that could accelerate her cultivation. To ensure her family's survival, she needed to grow stronger. Even if her strength proved insufficient against the members of the hidden clans, by displaying enough potential, she might find someone to offer her protection. For instance, by participating in this year's entrance examination for the 7-Star Sword Sect and becoming a personal disciple. The 7-Star Sword Sect was one of the 3 major sects on the southern continent. Surely it could handle the hidden clans. At the very least, it gave her another option. With this thought, Li Si applied herself even more diligently. Even during her training, she kept an eye on the diary. She would pull it out every now and then to check. Updated. Li Si immediately dashed back to her room to read. She was stunned by what she saw. What? The big sister from yesterday was Su Luo. How was that possible? That voice was so distinct. Could anyone really disguise their voice so perfectly? Perhaps voice modulation wasn't earth-shattering to a modern person. But to Li Si, who had devoted herself to cultivation since childhood and paid little attention to the outside world, it was a revelation that shattered her worldview. In the end, she had no choice but to accept that the person from last night was indeed Su Luo. No wonder the silhouette seemed familiar. Still, it was hard to swallow. How could such a wonderful big sister be him? Reading further, Li Si's face flushed crimson. Not only had Su Luo seen her dance last night, but he also said she danced poorly. Embarrassment and indignation warred within her. In the end, indignation prevailed. Nobody likes being spoken ill of. You're the one who dances poorly, your whole family dances poorly, you lousy dog. Li Si, at a loss for a better retort, simply copied Su Luo's phrasing. Strangely, venting felt quite satisfying, as if it might even speed up her cultivation. But how could you be her? Li Si murmured absent-mindedly. Her memories involuntarily drifted back to the previous night. That gentle voice, that reassuring back, that confident and leisurely strength. Though it was only a brief moment, Li Si had already developed a sense of dependence on that big sister, admiring her deeply. How could it be Su Luo? How was she supposed to view Su Luo now? For a moment, Li Si's heart was a tangled mess. 3 days passed quickly. Su Luo, having arranged to meet his cronies, headed to the Yizhuiju restaurant for a feast. The restaurant was nothing special, merely the most upscale establishment in Qiufeng City, offering top-tier cuisine at exorbitant prices. It was precisely for this reason that it suited Su Luo's status. To be kicked down from the most expensive restaurant, now that was truly embarrassing. As for the reason for the gathering, there was none. It was just the usual get-together of Qiufeng City's wealthy young masters. Thus, Lin Xian could easily obtain this intelligence. Even if Lin Xian had missed the opportunity in the cave, he would still seek revenge for the slight. Moreover, he had the old man within him, so his cultivation wouldn't lag too far behind. Of course, cultivation was one thing, the lost opportunity was gone, and so were the trump cards it would have provided. Overall, he was slightly weaker than his original counterpart. Su Luo and his cronies arrived at the private room on the top floor, ordered their dishes, and began discussing recent events. For the most part, the others were simply flattering Su Luo. Naturally, the earlier humiliation of the broken engagement was not brought up here. The entire city could mock Su Luo, but to do so in this private room would be sheer foolishness. Unless someone wanted to experience a fall from the top floor. The Su family was on the verge of becoming the most powerful clan in Qiufeng City. Su Luo paid no heed to their flattery. They were all just tools, as long as they performed their roles well, that was enough. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had disguised himself as a waiter, everything proceeding according to his plan. A sinister smirk curled on his lips as he initiated his move. Just as Lin Xian, carrying a tray, was about to enter, someone grabbed his shoulder, rendering him immobile. Lin Xian turned his head to look. It was her. He and I grew up together. Let him off this time. If there's a next time, you may do as you wish. Li Si appeared there. What do you think? Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then flashed a charming smile. Since Miss Li says so, of course, I'll give you face. All right, thank you. Please leave now. I need to speak with him. Li Si took his dish from Lin Xian's hands and entered the private room. Lin Xian contemplated, then abandoned his plan for the day. Regardless, that day at the cliff's edge, Li Si had saved him, otherwise he would have jumped. He had to give her face. But there would be no next time, Su Luo. Lin Xian made a silent vow and left with an impassive expression. In the private room, Su Luo chatted with his cronies. It's been a while since I treated you all. This meal's on me. Afterward, let's see where to go for fun. The scene should have been joyful, but it suddenly fell silent. Everyone else froze as if seeing something impossible. What's wrong with you? Why are you staring at me like that? Cheer up. I ordered plenty of good food today. Yes, cheer up. Li Si sneered. Su Luo turned around in surprise. Why are you here? Can I come? Hey, race your food. Of course not. Welcome, welcome. I'm delighted you're here. Su Luo instantly switched to fawning mode, adapting to maintain his sycophantic posture. Are you all full? Li Si smiled at Su Luo's cronies. Her smile chilled the room by several degrees. Full. I just remembered something urgent. Farewell, everyone. Wait, I recall something too. Excuse me. Something came up. Let's meet another day. The once lively private room now held only Li Si and Su Luo. See, why are you here? Something was off. Normally Lin Xian should have kicked me. Why did Li Si show up? Su Luo felt the plot was mocking him. Eat. Li Si said nothing more, pointing at the dishes on the table. How did you know I was here? Do you care about me that much? I knew it all along. You must have feelings for me. You disappeared for ages the day before yesterday. The Li family mobilized everyone to search for you. I was so worried. Where did you go? Was there a reason? Su Luo rambled on, but Li Si remained silent, casting him a glance. How worried about me? You've been eating and drinking well these past 2 days. If not for your plot, you probably wouldn't even acknowledge me. And you even disguised yourself as a woman to deceive me. Just thinking about it made Li Si inexplicably angry. If you had come to save me openly, I wouldn't be so furious. I might even thank you. Maybe. I probably would have thanked you. At that thought, Li Si felt she might be in the wrong. Because she realized that given how she usually treated Su Luo, even if he had saved her in person, she might not have uttered a word of gratitude. No, I would have. but my attitude towards Su Luo. The more Li Si thought, the more tangled and confused she became, yet she couldn't vent here. All her frustration turned into the drive to devour food ravenously. Li Si gnawed fiercely on a chicken leg, glaring at Su Luo. The sight startled Su Luo, who instinctively rose and stepped back. Crazy Li Si had gone crazy. He hadn't done anything wrong, and he had just shown her perfect care and adoration. Su Luo dared not speak for a moment. After a while, Li Si calmed down, wiped her mouth slightly, and tidied her hair. It's been a year since we last ate together, hasn't it? A year? I recall it's been 398 days since we shared a meal. You remember that clearly. Of course. I dare not forget anything about us. Just kidding. He had made up that number. Who would actually count the days since they last ate together? Li Si pursed her lips, showing disbelief. Let me ask you, what do you like about me? Everything. Be specific. I like everything about you. It's to the point where I can't be without you. Specific, my foot. Su Luo could easily list a few virtues and praise her to the skies, but he feared he might lose his appetite later and feel nauseated. So he continued to evade, avoiding a direct answer. Heh. Li Si left with just those two words, her entire behavior inexplicably odd. Su Luo looked at the half-eaten dishes on the table and, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, began to eat. As he ate, he wondered, since Lin Xian didn't come to kick me today, does that count as a deviation from the plot? Yet the system still gave no prompt, meaning it didn't. But was it really okay to keep deviating from the plot like this? If at some future point the story suddenly collapsed and went completely off course, could it still be steered back? No snowflake in an avalanche ever feels responsible. If every event strayed wildly, they would converge into an avalanche. Just as Su Luo was fretting, Lin Xian swaggered in with a cocky stride. He coolly sat opposite Su Luo. You're very lucky. What do you mean? I'm giving Miss Li face. The matter of you sending someone to teach me a lesson is settled. But if there's a next time, you'll face the consequences. Lin Xian's eyes blazed with menace, his threat unmistakable. No, don't let it go. Settle the score. Come on, give me a kick. This threw Lin Xian off. His carefully crafted, ferocious expression vanished instantly. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Lin Xian had never encountered such a request. Was there a trap? If you have any tricks up your sleeve, you'd better give up. I'm not the same as a few days ago. At the mid-stage of qi refining, that's the gap between us. Your trump cards might not work on me. Lin Xian had to suspect. I know you're strong. Can you just get on with it? No, I promised, Miss Li. This time it's over, but only this once. I hope you won't provoke me again. Lin Xian could keep his word. He had only come back because the more he thought, the more he felt cheated. Since he couldn't vent his anger, returning to show off some authority was enough. Seeing him procrastinate, Su Luo leaped crashing through the private room wall and landing in the street. Huh? What? Huh? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. I didn't touch him. Wait, he suddenly thought of a terrifying consequence. Li Si hadn't gone far. If she saw this, could he clear his name? He had just promised to spare Su Luo, and now Su Luo was flying out of the restaurant. What would she think of him? Untrustworthy. Petty. Two-faced. In an instant, Lin Xian broke into a cold sweat. Terrible. What a scheme. Lin Xian immediately grasped Su Luo's intent. A malicious yet deceptively simple plan. Su Luo hadn't thought that far. He just wanted to complete the plot properly and avoid any more deviations. Who would have thought that the moment he slacked off, Li Si would change so much? It was frightening. Give me a chance. I used to want to slack off, but now I want to do every plot point right. Sure enough, Li Si turned back to see Su Luo lying on the ground, feigning unconsciousness. Lin Xian felt it was impossible to explain. Besides himself, who else would dare kick Su Luo down? He couldn't explain openly now. Who would believe him? It would only make him look like a thief crying thief. And who would believe Su Luo had jumped down himself? Su Luo was foolish, but not insane. Lin Xian could only leave first and explain later. Li Si sighed softly and approached Su Luo. She gently kicked Su Luo. Idiot humph. Li Si hoisted Su Luo onto her back, just like before, only with their roles reversed. For a moment, Su Luo didn't know whether to wake up. What was Li Si doing? Didn't she usually not even want to be touched by him? Along the way, Li Si said nothing. Su Luo kept up the pretense of unconsciousness. In a corner, Lin Xian, who had been following, came out to explain, hoping Li Si would believe him. I didn't kick him down. That was Lin Xian's first sentence upon meeting. I know. Lin Xian wanted to elaborate, but Li Si already believed him. Again, Lin Xian was baffled. Was trust between people really that easy? Or was his charm just that strong? Lin Xian was still incredulous. Huh? You know? How do you know? I know it wasn't you. Let's leave it at that. Li Si repeated, but clearly had no intention of explaining. Lin Xian stood there bewildered. He hadn't been in Shofeng City long, but the people here were all so strange. Was she just saving face for him while secretly doubting him? But her demeanor suggested otherwise. So complicated. This left Lin Xian thoroughly confused. As a result, he decided not to underestimate Su Luo. he might not be as dim-witted as he appeared. We've arrived. Are you going in on your own, or shall I escort you inside? Li Si was naturally speaking to Su Luo. Awkward. She had been caught. Yet Su Luo showed no sign of it, even feigning a just-awakened state. Who was it? Who ambushed me? A convincing act. Just don't do it again. The act was natural enough, but Li Si possessed the diary having long seen through Su Luo. No amount of pretense could fool her now. Are you still the Li Si I once knew? Su Luo felt a twinge of frustration. When had she become so sharp? She used to be such a gullible girl. Are you still the Su Luo I once knew? Li Si countered instead. Why wouldn't I be? And why wouldn't I be? I brought you back only for the sake of our childhood bond. You don't even believe that yourself. Childhood bond. How laughable. Not every sycophant was worthy of being treated as a person. Li Si had always detested Su Luo. Believe what you will. To avoid revealing too many cracks, Li Si said little more and departed. She understood that Su Luo was no longer the wastrel she knew, but a master of deception and malice. Without the diary, she would have been no match for him. Thus Li Si resolved to learn from Su Luo, in secret, to master the art of concealment. She also pondered whether to practice mimicking a male voice. It might prove useful someday. As for the so-called plot, Li Si paid it no mind. Li Si refused to accept that she was merely a character in a book. She believed every step she took was her own choice. After all, it was Su Luo's story. Whether it went astray or not, what did it have to do with her? Su Luo felt utterly numb. Li Si had defied expectations too many times, leaving him completely baffled. Yet recalling that he had no scenes for the next few days, Su Luo felt confident again. It was the glee of an employee on the verge of a holiday. While the author wasn't foolish enough to fleece only one sheep, humiliation had to be dealt from all sides and to multiple characters. Su Luo opened his diary once more. Today, for just a fleeting moment, a single moment, I thought Li Si wasn't so insufferable. But I know it's an illusion. She's still that ignorant, foolish girl. Enough about her. There's no business of mine coming up, so I won't be seeing her anyway. Why am I not appearing? Because it's time for another villain to shine. Wang Emo, the second character to be humiliated after me. The youngest clan leader of the Wang family, one of the 3 great clans in Xiofeng City. If I'm the brute force type, then he's the intellectual type. Though his intellect isn't much, certainly no match for Lin Xian. His plot, in short, involves him monopolizing a medicinal herb in the city called carefree grass. Wang Emo also sent people to destroy part of the Li family's carefree grass stock. The Li family holds a large order for healing pills that use carefree grass as a main ingredient. Under these circumstances, the Li family naturally cannot fulfill the order. Not only will they offend the client, but they'll also have to pay a hefty compensation. This was all planned long ago by Wang Emo, and it will unfold in the coming days. Just when the Li family is on the verge of a heavy loss, Lin Xian steps forward claiming he can bring back a large quantity of carefree grass. Everyone responds with disbelief, suspicion, and contempt, their words aimed at Lin Xian. But Lin Xian simply smirks and says if he fails, he'll jump off a cliff. And then he jumps, because he had previously fallen to the bottom of that cliff and discovered an abundance of carefree grass there. A simple rescue of the Li family is accomplished. The Li family's goodwill toward Lin Xian rises once more. After his plan fails, Wang Emo furiously overturns tables and smashes things. The scene is so vivid that readers almost sympathize with him, thinking this Lin Xian is terrifyingly formidable. He must not be allowed to live. After all, Wang Emo spent a fortune bribing some Li family members and gathering intelligence to orchestrate this scheme. For it all to come to nothing. How could he not be furious? There's actually a small detail in Wang Mo's plot. When Li Si goes out, he arranges a scene, saying that I orchestrated everything and his admiration for me flows like an endless river. In short, he's trying to pin the blame on me. Li Si naturally believes it, and her impression of me plummets. From then on, she won't believe a single word I say. I'm blacklisted. Well, no scenes, but the blame still finds me. I suppose villains just have to make trouble for each other. After writing another entry, Su Luo lay down comfortably. Diary, entry complete. Rewards: defense 8, strength 4, cultivation level increased by 1 tier. Current cultivation, Qi, refining perfection. Special ability upgrade: my pain surpasses yours, my pain still surpasses yours. When attacked, can transfer 10 of damage received to a designated target. When attacked, can transfer 20 of damage received to a designated target. Upon seeing this reward, Su Luo sprang up and shouted, "A black mark on my name. I'll bear it." This reward needed no explanation. It was overwhelmingly powerful. With absolute strength, what was there to fear? Truly, at the Qi refining stage, Su Luo felt as mighty as a Mahayana cultivator. Wait. A sudden thought struck Su Luo. This time Lin Xian hadn't fallen off the cliff. He wouldn't know about the carefree grass at its base. But then a solution came to him. I could just pick it and give it to him. Brilliant as always. Back home, Li Si practiced cultivation for a while, then noticed the diary had updated. She began reading, automatically filtering out the negative content about herself. For just a fleeting moment, a single moment, I thought Li Si wasn't so insufferable. Of course I'm good. You just lack discernment. Humph. Wang Imo sent people to destroy part of the Li family's carefree grass stock. So that's what happened. Wait, I think I heard about this yesterday. Li Si had a vague memory. She rarely paid attention to the family business, so she didn't know the specifics, but she did recall that some carefree grass had been ruined. That meant the plan was already in motion. With the family's stock partially destroyed, the market supply must have been bought up too. At this thought, Li Si felt a pang of regret. If she had known sooner, she could have mitigated the losses. This was all planned long ago by Wang Imo. Wang Imo. Li Si knew him well. They had played together as children. But his parents had died young, making him clan leader early on, and their paths had gradually diverged. Still, they met once or twice a year. Qiufeng City was small, and the three great clans were often entangled in interests. What a cunning scheme. But I have the diary. Li Si let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, she felt different from before. In the past, faced with such a crisis, she would have panicked and rushed to tell her father. Now she could calmly think it through, even feeling capable of solving the problem herself. Have I grown a little after all? Li Si murmured. She realized she used to only know how to cultivate, ignorant of everything else. She looked at the diary. It's not because of you. After a brief inner struggle, Li Si immediately headed for the cliff. The carefree grass was there. She wanted to help her family through this crisis. But along the way, she felt as though someone was watching her. Just as Li Si thought it was her imagination, she suddenly heard a familiar voice from the other side of the wall. Wang Imo said to one of his subordinates, "We weren't followed, were we?" "I was very careful. I'm sure we weren't." "How did it go?" "I've bought up all the carefree grass in the city." "Excellent. When the Li family has no other options, Brother Su Luo can step and offer the carefree grass and win Li Si's favor." "Patriarch, what does Su Luo have to do with this?" "You wouldn't know. I'm just helping him out." "But Patriarch, what qualifications does Su Luo have for you to help him?" "He's nothing but a waste." "Watch your tongue. Brother Su Luo is handsome, brilliant, and full of foresight. Don't underestimate him. After all, this entire plan was devised by Brother Su Luo. I'm just carrying out the tasks he assigned." "What?" "He came up with this whole string of schemes. Terrifying. Yes, my admiration for Brother Su Luo is like an endless river flowing without cease." The entire conversation between Wang Imo and his subordinate fell into Li Si's ears without missing a word. It left her utterly speechless. Isn't this just loudly plotting in plain sight? I just happened to pass by, and you just happened to say all that, right? So being followed earlier wasn't my imagination. How would a crude plan? Do you think I'd fall for something like this? Li Si felt insulted. Who would believe such an obvious setup? But thinking back, if she hadn't had her diary to spoil things, would she? Probably. Maybe. Not believe it. Would I really not believe it? The more she thought about it, the more her confidence wavered. But knowing herself as well as she did, she couldn't lie to her own heart. She felt that without the spoilers, she truly might have believed it. This realization made her blush. I'm not stupid. It's just that Su Luo used to be so insufferable. Even though Li Si already trusted the diary, it was still a strange feeling every time events unfolded exactly as it predicted. Yet she couldn't deny she enjoyed this sense of foresight. If Su Luo were here, he'd probably say cheating feels great. Now that Li Si knew Wang Mo's plan, she paid it no more mind. Shaking off her tail, she continued straight toward the cliff. But when she reached the bottom of the cliff, she saw an unexpected person. "Let me pluck your heart from your chest. Try to let it slowly melt away." Su Luo was singing as he leisurely picked carefree grass. Then he looked up and saw Li Si. For a moment, he wished the ground would swallow him whole. He had never been one to sing in front of others, whether in the real world or in this novel world. Li Si asked, "Whose heart are you planning to pluck?" "It doesn't matter. What are you doing here?" "Same as you. My family needs carefree grass." Li Si didn't need to fabricate an excuse. It was perfect, as she had fallen down this cliff before and knew there was carefree grass at the bottom. "And why are you here?" Li Si asked in return. "My family needs it too." "Is that so? Want to pick together?" "Sure." Su Luo felt a bit uneasy. He really hadn't expected Li Si to show up. The plan had changed, but as long as he picked more, her family would still be short. When it came to pulling weeds, he was a master. Ola, ola, ola. Su Luo sped up, turning into a grass-plucking maniac, leaving not a single blade in his wake. He had collected over half of it. Even if she got some, it wouldn't be enough to salvage her family's reputation. Watching him work so hard, Li Si couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to give me some?" How could you even say that? I'm collecting this with all my effort, and you want it handed to you with just one sentence." Su Luo was speechless, but then he recalled even more outrageous quotes from the internet and felt a little better. "I can't. My family needs it." Don't you like me? Give it to me, and I'll earn you some goodwill. I really can't. My family truly needs it. There's no way. You weren't like this before. You used to give me whatever I asked for. Yes, I really do like you. But my family needs this. I just can't. Su Luo wasn't about to be swayed by a few words. In a situation like this, playing the broken record was the perfect defense. Suddenly Su Luo had an idea. I can't give you the carefree grass, but how about I give you myself instead? That should earn me some goodwill, right? He followed up with a greasy smile. Li Si shot him a glare, then handed him the carefree grass she had collected. Here. Huh. Just take it. Why, oi? Su Luo asked, confused. Didn't her family need it badly? This little bit isn't enough anyway. Might as well give it to you. The moment Li Si saw Su Luo, she had a pretty good idea of what he was up to. He just wanted to keep his storyline on track. Since he wasn't willing to help her directly, she might as well let it go. The amount she had picked really wasn't much. And Su Luo had already collected a lot before she arrived, so there wasn't much left anyway. It was better to give up gracefully. Her sudden surrender left Su Luo completely baffled. Why is she acting like this? This doesn't make sense. Her family clearly needs this. Even if it's not enough, wouldn't a little more help? Watching Li Si actually walk away without any hint of playing hard to get only deepened his confusion. But Su Luo quickly decided to act as if he had never seen her and continued with his plan. Su Luo realized he was getting used to this. When he couldn't figure things out, he would just stick to the plot. I'm just a heartless tool for advancing the story. With that thought, his movements became much quicker. The next day, the Li family announced in the city that they were buying carefree grass at a high price. But how could there be any now? Wang Mo had already bought it all. Su Luo disguised himself as a newly arrived merchant and with some flimsy excuse sold the carefree grass to Lin Xian. What happened next was none of his concern. Lin Xian, with the grass in hand, delivered it to the Li family, saving them from their loss and becoming their honored guest. All was well, but someone was about to shed bitter tears. Wang Mo slammed his hand down, shattering the table. Why? How is there still carefree grass? And who is this Lin Xian? I made all those preparations, and it was all for nothing. Wang Mo roared in fury. Go, find someone to teach Lin Xian a lesson. I can't, patriarch. Lin Xian is now a guest of the Li family. He's surrounded by their people. We can't touch him. Then he'll have you beaten. Men, get to work. Wang Mo smashed his cup on the ground. If he couldn't touch Lin Xian, he could at least take it out on a subordinate. Listening to the screams from outside, he gradually calmed down. On second thought, it wasn't a total loss. At least he could pin a big black mark on Su Luo. This would further sour the relationship between Su Luo and Li Si. A few more nudges and their conflict would deepen, making it impossible for their families to get along. When the two families fought, he could swoop in and claim the spoils. How delightful. Wang Mo's confidence was instantly restored, and he began plotting his next move. After Lin Xian became the Li family's honored guest, he embarked on a journey of face-slapping across Autumn Wind City. Had anyone ever seen someone fight their way from the west side of the city to the east in a single day? It started when Lin Xian was having breakfast in the west of the city. He saw a young ruffian harassing a girl. Driven by a sense of justice, he stepped up and slapped the ruffian. The ruffian, unwilling to accept defeat, immediately went to call for backup. Lin Xian wasn't intimidated and waited. The ruffian had some rules, only calling for help from young men of similar age. The young man who arrived introduced himself as the son of some chamber of commerce, only to be slapped down as well. He too refused to accept it and went to get more help. The third one introduced his powerful background, got slapped, and also refused to back down. And so it went. In a single day, Lin Xian slapped over 30 of Autumn Wind City's young elites from the west side all the way to the east. The parents of these youths couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to bully the younger generation. But when the Li family showed up, they didn't dare make a peep, and the matter was dropped. This was the benefit Lin Xian gained from the carefree grass. He could now do whatever he pleased in Autumn Wind City. His reputation soared. Su Luo was not on the list of those who got slapped. When he read this part of the story, Su Luo thought it was utterly ridiculous. Did Autumn Wind City really have that many idiots lining up to be humiliated? It was completely unrealistic, yet somehow satisfying. Once upon a time, Su Luo had also wished he could slap those who provoked him. He even wished for a magical item, a blue capsule that could reach through the screen and slap a fool on the other side, especially in games. But this was all just a small show meant to build up Lin Xian's reputation, because something big was coming. Su Qinkong, the patriarch of the Su family, returned to Qiufeng City. Son, I heard you've broken through to the midstage of qi refining. Good, truly, my son. In the eyes of the outside world, Su Luo had merely just broken through to the midstage of qi refining. In truth, he had already reached the great perfection. This elation overwhelmed Su Qinkong, who promptly produced a pill he had prepared long ago. Here, take this. A qi refining pill. Cultivate well. Thank you, father. In the original storyline, Su Luo had broken through to the midstage of qi refining amidst grief and fury after being jilted. But by then the protagonist had already reached the midstage of qi refining, leaving Su Luo with no chance to even appear. With a pre-existing disparity, how could someone of the same level possibly trouble Lin Xian? Thus the author patched the plot by having Su Luo's father bestow upon him the qi refining pill. It forcibly elevated Su Luo's cultivation. Though the pill's name sounded crude and unimpressive, it was in reality exceedingly precious and effective. It could enhance the cultivation of those in the qi refining stage without any side effects. Acquiring such a pill required considerable skill. In the original work, this qi refining pill propelled Su Luo directly to the late stage of qi refining, almost reaching great perfection. Its effects were terrifyingly potent. Consequently, Su Luo, with his augmented strength, could once again become a target for Lin Xian's humiliations. After all, defeating a superior adversary was far more engaging. Bullying a peer-level prodigal held no thrill or sense of achievement. The protagonist advanced through fortuitous encounters while the antagonist relied on connections. Nothing unusual there. Having obtained the pill, Su Luo had no intention of consuming it. Though excellent, it would be far less effective now that he was already at the qi refining great perfection. It was better not to take it. He then secretly gave it to a passerby, tricking her into eating it. The orphan Xiaoyu, who happened to be passing by, had no idea what was happening. But after consuming that strange brother's offering, her body brimmed with power. Her frame, perpetually racked by hunger, now felt remarkably calm and comfortable. This way she might be able to find more food in the mountains. That strange brother was actually quite kind. Mid-September, overcast weather. My father has returned, which means the entrance examination trial for the 7-star sect is in 1 month. As everyone knows, the southern continent has 3 great sects: 7 stars, heavenly light, and cloud mist. Normal people first take the examinations of these 3 great sects and only consider the smaller sects after failing. Since Qiufeng City is closest to the 7 stars sect, it naturally takes priority for this sect's examination. But I don't need to worry at all, because father has already made arrangements. That's right, I'm joining the 7-star sword sect through connections. Oh, otherwise why would they want me? However, even with connections, I still have to participate in the examination trial. It's just that along the way there will be kind-hearted future senior brothers who happen to pass by, and then happen to pass by multiple times to lend a hand. That's how it is for us villains. We have our connections. Apart from feeling aggrieved in front of the protagonist, everything else goes smoothly. But before entering the sect, there's also a small growth trial hosted by Qiufeng City. Lin Xian gained a lot from this trial too. Not only did his strength increase, but his fame also grew. Hadn't Lin Xian already beaten all the young talents of Qiufeng City? So they came to me to stand up for them. Clearly during this trial, we will gang up on Lin Xian. Then it'll be over 30 of us ganging up on one, and we'll get taken down instead. You ask if we'll have fun. You try having fun with that. No way around it. That's just how the protagonist works. Beyond this, the most important thing is that Lin Xian discovered a lair of demon beasts. This lair was no ordinary place. It was filled with eggs, a vast number of eggs. Within a month they would hatch, and then the entire Qiufeng City would be overrun by insect demons. Inside there was a treasure that provided spiritual energy to the eggs, accelerating their hatching and making the newborn demon beasts stronger. This was the work of a demon tribe leader who aimed to devour Qiufeng City. Lin Xian discovered it and immediately reported it. Of course, he had already taken that treasure for himself. This treasure could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing one to extract pure spiritual energy from it during cultivation, thus speeding up the process. Coincidentally, Lin Xian had previously obtained the Clear Moon Pendant. Before it was fully unsealed, it also functioned as a similar cultivation accelerator, but only at night. These 2 items happened to merge into one, providing a synergistic boost to cultivation that was greater than the sum of their parts. Not only did it eliminate the restriction of day and night, but it also greatly enhanced cultivation efficiency, enabling Lin Xian to level up quickly. As for that lair under the City Lord's organization, every single egg was eradicated. This not only thwarted the demon tribe's scheme, but also made Qiufeng City aware of the lurking crisis. It was a matter of great importance, and Lin Xian, who discovered it, naturally became the hero of Qiufeng City. The entire city was grateful. Congratulations and felicitations. Anyway, I can't find any fault with it except that the protagonist coincidentally discovered the location of the eggs, happened to hide and evade the demon general guarding them, and fortunately struck a fatal blow while the general was resting. Absolutely no problem at all. I can vouch for him, he didn't cheat. After finishing his diary, Su Luo waited for his daily reward, even watching the 30-second advertisement with great relish. It was all because of this damned system. If his eyes left the ad for even a second, the countdown would stop. Only when he looked back at the ad would the countdown resume. He had no choice but to watch unless he was willing to forego the reward. Diary completed. Reward speed 7, strength 5, cultivation increased by 1 level. Current cultivation foundation establishment early stage. Suluo couldn't help but laugh loudly. What could be more delightful than watching oneself grow stronger step by step? Of course it was lying down writing a diary and growing stronger step by step. Li Si was diligently cultivating. But no matter the time, reading the diary was always the top priority the moment it updated. This time there doesn't seem to be anything special, just the boring childish antics of boys. But these eggs. I never realized Chiofeng City was so dangerous. The treasure. Li Si had already set her sights on it. To that end, she needed to start making preparations. She was becoming increasingly adept at using the diary to create opportunities for herself. Before long, the trial jointly organized by the city lord and the major families of Chiofeng City began. It was a warm-up for the entrance trial of the Seven Stars sect, which would take place a month later. Thus only the younger generation participated. Entering the Seven Stars sect meant bringing glory and honor to one's ancestors. Perhaps even their families could rise in status. The trial was simple: hunt demon beasts in the nearby forest. The more one hunted, the higher the score. The top 10 would receive generous prizes. This trial was meant to give the youngsters a taste of bloodshed and temper their will. It was essentially a mock exam, for although it was a trial, members from each family were secretly watching over them. Every effort was made to ensure safety. In the Seven Stars sect's entrance trial, however, the families could not intervene, nor could they guarantee the safety of Chiofeng City's younger generation. As per tradition, the city lord began his speech. I am delighted to see all of you here today. On behalf of Chiofeng City, I thank you for your support. Without you, there would be no Chiofeng City as it is today. Young ones, you are about to face a harsh ordeal, but do not forget that you also have a bright future ahead. Regarding this trial, I will keep it brief and touch on 2 points. First, the young attendees listened intently, afraid of missing any crucial information. Second, only the second point. Third, didn't you say 2 points? Your 2 points are more words than I speak in a year. If it weren't for the fact that he was the city lord, the youngsters would have been tempted to throw things at him. The city lord of Chiofeng City was no ordinary man. A golden core cultivator and ostensibly the strongest person in the city. Finally, under the murderous glares of the major families, the city lord gracefully announced the start of the trial. He had grown accustomed to this, and had even come to relish the feeling of making others listen to him while they resented it. According to the rules, they entered the forest in batches. The trial had no strict requirements. One could form a team or go solo entirely according to personal preference. The outcome would be determined solely by the scores from the demon beasts hunted. Upon entering the forest, Su Luo gathered over 30 people. These were all individuals whom Lin Xian had previously humiliated, and now they had sought out Su Luo. Among them, Su Luo held the highest status. Having him take the lead was no problem. It was part of the plot. Su Luo just wanted to find Lin Xian quickly and get it over with. Brother Su, you've broken through. Amazing. Apart from Li Si, you're the most talented in Chiofeng City. What are you saying? Li Si will end up being Brother Su's woman anyway. Brother Su is the most talented. Right. How foolish of me. If only I had half of Brother Su's intelligence. On the tedious journey to find Lin Xian, the group of over 30 took turns flattering Su Luo, exaggerating wildly, and even forcing compliments regardless of their truth. Su Luo was helpless. He knew that most of it was insincere flattery. What was the point? Well, to be honest, it did feel a little gratifying. Though he had experienced it many times, being respected and praised was still a pleasant feeling. Then they encountered Wang Imo. Brother Su Luo, long time no see. Wang Imo approached them with a smile. Su Luo found it strange. Wang Imo wasn't supposed to be here at this time. I don't deserve to be called brother now that you're the clan leader. Indeed, ever since Wang Imo became the clan leader, their relationship had grown distant. This wasn't just true for Su Luo, it applied to the other young talents as well, given their differing statuses. The other young talents preferred to hang out with Su Luo because they didn't have to be as cautious. Not at all. I'm still the same Wang Imo you all know. So what do you want? Su Luo wasn't convinced. I heard you're ganging up on Lin Xian. Count me in. Why, oi? Since when do the people of Chiofeng City let outsiders bully us? Naturally, I want to join you in venting this anger. That was a lie. Wang Imo had no real interest in Lin Xian. After all, Wang Imo could see at a glance that Lin Xian didn't belong here. He had a broader horizon. Once Lin Xian left, the struggle in Chiofeng City would still be among the 3 major families. Wang Imo had come because he found it strange. Despite his earlier attempt to frame Su Luo, Li Si had shown no reaction at all. This puzzled Wang Imo. Based on his understanding of Li Si, she couldn't have remained calm. She should have gone to curse Su Luo out, or even pick a fight with him. Could there be feelings between them? That would be a dangerous sign. If their two families joined forces, how could he possibly compete? He'd be left with nothing. Thus Wang Yimou needed to investigate and find out what was really going on between Su Luo and Li Si. Suit yourself. Su Luo couldn't be bothered to ponder Wang Mo's motives. They were all just villainous clowns, none of them were any better. But the surrounding young talents suddenly felt a surge of goodwill toward Wang Yimou. That's right, they were all from Qiufeng City. Why should they let an outsider bully them? And so the group's flattery shifted from focusing solely on Su Luo to including Wang Yimou as well. For a moment it felt less like a trial and more like a spring outing filled with joy. Then they encountered Lin Xian. The flattery ceased, and they instantly entered combat mode. Lin Xian, we've finally found you. Su Luo naturally stepped forward as the leader. Judging by this scene, am I in for some trouble? Lin Xian wasn't foolish. Seeing over 30 people grinning maliciously at him, he roughly understood the situation. Yet he showed no sign of panic, even appearing arrogant. Yes. Originally, there would have been a lengthy exchange with Su Luo's side being aggressive, each throwing out a harsh word and cursing loudly, relying on their numbers. But Lin Xian would curse them back and mock them with sarcasm. Lin Xian was superior with words. The over 30 people were left red-faced from his biting remarks. It was truly frustrating. However, Su Luo felt this part was unnecessary. Why waste saliva on a hot day? Get him. Huh. The young talents were dumbfounded. They had wanted to say a few more things to show off with their numbers. Su Luo waved his hand dismissively. Go. You can't outtalk him. As the leader, Su Luo's words carried weight. The over 30 men, as if bolstered by a buff, charged fearlessly at Lin Xian. Most of them were at the mid-stage of qi refining, with a few at the early stage. Rushing in all at once would certainly put pressure on Lin Xian, who was at the mid-stage of qi refining. He immediately turned and fled, using the forest terrain to prepare for striking them one by one. If he could truly defeat over 30 by himself, he would be the ultimate dragon among men. Thus this time he would certainly win through guerrilla tactics. As the protagonist, he was naturally stronger than those of the same rank. Lin Xian darted through the forest with such astonishing speed that he instantly left the crowd behind, leaving them dumbfounded. They had assumed he would lack the wits to flee and would foolishly take on all 30 out of them alone. To their surprise, Lin Xian turned and bolted without hesitation. Yet they refused to give up, continuing their search like headless flies. But Lin Xian had no intention of leaving. He lurked in the shadows, biding his time to launch a surprise attack. Dealing with these pampered young masters who had little experience in forest combat was almost laughably simple. Of course, no one was killed, at most they were temporarily incapacitated. After all, unseen eyes were watching over them. As Su Luo and the others searched one by one, they were ambushed and struck down. The group quickly sensed something was amiss and began to band together. Lin Xian then halted his attacks. Patience was a virtue he possessed in abundance. Yet maintaining such hypervigilance was mentally exhausting. Damn it, he got away. One of them kicked a tree in fury. I've been here all along, Lin Xian whispered softly, having stealthily crept up behind him. Then came the ambush. And it was a success. A single strike followed by a swift retreat. No hesitation, no wasted motion. Whenever anyone let their guard down, Lin Xian would emerge to claim another victim. It felt as if it wasn't Su Luo and his crew doing the hunting, but Lin Xian himself. Attacks kept coming, but this couldn't last forever. Quick, I've worn him down. Someone managed to counter during an ambush, inflicting a wound on Lin Xian. Seeing several enemies closing in, Lin Xian immediately broke through their encirclement and vanished into the forest. The young masters were left staring at each other, utterly at a loss. In the depths of the woods, these privileged youths could barely hold on. From day to night, the group of over 30 was whittled down to just a dozen or so of the slightly more capable ones, including Su Luo and Wang Yimou. Then Lin Xian emerged openly from the shadows. No more hiding, Su Luo asked. I don't see the need. Dealing with the few of you is more than enough. Then let's begin. Very well. Just as they prepared to clash, reinforcements arrived. The very young elites who had been defeated and injured earlier. Unwilling to bow out, they had been brought back by their protectors, who wielded enough privilege to allow it. Though unable to fight, they were determined to witness Lin Xian being beaten black and blue. They could at least cheer from the sidelines. Besides sneaking around, what else can you do, you coward? Can't you be man enough to face us heathen? If you dare come out, don't you dare run. Lin Xian chuckled. I've come out, and am not going anywhere. To be honest, you lot are pathetic. You. Some of the proud young men, their anger worsening their injuries, pointed at Lin Xian, too furious to speak. Yet for the sake of their pride, they had to force out words. If you don't know this, but Brother Su has already broken through to the late qi refining stage. Scared, are you? Oh, you've reached the late stage already. That was something Lin Xian hadn't anticipated. In just a few days, his breakthrough speed had surpassed Lin Xian's own. Yes, I took a qi refining pill. Su Luo admitted generously, though it was all a facade. He had actually reached foundation establishment. I almost underestimated you, but am still confident. Enough talk. Come on. Go, brother Su Luo. Give us a proper payback. One might wonder why these injured young elites were arranged to reappear. The reason was simple: if you're going to show off, it needs an audience, otherwise it's pointless. At this moment, Lin Xian was about to challenge someone above his level again, and the crowd would inevitably gasp in awe. If you want, come, I will. Seeing Lin Xian motionless, Su Luo struck first. A deceptively ordinary punch. Lin Xian dodged it with ease, but the next second another fist came flying. He barely tilted his head to avoid it, yet a third punch was already on its way. In that critical instant, Lin Xian unleashed his power. His right fist shot out in a lightning-fast counter, colliding with Su Luo's fist. There was no earth-shattering impact. Su Luo's fist was simply deflected. Lin Xian's momentum only grew stronger as his fist landed squarely on Su Luo. Su Luo spun a full 360 degrees before crashing to the ground, lying motionless. Go, brother Su Luo. The young elites were still cheering him on. But how could the fight be over in just seconds? An abrupt silence fell over the scene. Knocked out with a single punch, he was even worse than us. Of course, that thought was kept strictly internal. Get up, brother Su. You can do it. You can't fall. You're our hope. Yet no matter how they shouted, Su Luo didn't budge. Why bother struggling so hard? Just going through the motions was enough. Lin Xian also sensed something was off. A late chi refining cultivator like Su Luo couldn't possibly be knocked out by that single punch. What's your game? Su Luo didn't respond. Just giving up. Lin Xian pondered whether to finish him off, but striking someone who had lost the ability to fight didn't seem right. You're nothing special. Lin Xian turned and taunted the other young masters. After a whole day of this, even he was feeling weary. But if he didn't show off, the day would have been meaningless. So he forced himself to stay alert and continued his mockery. You were so arrogant earlier, but now, all talk, no action. Wang Mo was speechless as well. Su Luo's swift defeat was unexpected. Yet it also brought him relief. If Su Luo was this useless, the Su family would have no standing in Autumn Wind City from now on. The pressure now fell on Wang Mo, as he was the highest ranking among the remaining group after Su Luo. You'll find out soon enough how formidable we are. Altogether, attack. Unlike Su Luo, Wang Mo had a thick skin and could unabashedly call for a group assault. The others obeyed, eager to join the fray. A dozen or so young elites once again encircled Lin Xian. But this time, instead of fleeing, he stood his ground and faced them head-on. Wang Mo was clever. During the fight, he rarely engaged Lin Xian directly, instead providing support from the flanks or launching sneak attacks from behind. The moment Lin Xian showed fatigue, Wang Mo would strike with full force and then retreat. This put immense pressure on Lin Xian. He was the protagonist, but even he struggled to cope, accumulating more and more wounds. Yet he seemed to possess an inexhaustible reserve of strength, always managing to erupt with power at critical moments, staving off defeat. Watching Lin Xian fight through a bloody haze, Wang Mo remained unhurried, sticking to his rhythm and coordinating with the others. He was confident that this steady, relentless assault would wear Lin Xian down. If Lin Xian were an ordinary person, Wang Mo's plan would have succeeded. But Lin Xian was far from ordinary. Even at a disadvantage, a smile crept across his face. The others were taken aback. How could he still smile? Lin Xian's lips curled. Thank you. It's time. He took a deep breath and roared, break. In an instant, Lin Xian's spirit blazed with renewed vigor, his aura surging higher and higher. His laughter grew louder, wilder. Thank you all. I've broken through. Ha ha. Late chi refining stage. This was exactly what Lin Xian had planned, to fight and let himself be surrounded, using the pressure to force a breakthrough. Why else would he have come out to face them openly? The crowd was stunned, disbelief washing over them. They had been on the verge of defeating Lin Xian moments ago. How could he suddenly break through? How could anyone break through in the middle of a battle? Lin Xian had truly taught these young men a lesson. A true genius breakthrough could happen anytime, anywhere, a principle far beyond the comprehension of these minor supporting characters. Lin Xian couldn't suppress his grin, nor did he intend to. As a token of my gratitude, you'd better hold on tight and not fall too quickly. Lin Xian launched his counterattack. Post-breakthrow, he felt an unprecedented ease, gaining a deeper understanding of his martial techniques. He charged straight into the enemy's encirclement, unleashing his power unstoppably. The tide of battle had completely turned. Now it seemed not that the group surrounded Lin Xian, but that Lin Xian alone surrounded the group. Moreover, after his breakthrough, Lin Xian's fighting style had transformed. Where he once relied on agility, defending, and counterattacking, he now charged recklessly, striking anyone in his path. Even attacks he could have dodged, he took heed in, only to deliver an even more powerful blow in return. Who could withstand that? The numerically superior side found their morale flagging compared to Lin Xian's. Seeing this, Wang Mo had to reassess the situation and consider his next move. He quickly concluded that with the current group victory was no longer possible. So after blocking a punch from Lin Xian meant for another, he staggered back, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, then collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, unable to rise again. Wang Mo was a firm believer in the saying, a wise man adapts to circumstances. And by sheer coincidence he fell right next to Su Luo. Su Luo was speechless. With his keen perception, he could clearly see through Wang Mo's act. Still able to fight, yet pretending to be down. Su Luo despised such people. Are you just going to give up like that? Huh. Wang Mo was puzzled, not only by Su Luo's question, but also by the fact that Su Luo could still speak. Hadn't he passed out? It quickly dawned on him Su Luo was faking his unconsciousness too. In that moment Wang Mo's opinion of Su Luo shifted slightly, gaining a measure of respect. After all, he had never known Su Luo to feign defeat. From what Wang Mo knew, aside from his irrational infatuation with Li Si, Su Luo was usually eager to steal the spotlight, carrying the typical arrogance of a spoiled young master. Pretending to be knocked out was completely out of character for him. I said, are you just giving up like that? What else? I can't win, so I can't win. Wang Mo studied Su Luo, trying to decipher his intent. You weren't using your full strength. Even at full strength, it's useless. Useless, yes, but it would benefit you greatly. How so? Wang Mo couldn't see how getting beaten up would help him. Think about it. Who are all these people here? They're the future of Autumn Wind City. So, haven't you seen the look in their eyes? They want nothing more than to beat Lin Xian and win this fight. If you're the last one standing, you'll earn their admiration. I mean their worship. Maybe. But even without that, they already admire me. After all, in Autumn Wind City, the title of youngest patriarch of the Wang family commanded universal respect. That's all superficial, and you know it. Let me put it this way, who do they prefer to hang out with, me or you? The question silenced Wang Mo. He knew that the younger generation of Autumn Wind City was indeed closer to Su Luo. Su Luo was fun-loving, easygoing, and treated his cronies well. Wang Mo, on the other hand, had become patriarch and now felt a distance from his peers. He was always busy with little time to socialize. Seeing Wang Mo still lying there weighing the pros and cons, Su Luo continued, opportunities like this don't come often. They all hate one person now, and it'll be a long time before they hate someone else. You have to seize the chance. Wang Mo felt a flicker of temptation, but quickly caught himself. Why don't you go? Su Luo let out a long, dramatic sigh. Little Su Su here just wants to slack off. Wang Mo, if you don't go now, everyone else will be defeated. Lin Xian was still fighting fiercely. Victory was certain, it was only a matter of time. Wang Mo gritted his teeth. Su Luo was right. This kind of chance to shine was rare. He might not be able to defeat Lin Xian, but he could certainly last until the end. Opportunity must be seized. Wang Mo rose to his feet, resolved to give it his all this time. Go for it. They're all rooting for you. I don't need you to tell me. Wang Mo rejoined the fray, this time fighting Heiden. With his full focus, Wang Mo once again put pressure on Lin Xian. But Lin Xian was in an unprecedented state of mind. The stronger the foe, the more exhilarated he became. Trees fell one after another as the battle raged on. True to his role as the protagonist, Lin Xian possessed unmatched combat talent. Apart from Wang Mo, all the other young elites were beaten to the ground. In the unknown confrontation, Lin Xian and Wang Mo instinctively resorted to the most primal form of combat. Close quarters brawling, trading blow for blow, neither dodging, each focused solely on landing the best punch possible. In such a contest, victory went to whoever collapsed first. Wang Mo believed that if you were going to do something, you might as well go all out. A fist fight was the truest test of grit and resilience. The effect was palpable. The surrounding youths cheered and shouted, a sense of awe welling up within them. Meanwhile, Su Luo smiled. Perfect, perfect. Keep fighting, beat each other until even your mothers wouldn't recognize you. Su Luo hadn't urged Wang Mo on for his own good. Nor was there any profound scheme behind it. He simply wanted to see Wang Mo get a thorough thrashing. Let it be officially stated, he had never uttered anything about why must villains make things hard for each other. What right did Wang Mo have to lie in the same spot as him? Su Luo relished watching Lin Xian and Wang Mo pummel each other. The effect was splendid. Wang Mo had lost his handsome looks, his face now swollen and bruised beyond recognition. That was exactly the result he wanted. Warning, warning. Li Si's life is threatened by a demonic beast and could perish at any moment. If Li Si dies, it will affect the subsequent plot, leading to mission failure. Take note. A simple system alert, yet its implications were grave. Su Luo nearly jolted upright, but managed to maintain his composure. Su Luo frowned. Not you again. How far off script can you go? Can't you just behave? Is there even a demonic beast in this forest that could threaten you? Su Luo was exasperated. The nearby forest had been swept clean and most of the dangerous beasts had already been killed. Was Li Si also putting on an act? Otherwise, how could she be threatened by a demonic beast? Wait, could it be that one? Su Luo recalled the guardian beast of the insect egg cave. That was the only creature capable of threatening Li Si. How did she end up there? Lin Xian was still here. He hadn't even arrived at that place yet, but Li Si had already gotten there. The cliff incident was one thing. But this again. Once is an accident, twice is a pattern. Li Si was definitely hiding something. He had thought he was the only variable, but it turned out Li Si was one too. How infuriating. So many times before, Li Si had barely deviated from the plot. Yet in this final instance, she had strayed so far that he hardly recognized her. If that wasn't a deliberate sabotage, what was? But there was no choice. He had to save her to clear the mission. Su Luo let out a sigh and stood up, rising and leaving. The motions were fluid and seamless. You're far from good enough. Lin Xian struck the final blow, knocking Wang Mo unconscious. Yet he was hardly better off himself, swaying unsteadily. Still, he couldn't resist a few taunts. How disgraceful. With so many of you, not one can put up a fight. The moment I put in a bit of effort, you all crumble. From now on, take the long way around when you see me. Otherwise, I'll beat you every time I lay eyes on you. Lin Xian wanted to say more, but his condition was too dire. If he fainted here, he'd be at their mercy. In the original course of events, Lin Xian would have taunted these young masters for a while after the fight, and then left with ease. But with Wang Mo's involvement, he couldn't manage that. Suddenly someone shouted, "Brother Su Luo." Lin Xian's heart jolted. He feared Su Luo had risen to his feet. In his current state, he had no strength left to fight. Lin Xian turned to where Su Luo had fallen, but found no trace of him. He quickly scanned his surroundings, wary of a sneak attack. Having ambushed others all day, he knew all too well how deadly such attacks could be. Yet there was nothing. No matter how he searched, Su Luo was nowhere to be found. Where had he gone? Not only Lin Xian was puzzled, everyone else was equally baffled. Everyone had been focused on the battle, so naturally no one had noticed Su Luo. Had he fled? For a moment, the still conscious young masters couldn't help but feel resentful. Wang Mo had fought to the very end, yet Su Luo, the first to lose, had sneaked away. How useless could he be? Even knowing he was worthless, he shouldn't have abandoned them. If Lin Xian weren't in such a poor state, they might have taken another beating. By running away, Su Luo showed he wouldn't share their hardship. What kind of person was he? After all the flattery they'd heaped on him. Of course these thoughts stayed in their minds. The young masters dared not voice them. Lin Xian sensed this was no simple matter. As he left, he muttered to himself, "Elder Yin, do you know when Su Luo left?" Elder Yin was the old master residing within Lin Xian, a vast repository of knowledge in the cultivation world, well-versed in combat, alchemy, artifact forging, and formations. Not long ago, just as your fight with Wang Mo was ending, Elder Yin added. He left with remarkable lightness. His movements suggest he had been concealing his true strength. As I suspected, Lin Xian's earlier unease about Su Luo was confirmed. Elder Yin, what do you make of him? This youth is no less than you. Such high praise. Lin Xian drew a sharp breath. Never before had Elder Yin given such acclaim to any peer. Not even Li Si had earned his notice. In a hidden underground cavern, Li Si coughed up blood, her face pale as death. The sword in her hand was riddled with multiple cracks. Before her stood a three-meter white tiger demon with a tiger's head on a humanoid body. It stood on two legs, licking its sharp claws with a grotesque human-like grin. Tell me, how did you discover this place? The tiger demon had to address this urgently. The plan to conquer Autumn Wind City was imminent and could not afford any mishaps. Though the insect demons hatched from these eggs were weak, their sheer numbers could solve many problems. Humans especially loved to protect others, and in their vigilance, they left countless openings. Taking Autumn Wind City would be a simple task, but if these eggs were compromised, the tiger demon would be devoured alive by General Blackhorn. With his own life at stake, the tiger demon had to care. Li Si's hand trembled. It was her first time so close to death. Yet even now she held on to her pride. Are you panicking? I am not. The tiger demon realized his tone betrayed him and quickly threatened. You are the one panicking. You are the one about to die. True, but I'm not the only one in despair. I've left a letter. If I don't return, this place will be discovered by Autumn Wind City. Either way, you've failed. You. The tiger demon was so enraged he could barely speak. The thought of being killed by General Blackhorn for his failure filled him with genuine despair. He'll kill you. Consumed by fury, the tiger demon lunged at Li Si. She smiled bitterly, admitting she had miscalculated. After learning of the information from the diary, she had immediately scoured the forest. The trial grounds were not vast. With careful investigation, she had managed to find the suspicious cavern. To be cautious, she had brought along the clan's latest foundation establishment, Elder the Third Elder. She herself was at foundation establishment, and with the Third Elder's help, how could they be inferior to a mere chi refining cultivator like Lin Xian? Impossible. Thus Li Si believed victory was certain. She hadn't expected the tiger demon to be so formidable. The third elder had barely exchanged a few moves before the tiger demon, with a swift combo of heart-stealing chloripping and spinkick, had him embedded in the wall barely alive. Li Si had survived this long only because the tiger demon wanted to know if this location had been exposed and how much was known. There was no hope. Whether she lived or died, this place would be revealed to Autumn Wind City. Thus the tiger demon's killing intent was palpable as his claws aimed for Li Si's head. This time there would be no one to save her. Li Si couldn't help but mock herself. To secure the treasure here, she had only informed the third elder. No one else knew of this place. Perhaps she had been courting death, but still she refused to be reduced to a mere supporting character. Clenching her sword tightly, a gentle breeze swept by as the blade shimmered with light. The sword was covered in cracks on the verge of shattering, yet beneath the radiance of its glow it exuded a dangerous aura. Chaotic wind, one breath. Even if death is certain, I have no regrets. This is the path I chose. This was a move from the wind flow sword art learned beneath a cliff. Unlike flashy sword techniques, this one condensed sword chi into something sharper and more powerful. Plain and unadorned, yet it was the simplest and most lethal strike. In an instant, the tiger demon's claw, which had been inches from taking Li Si's head, was severed. After that, Li Si's sword shattered completely, and she collapsed to the ground utterly spent. The tiger demon rolled on the floor, howling in agony. "Oh, it hurts so much." Yet the next second, just kidding. The tiger demon rose unhurriedly, let out a loud roar, and his hand grew back. Fun, isn't it? But you won't get to see it again. Become nourishment for the eggs. The tiger demon prepared to finish Li Si, then decide whether to flee or report the exposure to General Blackhorn. Fleeing might not mean certain death, but reporting it surely would. The eggs were crucial to the plan, and their premature exposure had already doomed it. The consequences were dire. Faced with death, Li Si felt tears welling up. She smiled bitterly. She really didn't want to die. "Could you come and save me this time?" Even lying prone, Li Si held her shattered sword toward the tiger demon, but she had no strength left to swing it. "Die." The tiger demon's claw suddenly enlarged. With one swipe, it wasn't a question of whether Li Si would survive, but how many pieces she'd be torn into. "No." The third elder cried out in despair. He had watched Li Si grow up. How could he let her die here? Yet no matter how he struggled, his body refused to obey. His injuries were too severe, leaving him to watch helplessly as Li Si was about to be slain. Boom. A massive claw print appeared on the ground. Such force wouldn't just tear her into pieces, it would reduce her to paste. But the tiger demon instantly sensed something was wrong. The feel was off. He whirled around, glaring at the black-clad stranger who had appeared without warning. "If you want to kill her, you're not worthy." A pleasant female voice emerged from the black robe. Su Luo was now in her black-robed female form. To conceal her identity, she always carried a large black robe, just in case. Li Si looked at the familiar black robe, and a smile crept to her lips unbidden. A wave of relief washed over her, and she couldn't help curling up in Su Luo's embrace. When had Li Si ever been so clingy and delicate? "You're not the Li Si I know." While Li Si clung to him like a delicate bird, the tiger demon across from them showed no patience. "And who might you be?" A passing black-robed mysterious figure. "I see someone seeking death. I relish devouring pretty-faced lads like you. What illusion makes you think you can have me for dinner?" Su Luo set Li Si down and took the shattered sword from her hand. Though broken, what remained was enough to deal with this tiger demon. "On my claws alone." The tiger demon's claws swelled again, veins bulging, visibly brimming with explosive power locked onto Su Luo. Su Luo leaped forward without a trace of fear, striking out with his left fist. The tiger demon sneered. What use was that puny fist? Die. Yet within that frail fist lay immense power, forcing the tiger demon's claws aside. The tiger demon could hardly believe it had lost in sheer strength. This man before it seemed even weaker than the previous two. Then the tiger demon felt a strange sensation across its body as if struck by an invisible assault. In that moment of distraction, Su Luo's right hand, gripping the broken sword, thrust forward, piercing the tiger demon's kidney, then slashing upward to the chest and plunging deep. The entire motion was fluid and seamless. By the time the tiger demon reacted, Su Luo had already completed the attack and calmly stepped back. "You? How did you know?" The tiger demon perished in shock, utterly baffled as to why it had been defeated in an instant. Having dealt with the tiger demon, Su Luo turned to look at Li Si. To his surprise, Li Si rushed over and embraced his waist. But with little strength left, she quickly slid down. To keep Li Si from falling, Su Luo had no choice but to catch her, ending up holding her in his arms. Li Si, however, giggled foolishly. Su Luo was speechless. "How can you still laugh like this? Do you have no regard for your life?" "I almost lost it. I was wondering if you'd show up, and you really did." "Why are you here?" Su Luo thought this a good moment to probe. By chance. Li Si nuzzled against Su Luo's chest. Having narrowly escaped death, she craved security, and his embrace was reassuring. If you want, tell me we won't meet again. Su Luo feigned anger, his tone icy. I dreamed it. Li Si lowered her head, knowing it was a lie. A dream. Yes. Lately I've been having strange dreams that reveal places of great fortune. Dreams. Su Luo found this absurd. Why would she suddenly have prophetic dreams? There was no way to intervene. He lacked any means to enter dreams. Stop dreaming. I can't control it. I won't always be able to save you in time. I know, so I'm getting stronger. Li Si displayed her foundation establishment early-stage strength, impressive for her age. But now battered and bruised like a sick cat, she was hardly convincing. You'll regret it. Without the fate of a protagonist, yet claiming what belonged to one, this was the consequence of Li Si's overreach. I won't. Li Si spoke firmly. Su Luo released his hold, letting her fall to the ground. He had caught her only instinctively. Now that his questions were answered, he let go. Besides, it was getting late. Time to leave. The system's prompt had vanished, indicating the storyline could proceed without major deviation. Li Si complained. Can't you be gentler with me? Women only slowed down my sword-drawing speed. Aren't you a woman too? None of your business. Li Si smiled, thinking to herself, I knew you were Su Luo all along. Wait. She took a treasure from her bosom. This is for you. This treasure was the very item that aided in hatching the insect egg. Li Si had obtained it earlier, but was discovered by the tiger demon as she fled. Don't you need it? I do, but I think you need it more. Why do you say that? You're injured. I can't let you come for nothing. Blood dripped from Su Luo's left hand. In fact, his entire left arm was torn and bleeding. That first punch had not been as effortless as it seemed. Su Luo simultaneously activated. My suffering surpasses yours, and I accept your power. Instantly, he gained 20 damage reduction and 20 damage reflection along with the tiger demon's strength. This allowed him to deflect the tiger demon's claw. Of course, the consequence was that his body couldn't withstand the sudden surge of power, leaving his left arm immobile. That claw was formidable. Even with 20 damage reduction, Su Luo ended up in this state. Fortunately, his daily diary entries had earned him enough constitution points that his arm wasn't completely ruined. A period of rest would heal it. Li Si offered the treasure to Su Luo, her sincerity evident. But Su Luo viewed her with suspicion. Perhaps she was just putting on a show. Why would anyone willingly give up a treasure they had nearly died for? And to a stranger met only twice. Su Luo took the treasure decisively, expecting to see Li Si's shock. Instead, she merely smiled gently without reluctance. How strange. Looking at the treasure, Su Luo felt no interest at all, utterly indifferent. Forget it, you keep it. He tossed the treasure back to Li Si and turned to leave. What era was this for traditional cultivation? Cheats. Why rely on training when you can use cheats to become a celestial immortal? This time Su Luo had decided to rely on the diary to pass through. Training. Never in this lifetime. Wait, you've saved me twice. What should I call you? Li Si knew Su Luo wanted to stay hidden, so she let him give himself a title. She would play along with his act, planning to reveal later that she had always known his identity. His expression then would be priceless. Call me Black Robe. How careless. Farewell. Next time I might be collecting your corpse. I won't always be lucky enough to save you. Li Si finally realized. This person using a female voice was usually a frivolous, useless idler. But now his strength far surpassed hers. She couldn't afford to lose. I'll try my best not to need your rescue. The third elder watched the black-robed woman leave before asking Li Si, who is she? So powerful. Indeed, the third elder himself, a foundation establishment latest-stage cultivator, had been easily dealt with, yet that black-robed woman dispatched the tiger demon in an instant. So cleanly that the third elder wondered if his years of cultivation had been wasted. Li Si turned back with a smile. I think I've fallen for him. The third elder tilted his head. That's not what I asked, is it? You like her? She's a woman. Surely not that kind of like, or your father would be furious. Yet no matter how the third elder pressed, he got no information about the black-robed woman. After Su Luo left, he felt a chill run down his spine. This was the last chance to pass, yet Li Si had managed to dream of inexplicable scenes. Su Luo couldn't help but suspect that the system was playing tricks, for why else would this happen only this time? He felt as if the system had him under its thumb. But upon calm reflection, it didn't seem like a major issue. Just now, when Li Si was on the verge of death, a prompt indicated the plot was about to deviate, so other deviations would likely be signaled as well. He had ample opportunity to salvage things. Moreover, the term general plot seemed quite vague with plenty of leeway. So far, only Li Si's near-death experience had triggered a deviation warning. Even when she stole Lin Xian's fortuitous encounter earlier, no prompt appeared. Thus, the advantage was his. Of course, he couldn't act recklessly. The necessary plot points still had to be followed. Since there was still time before returning, he realized from the recent battle that his strength was somewhat lacking. Pin come forth. When it comes to writing a diary, my habit is to start by cursing Li Si. I have no idea what's wrong with her brain, dreaming of fortuitous encounters and then overestimating herself to seize the protagonist's opportunities. Can't she stop causing trouble? Was the tiger demon something she could handle? And the weak point strike? Does she even understand it? Hit the tiger demon's waist and chest in quick succession, and it's an instant kill. Don't be fooled by Lin Xian being only at the chi refining stage. He has an old master. It's from him that he learned this weakness to ambush and slay the tiger demon. Li Si, bringing an ordinary old man, dared to confront the tiger demon heathen. How is that different from sliding tackle in front of a tiger? Thankfully, it was a close call. Oh, she nearly ruined my completion of this trial. Enough, let's continue with the plot. The events in the trial forest aren't over yet. Lin Xian gave us a thrashing and showed off, but it's not done. He needs to show off once more. He needs to take first place. How can a protagonist not be first? But a mere first place lacks any thrill. So as the antagonist, I proposed an idea: hunt spirit beasts together with the young masters and credit all the points to me. Pooling everyone's strength just to utterly crush Lin Xian in points. Yet even under these circumstances, if he still takes first place, defeating our almost cheating methods, that's what makes it satisfying. It could even be called heaven-defying. Then in the plot, he encounters Li Si in the forest, and they fight monsters together. Lin Xian's exquisite combat skills win him some favor from her, but now that she's injured, it seems they want meat. No big deal as long as Lin Xian ends up first. Wait, what about the insect nest? This time Li Si discovered it and reported it to Autumn Wind City, making her the city's hero. Even if Lin Xian finds it later, he'll only be second, and the prestige he gains won't compare. What a headache. All thanks to Li Si's recklessness. Still in the trial, Su Luo couldn't write much. Diary completed. Reward: physique 3, strength 1. Gain special ability: the jester's delight. Can cause a designated target to burst into laughter. The reward was decent, though his cultivation hadn't advanced. Head acquired a special ability. Such powers were rare to obtain, and with this Su Luo had only 3. Yet he felt this skill was rather mischievous. After all, laughter comes naturally when amused, but the thought of someone laughing against their will was an unimaginable scene. With a satisfied smile, Su Luo returned to the site where Lin Xian had fought the young masters of Autumn Wind City. Though injured, they hadn't withdrawn and were resting on the spot. After all, the trial lasted 7 days. Wang Yimou had also awakened and was surrounded by others showing concern. Su Luo greeted them. Yo, you're all still here. Brother Su Luo, where did you go? Some were irked by his arrival, but held back. I went to relieve myself. This excuse, however, ignited one person who began to speak with sarcasm. Relieve yourself? More like you hid away. No need to worry, Brother Su Luo. Brother Wang Yimou already drove Lin Xian away. In truth, Lin Xian had left of his own accord. Such a face-saving claim. Say what you will. Do you want to get back at Lin Xian? Su Luo cut to the chase. Of course, but we can't beat him. Right, he's too fierce. Even if we call our elders, the Li family protects him. There's no hope for us alone. Su Luo said confidently. I have a plan. Can we still trust you? I think we should find someone else. Without even hearing it, they rejected him, showing their distrust. Though not everyone spoke, their expressions said it all. They disagreed. I don't care what you think. Oh, I care about what I think. These words jolted everyone back to reality. Right, the one before them was the prince of princes, not to be trifled with. Seeing them quiet down, Su Luo continued, well, hunt spirit beasts with all our might and credit all the points to me. Naturally, you'll be first, and with this score, we'll thoroughly humiliate Lin Xian. Isn't that a bit much? Su Luo shot a glance. Then cheerful voices rang out. Fine, of course it's fine. This is a brilliant plan. Only our clever brother Su Luo could think of it. Who are you? You're our big brother. Who else would we listen to? Come on, don't joke about that. Exactly, anyone who disobeys will be the first to oppose and give them a beating. No, several beatings. Unfortunately, being able to fight was useless. In this world, one relied on background. Why not give the points to Brother Wang Yimou? Someone suddenly blurted out inappropriately. The others stared at him in shock, breaking out in cold sweat for him. Was he out of his mind saying that? They knew Su Luo well. Defying him at a critical moment would invite revenge. Realizing his mistake, the speaker quickly backtracked. I was joking, haha, don't take it seriously. Wang Yimou was taken aback. He hadn't expected anyone to recommend him. He had been quietly nursing his wounds. Though support was flattering, openly contending with Su Luo wasn't wise. Moreover, Wang Yimou preferred a more subtle backstabbing approach. Just as Wang Yimou was about to decline, Su Luo agreed. Fine, then give the points to Wang Yimou. The others gasped in astonishment. Was this really Su Luo speaking? Alright, it's settled. Rest for a day, then we'll go all out hunting spirit beasts. A hiccup had occurred, but regardless of who took the points, Lin Xian would still end up first, so Su Luo didn't care. In the following days, the atmosphere among them shifted. The young masters subtly began to gather around Wang Yimou. No, it was already happening. They now praised Wang Mo while casually mentioning Su Luo maintaining a certain distance even when lauding him. After all, Su Luo's earlier behavior had been too damaging. Witnessing this, Wang Mo was secretly overjoyed, though he maintained a facade of humility. Indeed, the battle with Lin Xian had been worth it. Now Su Luo's little followers were nearly his. On the first and second days of the trial, Su Luo and the others fought against Lin Xian. On the third day, they took a break. By the fourth day, Su Luo and the others had successfully hunted demon beasts, already accumulating 20 points. Having many people makes tasks easier. At this moment, a young master was searching for demon beasts when he suddenly discovered a person severely injured leaning against a tree. It seemed that the injuries were quite serious, showing no signs of movement, leading the young master to mistakenly believe that the person had already passed away. "Are you all right?" Upon closer inspection, he was astonished. The young master couldn't help but exclaim Li. Before he could finish calling out, a sharp sword was pressed against his throat, instantly silencing him. This was no injured person, the movement was too swift. Li Siyu said, "The person I am waiting for is not you. Go and bring Su Luo here and forget that you encountered me here. Do you understand my meaning?" Understood. Even if he didn't understand, the young master felt the sharpness of the sword. Li Siyu nodded, sheathed her sword, and leaned against the tree again, pretending to be gravely injured. Li Siyu came here intending to ease her relationship with Su Luo and conveniently give him a good healing pill to treat his left hand. Now, although Su Luo obeyed her every command, it was all an act, especially since she had previously expressed her dislike for him. Suddenly liking him again would seem insincere. Thus, Li Siyu planned to gradually improve their relationship before discussing anything else. After some contemplation, she decided to pretend to be injured here, knowing that Su Luo would care for her when he saw her in front of everyone. Once he showed concern for her, she would take the opportunity to ease their relationship. The plan was perfect. Although the young master still couldn't figure out Li Siyu's intentions, he followed through. Returning to the group, he easily led Su Luo toward Li Siyu's direction. Soon they discovered Li Siyu. Su Luo was a bit confused. How could he encounter Li Siyu? In front of everyone, Su Luo couldn't pretend not to see her. He hurriedly approached to check on Li Siyu. "Siyu, what happened to you?" he exclaimed, his voice filled with anguish. However, upon examining her, Su Luo found that she wasn't as seriously injured as she appeared. Many of her injuries were exaggerated for effect. While she looked on the brink of death, it was really just superficial. "I'm injured. Can I stick with you for a while?" Su Luo hadn't expected Li Siyu to make such a request. "No way. You're injured so badly, you must withdraw from the trial. Li family members come out quickly and take Li Siyu back for treatment." Su Luo certainly wasn't willing to do that. It wasn't a necessary plot. If he agreed, it would mean acting like a sycophant in front of his brothers. Before, he had only flattered her a little, and Li Siyu hadn't given him a chance. Now having her come to him meant he would have to maintain this act for several days. Just thinking about it made him uneasy. "No, let me stick with you." Li Siyu grasped Su Luo's hand, refusing to let go. The atmosphere became strange. Nobody knew what Li Siyu was up to. Everyone in Qiufeng City knew she disliked Su Luo. Now she was acting unusually, actively wanting to stay by Su Luo's side. But no one dared to ask further. Su Luo, with a heavy expression, had no choice but to agree under everyone's watchful eyes. Li Siyu stood up, but then remembered that she was supposedly gravely injured. "Su Luo, support me, I seem unable to walk by myself." Su Luo. Her acting was too poor. Her movement just now didn't resemble that of an injured person at all. But no one present dared to voice this. Su Luo had no choice but to support her. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to survive in the forest with such injuries." Li Siyu looked at Su Luo with eyes full of gratitude. Although it was a bit exaggerated, Su Luo's hands trembled. "Who are you? Why would Li Siyu speak to me like this?" "Ah, your hand is injured," Li Siyu exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Su Luo's left hand was still not fully healed, but to him this injury was nothing, hardly worth mentioning. "It's nothing. How could it be nothing? I have a Lingyang pill here. Take it. It's very useful for healing." Su Luo stared at Li Siyu, momentarily speechless. "Shouldn't you listen to what you're saying? Why not take it yourself when you're covered in injuries? Moreover, the Lingyang pill. Do you even know what kind of pill that is? There are fewer than 10 in the entire Qiufeng City. This is a pill with exceptional healing effects, a rarity that even money can't buy." Did you see the astonished expressions of the young masters around? They couldn't believe it. Lingyang pill. It's not some common healing pill, not to mention eating it. Just smelling it could extend one's life. Of course, that might be a bit of an exaggeration, but its value is undeniable. One young master couldn't hold back. "I'm injured too. Is there any kind-hearted person willing to give me a Lingyang pill?" Others quickly followed suit. "What should I do? If I can't get a Lingyang pill, I'm going to die. I wish a kind sister would give me a Lingyang pill. I want to eat it too. I just want to kiss the pill and I'd be satisfied. Just smelling it will do. Su Luo, please, I want one." After hearing their teasing remarks, Li Siyu felt a little shy and stuffed the pill into Su Luo's mouth, saying, "Don't misunderstand I don't have any special feelings for Su Luo. This is just a way to repay Su Luo for being so nice to me before. Now we are even and we owe each other nothing. It's not what you all think, don't misunderstand." Su Luo covered his face. "Stop talking. The more you talk, the more chaotic it becomes." For a moment, the young masters were filled with envy and jealousy, but they still had to maintain expressions of blessings. The only one who had seen the world, Wang Mo, looked like he had just eaten something disgusting. "It's just a Lingyang pill. Who doesn't have one? But you still say there's nothing between you two. What do you mean by being even? You didn't want the things Su Luo gave you before, and now you want to use this excuse. Do you think we're fools? No wonder my scheme didn't work. It turns out you were just acting. You two have a good relationship behind the scenes. I'm so foolish that I couldn't see through this." Wang Mo almost spat blood. "It turns out the fool was me." After being forced to take the pill, the effect was remarkable. In a moment, Su Luo's left hand was completely healed, and the remaining medicinal power nourished his entire body, warm and comfortable. "All right, let's go. Weren't you all busy?" Li Siyu urged. Thus the scene shifted to this Su Luo and Li Siyu. Everyone around Wang Mo among them. Wang Mo clearly surrounded by so many supporters, and now being the center of attention. "Can I feel happy?" Others felt similarly. Clearly, Su Luo pursuing Li Siyu was a joke throughout the city, yet it had become reality. "How do I tell my brothers to accept this? No, in such matters I'm most afraid you're not doing well, but I also fear you're doing too well." However, soon after a day of following, Li Siyu proposed to leave. She knew that easing relationships couldn't be rushed. Su Luo's concern for her throughout the day was no different from before, but now Li Siyu was enjoying it, even joking with Su Luo occasionally. But Li Siyu knew that all of this was an act Su Luo had been pretending all along. When Su Luo finally removes his mask, that would be the true beginning for them. Slowly does it. After all, no one would like someone like Su Luo. Childhood friends and families of equal status. The advantage is mine. After Li Si departed, Su Luo and the others continued hunting demonic beasts in the forest. Su Luo simply acted as if Li Si had never come, carrying on as usual. However, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, making travel through the forest even more treacherous. The young masters were growing impatient, but they endured it for the sake of thoroughly humiliating Lin Xian. "I see someone severely injured. You'd better have actually found someone severely injured." With Li Si as a precedent, the others couldn't help but feel suspicious. It turned out to be true. The person lying on the ground was covered in mud, their features indiscernible. They were emaciated, clearly malnourished. Moreover, they appeared even younger than them. Judging by their clothes, they were from an ordinary family. They had likely come to participate in the trial without any protection, ending up in such a dire state. "Let's bury them. They look beyond saving. Indeed, better to end their suffering than let them linger in pain." The young masters had a conscience, but not much of one. At that moment, Xiao Yu, lying on the ground, realized there were people around. Her lips moved, trying to say, "Save me," but she couldn't utter a sound. Xiao Yu wasn't a trial participant at all. She had only come to the forest to find food for her family. This time she was unlucky enough to encounter a demonic beast. Although she managed to escape with all her might, she couldn't make it out of the forest and ended up in her current plight. Su Luo came over and glanced at her. Just one look was enough to see her will to survive. Save her. Su Luo considered himself to have some conscience, though not much. "Are you serious? Treating someone in that state would be a waste of pills." "I'm in a good mood." Su Luo didn't explain further, answering casually. In everyone's interpretation, it was naturally because Li Si's arrival had put Su Luo in a good mood. Of course, Su Luo's decision to save her had nothing to do with Li Si, it just happened to be a convenient excuse. Su Luo fed some of his healing pills to the severely injured Xiao Yu, then called over members of the Su family to take the gravely wounded person back. A minor incident, nothing significant. The main task was still hunting demonic beasts. Time flew by, and the 7-day trial period passed in the blink of an eye. The trial participants emerged one after another. The most ostentatious group was naturally Su Luo's crew, striding out with their heads held high and an air of arrogance. If only they could have changed into new clothes, it would have been even more impressive. After all their hard work over the past days, they were finally ready to humiliate their target. Their minds were already conjuring up insults for Lin Xian. Lin Xian came out and saw the young masters provoking him, but he paid them no heed. He didn't consider these wastrels worth his attention. The city lord and his aides began their work tallying the scores and ranking the participants before announcing the results. The entire process didn't take long, as it wasn't their first time hosting the event. 10th place, 13 points is. 9th place, 17 points is. Before the results were even fully announced, the young masters could no longer contain themselves and began offering premature congratulations. "Congratulations, brother Wang Mo. The first place is well-deserved. The old city lord's voice carries throughout the city. Brother Wang Mo, from now on you'll be the celebrity of Autumn Wind City. Brother Wang Mo was already a celebrity in Autumn Wind City. From now on you'll have to look out for us. Wang Mo was delighted to secure first place, and their congratulations only lifted his spirits further. But on the surface, he had to maintain an air of humility. No, it's all thanks to everyone's efforts. I'm just the representative. Ha! Without you all, I could never have achieved this score. Ha! However, Wang Mo's humility was contradicted by his expression and tone. He would feign humility, then burst into laughter, then humble himself again, followed by more laughter, loud enough for everyone at the trial to hear. Was he being humble, or just gleefully laughing? The people around him were left bewildered. Wang Mo himself was confused. Why did he keep laughing? The city lord continued his announcement. 5th place, 20 points. Aha! Wang Mo laughed again. The young masters dared not speak, and everyone around was staring at them. Because every time the city lord announced a rank, Wang Mo would laugh. It was hard not to interpret it as mockery of the others belittling their scores. The once proud and spirited young masters bowed their heads, too ashamed to meet anyone's gaze. Well, they had only intended to mock Lin Xian, but now they had inadvertently insulted everyone else. 4th place, 27 points. Ha! The city lord couldn't take it anymore. Have you laughed enough? No. Wang Mo meant to say he hadn't intended to laugh, but he couldn't help it. The city lord's face darkened. Su Luo hadn't expected that even the city lord would become a target of mockery. Wang Mo, your laughter truly has the makings of a villain, though you were already one. Sorry, I don't know why, but I just keep laughing. Wang Mo couldn't explain his predicament. This was of course Su Luo's doing. He had secretly used Jester's joy on Wang Mo. Why be so humble in a scene meant for face slapping? Since you're standing in for me, you should be arrogant and domineering. With such humility, how will the target feel the sting of defeat? Lin Xian might think we can't even pull off a proper humiliation. 3rd place, 36 points. Li Si. Wow. No one expected Li Si to only get 3rd place. She was the most skilled cultivator in the trial and a top contender for first. Was there another powerhouse? 2nd place, 159 points. Wang Mo. Ha! Wang Mo laughed again, but the young masters couldn't smile. They were stunned. How could he be second? Wang Mo's laughter abruptly stopped. He was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected to be second either. Su Luo nodded approvingly. That's right. Laughter cut short, followed by a look of shock, creating a stark contrast. This expression would surely delight Lin Xian. Indeed, Lin Xian, standing nearby, had a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. 1st place, 177 points. Lin Xian. Lin Xian, the young masters couldn't believe it and began to protest. Impossible. How did he get such a high score? Can all of us together not surpass him? City Lord, are you sure you didn't miscount? Silence. The city lord's single word silenced the young masters. The aura of a golden core powerhouse was overwhelming, far beyond what their chi refining stage could withstand. Lin Xian's score is absolutely correct, and his strength is indeed sufficient to achieve it. If you doubt me, look at yourselves. All of you together couldn't match Lin Xian. You claim to be the future of Autumn Wind City, yet all you do is indulge in pleasure. I know you're unconvinced. There's another announcement to make. You should all be grateful to Lin Xian. It was he who uncovered the demon race's conspiracy in the forest. Su Luo was stunned. Wasn't it Li Si? How did it become Lin Xian again? Su Luo glanced secretly at Li Si, trying to gauge her intentions. Li Si simply stood there unremarkable. Su Luo couldn't fathom why Li Si would credit Lin Xian with this achievement. Li Si had no particular motive. She simply thought that since Su Luo was so obsessed with advancing the plot, she would play along appropriately. Following Su Luo's storyline might make him happy. It would also save her from constantly being accused in his diary of derailing the plot. The city lord continued. We were unaware that there was a cave filled with insect eggs in the forest. If those eggs had hatched and swarmed into Autumn Wind City, it would have been like a plague of locusts. In the worst case, the entire city could have been destroyed. But there's no need to worry. Now that they've been discovered, every last egg has been eradicated. Remember, it was Lin Xian who saved Autumn Wind City from disaster. Lin Xian is the hero of Autumn Wind City. The news was too shocking. After such a long period of peace, the sudden suggestion that the city could have been destroyed was hard for anyone to believe. But coming from the city lord, at least half of it had to be true. Lin Xian. Someone started the chant, and gradually others joined in. Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Lin Xian. The entire city echoed with Lin Xian's name. At that moment, Lin Xian was basking in glory, reaping both fame and the rewards of being first in the trial. Seeing that the plot had progressed sufficiently, Su Luo left. Although he didn't know why Li Si had given the credit to Lin Xian, this was the treatment befitting the protagonist. When Li Si saw Su Luo leave, she followed him when no one was watching. Su Luo had barely taken a few steps when she sensed Li Si catching up from behind. Of course it could be an illusion. Perhaps she was simply heading home as well, not specifically seeking her out. But regardless, it was always safer to avoid encounters outside the storyline. However, Li Si gave Su Luo no chance to escape. Why do I feel like you're avoiding me? No, how could that be? I can't wait to see you. They'll take your word for it. See, you've been so nice to me lately. It's making me uncomfortable. You're imagining things. I was just heading home and saw you all alone, so I thought I'd keep you company. I'm so moved I could cry. Stop it. How fake. Su Luo knew whether she was being fake, but to Li Si it certainly seemed that way. Shouldn't she be leaving by now? In the original plot, she should be gazing at Lin Xian like a love-struck fool. After a few casual exchanges, Li Si suddenly asked, "Let me ask you something serious. Are you happy today?" Of course she was happy. Every completed plot point brought her one step closer to returning to reality. But she couldn't say that. I'm furious. That bastard Lin Xian stole all the spotlight. It's infuriating. Really? That's a relief. Though Su Luo feigned rage, Li Si knew from the diary that such things wouldn't truly anger her. The more furious she acted on the surface, the more likely a little figure was dancing with joy inside. Relief. Yes. You're still the Su Luo I know. Of course. I've always been the Su Luo you know, and you've always been my Si. Always. They parted ways. Both Su Luo and Li Si thought the same thing. Liars. You're not the person I thought I knew. Su Luo returned home ready to rest. She had no other interests, just wanted to lie down. Since she didn't need to cultivate, she had plenty of time to spare. Suddenly, a young girl passed by. She seemed unfamiliar, perhaps a newcomer. Su Luo paid no attention and continued toward her room. But her sleeve was tugged. What's wrong? Something the matter. Thank you for saving me. Saving you. When in the forest. Su Luo took a closer look. Fair skin, bright eyes, a face full of innocence. She looked completely different from her near-death state in the forest, so it was no wonder Su Luo hadn't recognized her. Oh, it's you. Sorry I didn't recognize you. Thank you. The little girl expressed her gratitude sincerely once more. All right, it's nothing serious. Now that you're healed, go back home, or people might think I kidnapped you. But Xiaoyu was an orphan. No one was waiting for her return. Still, she didn't want to trouble Su Luo further, so she said nothing. She had only stayed to thank her in person. Because she had nothing of value to offer, only thanks. Su Luo couldn't handle such heartfelt gratitude. It made her uneasy, as villains weren't accustomed to such treatment. Wait. Su Luo returned to her room and fetched a book. Here, take this. It's for cultivation. You can try it so you don't end up dead somewhere again. Xiaoyu quickly refused. No, it's too precious. Don't worry, it's just a basic cultivation manual, common as dirt. This was true. Su Luo wouldn't casually hand out her family's secret techniques or any advanced art she knew. Since she had already saved Xiaoyu, giving her a basic cultivation book was no big deal. Xiaoyu clutched the book as if it were a treasure. Thank you, thank you. She had nothing else to offer, so she could only express her gratitude endlessly. All right, don't worry your family. Go on home. Xiaoyu took one last look at Su Luo, etching her image into her memory. Only then did she leave. Su Luo paid it no mind. After all, she had merely saved her on a whim. Though the girl was indeed delicate and would likely grow into a beauty. But Su Luo wasn't tempted. She had seen far too much. Besides, the girl was younger than her, appearing only 12 or 13. Su Luo had no desire to court disaster. Those who understood, understood. The next day, Su Luo rose early and began her diary. Today is another good day. The plot has deviated a little, but not much. That's exactly what I wanted. The trial is over. The next big event is the 7-star sword sect's entrance exam. But there's still some time before that. A couple of daily life episodes will be interspersed. Lin Xian is solidifying his foundation at the late Qi refining stage, steadily improving step by step. In a couple of days, there's an auction plot. I have no part in it. Wang Mo plays the villain. Wang Mo's earlier scheme against the Li family was exposed. Though everyone still smiles on the surface, there's a covert struggle brewing. This auction is the Li family's counterattack stage. Of course, the Li family won't act directly, so Lin Xian will be their representative. During the auction, whatever Wang Mo bids on, Lin Xian follows. When the price reaches a certain point, Lin Xian backs out, forcing Wang Mo to waste a huge sum of money. Lin Xian bids on something, and Wang Mo does the same. But Lin Xian never intended to buy. When the price gets too high, he simply stops following. Wang Mo is led around by the nose. Normally clever, he loses all sense when facing the protagonist. But none of that is the point. The auction is where the protagonist finds bargains. This time the treasure is a rusted sword. When Lin Xian bids on the rusted iron sword, everyone mocks him. Though a hero, he's still young and completely lacks discernment. But when Lin Xian wins the bid, a smirk spreads across his face. Elder Yin tells him it's a rare, ancient, immortal sword. Once special materials are gathered to remove the rust, it will reveal its true glory. So no matter how much the crowd jeers, Lin Xian remains unfazed, even laughing aloud. Others laugh at me for being mad, while I laugh at them for not seeing through. When there was no plot to follow, Su Luo was as idle as a salted fish. After collecting the diary's rewards, she had nothing left to do. But she still kept an eye on the news. 2 days later, her subordinates reported on the auction. Lin Xian had purchased a rusted iron sword. Su Luo nodded. That was right. The plot was on track. Relieved, she resumed her lounging, determined to stay within her 4 walls. Meanwhile, in Li Si's room, she was swinging a rusted iron sword. That's right. She had intercepted the ancient immortal sword. The moment she saw the diary, Li Si rushed to the auction and bought the immortal sword. Leveraging her status as the Li family's eldest daughter and paying a small price, she managed to acquire the seemingly unremarkable rusted sword. Then, to preserve Su Luo's plot, Li Si made a special arrangement. She found another rusted sword to put up for auction. Naturally, Lin Xian had no interest in rusted swords. But Li Si arranged for a subordinate to bid on the rusted sword on Lin Xian's behalf. So the news Su Luo received was still that Lin Xian had bought a rusted sword. The plot proceeded smoothly. Su Luo woke up early again today, ready to be disciplined. For 5 minutes. After a brief stretch, he found a lounge chair, laid down comfortably, and began to write in his diary. The auction was Wang Mo's misfortune. Now it's my turn. After all, Qiufeng City isn't too big or too small. 2 villains taking turns is enough. This time the main event is Li Si's kidnapping. The demonic cultists are beginning to appear in the storyline, though only a minor figure named Hongguang. A minor character at the Foundation establishment early stage, just the right opponent for Lin Xian, who is at the Qi refining late stage. It offers the thrill of challenging a higher realm without being too strong to defeat. If it were too strong and he still won, it would be labeled as plot armor and the power scaling would collapse absurdly. Though even this cross-realm challenge already hints at instability. While fleeing from the 7-star sword sect, Hongguang stumbled upon Li Si, who had just gone out. He immediately saw that she was suitable for alchemy. This alchemy, of course, pertains to the demonic path, a sinister method to enhance cultivation. The details are too grim to elaborate. Thus he risked capturing Li Si. If the alchemy succeeded, he could not only heal his injuries, but also advance his cultivation, perhaps even turning the tables on his pursuers from the 7-star sword sect. With this premise, the plot unfolds. Li Si's disappearance shook all of Qiufeng City. The Li family searched everywhere, and as her foremost devoted admirer, I naturally mobilized the Su family's forces. Not only did I dispatch our men, but I also joined the search personally. And of course our protagonist Lin Xian was there too. Indeed, Hongguang was merely a stepping stone for Lin Xian. The trope of a hero saving a beauty never goes out of style. However, this plotline had another purpose beyond that. It was to deal with me, not to kill me. I am a villain who survives until the end. But to make Li Si lose all faith in me, turning us into strangers from then on. I found Li Si first, but I couldn't defeat Hongguang and was captured too. Having been raised on various supplements, I was no less suitable for alchemy than Li Si. As for why I had no guards, it was because I had dispersed them all in my eagerness to find Li Si. A truly sincere heart, but the author confiscated my wits. In a hidden cave, Li Si was hung up, but she was not violated. Hongguang was a man obsessed with power. He had no interest in women. Since childhood, he had lived solely to grow stronger, even resorting to the demonic path. Even in captivity, I didn't forget to show care and concern for Li Si, and I had the audacity to curse and threaten Hongguang. Instead of getting angry, Hongguang smiled. Seeing my infatuation with Li Si, he decided to play a little game of human nature. He said that if I stabbed Li Si, he would let us both go. So as if my mind had been kicked by a donkey, I believed him. Before the act, I even asked, really. After his confirmation, I tearfully stabbed Li Si. Hongguang immediately reneged, mocking my foolishness. Enraged, I charged at him only to be beaten back. I even cried from the humiliation. How utterly disgraceful. Then Hongguang said that only one of us could live, whoever died would allow the other to leave safely. This time he swore he would keep his word. He spoke with such conviction that I believed him again, revealing my utter stupidity and naivety to Li Si. But this time I hesitated. Though I was a devoted admirer, I also feared death. Hongguang grew increasingly excited, watching my agonized, hesitant expression. After a long, painful struggle, just as I decided to sacrifice myself, he whispered in my ear like a demon. If you die, she might live happily in someone else's arms. She's so beautiful and talented, she'll soon find the right person and forget you completely. Hearing this, I froze on the spot, tears streaming uncontrollably. Then I cried out in anguish, no, I don't want that. I want her to remember me forever. Seeing my devastated expression, Hongguang burst into maniacal laughter. Just like a true demonic cultivator, his mind was clearly unhinged. Under Hong Guang's cunning persuasion, I chose to survive. Of course, he wouldn't let me kill Li Si. She was still useful and fresh was better. He was just toying with me, but I took it seriously and mercilessly aimed my knife at Li Si's vital points. Just in the nick of time before Hong Guang could stop me, Lin Xian swooped in heroically to save Li Si. What followed goes without saying. Lin Xian engaged Hong Guang in a fierce battle. Despite being severely injured, he managed to defeat Hong Guang, achieving a last-moment counterattack and rescuing Li Si. After this incident, Li Si was utterly disillusioned with me. The look she once gave me as if I were trash turned into cold indifference. She treated me as if I were invisible. As for me, this event made me an irreconcilable enemy of Lin Xian. I harbored a one-sided grudge against him for stealing Li Si away, setting the stage for our future confrontations. It's easy to see that the author crafted this plot to sever my connection with Li Si. After all, how could the female lead always have a lovesick admirer by her side? After this, I no longer had to go out of my way to please Li Si. A few polite words would suffice. My main focus became taking revenge on Lin Xian, driven by the mindset that I couldn't win Li Si back without defeating him. So Li Si, you won't have to endure my relentless pursuit anymore. Without me, make sure to eat, drink, and enjoy yourself on time. Stay up late every night, don't bother adding clothes when it's cold, force yourself to cultivate when unwell, and never correct your mistakes. In short, may you always thrive. Of course, after this ordeal, the author gave me a slight upgrade. I learned a bit of patience, or rather my personality grew darker. Without absolute certainty, I would not act rashly against the protagonist. In any case, I'll keep up with the updates. But I can't help feeling that it might have been better to be eliminated early. Fewer scenes and ID have cleared the story long ago. Using a single villain from start to finish. What was the author thinking? Diary completed. Reward speed 1, defense 3, cultivation increased by 1 level. Current cultivation foundation establishment midstage. Gains special ability radiance of the setting sun. Witnessing the sunset strengthens the soul to a certain degree. Note the effect only activates after watching the sunset for more than half an hour. Su Luo declared once again that the diary was divine. Methods to strengthen the soul were extremely rare even in the entire cultivation world, and even when available, success depended on one's constitution. Now simply watching the sunset every day brought enhancement. Though minimal, it was still progress, and the cumulative effect over time would be terrifying. And Su Luo had no shortage of time. His cultivation had now reached foundation establishment midstage, surpassing Li Si. In the original plot at this point, he would still be at chi refining late stage, and a very unstable one at that. Not bad at all. At this rate, his cultivation would soon far exceed Lin Xian's. Then no matter how Lin Xian attacked, he might not even be able to break through his defenses. After finishing his diary, Su Luo waited quietly for the plot to begin. Meanwhile, Li Si's eyes widened in shock. This plot must not proceed. The severance must not happen. After reading the diary, Li Si paced back and forth in the courtyard with no intention of cultivating at all. Normally, she would have been deeply immersed in her training. Since the auction, Li Si had been cultivating unceasingly day and night. Unlike someone who always lazed around, she was not lacking in perseverance, striving every single moment. But now her heart was in turmoil. What should she do? How could she make this right? Should she simply not go out and avoid being kidnapped by Hong Guang? No, if she didn't follow the plot, that guy Su Luo would complain again and heap all the blame on her. She might as well stick to the storyline. It wasn't that she cared about him, it was just pitiful to see him crying and whining when things went off track. She could follow the plot, but if things deviated just a little, it wouldn't be her fault. For instance, if Lin Xian didn't show up, that couldn't be blamed on her. Li Si thought it over and decided that was the way to go. Thinking of cutting ties with me. Not a chance. So she made some preparations and then went out waiting for Hong Guang's arrival. As expected, Hong Guang spotted Li Si from the shadows and harbored malicious intent. He made his move, but was captured instead. So you're Hong Guang. Li Si had already placed her sword against his neck. Hong Guang was stunned. First, he was shocked that such a young girl could be so formidable. Second, he was amazed that he was so famous. In truth, it wasn't Hong Guang's fault. Li Si's cultivation was far stronger than in the original plot, and she had the third elder secretly protecting her. Capturing Hong Guang was a foregone conclusion. To prevent Hong Guang from using any demonic secret arts, Li Si had the third elder cripple most of his cultivation and then force-fed him various poisons and sedatives to subdue him. At that moment, Hong Guang's inner thoughts could be summed up as folks who would have thought that even as a demonic cultivator, I'm not as ruthless as her. Finally, Li Si asked, "Do you want to live?" Hong Guang felt like vomiting blood. In this state, what difference was there from being dead? She might as well just kill him with one strike. But his will to survive made his body nod honestly. Because Li Si had given him a sliver of hope. Although most of his cultivation was gone, his foundation wasn't damaged. As long as he lived, he could cultivate back. Then I'll only say this once. Do as I say, understand. Yes, yes. To survive, Hong Guang was willing to do anything no matter how difficult or humiliating. After hearing the plan, Hong Guang looked puzzled and a bit bewildered. What a strange request. Even the third elder was dumbfounded. She had thought Li Si had something important to do, but this was it. Little C, are you sure about this? I don't understand. You've always hated Su Luo. People change third elder. Do you trust me? Of course I do, but I don't trust that Su Luo kid. All right, let me be willful this once. Very well, you are the future of our clan. Since you've said so, I will support you. With the third elder's cooperation, Li Si's disappearance became much easier. As expected, the news of Li Si's disappearance reached Su Luo. He immediately sent members of the Su family to search for her and rushed out himself in a hurry. As he searched, Su Luo dispersed the people around him and found a place to rest alone. He was unhurried because he knew exactly where she was. If he had to perfectly complete the scenario, even when alone, he would have to act out an anxious expression and keep searching for Li Si without a moment's pause. It was exhausting. Now he just had to wait for the right time. Besides, if Li Si was in danger, the system would alert him, so there was no need to rush. At sunset, Su Luo quietly admired the view, gaining a slight boost to his soul. It was about time. Su Luo walked toward a cave. At the entrance, he began to act. He kept calling Li Si's name and hurriedly entered the cave. See, where are you? Are you in here? Answer me. Soon he saw Li Si with Hong Guang beside her brewing a dark potion in a large cauldron. Finally, he's here. Hong Guang felt like crying. He had been brewing the potion from morning till night, and the liquid was almost gone. All those precious materials he had painstakingly collected over a long time were wasted. It was heart-wrenching. There was no helping it. Li Si didn't know when Su Luo would arrive, so she kept Hong Guang on constant standby. In the original plot, Hong Guang's wound from the Seven-Star Sword sect had reopened when he captured Li Si, and it took him half a day to recover before he could start brewing the potion. This time, though, he was worse off. Li Si gave him no rest. What else could he do? To survive, he had to grit his teeth and bear it. Little did he expect that gritting his teeth would not only exhaust him physically and mentally, but also drain his secret stash. For a moment, he even felt a murderous intent. If he couldn't kill the girl, couldn't he at least take out his anger on the boy in front of him? But he gave up the idea. In his current state, he wasn't even sure he could kill the boy. Besides, the man this girl had her eye on couldn't be that weak. He had no choice but to prepare for the act. See, are you all right? Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. So you're the one who kidnapped C. I advise you to release us immediately and turn yourself into the Li family. Su Luo first showed concern for Li Si, then looked at Hong Guang with an arrogant expression, completely dismissing him. Do you think I'll listen to you? You won't escape either. Hong Guang gave a disdainful smile, but inside he was deeply frustrated. He had thought the girl wanted him to do something serious, but it turned out to be just a play with this kid coming to rescue her. A beautiful woman staging a hero-saving the Baity act. How elaborate. But realizing he was just a pawn in their game, Hong Guang was utterly speechless. No choice then. Let me defeat you and rescue my beloved C. With that, Su Luo charged at Hong Guang, throwing a punch full of openings. Hong Guang was baffled. A bit weak, isn't he, kid? With such a big mouth, he thought the boy was formidable, but this was it. If I were unharmed, killing you would be like slaughtering a chicken. But now he couldn't afford to hurt the boy. So Hong Guang retaliated with little force. After a few exchanges, he would have let his guard down and eventually been defeated. That would have met Li Si's requirements. But with just one blow, Su Luo was sent flying backward, clutching his wound and yelling. It hurts so much. Ah! Hong Guang was speechless. Was he kidding me? How could he be so weak? I barely used any strength. Su Luo struggled to his feet, but immediately collapsed again, his face full of reluctance. I never thought I'd become your prisoner too. At that moment, Hong Guang's mind raced, recalling Li Si's instructions. First phase, fight Su Luo and be defeated. If you can end it in the first phase, good. If Su Luo falls instantly, don't doubt it. You just proceed to the next phase immediately. Hong Guang grabbed Su Luo by the foot and tossed him next to Li Si. Ignoring his pain, Su Luo said to Li Si, "See, don't worry, I'll untie you." But Su Luo couldn't break the ropes no matter how hard he tried. Hong Guang clicked his tongue in admiration. Buy one, get one free. Couldn't ask for better. Let us go, or the Li and Su families will make you die a miserable death. Letting you go is not impossible, but let's play a little game. If you do as I say, I'll release you immediately. What game? I won't play. You have to let us go. Not playing. It seems you don't understand your situation. Hong Guang pretended to move forward and beat Su Luo. Su Luo immediately backed down. All right, I'll play. Hong Guang was truly exasperated with Su Luo. The kid never gave him a chance to show off, and he was both weak and cowardly. Yet he couldn't really hurt him. How infuriating. But the show had to go on. Inside the cave, Li Si was bound, unable to move or speak. Su Luo crouched beside her, ready to play Hong Guang's little game. Hong Guang produced his beloved dagger, tossing it from left hand to right and back again. Finally, he pointed it at Li Si and said, "Listen up. Since you like her, I'll give you a game. If you win, I'll let you both go. What do I have to do? Kiss her. I would never stab." "Wait, what did you say? Did you not hear me? Kiss her. No, you must have misspoken. Surely you want me to stab her with that knife of yours, and then we can leave, right?" "No, no, no. Why would I do such a thing? What nonsense are you talking? Why would I make you stab her for no reason? I have no grudge against either of you." Cold sweat nearly broke out on Hong Guang's forehead. "Kid, do you want me dead? Stab her. If she loses a single hair, it'll be torn apart. And why are you reacting like this? Isn't this proposal good for you? What's your problem?" Su Luo was equally speechless at Hong Guang. Hey, where's your dignity as a demonic cultivator? Saying you have no grudge. You shouldn't be like this. Your demonic mindset should never suggest such a game. Kissing Li Si, right in front of you. What benefit is that to you? Incomprehensible. The two fell into a tacit silence, each finding the other bizarre. Hong Guang didn't know what to do. It was supposed to be simple, yet it had become so complicated. No, this kid is useless. I have to think of something. As long as he defeats me, I'll be fine. Oh no, I dropped my knife. Without it, my strength drops by a third. Damn, my unruly foot has even kicked it over to your side. Hong Guang exclaimed in mock terror, "If you get that knife, and with my injuries, I might not be able to beat you. How dreadful." Though his face showed panic, his tone clearly urged, "Su Luo, go for it, charge, you'll win." "Su Luo, what's going on? Even a minor character like you has such a deviation. This isn't your script." "No matter. If I act like a fool, the effect will be the same. Li Si will lose hope in me." Su Luo also feigned terror. "No, you're definitely tricking me. That move proved you're far stronger. If I pick up the knife, you'll kill Si first, then me. You're deliberately giving me the knife to play your game. Stab Si once, and you'll let us go. Fine, I'll do it. I hope you keep your word and release us afterwards." Hong Guang was going mad. "Are you mistaken? I never said that from start to finish. Stop obsessing over stabbing that girl. Do you have a grudge against her? If you stab her, I'm dead." Seeing Su Luo genuinely take the knife to stab Li Si, Hong Guang was so anxious he wanted to kick Su Luo away. "Wait, maybe I should just throw myself onto the blade. Taking one stab and falling down is better than losing my life. Plus, it would count as a heroic rescue. It might end too quickly and not look natural, but I wonder if that girl will mind. There's no time to worry about that now. That kid really wants to stab her." Hong Guang dashed forward and stood in front of Li Si, preparing to accidentally take the blow. Su Luo, quick to react, immediately dropped the knife, crouched, and covered his head. "Don't kill me." Hong Guang improvised, thrusting his face close to Su Luo's, completely defenseless. "What's wrong? You were so fierce just now. Why can't you do it now? Hit me, hit me." "No, I clearly understand my situation now. Spare me, let me go. I don't want to die." Su Luo scrambled backward in fear, tripping over a stone and landing on his backside, yet still inching away. Hong Guang's fists clenched in frustration. "I'm practically shoving my face in front of you. Hit me. One punch, and he'll fall down." "But you're utterly useless." Hong Guang couldn't understand. Did anyone really like such a spineless coward? Oh, they do, he realized, noticing Li Si's displeasure. He nearly wept. He understood that if Su Luo continued to embarrass himself, he wouldn't lose face, but he would lose his life. A surge of survival instinct struck Hong Guang, and he thought of a brilliant idea. "Kid, seeing you like this, I've decided to play a game of luck with you. See this knife? Spin it. Whoever it points to takes a stab." "No, I'm scared." "That's not up to you." Hong Guang spun the knife on the ground and waited for it to stop. The first time it pointed at Hong Guang. Without a word, Hong Guang slashed himself with the knife. "All right, again." "No." Su Luo was dumbfounded. Why did he hurt himself without hesitation? The second time it pointed at Hong Guang again. Without even a frown, he cut himself once more. "I don't believe this." Without giving Su Luo a chance to stop him, he spun the knife again. The third time it still pointed at Hong Guang. He picked up the knife, but hesitated this time. "Maybe we should stop." "Stop? No way. I can take a loss." Gritting his teeth, Hong Guang gave himself another cut. Su Luo felt the man must be insane. This isn't about winning or losing. You're bleeding all over. Can you even hold on until Lin Xian arrives? Why play a stupid game of Russian roulette instead of a normal one? And losing 3 times in a row. You should quit the demonic path. Hong Guang, however, ignored him and continued. The fourth time the knife pointed at Hong Guang. Even as a ruthless man, he felt he had been too harsh on himself. One last time. Falling down like this should be enough for that girl, right? Huh. After 4 consecutive stabs, Hong Guang could no longer hold on. Collapsed on the ground, he glared at Su Luo with feigned reluctance. "I never expected you to be so weak, but so lucky. You were the first to come rescue this girl, and now you've beaten me time and again. Fine. I was blind to look down on you before. With your luck, your future achievements will be unparalleled. Kid, be braver from now on. You're actually very talented. Keep it up. Finally, a hero deserves a beauty. You're worthy of her." Hong Guang pointed at Li Si and uttered a dramatic incantation release. There, her bindings are undone. You can leave now. Take good care of her. Hong Guang closed his eyes. It's over, it's over. What a difficult performance, he sighed inwardly. Did you think I wanted to cut myself? It's because that kid was utterly useless. Infuriating. He didn't even fight back. What a waste. And yet that girl actually fell for such a piece of trash. Forget it. This time I was unlucky. But he'll find a chance later to humiliate that kid in front of her. She should be satisfied now, right? If I hadn't come up with this plan on the spot, who knows how that useless kid would have won. What? Don't tell me you think he was actually lucky. I controlled every spin. I controlled it 4 times in a row just to praise his luck. That's the only thing I could compliment him on. Everything else about him is pathetic. What does that girl see in him? Handsome. Yes, he is. But in the cultivation world, looks don't keep you alive. Only strength is eternal. Hong Guang secretly resolved to become stronger. Seeing Hong Guang fall, Su Luo quickly shook him. No, you can't collapse now. Lin Xian hasn't arrived yet. At least wait until he comes and gives you a look that makes you fall. Stop shaking me, it hurts. Hong Guang dared not move lest he ruin the act. Suddenly Su Luo was tackled by Li Si. In Su Luo's arms, Li Si looked at him with tearful eyes. Thank you, Su Luo. You were the first to save me. I was so scared just now. No, it's only right. Lin Xian, where are you? Su Luo felt this wasn't how the plot should go. Lin Xian had been taken elsewhere by the third elder and would never come. This was Li Si's special arrangement. You were so brave just now. Well, not really. Su Luo didn't know how to respond. How had he become the hero? He couldn't help but look at Hong Guang like he was an idiot. You play games fine, but why play one that gets you killed? With all the games in your favor, you choose Russian roulette, chasing thrills until you die and drag me into it. I really want to throw up. Lying on the ground, Hong Guang felt the same. Was that really brave? Girl, you're blind. I'm braver than him. What does she see in him? His background. That might be it. But I still say strength is everything. I never realized before that you'd risk everything for me. I'm sorry I was wrong. Li Si kept opening her heart, showing her affection. Actually, well, it's just. Damn, Su Luo didn't know how to continue. If this went on, Li Si's fondness for him would explode. Li Si said considerately, don't say anything. I understand. Hong Guang wanted to get up and hit someone. Stop this lovey-dovey talk. Can't you wait until we leave? I'm bleeding to death here. The next second, Hong Guang heard the most beautiful words. Li Si said, let's go. Head back. What about him? He's already dead. With a swift strike, Li Si ended Hong Guang's life. Even in death, he couldn't understand why didn't she keep her word. Ridiculous. Li Si had never intended to let Hong Guang go from the start. Let's go. She linked arms with Su Luo, and they left together. By this point, even if Lin Xian arrived, nothing could be salvaged. Yet the system didn't alert him to a plot deviation. How strange. Did character affinity not affect the main storyline? Su Luo felt the joy radiating from Li Si beside him. He had never seen her like this before. Now she seemed like a young girl, not the arrogant, aloof genius she usually was. What are you staring at? Is it strange? See, do you really think I'm good? Thinking back, I was useless. I'm just a wastrel. Yes, but even as a wastrel, you were the first to appear. To me in that moment, you were a beam of light, giving me hope. I thought I made you see darkness. Haha, how could that be? If you were in the same situation, would my appearance make you see darkness? Of course not. Even as he said it, Su Luo felt the darkness closing in. Li Si, you've gone astray. Then neither would I. And you know, at some point my opinion of you changed. You're really not bad. Probably since I saw your diary. That's the real you. Really? I didn't know. I'm sure of it. One day you'll be famous across the land, and no one will dare to provoke you. Even though you're stronger than me now, I'll definitely work hard to surpass you and become the strongest. Then whoever messes with you will strike them down. In Li Si's eyes, Su Luo had saved her several times before proving he was stronger. She believed this was experience he had gained through dozens of resets, useful in the early stages. But talent didn't change easily. Su Luo's future cultivation would be arduous. He had even written about being a villain and falling into demonic ways to gain power. Li Si didn't want to see that. So now she had another reason to get stronger. Famous across the land. That doesn't suit me. Su Luo shook his head. I'm just a villain opposing the protagonist. If I become famous, it won't be for good reasons. After the kidnapping incident, Su Luo and Li Si's relationship didn't sour, but improved. Even so, the system didn't flag a plot deviation, so he let it be. Now Su Luo felt that no matter what foolish or embarrassing thing he did, Li Si wouldn't distance herself. It was all rather inexplicable. So Su Luo stopped making futile efforts and acted a bit more normally around Li Si, saving himself the trouble. Of course, most of the time Li Si was cultivating and didn't seek Su Luo out. He naturally didn't go looking for her either. Thus, Su Luo's easy days continued. But lately nothing special happened, and his diary entries had been perfunctory for days. Day 1, playing cards. Day 2, playing cards. Day 3, Su Luo, how can you be so degenerate? Day 4 playing cards. That was Su Luo's diary routine for those days. Though Su Luo didn't actually play cards, that's what he wrote. There was nothing else to write. Of course he could skip it, it wasn't mandatory to write daily. Out of a playful spirit, he wrote it anyway. Time flew, and the 7-star sword sect's entrance examination arrived. Su Luo packed lightly and set off for the sect. Before leaving, his father gave him some advice, mainly don't worry. The path is paved for you. He also gave him a storage pouch, a priceless treasure that most cultivators couldn't afford. And so Su Luo departed. Joining him were the young cultivators of Autumn Wind City, including Lin Xian. The 7-star sword sect's entrance exam was open to anyone under 20. There was no need to worry about too many candidates. The exam was a severe filter admitting only a few. The mode of transport to the sect was the city lord's mount, the blazing sun red bird. It carried Su Luo and the others flying toward the sect, so no incidents occurred. Half a day later they arrived at 7-star town, the sect's gateway. This was where the examination took place. Passing it allowed entry into the sect. The town was bustling with candidates from nearby regions. Order was well maintained as troublemakers were swiftly dealt with by the sect's enforcers. Lin Xian, you won't pass the exam. Better leave now. Su Luo immediately started taunting Lin Xian. In the original plot, knowing he would surely enter the sect, he was arrogant. When else could he vent his frustration? Worry about yourself. Lin Xian turned and walked away coolly. Su Luo found a decent place to rest in 7-star's town. It couldn't be called a good spot really, as all the decent inns were already booked. Even managing to secure a small room was fortunate. The 7-star sword sect was that alluring. Upon arriving, Su Luo still decided to wander outside. There wasn't much to see really. He had explored this area countless times during the storyline. But without the need for cultivation, he had plenty of time. Boredom struck, so he idly looked around. Then he realized he was being followed. No, it wasn't exactly stalking. The person didn't even try to hide, simply trailing behind him. Su Luo stopped and turned around to look. The person, upon being noticed, showed no reaction, only lowering their head in slight embarrassment after being stared at for too long. Su Luo recognized her. It was the little girl he had saved in the forest. What was her name? He hadn't asked. Since she wasn't a suspicious figure, he decided to ignore her, just a minor character. Su Luo continued his stroll, glancing around casually. Xiaoyu kept following him. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, so how long do you plan on following me? I feel unsettled in this place, but seeing you brings me peace. Xiaoyu had never been in such a crowded area before. Moreover, since she began cultivating, she had developed a vague ability to sense the strength of others. 7-star's town was teeming with powerful individuals, which only heightened her insecurity. She had come alone with the main force from Autumn Wind City, having no companions. She had glimpsed Su Luo on the giant bird, but back then he was surrounded by a crowd in luxurious attire. She felt a pang of inferiority. Now that Su Luo was alone, she only wished to trail him from a distance, never intending to disturb him. Why are you here for the 7-star sword sect? I have nowhere else to go. Xiaoyu was an orphan. After meeting Su Luo, she resolved not to drift aimlessly any longer. Hearing about the sect's entrance assessment, she decided to try since she was alone. No place to go. Hey, raise some money. Find somewhere to stay and wait quietly for the assessment. But, no buts. Don't follow me. I can't give you a sense of security. Su Luo had long moved past his phase of eager helpfulness. Now he only occasionally showed kindness. Moreover, his future was intertwined with villains, and anyone close to him would meet a grim fate. He then shook off the little girl completely. What was her name? He didn't care. She wasn't a key figure in the plot. Back in his room, Su Luo finally began writing his diary. He had been procrastinating lately. Some year, some month, some day, clear skies. The entrance assessment for the 7-star sword sect has finally arrived. This time I'm undoubtedly part of the plot, though as always it ends badly. Let me first outline the assessment. It's divided into several stages. First stage, talent testing. At the center of 7-star's town, there's a stargazing formation used to evaluate talent. The talent testing formation isn't accessible to everyone, nor is it always accurate. But the stargazing formation is renowned across the cultivation world for its high precision. The talents it reveals carry significant weight. In the stargazing formation, talent is ranked from 1 to 10. First grade is the lowest, 10 the highest, though no one has achieved 10 in a long time. Those with third grade talent or above can proceed to subsequent stages. Thus, this phase alone eliminates a massive number of participants. But even elimination has its benefits. At least they receive a talent evaluation from the stargazing formation, which can serve as proof of potential for smaller sects. While the 7-star sword sect dismisses first and second grade talents, other minor sects treasure them. As one of the 3 great sects of the southern continent, the 7-star sword sect has the right to be selective, whereas smaller sects are grateful for any recruits. At third grade combat, Qi barely passing. As for Lin Xian, he has a high 5th grade. Well, not that high. Since this isn't a genius story, the protagonist is only slightly above average. Li Si, on the other hand, has 7th grade talent. With that, the 7-star sword sect would eagerly accept her. Of course, she still has to undergo the assessment, but for her, it's just a formality. Second stage, climbing the abyss. It's not a true abyss, but a deep, steep rift valley that requires climbing. Rumor has it that this rift was carved by a single sword strike from a former expert of the 7-star sword sect. Nothing much to say about this, just climb. Bats attack midway, but Lin Xian kills many with his flying sword, aiding others. This act doesn't earn points in the assessment, but gains the examiner's appreciation. However, this time, he doesn't fall off a cliff, and thus doesn't learn a sword technique. But it's no big deal. He's the protagonist, he'll find his own way to shine. This assessment truly tests stamina and willpower. Watching them struggle so hard almost makes me laugh, because I'm taking the VIP route. There's a secret passage beneath the rift, winding and spiraling up inside the mountain. It's longer but far easier than climbing. That's my privilege, all arranged by my father. Someone from the 7-star sword sect is helping me, so there's no issue. Third stage, in summary, it tests insight. Gazing upon the inscriptions of a great master, the longer one persists, the higher the insight. A quarter hour is the passing standard. This stage is undoubtedly tailored for the protagonist. This time he lasts the longest, astonishing everyone with his extraordinary insight despite his average talent. As for me, I fail, but someone turns a blind eye, so I pass anyway. Fourth stage, talent showcase, where participants display their best skills. Once again, Lin Xian stuns the audience. His skills, taught by his old master combined with diligent practice, make his display visually impressive, ensuring his pass. As for me, a single casual sword strike gets me through. And thus the entrance assessment concludes. Of course, the story isn't over. It's my turn to perform. After passing, I'm overly elated and mock those who failed. Then Lin Xian steps forward, publicly exposing my cheating. Indeed, my easy success in the assessment is merely to serve as Lin Xian's stepping stone. Exposed, I once again display my ineptitude, not only admitting to cheating, but bragging about it. Instantly, I earn everyone's contempt. Of course, those who helped me quickly sever ties, yet they still declare me qualified. Lin Xian refuses to accept this, challenging the examiner. The examiner, unwilling to lose face, first suppresses Lin Xian with an aura of power, then insists I didn't cheat due to lack of evidence. Yet I myself admitted to it. What a joke. But since the examiner holds the highest authority, no one dares to speak out. Still, Lin Xian's defiant gaze remains fixed on the examiner, unyielding even as the oppressive aura threatens to crush him. Finally, another true expert from the 7-star sword sect arrives, defusing the tension. In the end, Lin Xian faces no punishment for insubordination, and I still pass the assessment. Of course, I must enter the sect to serve as a foil for Lin Xian later. Through this incident, Lin Xian earns the recognition of all the candidates present. Lin Xian is a friend worth having. He steps up when it matters. There's a bit more to the assessment's conclusion, but I'm sleepy, so we'll stop here. Su Luo then awaited his reward, claimed it, and went to sleep. Diary completed. Reward: Speed 2, Strength 4. Special ability unlocked: You only see what I want you to see. Allows adjusting cultivation level at will not exceeding one's actual realm. Su Luo tested it, lowering his foundation establishment cultivation to chi refining. In essence, it was a cultivation concealment ability. Su Luo could already hide his cultivation, but it was detectable by true experts. With this system's ability, however, even the most formidable experts would see through nothing. Li Si was still up all night, cultivating, actually feeling a bit nervous and unable to sleep, so she had no choice but to practice. As she cultivated, she suddenly noticed that the diary had been updated. Li Si thought it was still Su Luo writing nonsense in the diary, but to her surprise, it actually contained a substantial amount. She had previously harbored a sliver of doubt about whether she could enter the 7-star sword sect, but now she was completely at ease. 7th grade talent. While having high talent was certainly joyful, she still hoped to perform well. It would be even better if she could find a good master. The next day, Su Luo rose early and joined the others to welcome today's sect entry assessment. In the central square of 7-star town, the crowd was buzzing with noise. Early in the morning, candidates from all over were already there, preparing and adjusting, some nervous, others confident. Finally here, I'm definitely a 5th grade genius. Even 1st grade would be generous, maybe you don't even have that. Speaking of which, no one with 7th grade talent has appeared in the last decade. I wonder if there will be any this time. Don't even mention 7th grade, 6th grade is rare. I suspect the stargazing array's grade scale is inflated. At most, 7th grade exists, there's nothing beyond that. 3rd grade, I just need 3rd grade. Please, anyone bless me. Amidst the universal anticipation, the people from the 7-star sword sect arrived. Not all the big shots of the 7-star sword sect came. These masters rarely appeared, as they had no shortage of personal disciples. Thus the main person in charge of this assessment was Elder Yenshi, whose flame spells were unparalleled with a cultivation base at the nascent soul stage. As he appeared, a spiral of flames surrounded him, causing the ambient temperature to surge. Then he stepped out of the flames, tapped his staff on the ground, and the fire dissipated as a gentle breeze arrived. The rapid shift between hot and cold showcased Elder Yin Zai's terrifying control. By his side were two Golden Core senior brothers and sisters, Qin San and Han Yinger, who handled various assessment matters. Generally, Elder Yin, she had little to do beyond maintaining a commanding presence. The rest were nameless inner sect disciples handling minor tasks. This was the lineup that constituted today's sect entry assessment. Only after entering the sect would the sect leader and other big shots of the 7-star sword sect come to speak. Elder Yinshi swept his gaze across all the candidates. Without him uttering a word, the entire scene fell silent. A nascent soul powerhouse was so formidable. These candidates could hardly touch such strength, feeling as if they could barely breathe. Elder Yin, she said little. The sect entry assessment begins. Please, all candidates, give your utmost effort. Then the star-gazing array in the center of the square glowed with purple light, and a stream of air swirled to form a small semicircle. No three of them, allowing 3 people to test their talents simultaneously. Behind each of the 3 semicircles stood a pillar marked with scales ranging from 1st to 10th grade from low to high. Once a candidate entered a semicircle and waited briefly, the air current would swirl around the pillar. The highest point the air reached indicated their talent grade. The star-gazing array has been activated. Please enter one by one. Senior sister Han Yinger's sweet voice reached everyone's ears. It was intoxicating, and coupled with her lovely appearance, it stirred hearts. The candidates obediently entered the star-gazing array one after another. Those with 1st or 2nd grade were immediately dismissed, not allowed to stay in the star-gazing array for even a second before being ruthlessly sent away. After all, with thousands of candidates in the novel, time was of the essence. The eliminated candidates shared their thoughts. What did it feel like? In a flash, very fast, I was out, and I don't even know how I got kicked out. I didn't think I'd fail the first stage. My Dao heart is shattered, though I probably don't even have one. So far it's all 1st and 2nd grade riffraff. Oh, I'm 1 too, so never mind. Damn, I wish I could see those high-grade geniuses. Look, 5th grade. The first 5th grade candidate of the day in the star-gazing array stunned all the candidates. Everyone cast envious glances, hating that it wasn't them up there. This person was Lin Xian. He merely glanced at the pillar and stepped down nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. Damn, he's showing off. That was the thought in most of the eliminated candidates' minds. Keep it up, candidate. They'll be waiting for you at the 7-star sword sect, Han Yinger said to Lin Xian, her tone sincere, yet playful. It warmed hearts and was somewhat encouraging. The candidates' hearts softened, but they resented that it wasn't directed at them. Lin Xian nodded modestly, barely glanced at Han Yinger, and rested on the side to conserve his energy. Han Yinger showed an expression of how interesting, looked at Lin Xian again with a slight smile, then turned her attention back to the star-gazing array. Qin San beside her also glanced at Lin Xian, though not as kindly. Subsequently, 3rd and 4th grade candidates appeared in succession, but with the 5th grade gem preceding them, there was little surprise. It was Su Luo's turn. 4th grade. Su Luo was stunned, 1 grade higher than before. But then she remembered that her body had been continuously strengthened by the system, so a 1 grade increase was normal. As soon as Su Luo stepped off the star-gazing array, the entire crowd erupted, though not because of her. 7th grade. Heavens. What scene haven't I seen before? I've truly never seen this. I never thought I'd be in the same assessment as a 7th grade genius. So lucky I'll have stories to tell. The 5th grade had been shocking enough, but now 7th grade was like a major earthquake, leaving some in disbelief. Even the disciples of the 7-star sword sect looked like they had never seen such a thing. And this 7th grade talent was Li Si, as expected. Even Elder Yin, she smiled approvingly. It's been a long time since I've seen a candidate with such high talent. If word gets into the sect, all the peak masters will rush to claim you. But now is not the time for them to snatch people. Elder Yin, she issued an order to seal the news. It wasn't that he wanted to take Li Si as his own disciple, but if they came out to snatch people now, it would be unseemly. Other sects might laugh at the 7-star sword sect for being unsophisticated. Naturally, after the assessment ended, once inside the sect, they could fight over her however they pleased, each relying on their own abilities. After that, no one with a grade higher than 7th appeared. There were a few 6th grade candidates, but with the gem already in place, anything below 7th was treated as ordinary. Su Luo also spotted another familiar face, the little girl who had followed her a few days ago. Her talent was as high as 6th grade. Su Luo hadn't expected that the person she had casually saved was a little genius. Though she started a bit late for a genius, overtaking on the curve was routine. Su Luo believed she would rise quickly. Still, she probably wouldn't be faster than the protagonist and might remain a background character. The star-gazing array eliminated half of the candidates outright. In cultivation, this was the way. Without talent, you were shut out. Not everyone was a protagonist who could rise from trash talent, trash physique, or trash spiritual roots. The first stage was over, and now came the second stage. Qin-san stepped forward and said to the examinees, "Congratulations on passing the first stage. Follow me. What comes next is only the beginning." Though Qin-san appeared to stroll at a leisurely pace, his speed was in truth remarkably swift. Before they knew it, he had already covered 100 meters. "If you don't catch up, it'll vanish from sight," Han Yinger reminded them. Only then did the examinees snap to attention and scramble to follow. Fortunately, Qin-san held back, not pushing an overwhelming speed, so they could keep up with relative ease. After all, the second stage was not a foot race. Soon they arrived at the edge of a rift valley, its depths fathomless. The examinees swallowed hard. Merely standing at the brink made them tremble with fear. Qin-san gave a faint smile. "Follow me." With that, he leaped into the chasm. The examinees were stunned. "No way. Jumping like that is suicide. What cultivation level does he have compared to mine? How dare he jump? Should I ride a wolf first?" Some hesitated, but the clever ones had already jumped. The first was Lin Xian, who stepped forward with a calm, unhurried demeanor and leaped without a second thought. He truly knew how to seize every opportunity. With the first to break the ice, the others followed suit one after another. Su Luo, unhurried, made the leap of faith. Just before reaching the bottom, a gust of wind rose beneath them. Elder Yin, she had intervened. He was a master of flame spells, but his wind arts were no less formidable. Not a single examinee was harmed, all landed safely on the ground. It was an exhilarating descent. Some, though uninjured, found their legs too weak to stand. A few were so terrified they wet themselves. After a brief wait, seeing no more jumpers from above, Qin-san began explaining the rules. Those who hadn't jumped were naturally eliminated. If they lacked even this much courage, why bother cultivating? They might as well go home. "All right, now begin. Climb back up. The trial ends before nightfall. Anyone who hasn't made it up will be eliminated. So do your best." Qin-san finished his explanation with simplicity, but the examinees were dismayed. "What? Did I hear that right? Climb up? How long did it take us to fall? I don't see how that's possible." "Exactly. And it's so steep, it looks incredibly difficult. What if we run out of stamina? I can barely spot any ledges to rest on." While the weak complainedly seized the moment and began climbing first. She had missed the chance to be the first to jump due to a moment's hesitation. So this time she was determined to make her mark, setting herself the goal of being the first to reach the top. Indeed, opportunity knocks, but once a moment's hesitation could mean elimination. The examinees came to their senses. This was no time for complaints. Every second was precious. Su Luo, meanwhile, found a spot to sit, watching them quietly with no intention of moving. After a long wait, when the crowd had thinned, Qin-san appeared beside Su Luo. "Are you Su Luo?" "Yes. My father is Su Qingkong." Qin-san nodded. This was the person Elder Yin she had instructed him to look after. Though he didn't understand why Elder Yin she would single out someone for special treatment, he dared not disobey. Still, he couldn't help but look down on Su Luo. Anyone who cheated by pulling strings deserved contempt. Of course, Qin-san wasn't foolish enough to show it. "Follow me." Su Luo nodded and followed Qin-san to a corner. Qin-san pointed at the person behind Su Luo. "Do you know her?" "I know her, but we're not close." "Get rid of her." After all, cheating was hardly something to be done in plain sight. If discovered, not only would Su Luo suffer, but Qin-san would be in trouble too. Su Luo couldn't understand why this little girl kept following him. If this went on, he'd call the police, though there were none here. "Hey, you there? Go away. My name is Xiaoyu." "Oh, hello, Xiaoyu. Go climb." "No, I'm not cursing you, I mean climb the rift. With your cultivation level, even making it up is a stretch, let alone before dark." "MM'll climb with you." "You go climb." "I'm not climbing." "Aren't you about to start now?" "I want to be behind you." Xiaoyu tilted her head. Why wasn't he climbing? Had he given up? "Let me put it this way, sticking with me won't do you any good." "Why?" Looking at Xiaoyu, Su Luo suddenly wanted to scare her off. "I'll tell you, I don't take the ordinary path. The road I walk is arduous. To give you an analogy, while others succeed by climbing up, once I have to climb up, jump down, and climb again just to pass. I need to put in far more effort, facing several times the difficulty. Do you understand?" "I understand. I still want to follow you." Xiaoyu didn't hesitate for a moment, as if Su Luo's lengthy explanation had been wasted on her. "You can't do it, and you'll hold me back." "I can. I won't hold you back. You don't need to worry about me." "You can't." "I can." Was this turning into a childish argument? Su Luo decided it was pointless to keep quarreling. Xiaoyu looked frail, as if she hadn't had many good meals, and she had only been cultivating for less than a month. Even with talent, she was likely only at the early qi refining stage. Climbing up would be nearly impossible. Of course, if she had enough perseverance, it might still be doable, though she'd probably finish last. Are you sure you want to follow me? Fine. Senior brother Qin, add one more. Su Luo addressed Qin San warmly. A future senior brother was still a senior brother. Qin San accepted the address knowing that since elder Yin Shi was the invigilator, whoever he favored would enter the sect. Junior brother Su, it's not that simple to add someone. Do you understand what we're doing? Taking you alone is already a risk. Adding another. How do I explain this to elder Yin Shi? The risk was merely being scolded. If the cheating was exposed, even if they entered the sect, their treatment would be poor. Perhaps even a dog could jump in their face and curse them. Don't worry about explaining. You know she has a 6th grade talent. Would elder Yin Shi let her be eliminated here? Maybe he'll even credit you for this. Qin San thought it over. That seemed reasonable. Xiaoyu was different from Su Luo, whose 4th grade talent was unremarkable. With 6th grade talent, Xiaoyu was practically already a shoo-in. Rules were rigid, but people were flexible. Recruiting talented disciples justified any means. All right, come along then. Qin San pointed a finger, and specks of starlight flew out. A massive boulder shifted aside, revealing a cave entrance. Let's go. Su Luo followed without hesitation, as if well practiced. Xiaoyu followed too, her heart anxious, wondering if she could endure the difficulty that was several times greater than the others. But if I'm with him, I'll do my best, she silently encouraged herself. Then the cave entrance sealed shut. Although the path spiraled upward, the mountain trail was far easier than climbing. When tired, they could simply sit down and rest. Xiaoyu, however, was puzzled. Hadn't they said it would be several times harder? Something felt off. Su Luo noticed her confusion and chuckled. Don't doubt it. We're taking a shortcut. Ah, is that okay? Even though Xiaoyu was young, she knew this was cutting corners and others would look down on them for it. Su Luo laughed. Of course it wasn't okay, but then again she wasn't exactly a role model. So she spouted sophistry without a second thought. You don't understand. Shortcuts are meant to be taken. What's the difference between climbing straight up and walking this way? What's the difference? Climbing up is more exhausting, and you might not even make it to the top. But on this shortcut, you're guaranteed to succeed. Which one is better for you? This one. After hearing the comparison, Xiaoyu felt the shortcut was indeed better. Exactly. So a guaranteed shortcut is the best choice. The same goes for cultivation. Learn to adapt, learn to take shortcuts. Su Luo even tied it back to cultivation, putting on the airs of a teacher. Qin San, listening nearby, felt a hint of disdain. Cheating was cheating. Why dress it up so nicely? And what did it have to do with cultivation? Was she trying to act like an expert while others were ignorant? To fool them? Qin San felt he should say something. Shortcuts are good, but also not good. If you climb up outside and perform well, you'll get better treatment within the sect. Senior brother Qin is right. So Xiaoyu, you can still change your mind. Here you won't earn any performance points, and if you're caught, you might be looked down upon by even more people. Su Luo was rambling nonsense now, so she didn't argue with Qin San like a stubborn fool. I don't regret it, but I understand. Xiaoyu suddenly spoke with excitement. Her spiritual energy surged and her cultivation instantly rose, reaching the mid-stage of qi refining. This left Su Luo bewildered. Had there been something profound just now? How had she suddenly comprehended something and broken through? What do you understand? The cultivation method you gave me earlier, the flow of spiritual energy, no longer feels suitable. So I changed it, found a shortcut, and now it fits. After speaking, Xiaoyu's eyes slowly closed, and her entire body fell backward. Su Luo reacted swiftly, catching her with one hand. She checked her. There was no problem. On the surface, she seemed asleep, but in reality, she was breaking through. A consecutive breakthrough, though it was uncertain if it would succeed. Qin San was a bit stunned. Xiaoyu had suddenly said she understood something, and then she broke through. That wasn't unusual, but now she was clearly undergoing a continuous breakthrough. What the hell? Who could break through consecutively? Seeing Qin San's dumbfounded expression, Su Luo couldn't resist teasing him. She put on a deep voice and asked, do you understand? Understand what? Xiaoyu's point is that she adjusted the cultivation's spiritual energy flow to suit herself, and then she soared. Want to give it a try? Try my ass. Messing around like that. It'd be a miracle if she didn't suffer a qi deviation, right? You know it's easy to go astray. But she not only changed it, she got remarkable results. The difference between people, huh? Stop talking. I'm starting to get jealous. Qin San was considered a renowned genius in the 7-star sword sect, usually the one others envied. But this time the tables had turned. Su Luo herself didn't fully understand how Xiaoyu had altered the spiritual energy flow to suit herself, but she had long known that not everyone could be judged by the same standard. Moreover, Xiaoyu wasn't a key figure. At most, she might become a future big shot in the cultivation world, but the cultivation world never lacked big shots. Eventually, golden cores would be as common as dogs, and nascent souls would be everywhere. Let's go. She won't break through anytime soon. They couldn't afford to waste time, or they'd miss the moment Lin Xian saw their cheating, which was essential for laying the groundwork to expose him later. Su Luo carried Xiaoyu on her back, and continued upward. Meanwhile, Li Si was far ahead, though she occasionally paused deliberately. While an outstanding performance was good, waiting a bit allowed her to show off again later, so there was no rush. Finally, at a certain time, bats emerged, frantically harassing the examinees. Some examinees couldn't withstand the assault and fell one after another. Climbing was already exhausting, and now, with this obstruction, things went from bad to worse. Damn it, Dai. No, there are too many, and there's no place to land around here. This is too hard. Help. This isn't right. There are bats. Where are the people from the 7-Star Sword Sect? Aren't they going to do something? But the 7-Star Sword Sect members did nothing, leaving some examinees in despair. They understood that this was also part of the test. This was what they were waiting for. Li Si made her move. She threw a dagger and then controlled it to continuously slash down the bats. Among the examinees, hardly anyone could control flying swords. Or rather, Li Si was the only one. Undoubtedly, this move surprised the 7-Star Sword Sect members. Saved? Who is it? Thank you so much. It's that first-place girl with the 7th grade talent. Saved? From today on, she's my benefactor. That's right, I'm her dog. Brother, that's a bit much, don't you think? With Li Si's intervention, the pressure on the examinees greatly decreased. Lin Xian was not to be outdone. He picked up small stones and threw them at the bats, hitting them with every shot. The examinees now felt little pressure from the bats and scrambled upward. As for the actions of Li Si and Lin Xian, some examinees were grateful, but there were also those who sneered. Had they so much energy to spare? It would be hilarious if they couldn't make it to the top later. Helping others during the sect entrance exam. Wasn't that just adding pressure to themselves? Not kicking someone when they were down was already good enough, but they actually helped them. How laughable, how foolish. Clearly they had worried too much. Li Si and Lin Xian were far superior to the other examinees. These efforts were nothing to them. This way they could also gain goodwill from both the examinees and the 7-Star Sword Sect. Why not? Su Luo and the others quickly reached the exit, where a large boulder still blocked the cave mouth. Qin Sen cast a spell to move the boulder aside. Su Luo then took out a piece of clothing from her storage pouch and covered Xiao Ye's face to hide her. Qin Sen was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Nothing, just afraid she'll catch a cold. Of course not, because once they went out they would run into Lin Xian. Cheating was something she would bear alone. Based on her performance just now, Xiao Yu absolutely deserved to enter the 7-Star Sword Sect. She couldn't end up like her, despised by everyone. Sure enough, as they emerged from the exit, Lin Xian was nearby, and he was the only one around. He looked up and saw Su Luo and the others. Su Luo also noticed Lin Xian. Recalling the events in Autumn Wind City, she gave him a contemptuous glance at just the right moment, looking down on him from above. Then, appearing pristine and unruffled, she carried Xiao Yu on her back and continued climbing the short remaining distance to the top. From Lin Xian's perspective, Su Luo seemed to be carrying something, though he couldn't be sure if it was a person or something else. Qin Sen smiled threateningly. Little brother, you didn't see anything, did you? His foot was already hovering above Lin Xian's head, ready to kick him down if he said he had. That would completely eliminate Lin Xian, as he wouldn't have enough time to climb back up. Your answer? Good. Don't go back on your word. Qin Sen left, but he had been etched into Lin Xian's memory. Su Luo arrived at the summit, where many were already present, yet their conditions were far from ideal. Some had already collapsed onto their backs, unwilling to move even a single muscle. Su Luo gently set Xiao Yu down, retrieved his own garment, and then retreated to another spot to rest. He severed his connection with Xiao Yu. Rest was not truly necessary, yet there was nothing else worth doing. In contrast, Li Si had been the first to ascend. After only a brief pause to catch her breath, she immediately began cultivating, displaying a truly formidable reserve of energy. As if sensing something unusual, Li Si ceased her cultivation. Opening her eyes, she spotted Su Luo arriving. Yet what bewildered her was why he carried a young girl on his back, draping his own clothes over her. In an instant, all desire for cultivation vanished from her mind. You've worked hard, she said, handing him some water. How do you feel? Was the climb arduous? Did you encounter any difficulties? Li Si rambled on, but none of it truly mattered. What she truly wished to know was, and who is she? The tone of this question was starkly different from her earlier light-hearted chatter, each word laden with emphasis. A fellow villager. I saw her break through midway and brought her along. Oh, Li Si let out a sigh of relief. What does it bother you? Not at all, just asking casually. Yet Li Si dared not meet Su Luo's gaze as she answered. All right, you should go now. The others are watching you. Fine, I'm leaving. Aware that Su Luo would soon be exposed for cheating, Li Si complied cooperatively to avoid causing him trouble. But, so you truly won't ask me to stay? Go on, Shu. Though they had never officially severed ties in the original narrative, Su Luo had no qualms about distancing himself from her now. This aligned with the plot and spared him the need to play the sycophant, a rather satisfying arrangement. TCH. Shooting him a resentful glance, Li Si nevertheless obediently departed. Xiaoyu opened her eyes. She had successfully broken through, reaching the late stage of qi refining, feeling an unprecedented sense of well-being. Yet ignoring her physical sensations, she frantically searched for Su Luo. Upon spotting him, genuine joy blossomed within her. She shuffled over and nestled obediently by his side. I succeeded. Thank you. You should thank yourself. I did nothing. No thank you. Xiaoyu was certain that without Su Luo, she would never have gained enlightenment. If you truly wish to thank me, keep your distance. It's not that I dislike you, but I have my own plans. Xiaoyu obediently moved back, though only by a slight margin. Su Luo deemed this sufficient. With many others present, maintaining some distance was adequate. Time slipped by, the sun gradually descended, and with the final rays of light swallowed by darkness, the second phase came to an end. Those who had not ascended the rift were eliminated. Qin Sen stepped forward to announce congratulations to the qualified candidates atop the rift, instructing them to rest for an hour in preparation for the third phase. Approximately 1,000 candidates remained, more than half having been weeded out. Yet those who stayed were all talented examinees. Soon the third phase commenced. Without any warning or indication, Elder Yanxi waved his hand, and a scroll soared into the sky. Unfurling, it spewed forth characters that danced chaotically in the air, forming patterns both coherent and disjointed. These words bore no continuity. Even when phrases emerged, their meaning remained elusive. A profound, inscrutable sensation pervaded. The examinees were instantly captivated, their minds wandering as they stared blankly at the airborne script. Before long, someone snapped out of their trance, gazing around in bewilderment at the other dazed candidates, utterly at a loss as they surveyed their surroundings. Yet in the next moment, this awakened examinee was escorted out by Qin Sen, declared eliminated. These characters possessed a mysterious profundity. Gazing upon them induced an involuntary trance akin to entering a state of Tao comprehension. It could even be described as a sensation of "my head is itching," as if a brain is about to sprout. Those with insufficient insight would awaken after grasping little. Thus the later one awakened, the greater their comprehension. However, most possessed only modest insight, and one by one candidates stirred from their trance only to be promptly dismissed. Su Luo woke at an opportune moment. Qin Sen turned away, feigning ignorance, even shielding him from the view of other sect members. Yet inevitably someone noticed, a candidate who had already been eliminated. Hey, didn't that guy just wake up? Yeah, I saw him move and look around. Su Luo immediately feigned a state of enlightened reverie. Qin Sen turned back to inspect. Su Luo found nothing amiss and departed. Thus no further questions arose. Any lingering doubts were silenced by Qin Sen's glare. After a quarter, several hundred had been eliminated. The remaining candidates were deemed qualified, awaiting only the duration of their enlightenment. The process was rather tedious, especially for the eliminated candidates who lingered to watch, already speculating on who would endure the longest. Li Si had been the most anticipated, given her outstanding performance during the rift climb. Yet regrettably she awakened as the third from last. A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Si's face. Though she had known Lin Xian would prevail, a hint of resentment lingered. Wait, wasn't that someone else? Indeed, still immersed in enlightenment were Lin Xian and Xiaoyu. Li Si was baffled. This fellow villager, Xiaoyu, had never appeared in Su Luo's diary. Had he overlooked her? That seemed unlikely. His diary entries were meticulously detailed, and he never omitted significant figures. How suspicious. Li Si's curiosity intensified. More time passed, yet neither showed any sign of awakening. The others began to doubt themselves, especially the sect disciples. They're incredible, breaking records, aren't they? Not yet, but soon. I never expected so many outstanding candidates in this assessment. Indeed, I considered my 1 hour of enlightenment impressive, but to think there are those who have lasted 3 hours and counting. The key is that girl, the youngest of all. Her future is immeasurable. At that moment, Lin Xian awakened. He felt as though he had grasped something, yet nothing concrete, but undoubtedly this experience had yielded much. It simply hadn't manifested yet. Only then did Lin Xian realize that he and Xiaoyu were the center of attention. Congratulations, you placed second in the assessment. Han Yinger spoke sweetly to Lin Xian, gesturing for him to step aside slightly. Second place. Lin Xian inwardly lamented. He had hoped for first. Truly, there is always a higher mountain. Now all eyes were on Xiaoyu. Speculation began on when she would awaken. The guesses stretched until dawn, leaving the onlookers utterly astounded. The record was destined to be shattered. But was this not excessive? In comparison, what did that make them? Clowns utterly devoid of insight. Moreover, Xiaoyu showed no signs of awakening. Would the subsequent assessments ever proceed? Just as Elder Yanxi was contemplating whether to proceed with the next stage of the examination, someone made the decision for him. Leave her to me and continue with the assessment. A white-haired elder appeared beside Xiaoyu, seemingly out of nowhere. Elder Yinshi immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, sect master." The examinees gasped in astonishment. He's the sect master. To have seen the sect master of the 7-star sword sect this trip was worth it. Tears, why isn't that me? The sect master himself appeared for her. She's already secured her place in the 7-star sword sect. I'm so envious. The sect master of the 7-star sword sect would not normally appear, but after waiting for a long time and finding that the examinees had not yet entered the final assessment, he thought it shouldn't take this long, so he came out to check and unexpectedly encountered an examinee with exceptional comprehension. Indeed, the 7-star sword sect was in need of such prodigies. The sect master appeared majestic on the surface, but inwardly he was overjoyed, nearly bursting into a triumphant song. Yet before the examinees he had to maintain his dignity. Elder Yinshi tapped his staff and said, "Silence. Proceed to the final assessment." Under his guidance they returned to the central plaza of 7-star town. But it was different now, as several boulders had been added. These boulders were to be their targets for demonstrating their skills. Of course, these boulders were special, difficult to damage for those at the chi refining stage. For the final stage you will come forward one by one and display your most prized technique. If I deem you successful, then congratulations. You may enter the 7-star sword sect. As a nascent soul powerhouse, Elder Yinshi possessed a discerning eye. From the techniques the examinees displayed, he could see how much effort they had invested in their unique insights. Elder Yinshi would not be overly strict, nor would he eliminate too many. As long as their performance was passable, it sufficed. After all, if one were already exceptionally skilled, why would they come to the 7-star sword sect to learn? Moreover, those who had reached this stage showed some promise for the future. Of course, they could not be too outrageous. A careless display not only disrespected themselves, but also Elder Yinshi, who would not hesitate to eliminate them. And so the examinees began one after another. Some excelled in fist and foot techniques, others in swordsmanship, and a few even wielded a hint of magical arts. Without exception, they all dealt superficial damage to the boulders. Yet despite its rawness, their effort was evident. This equilibrium of mediocrity was shattered when Li Si stepped forward. She executed a single move from the airflow sword technique, Wind's chaotic breath, amplifying her sword aura and unleashing it. Just one move, just one sword aura. Yet it cleaved a boulder cleanly in two, leaving the other examinees utterly stunned. Those who had exerted all their strength without even scratching the rock now watched as she split it apart. They knew she was formidable, but this was beyond belief. In an instant, the examinees had their perceptions reshaped. A peer could achieve such heights. Then came Du Linxian. Linxian remained unfazed by Li Si's display, confident in his own abilities. Given a bit more time, surpassing her was within reach. That was the assurance Elder Yin had given him. He began with 8 extremes collapse. A single punch left a deep imprint in the boulder. Linxian turned to leave, but it wasn't over. A strange sound came from behind the rock and several fragments fell off. The crowd drew a sharp breath. Damaging the boulder was one thing, but the force had penetrated through to the other side. Such terror. Though Lingxuan's feat was less spectacular than Li Si's, that punch was something no other examinee dared to face. The assessment continued, but no other candidates shone as brightly. The best of this batch were likely Li Si and Linxian. Finally, it was Su Luo's turn. He stepped forward calmly, drawing a golden, opulent sword that gleamed with the power of wealth. The other examinees watched eagerly, anticipating a remarkable performance. Amidst the crowd's high expectations, Su Luo thrust forward once and then stopped. Elder Yinshi nodded and said, "Pass." The examinees were bewildered. Is it just me, or was there something special about that thrust? Exactly, I didn't see anything impressive, just an ordinary thrust. Right, why did he pass? I could do that thrust when I was 5. Are you doubting Elder Yinshi? I didn't say that. Though they didn't say it aloud, the examinees were deeply suspicious, especially those who had been eliminated. They found it even harder to accept. Elder Yinshi had to explain, "You can't see the specialness because you are young and your cultivation is insufficient." That simple thrust contained extremely complex variations, and its mysteries are enough to earn him entry into the 7-star sword sect. The explanation was clearly flimsy and unconvincing. But the next line silenced them. "If anyone disagrees, defeat me first before questioning my judgment." At Elder Yangtze's words, the examinees dared not object. A nascent soul cultivator, a realm they might never reach in a lifetime, let alone defeat. Seeing the examinees calm down, Elder Yinshi nodded in satisfaction. All right, the entry assessment is over. There will be other arrangements later. For those eliminated, do not lose heart. The road ahead is long and your future achievements are unpredictable. So never forget your purpose in cultivating immortality and continue striving for it. Failing to join the 7-star sword sect does not mean you cannot cultivate. Even outside, there will be places where you can shine. Even though Elder Yinshi spoke the truth, that cultivation was possible without joining the sect. This was the place they had dreamed of since childhood. It's over. My youth is over. How am I supposed to face my family without getting into the Seven-Star Sword sect? Damn it, the assessment is getting harder every year. Hearing this, Su Luo triggered a chain of remarks. Harder? Where is it harder? It's been this difficult for years. Don't talk nonsense with your eyes wide open. The Seven-Star Sword sect is tough. Oh, and the Seven-Star Sword sect isn't a place just anyone can enter. I've watched these assessments for years, and it's always been this hard. Where's the difficulty? Sometimes you need to look at yourselves. After all these years, has your cultivation level improved? Have you been training diligently? You still call it hard, but it's just your lack of effort. Yet you want to blame the Seven-Star Sword sect. I'm going crazy here. Su Luo shook his head and sighed, wearing an expression of sorrow for their misfortune and anger at their complacency, yet occasionally flashing a victor's smile. His taunting was at full force. The eliminated examinees were indignant. How dare he claim they hadn't worked hard? They had given their all for this assessment. But in the end, they said nothing, fearing to offend the Seven-Star Sword sect, and knowing that Su Luo, now a member, might retaliate in the future. Easy for him to say, but someone who cheated their way in has no shame saying that. Who are you calling? Not me, Su Luo retorted defensively. I'm calling you. I wasn't going to say anything, but your words just now were too much. Who isn't working hard? You're the laziest of all. Lin Xian stepped forward, locking eyes with Su Luo. Don't talk nonsense. What cheating? I don't know what you mean. I don't know about the rest, but when we climbed the rift, I saw you coming out of a cave, your clothes spotless. You must have taken some secret passage and got up easily. I did not. You're lying. And that thrust just now, I'm certain it was ordinary. Ask anyone from the Seven-Star Sword sect if they have a different opinion. Lin Xian had even asked Elder Yin, and it was still an ordinary thrust. Yet the other disciples of the Seven-Star Sword sect remained silent, though they also thought it was ordinary since the elder had said otherwise. Standing up now would be foolish. At that moment, some began to realize. That explains it. During the Enlightenment, I saw him wake up, but he wasn't expelled. So that was cheating too. Exactly. He spoke so eloquently just now, but he has no real skill and loves to bark. Su Luo, enraged and ashamed, retorted, so what if I cheated? I still passed the Seven-Star Sword sect's assessment. That makes me better than all of you. I don't accept that. Want to spar? You dare to be a man about it? Suddenly everyone was condemning Su Luo. So what if I cheated? I'm in the Seven-Star Sword sect now. You losers can go home and cry. Stop barking here. Su Luo appeared indifferent, but the strain was beginning to show on his face, though his heart remained calm. Did he just admit it? How shameless. No, don't stop me. I'm going to beat him up. Who's stopping you? Count me in. Just as the examinees were about to riot, Elder Yin's voice instantly calmed them down. Enough. The assessment is over. Those who should leave, leave. Those who stay, stay. Don't court trouble. Lin Xian, regarding the rift climbing, your word alone isn't evidence. Even if Su Luo admitted to cheating, it could be an angry outburst. In any case, Su Luo passed the assessment and is a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Elder Yin, she was speaking nonsense, but with his formidable strength, no one dared to contradict him. Except Lin Xian. Even under Elder Yin's eyes gaze, Lin Xian did not back down. And that thrust just now. Are you doubting me? I'm affirming that you are blind. Why was he that brave? The examinees stared at Lin Xian in disbelief. Who was this Lin Xian to dare challenge a nascent soul powerhouse? Truly a model for our generation. He'll remember to burn paper money for you next year. Elder Yinshi fixed his gaze on Lin Xian, and the pressure of a nascent soul expert instantly forced Lin Xian to his knees. But Lin Xian clenched his teeth, and with all his strength lifted his head to meet Elder Yin's eyes showing no sign of retreat. Even though Elder Yinshi disliked bullying others, anger now surged within him. He raised a hand and pressed down, intending to force Lin Xian's head to the ground. It created a small crater. Lin Xian was not in mortal danger, as the Seven-Star Sword sect was a righteous sect and wouldn't kill without cause. Enough. This matter ends here. Another Elder Xianing suddenly arrived, placing a hand on Elder Yin's shoulder while dispersing the pressure around Lin Xian. I've heard the details. But Su Luo passed, and that's final. There should be no objection. This is the decision of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Disperse. Anyone who continues this discussion will leave. With another elder speaking, the matter was beyond dispute. Lin Xian could say nothing to stop it. He silently resolved to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Only strength would give him the right to speak. The cheating incident thus came to a close, but the clever ones knew Su Luo had gained entry through fraud. Naturally, from that moment on, no one approached Su Luo. Their gazes even held a hint of disdain and contempt. Su Luo didn't mind at all. Being alone was better. He found a good resting spot and continued writing the diary he hadn't finished. Perfect performance. My position in the sect is secure now, as the bottom rung. Not important. The real focus comes next. After the rest, a true expert will arrive. A real powerhouse, or simply put, the ceiling of combat power, Nangong Shiyun. As everyone knows, the 4 heavenly kings have 5 members, so the 7 peak masters of the 7-star sword sect have 8. And the 8th is Nangong Shiyun. The sect gave her an independent peak because she is too strong, stronger than everyone. That's not an exaggeration, it's the setting. She is a powerful ally, and also Lin Xian's future master. Why is she coming? Naturally, it's the classic abandoned peak plot. Simply put, Nangong Zion's Cloudreach peak has no disciples. The sect leader gave her an ultimatum: if she remains idle, Cloudreach peak will be removed from the 7-star sword sect. Nangong Shiyun naturally doesn't want that. This is where she grew up, and besides being idle here is wonderful. Forced by circumstances, she comes down to find disciples. In this entrance assessment, Nangong Shiyun has priority in choosing disciples. No one dares to compete with her, showing her status and strength in the sect. What? You say she came last? The assessment is over. What's there to see? Of course, she's not really interested in taking disciples, so she arrives last, planning to pick one casually to satisfy the requirement. There's still a bit of an epilogue to the assessment. The 7-star sword sect recently discovered that the beast army is very active, so they go to clear them out, letting the examinees see their true enemy in advance. The so-called beast army is different from wild beasts. They don't act purely on instinct, are extremely hostile to humans, and see humans as their greatest enemy. At the same time, the beast army is more intelligent, though only a little. Nangong Shiyun plans to choose a disciple during this battle against the beast army. Nangong Shiyun doesn't reveal her true appearance. This time she disguises herself as an utterly ordinary 7-star sword sect disciple following along without any special traits. Of course, recognizing her is incredibly easy. The only one with a token hanging from their waist. During the campaign against the beast army, Nangong Shiyun finds Lin Xian's performance acceptable and chooses him as her disciple. As for what Lin Xian did, naturally an accident occurs. How could there be no accident with the protagonist around? On the surface, the 7-star sword sect is attacking the beast army, but this beast army is different. It's a pack of flame bear demons disguised as boar demons. The combat power of these two races is not on the same level. An ordinary flame bear demon is 3 to 5 times stronger than an ordinary boar demon. Why disguise? The beast army is fishing, playing the pig to eat the tiger. And they caught the 7-star sword sect a big fish. The beasts aren't afraid of a large sect. They're even more excited because they can kill powerful humans. Without Nangong Shiyun, our entire group would have been wiped out. Even with 2 elders present, we wouldn't have survived because the opposing beasts also had experts. During the battle, Lin Xian immediately senses something wrong and warns the other examinees that these beasts are unusual. His warning makes others vigilant. Otherwise, they would have foolishly charged and only to be slaughtered like pigs by the enemy. In the chaos, Lin Xian also displays immense combat talent. When everyone is flustered, he immediately starts giving commands. Under his direction, the surrounding examinees form an effective defense. Even against a powerful enemy, they aren't instantly killed, and holding out brings reinforcements from the 7-star sword sect. At the same time, he doesn't just command, he often seizes the right moment to inflict heavy damage on the beasts. This greatly reduces the pressure on the other examinees. Compared to the other examinees, Lin Xian is incredibly impressive, able to support others and carry the fight himself. Truly versatile. As for me, I hid inside Lin Xian's defensive circle, trembling with my head down. Hilarious. My performance is still consistent. As long as the protagonist is around, my treatment gradually worsens. Once the protagonist leaves, I get stronger, only to be harvested by an even stronger protagonist. What a wonderful villain I am. Ha ha ha, damn it. Back to the main topic. What about Nangong Shiyun? She's so strong, why does she let things get worse? Of course she does. She also plays the pig to eat the tiger, otherwise she wouldn't have disguised herself so plainly and mingled with the crowd. This time she only acts in critical moments. That's a bit malicious, isn't it? Wait, I'm also playing the pig. Never mind. When Lin Xian has performed enough, and elders Xianing and Yanxi are about to break, Nangong Shiyun resolves the situation with a single sword strike. That's right, it's that simple. Others fight for their lives, and she solves it casually. That's the power of true strength. So the latter part is all to introduce Nangong Shiyun and give Lin Xian a master who is the ceiling of combat power. Suddenly, even the previously domineering elder, Yanxi, has to be somewhat polite to Lin Xian. This scene directly stirs envy in everyone. As for me, I'm held accountable later, accused of hiding behind others and being useless. At this moment, my treatment contrasts sharply with Lin Xian's glory, like 2 extremes. So I hate Lin Xian even more. Let's just say the reasons for me as the villain to target Lin Xian have increased. After finishing his diary, Su Luo lay back comfortably. That's him, the one who cheated his way in. He has no shame as a cultivator. I look down on him. I'll teach him a lesson myself when I get the chance. I just can't stand him. Su Luo paid no attention to the others spreading his bad reputation around because the reward was in hand. Diary completed. Rewards: Physique 3, Strength 4. Special ability upgraded: My pain surpasses yours. When attacked, can transfer 30 of damage received to a designated target. Seeing the reward, Su Luo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Look, he's laughing. What does that mean? The eliminated guy is laughing, and now he's laughing at us who passed. Does he look down on us? Exactly what right does he have? I can't take it anymore. Don't remember Elder Yanxi. Once we're inside the sect, there will be plenty of chances. After a while, Li Si came to Su Luo's side grinning. Su Luo was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Having a fit? You're the one having a fit. How does it feel to be scolded? Not at all. I couldn't care less about them. As expected. Your mindset is much better now. Li Si knew from reading his diary that Su Luo was only concerned with completing his so-called plot and didn't care about anything else. What do you mean? My mindset has always been this good. Really? You used to be so irritable. You never used to come talk to me on your own. Well, you did save me. Li Si was referring to the incident with the demon cultivator Hongguang. Su Luo had been in disguise for all his other jobs, but that time he had shown his true face. Hearing you say that makes it feel fake. Did you arrange what happened that day? Su Luo was just talking. He didn't really think Li Si had arranged it, because it was all part of the plot. He just didn't understand why Lin Xian hadn't shown up, and why Hongguang had been so reckless. Yes, I did arrange it. Faced with Li Si's playful grin, Su Luo immediately didn't believe her. You never used to lie either. What's wrong with lying? I've recently found it quite nice. Lying. Su Luo wanted to say it was wrong, but then he thought about how he often lied for the sake of the plot. Never mind. Lying is wrong, isn't it? Li Si seemed to see through Su Luo's thoughts. But how could Su Luo speak his true feelings? No, lying is fine. While Su Luo and Li Si were talking, the other examinees who had been watching Su Luo felt like they had eaten something foul. Why was Li Si the most outstanding in the assessment, chatting with Su Luo and laughing together? What's going on? What's their relationship? I'm grinding my teeth. Doesn't Li Si know Su Luo cheated? Impossible. She's too smart not to know. But why? Isn't anyone here better than Su Luo? Lin Xian saw this from nearby and heard the comments around him. In his heart, Lin Xian confirmed one thing: Li Si's relationship with Su Luo was definitely not simple. Even though others despised Su Luo, Li Si didn't care at all. He just couldn't understand. What was so good about Su Luo? Elder Yan had a high opinion of him, but in Lin Xian's impression, Su Luo had no virtues. His reputation in Autumn Wind City was bad, his cultivation was mediocre. Maybe he was hiding something, but not much. Lin Xian was confident he could easily defeat him. And just now Su Luo had cheated his way into the 7-star sword sect and even mocked others. What right did he have? Lin Xian despised people like Su Luo the most. But why was Li Si, with such high talent, so close to Su Luo? Deep feelings. As far as Lin Xian knew, before Su Luo was jilted, Li Si had detested him. Where were the feelings? Women are so troublesome. Lin Xian decided not to think about it. He only knew that he would never be friends with someone like Su Luo. After a brief rest, it was time to set off. And among the crowd, an ordinary person had quietly appeared with a token hanging from their waist. Initially, Elder Yanxi was to lead the group alone, but because Lin Xian had slightly provoked him, Elder Xianing was added as well. Yet this changed nothing. Yanxi remained the primary leader. Before long, Elder Yanxi led the group into a vast mountain range. Though they knew the beast army lay within, there was no rush to confront them directly. Since they were already there, they could let the newcomers practice on some wild beasts and allow the sect members to warm up. During this time, the clever new disciples strove to shine. Whenever a beast appeared, it was a race to see who could strike first. After all, within the sect, not everyone enjoyed equal resources, everything depended on one's performance. Yet some remained indifferent to the competition. Su Luo strolled about as though on a leisurely walk, not even glancing at the beasts. And then there was Li Si. She casually approached an ordinary sect disciple and struck up a conversation. She even shared her snacks, acting both polite and familiar with the disciple. Su Luo was puzzled. In the original plot, Li Si had always been eager to perform. What was different this time? How could she spot a hidden powerhouse at a single glance? Su Luo suddenly recalled that Li Si had once mentioned dreaming of certain scenes. Could it be she already knew about Nangong Shiyun? That explained everything. If she weren't destined to play the villain, Su Luo would have liked to get close to Nangong Shiyun as well. Sadly, she had to rely on herself. Nangong Shiyun too found it strange. He had deliberately dressed in an unremarkable manner, so why would anyone approach him? He had heard that Li Si was an outstanding genius of this trial. Why wasn't she hunting beasts to prove herself instead of chatting with him? Could she have seen through his disguise? That seemed unlikely. And what did this diary loading mean? Indeed, ever since arriving, Nangong Shiyun had been seeing an interface visible only to him. Others showed no reaction to it. It displayed diary loading and could be freely closed or expanded, but its purpose remained unknown. He also had no idea who had cast this on him. Curious, he wondered who had placed such a spell on him. Though he briefly suspected Li Si, a glance at her cultivation level made him dismiss the thought. Having an extra interface didn't frighten Nangong Shiyun. He was confident in his strength, having known no defeat for so long that he had grown somewhat weary. All right, the Boar army is ahead. Prepare to catch them off guard, Qin San announced to the sect members and newcomers. At his words, everyone readied for battle, weapons drawn and amplification spells cast. Soon the beast army came into view. Before anyone could charge, Li Si unleashed a powerful sword aura, a strike fueled by all her strength, its sharpness unprecedented. Even seasoned sect members might struggle to withstand such a blow. The newcomers were stunned. Was this truly the level of a peer? She had barely fought earlier, leading many to believe she was uninterested. But now with a single strike, she filled the newcomers with despair. Simultaneously, Li Si shouted a warning, careful, they're not ordinary. Lin Xian added gravely, they're strong. Don't act rashly. The two warnings came almost together. As they spoke, Li Si's sword aura struck the boars. Yet instead of being cleaved in two, the beasts remained standing. Only their skin was broken, and beneath that skin lay another layer. The boars shed their disguise, revealing their true forms, blaze bear demons. Jet black, 2 meters tall, their muscular frames radiated raw power. They charged the ground, trembling beneath their feet. The sight was so overwhelming that the newcomers were terrified, cold sweat streaming down their backs. Yet they also felt relief. Had it not been for Li Si and Lin Xian's warnings, they would have rushed to their deaths. The earlier beasts had been so trivial that they had assumed the boars would be no different. They never expected the enemy to be playing the fool. The swarm of blaze bear demons was beyond the capability of the sect members and newcomers. Elder Yanxi decisively intervened. However, a particularly unusual blaze bear leaped out and blocked him. Elder Xian Ying reacted instantly, attempting to assist Yanxi. But with a single exchange, both elders were sent flying. In that first clash, the two elders suffered a setback. That exceptional blaze bear was their king, leading his clan deep into human territory to slaughter as many as possible. This time the harvest seemed bountiful. The blaze bear king couldn't help but smile, though it only made him appear more ferocious. Give it your all. Understood. Masters understood each other at a single touch. Both Yanxi and Xianing knew the terror of the blaze bear king before them. They had no intention of holding back, nor any chance for probing. Elder Yanxi leaped into the air, sweeping his hand to summon a sea of flames that blanketed the sky. Elder Xianing split into two, attacking the blaze bear king from both sides. The blaze bear king showed no fear, charging headlong. His fists matched Xian Ying's four hands, and instead of losing ground, he grew more fluid in his attacks. The blaze bear king's punches were not only powerful, but also swift, as Xian Ying had already taken several blows. Meanwhile, Yan Zai's flames had encircled the king. Xian Ying left a clone to occupy the king, while his main body escaped the fiery ring. Seal. Yanxi commanded. The flames converged on the blaze bear king, with terrifying speed, the temperature soaring. Xian Ying's clone was instantly obliterated, but the king endured the entire spell. Is it over? I'm afraid not. Yanxi could sense the king's immense power. This strike likely wouldn't finish him. A hand emerged from the flames, tearing them apart. Impressive, you fearsome humans. You've burned off all my fur. The blaze bear king appeared barely injured, at most singed. Yan Zai's expression grew grim. That attack had been his ultimate technique, and it had failed. The situation was dire. The blaze bear king cared nothing for their difficulties. He only wanted to kill humans, or be killed. He charged the two elders again, his fists swelling to twice their size. Against two elders, he needed to exert real strength. Above, the battle of the mighty raged. Below, the fledglings fought for their lives. The sect members and newcomers had no time to marvel at the nascent soul-level clash, as the blaze bears were already upon them. The sect members could hold their own, but struggled, for not all who came were prodigies. Their abilities were uneven. The newcomers fared even worse, some unable to withstand 3 blows. Lin Xian quickly took command, organizing them into an effective defense. Su Luo, following the script, crouched fearfully within the defensive circle. To stand arrogantly in the center would only make her the first target. Cowering in fear might make others hesitate to single her out. Li Si fought alone, knowing she was no commander and choosing not to interfere. She simply focused on doing her part. Su Luo was dumbfounded. How could Li Si not form a defensive circle with Lin Xian? She wouldn't be able to handle it alone, would she? The truth was that Su Luo had underestimated Li Si, or rather his impression of her strength was still stuck in the earlier plot. Li Si was now much stronger than before, and she didn't falter even when facing several fierce bear demons. Su Luo finally felt relieved, and he also noticed Nangong Shiyun nearby. With her there, everything was fine. Nangong Shiyun was indeed secretly protecting everyone, subtly weakening the fierce bear demons without anyone noticing and saving the members of the Seven Stars Sword sect. For someone like Nangong Shiyun, acting without being detected was far too easy. No, I can't hold on much longer. You have to hold on, or I don't want to die here. Lin Xian, what do we do? Hold the line and wait for reinforcements from the sect. The sect members, however, felt they needed reinforcements themselves. There were too many fierce bear demons on the opposite side. If they had only been boar demons, such numbers would have been a trivial matter. They never expected to be caught off guard here, pretending to be prey when they were supposed to be hunters, only to become the hunted. The Seven Stars Sword sect was in full retreat. But with Nangong Shiyun present, no one died. Such was the control of a grandmaster. The ground battle raged fiercely, but above it was already over. Not bad, not bad. With this job done, we can head back. The fierce bear demon king grabbed Elder Xianing and Elder Yanxi by the necks with each hand. The two elders no longer wore the imposing expressions of powerhouses they had at the start. Their faces were pale, blood trickled from their lips, and they could not even struggle, merely held tightly in its grip. The fierce bear demon king noticed Elder Yanxi opening his mouth as if he wanted to say something. What? You want to speak your last words? Go ahead, listen. The fierce bear demon king, brimming with confidence, loosened its grip just enough to let Elder Yanxi speak. Once he finished, it would crush them like ants, these two human powerhouses. Yet Elder Yanxi showed no fear, no concern that he might be killed. Nangong Shiyun, if you don't act now, you might as well prepare to offer sacrifices for Elder Xianing and me. At that moment, the fierce bear demon king sensed something was wrong. But it had no chance to speak or to act. The fierce bear demon king was snapped in half at the waist, and its head was severed. No matter how great its vitality, it could not possibly survive. Moreover, Nangong Zion's strike was absolutely lethal. No amount of vitality could withstand it. At the same time, all the other fierce bear demons fell lifeless. This scene was so sudden that no one else could react. What happened? I don't know. Who is she? She was even more formidable than the two elders. In the sky, another powerhouse appeared, treading the air. She wore very ordinary clothes, had an ordinary face, and even wielded an ordinary sword. Not only were the newcomers bewildered, but even the sect members were stunned. No one recognized the woman who had slain all the fierce bear demons with a single strike. Elder Xianing pried off the fierce bear demon king's hand and took a while to recover. He joked half seriously, "Cough, you're too much. Did you want to see our old bones torn apart? No, I just believed in you. You've grown stronger again." "Have I? I don't feel much difference." Nangong Shiyun truly felt no change. After all, she had always been powerful. Elder Yanxi tidied his appearance slightly and said, "All right, let's head back first. You've scared the newcomers enough. It's fine, this is a good experience for them. Never underestimate demon beasts." Nangong Shiyun said indifferently. Indeed, Elder Xianing dared not say more, as he had nearly lost himself. If not for Nangong Shiyun, they might have all perished here. Thinking back, it was indeed a close call. On the way back, the newcomers were still shaken, but soon a topic captured their attention. Elder Xianing asked Nangong Shiyun, "So have you found any suitable disciples? You know the sect leader has given you an ultimatum. Why not just pick one or two here? You rarely leave Cloud Peak anyway." Hearing this, the newcomers' eyes widened. Though they hadn't clearly seen that strike, they had witnessed the result. All the fierce bear demons were slain simultaneously, a power beyond comprehension. Having such a master alone would give one a huge advantage over the others. With her guidance and cultivation, one would surely soar. Even if one's talent was lacking and they fell behind someone else, a simple plea, "Help me, master," would solve most problems. Facing the expectant gazes of the crowd, Nangong Shiyun pointed casually. Her and him. She pointed at Li Si and Lin Xian. Su Luo was stunned. Had Li Si really succeeded? All she did was share snacks and chat. How absurd. In the original plot, Li Si's master was the peak lord of another peak. He never expected her to end up under Nangong Shiyun. It should probably be fine. And so Li Si and Lin Xian were taken away, first by Nangong Shiyun to Cloud Peak. The remaining newcomers were led by senior disciples into the Seven Stars Sword sect, given a brief tour of the terrain, and then assigned quarters. Afterward, there was a small celebration commonly known as the Newcomer Welcome Party. It mainly involved fine food and drink, with senior disciples performing various skills, including sword techniques, blade methods, formations, artifact forging, and alchemy. This broadened the newcomers' horizons, filling them with hope for the future. The Seven Stars Sword sect wasn't solely about swords, it had everything one could need. In short, it was a joyous party, full of ceremony. Su Luo ate on the sidelines completely alone. Word of Su Luo's cheating had spread. In this sect where self-reliance was a point of pride, his dishonest behavior was destined to isolate him. But then someone sat down beside Su Luo. It was Xiaoyu. "Oh, when did you finish?" Su Luo was referring to the enlightenment session. "I don't know. When it ended, I didn't see you, and I was panicked. Stop right there. You are in the 7-star sword sect now. Keep your distance from me like everyone else. Su Luo still had principles. After all, Xiao Yu was so young, and it wouldn't do for her to face public criticism. No. Then should I leave? Don't. You're still young and don't understand many things, but keeping your distance from me is the right choice. Trust me. I trust you, but I don't want to keep my distance. Xiao Yu deliberately moved closer. There was already little space between them, and now they were nearly touching. Su Luo sighed and let her be. By the way, what happened after your enlightenment? The sect leader took me as his personal disciple. My apologies, I'm not worthy of your company. Su Luo decided to leave her after all. Xiao Yu wasn't a key figure in the plot, but now that she was the sect leader's personal disciple, she should stay even further away from him. Su Luo quickly ate a few more mouthfuls of the delicious food and hurried away. Xiao Yu followed suit, eating a few more bites, taking some food with her, and then closely trailing Su Luo. It would be easy for Su Luo to shake off Xiao Yu, but he could avoid her today, not forever. Especially since she was the sect leader's personal disciple, finding him would be far too simple. With no other choice, he had to accompany her for a stroll, share some snacks, and chat casually, as if coaxing a child. When the time was right, he used tiredness as an excuse to send her away. His own situation was manageable for now, but if things took a darker turn later on, and he remained so close to Xiao Yu, he feared the sect leader might strike him down. The next day, the newcomers began their cultivation at the 7-star sword sect. The first task was to choose their own path of cultivation, and then proceed to the appropriate place to learn based on their chosen path. At the pinnacle of the 7-star sword sect stood the sect master, beneath whom were the council of elders and 8 peak masters. Next came the stewards and finally the disciples. There was no distinction between inner and outer disciples, only the special category of personal disciples. Under normal circumstances, newcomers would spend some time acclimating within the sect, choosing their path, and cultivating independently. They could search for materials in the scripture pavilion or attend lectures given by senior brothers and sisters, peak masters, elders, or stewards on cultivation. However, peak masters and elders were very busy and rarely held lectures, perhaps 2 or 3 times a year at best. Most of the time, it was the stewards who addressed the disciples' questions. If a disciple performed exceptionally well and was taken as a personal disciple by a peak master or elder, they would receive far more cultivation resources and guidance. Thus, becoming a personal disciple was a fiercely competitive goal for many sect disciples. Otherwise, they would have to settle for group instruction, though even that was far superior to what was available outside the sect. Group instruction was useful, but it wasn't tailored to the individual. One's progress depended largely on their own comprehension. Those with high comprehension could advance by leaps and bounds, while those who struggled could only crawl forward at a snail's pace. This was vastly different from the experience of personal disciples who could save decades of detours. Such was the cultivation system of the 7-star sword sect. As for Su Luo, news of his cheating spread quickly throughout the sect. So the idea of becoming a personal disciple was out of the question. However, Elder Yanxi kindly said to Su Luo, "You can come to me if you have any problems," showing goodwill at every turn. But Su Luo knew the plot, and thus understood that Elder Yanzai's kindness was only superficial. He had ulterior motives, though that was a matter for later. After thanking the elder, Su Luo went to his quarters. Meanwhile, the other newcomers were deciding on their paths of cultivation. Some had already made up their minds, and were inquiring which peak had the best alchemy, which peak had the most impressive sword techniques, and which peak had the most female disciples. Su Luo felt no such need. Cultivate? Impossible. He would never cultivate in this life. He would just write his diary to get by and then return to his quarters. The 7-star sword sect assigned each person a small house to live in. The sect was spacious enough to accommodate 1 small house per person. Lying back in his chair, Su Luo suddenly remembered that he hadn't written the plot yet. If the plot progressed without his diary entry, there would be no reward. He quickly got up to write. The entrance assessment is over. I can lie low for a while now. Although I'm a villain, I still need to lay low. Clearly, my current strength is no longer enough to be a worthy opponent for Lin Xian. So for the time being, I'll get a power-up. But this time the boost isn't in cultivation, but in equipment. And the next place I'll appear is the newcomer tournament a month from now. So there's really nothing for me to do in the meantime. As for Lin Xian, with Nangong Shiyun as his master, he'll naturally rise step by step. First, as a welcoming gift, Nangong Shiyun presented several high-grade equipment pieces and let Lin Xian choose one. This starting point is the finish line for others. Here it's not just about Lin Xian obtaining a treasure, more importantly, it's about making a good impression on Nangong Shiyun. Taking on a disciple doesn't mean you have to give your all. So if the impression is good, the master will be more generous. That makes sense. So how does one gain Nangong Xian's favor? Let's talk about Nangong Xian's problem. She is very powerful, but she also has a weakness. Of course, this weakness isn't in her cultivation, but in other aspects. Nangong Shiyun has luck, but only a little. Simply put, she is already a wealthy woman, but she could be even richer. The thing is, many of Nangong Xian's treasures she can't fully understand. She only knows their superficial uses, not their true potential, and often considers them worthless and gives them away. For example, among the treasures she offered Lin Xian, there was a reindew sword. It was formed by droplets of water connected together, looking oddly shaped, but the material was good and the craftsmanship excellent, making it a fine sword. But its true function wasn't for fighting, it was for skincare. That's right. The forger of this sword, because his wife loved skincare, sought out a very precious skincare ingredient, white dew frost, and concealed it within the sword, intending it as a surprise gift for his wife. However, an accident occurred. The forger died, and the sword never reached his wife. It circulated through the cultivation world until it eventually fell into Nangong Xian's hands. Nangong Shiyun simply regarded it as an ordinary sword. Although it was a good sword, it was mediocre for someone of her level. Faced with the treasures Nangong Shiyun offered, the knowledgeable old man, Yen explained each one to Lin Xian, ensuring he wouldn't make a wrong choice. Old man Yen knew about the reindew sword because he had read the forger's manuscripts. When Lin Xian was choosing his treasure, he surprised old man Yen by selecting the reindew sword and then presenting it to Nangong Shiyun. Lin Xian's reasoning was simple. Since his master had placed this sword among the options, she clearly didn't know its true purpose. Rather than let it gather dust, he might as well use it. As far as Lin Xian knew, women all loved skincare, so his master would probably like it. As for not getting a treasure himself, that didn't matter, he just needed to grow stronger on his own. So did Nangong Shiyun like skincare? No, but she needed it. Because at this time Nangong Shiyun wasn't showing her true face. Why wasn't she showing her true face? Because she was disfigured. Long ago she was injured by an enemy and her face was covered with crisscrossing venomous scars that were quite nauseating to look at. Even as her power grew, she could do nothing about it. She had sought help from others, but to no avail. Eventually she gave up and learned to disguise herself. And this time the skincare gift from Lin Xian came into play, directly healing Nangong Xian's face. Afterward, Nangong Shiyun was in a good mood and rewarded Lin Xian with several more treasures. Old man Yen was baffled, thinking Lin Xian was foolish for giving up a treasure. But within a few days Lin Xian had gained even more. He simply couldn't understand why someone at Nangong Xian's level would need skincare. Because of this incident, Nangong Shiyun skipped the stage of unfamiliarity with Lin Xian. She felt this disciple was good and began to guide his cultivation with genuine care. That's the protagonist for you. In less than a day, he gained his master's trust, stumbled upon the solution, and used his master's own things to cure her pain point. So back to the point. Lin Xian has such a powerful master. Am I afraid? No need to worry. I have no interaction with her. I can't even get past Lin Xian, let alone face Nangong Shiyun. But because of this I can survive until the end. Otherwise, if Nangong Shiyun made a move, I'd be instantly killed, without even needing to say, "I'll be back," like a certain wolf. Though I wanted to pad the diary a bit more, there really was only this matter recently. No help for it. With nothing left to write in his diary, Su Luo didn't know what to do again. He decided to find a good spot to watch the sunset. Strengthening his soul a little every day was still important. Diary completed. Reward: speed 5, strength 4, cultivation increased by 1 level. Current cultivation late, foundation establishment. Special ability upgraded: my pain surpasses yours. When attacked, you can transfer 40 of the damage you receive to a designated target. Su Luo absolutely loved this special ability upgrade. A 40 damage reduction was amazing. If it ever reached 100, who could even hurt him? Su Luo cheerfully left to find a high pleasant spot to watch the sunset. Even though it was only morning, there was a saying: the moment you start work, you're already thinking about clocking out. So Su Luo going to find the spot now was perfectly reasonable. Cloudrise Peak stood apart from the others, a remote and secluded place, yet it lacked none of the essential resources. Gaining entry here was already half the battle won. Other peaks teemed with disciples. An exaggeration perhaps, but the crowds were undeniable, and with them came fierce competition. But on Cloudrise Peak, there was only Nangong Shiyun. Her cultivation had reached a bottleneck, awaiting a catalyst for breakthrough. She had no need for resources now, so who would claim what remained? The thought alone made Cloudrise Peak seem like a paradise. Unfortunately, Nangong Shiyun had only accepted Lin Xian and Li Si as her disciples. In her quarters, she stared at an interface, watching a progress bar inch toward 90%. She had no idea what the progress bar signified, only that it appeared on the loading screen. Curiosity gnawed at her. What would happen once it reached completion? Just then Lin Xian and Li Si arrived, summoned by Nangong Shiyun. Today marked the ceremony of apprenticeship. In truth, there was little ceremony to speak of. Nangong Xian's master might have cared, but she did not. And since her own master was absent, her word was law here. Seeing her two disciples approach, Nangong Shiyun dismissed the interface. Though invisible to others, it felt improper to have it lingering before her eyes. You're here. Master. Lin Xian and Li Si spoke in unison. Nangong Xian's tone was casual. All right, Cloudrise Peak has only the three of us. There are no strict rules. In the coming days, cultivate as usual. He'll assess your level and guide you accordingly. For matters concerning the sect, consult the books over there. I want elaborate. If you encounter trouble within the sect that you cannot resolve, mention my name. If that fails, call for me. Nangong Shiyun had little desire to take disciples, but the sect's demands left her no choice. She intended to finish quickly and retreat to her leisure. I haven't prepared much. Here are a few items. Each of you may choose one as a gift from me. Thank you, master. There was no need for formality with their master. Nangong Shiyun snapped her fingers, and a collection of treasures materialized before them. Dazzling with golden light and pulsing with spiritual energy, the display was overwhelming. Lin Xian and Li Si could barely keep their eyes open. Nangong Shiyun selected 5 items and presented them, withdrawing the rest. The Zhaodan sword. Its sole virtue was unparalleled sharpness. The Yulu sword. Its peculiar shape formed by 7 linked droplets. Heavenly Dragon Water. A supreme restorative elixir that could rapidly replenish spiritual energy and heal injuries. Tongue Snake Armor. Offering formidable defense capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a golden core cultivator. The May Shrouding Array Disc. Activate it with a single touch to instantly deploy a labyrinth spanning 100 meters, nearly indestructible. Choose one each. Your cultivation is still low, you must not become overly reliant on external aids. These are mere trifles, sufficient only until you reach the golden core stage. When your cultivation advances, I shall grant you finer treasures. Only enough for the golden core stage. Were these words even human? Many cultivators might never lay eyes on such items in their entire lives. Li Si wept tears of poverty, realizing her previous notion of ample cultivation resources was utterly naive. Lin Xian remained composed. Elder Yin had long since broadened his horizons, so this spectacle held little shock for him. You choose first. He gallantly yielded to Li Si. All right, thank you. Li Si unhesitatingly selected the Yulu sword. Are you certain? Among these, it ranks the lowest in quality, far inferior to the one beside it. Nangong Shiyun offered a gentle reminder. I'm sure. This is the one I want. Li Si's resolve was unwavering. As you wish. And you? Lin Xian chose the Tongue Snake Armor. Preserving his life seemed paramount in his eyes. Though offense was often deemed the best defense, he frequently encountered foes of higher cultivation. Aggression only exposed greater weaknesses. Time and again he relied on defense and counterattack, so the Tongue Snake Armor was the safer choice. With their selections made, Nangong Shiyun had little else to say. Very well. Go and cultivate. But Li Si interjected, Master, wait. Could you please split this sword open? Split it open. Yes, cleave it in two. There's something valuable inside. What is it? White Dew Frost. White Dew Frost. What is that? Nangong Shiyun did not know everything. The cultivation world was vast, and even her past inquiries into remedies for disfigurement had never mentioned it. It works wonders on the skin, healing damage and enhancing beauty. As she spoke, Nangong Shiyun had already split the sword with ease. A trivial feat for one of her power. A mere treasured sword easily sacrificed. Upon the droplets lay thin layers of medicine. This was White Dew Frost. It truly existed. How did you know? Though astonished, Nangong Shiyun had long mastered her expressions. Even a skin-restoring remedy might not work on her. Master, I read about it in an ancient tome. Your skin is flawless. Do you need this? In Nangong Xian's view, the Yulu sword was far more valuable to Li Si than White Dew Frost. No, I wish to give it to you, Master. Why? Because you gifted us presents, yet we had nothing to offer in return. But when I saw this sword, I knew. Li Si took Nangong Xian's delicate hand, so fair and smooth. She felt a pang of envy. Could such a beautiful hand truly wield an unparalleled strike? Though she marveled at her master's skin, she pressed on. It may seem presumptuous to return your own gift, but I imagine you lack for nothing in fine swords. This skin remedy, however, might serve you better. Your skin is already exquisite, but it can be even more so. According to the ancient book, White Dew Frost is supremely effective, perhaps the finest skincare medicine in the world. Li Si exaggerated, but she believed that anything capable of healing her master's long untreated disfigurement deserved such a title. Nangong Shiyun wavered inwardly. Who would not wish to restore a ruined visage if given the chance? Yet her expression remained unchanged. Very well, I accept. Will take our leave now. All right. Lin Xian and Li Si departed. Nangong Shiyun resumed her true appearance. Her face was covered in venomous scars, her features nearly unrecognizable. Prolonged gazing might induce nausea. She looked at the layers of White Dew Frost, then touched her own cheek. A soft sigh escaped her. She still cared deeply. She had thought herself indifferent, yet her Dao heart trembled. But would it truly work? She calmed herself, knowing all too well that great expectations bred great disappointments. Just as Nangong Shiyun prepared to try, a chime sounded in her mind. Ding, the diary has finished loading. The journal had been loaded. Nangong Shiyun curiously opened the interface and found it had transformed into the shape of a book with several large characters inscribed upon it. Su Luo's decent person's diary. Who was Su Luo? Nangong Shiyun had no recollection, as she typically did not bother remembering unimportant individuals. Then she opened the diary. There was only one entry. Nangong Shiyun read it quietly, and a rare smile graced her lips. She found it quite amusing. What was written largely matched the events that had just transpired, though there were some significant discrepancies. Li Si had chosen the rain-due sword, not Lin Xian. Moreover, it even knew about her disfigurement, a secret known only to a select few. How did this Su Luo come to know of it? Finally, and most crucially, the diary claimed that this white dew frost could heal her. Was it truly effective? Nangong Shiyun began to apply the white dew frost. If it could indeed cure her, then the diary might hold some credibility. The result was remarkably evident. The poisonous marks on Nangong Xian's face visibly dissipated, vanishing completely to reveal her true visage. Her eyes were like autumn waters, her lips moist and rubired, her teeth like jade, and her features harmonized into a countenance of breathtaking beauty. Nangong Shiyun stared blankly at the mirror. How many years had it been since she had last seen her own face clearly? She nearly shed tears. After a long while, she composed herself and began to ponder. It truly worked. So what did this diary mean? What was Su Luo's purpose in writing it? And why show it to her? And how did he know all this? Prophecy. But if it were prophecy, how could the characters be wrong? Shouldn't the most basic details be accurate? Nangong Shiyun felt her mind was somewhat inadequate, but this was indeed beyond her comprehension. How intriguing. She resolved to investigate thoroughly. The reason was that she too had been idle. She had been lazing around at Ruyun Peak, as there was nothing interesting worth her effort. Her cultivation had hit a bottleneck. She needed an opportunity, not more training. Venturing out for treasures. Unnecessary. Her collection was so vast, she didn't even recognize half of it. She might as well explore her own treasury. Now with a diary, she couldn't erase it, was far more entertaining. Nangong Shiyun decided to wait and see how things would unfold. First, she would go and observe this Su Luo. Regardless, she needed to see this person named Su Luo to discern his abilities and whether the diary was his doing. Finding him was simple. From the diary, she deduced he was a new disciple in the sect. That made it easy. Nangong Shiyun first inquired about Su Luo. Since he was relatively well known, she quickly gathered information. She found him without much trouble. At that moment, Su Luo was wandering around searching for a good spot to watch the sunset. Finally, he found one. A small peak near his residence, secluded and perfect. There he set up a large parasol and a reclining chair. He lay down, planning to stay until evening. Nangong Shiyun was exasperated. How could Su Luo be so lazy, not even bothering to cultivate? In Nangong Xian's view, Su Luo was only at the qi refining later stage. How could someone of his age and cultivation level afford to be so idle? In truth, Su Luo's cultivation was at the foundation establishment later stage, but he had used his ability "what you see is what I want you to see" to mask it as qi refining later stage. After observing for a day, Nangong Shiyun could not discern anything. Of course, she could simply confront him directly. With her strength, what couldn't she extract? If questioning failed, the outcome would be unpleasant. She would resort to physical interrogation. But that would strip away the fun, like reading the start of a mystery novel only to have the killer revealed. The interest would be gone instantly. Nangong Shiyun had no worries in cultivation, and now that she had finally found something intriguing, she wanted to savor it. Yet day after day, Su Luo remained idle, doing nothing remarkable. Aside from his daily sunset viewing at the small peak, there was nothing else. Why did he watch the sunset every day? Was he that fond of it? And the diary? It was filled with trivialities every day, with no substantial content. Many words she didn't recognize, like Genshin King of Glory, Arknights, Punishing Grey Raven, and 7 Cities. She had no idea what they were. Su Luo constantly mentioned them, saying he missed them dearly. Were these things so wonderful? However, Nangong Shiyun felt that Su Luo's diary was not meant for others to see. He wrote about all sorts of irrelevant things, whatever came to mind. If he intended for others to read it, he would have written something more purposeful to achieve his goal of being seen. But it could also be an act. Nangong Shiyun remained skeptical. Her days of observation were not without gain. She noticed that her disciple Li Si had dealings with Su Luo. However, their conversations were ordinary, mostly Li Si sharing about her life, and that was it. The exchanges were brief. Upon learning of their connection, Nangong Shiyun suspected that Su Luo had told Li Si about the white dew frost. In that single diary entry with actual content, the person was wrong, and the key error involved Li Si. This inevitably raised suspicion. But what baffled her was if Su Luo knew so much, why didn't he act on it himself? What was his purpose? Doubts remained unresolved, and the more she pondered, the more her head ached. Nangong Shiyun felt she had used more brainpower in these past few days than in the previous months combined. Still, she was in no rush. Time was abundant, and Su Luo had written that he would appear again during the newcomer competition. So she would wait and see. Additionally, following the diary's instructions, Nangong Shiyun rewarded Li Si with 2 treasures as compensation. On one hand, she didn't want to alter the course of events too much and arouse Su Luo's suspicion. On the other hand, it was indeed thanks to Li Si that her face was healed, so bestowing her with treasures was only fitting. Half a month passed. The other newcomers progressed rapidly, as they were only at the qi refining stage. With proper guidance and resources, swift advancement was natural. Another reason was the generous rewards of the newcomer competition. For individuals like Lin Xian and Li Si, these might not compare to their master's gifts, but others were not so fortunate. Some newcomers might not even possess a decent weapon. Thus, the newcomer competition was an opportunity, a chance to secure a good ranking, earn rewards, and perhaps even be taken as a personal disciple by a senior. And Su Luo, his days remained monotonous. He only needed to step out every few days. But today was different. It was time to act. For today, a minor plot point was set to unfold, a prelude to the newcomer competition. Before setting off, Su Luo did not forget to write in his diary. After lying in bed for half a month, it's time to go find Lin Xian. The newcomer competition is still half a month away, and this time I have to cause trouble for Lin Xian again. The reason is that I can't stand the gossip within the sect. Every time someone sees me, they talk behind my back, looking down on me in every way. I blamed all of this on Lin Xian. After enduring for a long time, I finally couldn't hold back any longer. This time I wanted to ambush Lin Xian and vent my anger. The result was obvious. I failed again. Lin Xian beat me down, and coincidentally Li Si passed by and witnessed the scene. I immediately turned the tables and accused Lin Xian of attacking me unprovoked. Even a fool could tell I was lying. Li Si snorted coldly and gave me a verbal lashing. I immediately started crying and throwing a tantrum, the biggest clown of all. I brought humiliation upon myself, which is why being a villain is utterly meaningless. Let's just finish this quickly. How could I remain indifferent after such disgrace? Then I turned around and went to beg Elder Yanxi for help. Elder Yanxi was quite generous and gave me 2 treasures. With these 2 items, I became stronger and could finally put pressure on Lin Xian. But unfortunately, in the end, Lin Xian still won. In the newcomer competition, Lin Xian became famous overnight, though he was already well known thanks to his formidable master. That's roughly how today went. A minor episode with not much screen time. Lately, there hasn't been any particularly idiotic plot. Because Lin Xian is also busy improving his cultivation every day, and within the sect there aren't any random enemies for him to crush. In a righteous sect, how could disciples constantly stir up trouble, especially against Lin Xian? Of course, I'm the exception. So things have been pretty peaceful lately. Since there wasn't much plot, the diary rewards were also meager, just a few attribute points. Su Luo gradually got used to it. Without any important storylines, the rewards were mere pocket change. Closing his diary, Su Luo went out to find Lin Xian. Seeing the diary update, Nangong Shiyun perked up. Finally, another useful diary entry. Let's see if events unfold as written. Nangong Shiyun quickly tailed Su Luo to see what would happen. Su Luo soon found Lin Xian, who was cultivating with deep focus. Perfect timing. Su Luo struck without warning, launching an ambush. Lin Xian, this is all your fault. Lin Xian dodged with ease, then spun around and kicked Su Luo flying. You again. I didn't seek you out, but you come to me. It's all your fault for exposing my cheating. Now every time I pass by, people curse at me. I can't take it anymore. You were the one in the wrong first, and you haven't reflected at all. Seeing Su Luo approach, Lin Xian wanted to see if Su Luo had improved these days and also gauge his own progress. But Su Luo gave him no chance. He fell at the slightest touch like an old man faking an injury. How infuriating. Su Luo shouted from the ground, unwilling to accept defeat. Lin Xian was somewhat speechless. Can you show some real strength? If not, stop bothering me. I don't have time for you. Lin Xian, I will make you pay. Lin Xian said his piece, and Su Luo stuck to his own words. Just then Li Si arrived. Su Luo instantly changed his expression, looking deeply wronged. See, help me. That bastard Lin Xian hit me for no reason. Su Luo directly shifted the blame onto Lin Xian. Li Si cast a cold glance at Su Luo. Su Luo, you've gone too far. I saw everything. You provoked Lin Xian, and now you're slandering him. You're the bastard. No, I didn't. See, don't you believe me? Not one bit. Lin Xian, standing nearby, was taken aback. What was going on? This wasn't right. When had Li Si ever scolded Su Luo? He had his doubts before, but now he had to wonder what was Su Luo up to. Provoking him, but not fighting with full force. Su Luo and Li Si used to have a good relationship. Why were they acting like enemies now? Their relationship remained as baffling as ever. One moment, they were close childhood friends, the next they were foes. What was the meaning of this? Were they putting on a show for him? But what was the point of that? Lin Xian was utterly confused. Get lost. I don't want to see you. I'm completely disappointed in you. Su Luo felt as if struck by lightning, his whole demeanor collapsing. He moved his lips, but couldn't utter a word. Final go. Why are you all treating Su Luo like this? Xiao Yu stepped in front of Su Luo, having witnessed everything. She had felt unqualified to intervene before, thinking Su Luo had feelings for Li Si. She hadn't been sure before, but now that Li Si seemed to have goodwill towards Su Luo, Xiao Yu felt even more out of place. Yet seeing Su Luo's sorrow, especially because of Li Si, she couldn't hold back. Even if she had no right, she couldn't let them bully Su Luo. You've gone too far. Li Si was a bit stunned. Was this part of the plot? Li Si had deliberately acted to avoid disrupting Su Luo's storyline, but she hadn't expected Xiao Yu to defend Su Luo. Wait, defend? Was Xiao Yu's relationship with Su Luo really just that of fellow villagers? Something felt off. When had they become so close? For a moment, Li Si's mind was in turmoil. She desperately wanted to ask Su Luo about his relationship with Xiao Yu. How did they interact in private? In truth, Su Luo was equally baffled. Why was Xiao Yu here? She wasn't supposed to be part of this. Don't cause trouble. Just let it end here. Su Luo grabbed Xiao Yu to leave. But Li Si suddenly spoke. Before you defend Su Luo, look at what he did. First, he ambushed Lin Xian for no reason, and when he lost, he slandered him. Do you think that's right? Xiao Yu turned to Su Luo. Is it true? Su Luo nodded. Li Si felt a surge of secret joy. See that, Xiao Yu. You can't handle Su Luo. Stay far away from him. Even so, he has his own reasons. You can't treat him like this, Xiao Yu said instead. Well, who are you? Su Luo couldn't understand Xiao Yu anymore. When had she become his blind fan? How could she say such a thing? Xiao Yu, be reasonable. Li Si grew anxious. Xiao Yu's trust in Su Luo was too absolute. What kind of spell had Su Luo cast on her? He hadn't even treated Li Si that way. I want be reasonable. Xiao Yu pulled out her token, ready to summon the sect leader. She knew she couldn't defeat Lin Xian or Li Si in a fight nor out-argue them, so this was her only option. Seeing this, Su Luo quickly pressed down her hand. Don't make a scene. Disturbing the sect leader over such a trivial matter. Ridiculous. Let's go. Su Luo pulled Xiao Yu away. Soon they returned to their residence. Su Luo said seriously to Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu, from now on don't meddle in my affairs. It's not good for either of us. Why? They're all bullying you. Do you even understand the situation? Didn't you hear what Li Si said? It was my fault. Your behavior makes me doubt your sense of logic. Su Luo was getting a headache. Xiao Yu, I think you should learn to distinguish right from wrong. Wait here, have some tea. He'll be back soon to explain everything. After settling Xiao Yu, Su Luo hurried off to find Elder Yanxi. He remembered that the plot wasn't over yet. He still needed to visit Elder Yanxi. The plot could be sloppy, but it had to maintain continuity. Although Xiao Yu was an unexpected variable, he couldn't let her derail things. Su Luo stumbled all the way to meet Elder Yanxi, deliberately making herself look as miserable as possible. Why do you look like this? What happened? Elder Yanxi, seeing Su Luo in such a sorry state, showed concern. Elder Yanxi, I want to become stronger in a short time. It seems you've encountered something unpleasant, but I have no method for rapid strength enhancement. Only those from the demonic path possess such means. Elder Yanxi wore an expression of helplessness. Su Luo lowered her head in disappointment, but instantly flared with anger. I beg you will do anything to become stronger. No, there's no need for that. Elder Yanxi turned his back. All right, I'll give you 2 treasures. If you master them, it counts as becoming stronger in a short time. Really? Thank you so much, Elder Yanxi. No need. Remember, treasures are ultimately external aids. A true strength must come from within. Yes, disciple understands. The first treasure, the Scale Serpent Whip, could attack enemies automatically, albeit rigidly, but it was more than enough to handle Qi refining stage cultivators. The second, the Scale Serpent Armor, offered complementary defense capable of withstanding at least 1 blow from a foundation establishment cultivator, unadorned yet effective. After obtaining the 2 treasures, Su Luo hurried back. Without Xiao Yu, she wouldn't have been in such a rush, but given the previous display, Xiao Yu seemed unable to distinguish right from wrong, which was detrimental to her healthy growth. What, you ask why I care so much about this? Well, caring for the mental health of the youth is a duty we cannot shirk. Alright, the truth is simpler, I just don't want Xiao Yu to stray. Though I'm a villain, having been through the rain myself, I wish to hold an umbrella for others. Having secretly observed for a while, Nangong Shiyun concluded that Su Luo was acting, basing her performance on her own diary. It was too obvious. The dialogues were fine, but the battles were a major issue. You a latest-stage qi refining cultivator collapse at a single touch from Lin Xian, also at latest-stage qi refining. Couldn't you put in more effort? Su Luo just wanted to rush through the plot, but why? The diary didn't mention it, and that puzzled Nangong Xian the most. And Li Si, her relationship with Su Luo shouldn't have led to such words. They usually seemed on good terms. Even if Su Luo was at fault, she should have been lectured, not told to get lost or met with outright disgust. Such a swift fallout didn't make sense. Even more baffling was Elder Yangtze's easy acquiescence. Why would he suddenly help Su Luo? Were they related? It didn't seem so. Why did everything around Su Luo feel so intriguing? Let's observe further. Nangong Xian felt like she was peeling back layers of Su Luo's secrets, and the sensation was rather pleasant. After obtaining the treasures from Elder Yinshi, Su Luo returned. Xiaoyu was still holding a cup of hot tea, sipping it slowly, obediently waiting. Seeing Su Luo return, she quickly set down the tea and rose to greet her. Sit. What I'm about to say is very important. What kind of person do you think I am? A good person, the best in the world. Stop, no need for flattery. The best in the world sounds fake. Su Luo thought it was the best joke she'd heard all year. But I truly think so. What if I've done bad things? What did you do? Cheated to enter the sect. I did it with you, remember? If you think it's bad, then I'm bad too. We're both villains. No, you're not that bad. Su Luo gave another example. What about me attacking Lin Xian for no reason earlier? How do you explain that? I think you had your reasons, you just didn't want to tell me. Her intuition was sharp, but Su Luo wouldn't admit it. You're wrong. I didn't. No, you did. Why won't you listen on this matter? I do listen. So am I a bad person? You're not. Where was the listening? This could go on forever. Just then, an unexpected visitor arrived. Li Si. I hear you're corrupting a child, Su Luo. Your methods are getting better. Which eye of yours saw me corrupting her? I was about to teach her about good and evil. Indeed you should. Wait, why are you here? Su Luo just realized that their recent conversations had been like this, and she had grown used to it. But considering Li Si had just reverted to her scripted self, showing disgust toward her, wasn't it strange that she came over now? Xiaoyu thought the same. Didn't you say you never wanted to see Su Luo again? Her tone was reproachful, clearly showing she was angry at Li Si. You misheard. I said I don't want to see Su Luo, not that I never want to see her again. Li Si leisurely poured herself a cup of tea, and seeing Su Luo, without one, poured for her as well. What's the difference? You still made Su Luo sad. Remembering that, Xiaoyu became hostile toward Li Si. I don't see sadness, I only see her worrying about you. Me? Why? You don't know, and that's why Su Luo is troubled. Xiaoyu looked at Su Luo for an answer, genuinely believing she had done nothing wrong. How should I put this, Xiaoyu? Seeing Xiaoyu's innocent face, Su Luo found it hard to say harsh words. If you can't say it, I will. Li Si took over. Simply put, stay away from Su Luo. You don't understand anything, and only cause trouble. Xiaoyu didn't want to hear Li Si speak, let alone be lectured. What do you know? I only know you made Su Luo sad earlier, and now you have the nerve to come back. Yes, I came to apologize. Li Si turned to Su Luo. I'm sorry. Extremely loud. Caught off guard, Su Luo stepped back and covered her ears. Why did you have to shout so loudly? I was wrong earlier. I apologize. Please forgive me. Li Si actually lowered her head. Su Luo thought, isn't this too much? Your character isn't like this. Su Luo remained silent as Li Si kept her head down in apology. Xiaoyu was also confused. Wasn't she just disgusted with Su Luo? Now she's apologizing. But even so, what was she doing earlier? It's too late to apologize now. Su Luo, don't forgive her. In Xiaoyu's eyes, making Su Luo look heartbroken was unforgivable. Forget it, I didn't take it to heart anyway. Let's drop it. Xiaoyu stared at Su Luo in disbelief, as if she had misheard. That's it. Forgiven just like that. What else? Su Luo didn't really care. In fact, she was a bit pleased that Li Si had reverted to her scripted self, as it meant the plot hadn't deviated too far. Although Li Si hadn't been that annoying lately, Su Luo's resolve was firm. I'm a man who's going back to reality. How could I fall in a gentle embrace? Impossible, absolutely impossible. So if the future plot went smoothly without surprises, Su Luo would be overjoyed. Wait, something's off. Su Luo asked, why did you speak like that earlier? Our relationship has been pretty good lately, hasn't it? Because I vaguely sensed that doing so would make you happy. Can you sense that? Really? Are women's intuitions that sharp? Su Luo's silence seemed to affirm Li Si's guess. Xiaoyu didn't understand, but was deeply impressed. My matters are settled, now it's your turn. Li Si grinned cheekily, which only annoyed Xiaoyu further. What problem do I have? I don't have any. If you ever make Su Luo sad again, I won't let you off. Oh, I'm so scared. Su Luo felt that if they kept arguing, things would explode. So she pushed Li Si away, saying, stop arguing. You go back first. Now 10 Xiaoyus were no match for Li Si, whether in strength or wits. Fine, I'll listen to you. Li Si was in a good mood, probably because this conversation convinced her that Xiaoyu was no threat. Before leaving while Su Luo wasn't looking, Li Si flashed a victory sign at Xiaoyu. I have Su Luo's diary, you don't. That's my reason for being willful. Xiaoyu couldn't decipher Li Si's smug smile, but felt inexplicably furious. Unable to figure it out, she could only point angrily at Li Si's retreating figure. She wanted to hurl the most venomous curses, but seemed to lack such vocabulary, barely even knowing any swear words. At that moment, Xiaoyu wanted to speak, but couldn't, feeling as if she would burst with rage. Su Luo quickly comforted her. Don't be angry, it's not worth it. You're not close to her, no need to upset yourself over her. But, she's really hateful. This couldn't go on. Su Luo found some tasty snacks and coaxed Xiaoyu for a long time until she felt a bit better. Su Luo, am I really a burden to you? Well, how do I explain this? Hey, don't cry. Before Su Luo could finish, Xiaoyu was already sobbing profusely. But once she started, there was no stopping her. Su Luo's head ached. Go back for today. Calm down first, and we'll talk later. If I stop being a burden, will you not send me away, eh? I'm not sending you away. It's getting dark, you should hurry back. Unless you want to stay the night. Are you really not sending me away? You're always welcome here. Seeing her like this, what else could Su Luo do? If it were Li Si, Su Luo would have pushed her out and locked the door. But Xiaoyu was different. She was still a blank slate, and Su Luo couldn't bear to treat her harshly. Before Xiaoyu left, Su Luo said, Xiaoyu, don't neglect your cultivation, but you should also read more books. Read more to broaden your horizons, and at least become a bit sharper. Otherwise you might be sold off and still count the money for them. That would be unbearable. Xiaoyu nodded, then reluctantly left. The next day, she came to Su Luo's place to study, asking for help when she encountered difficulties. For now, her biggest challenge was recognizing characters. Her vocabulary was very limited, making reading extremely laborious. But because it was Su Luo's suggestion, she resolved to persevere, no matter how hard it was. So Su Luo taught her to write, and casually told her stories to broaden her horizons. Helpless Su Luo didn't know how to cultivate a proper sense of right and wrong. She thought back to her own childhood, how she learned many things from anime and novels. Though not everything she learned was correct, she grew up healthy, never committed murder or arson before transmigrating into the book. Just a decent, good-looking young man. Then she picked a few memorable ones to tell Xiaoyu. Digimon, The Legend of Condor, Hero, Naruto, Bleach, One Piece. Of course, she couldn't tell them all. She spoke whatever came to mind, making the stories fragmented. But Xiaoyu listened with great interest. She relished the moments when Su Luo sat beside her telling stories. And Su Luo watching Xiaoyu's expectant look and the various expressions, sadness, joy, anger, that her stories evoked. Found it quite amusing. With such an audience, Su Luo momentarily felt she was born to be a top-notch storyteller, effortlessly captivating her listener. Days like these continued. The newcomer competition drew nearer, and the new disciples were all making preparations. Some were training hard, striving for a breakthrough before the event. Others were learning new techniques as a precaution. Some even began gathering intelligence and analyzing their opponents. The most promising contender for first place in the newcomer competition was naturally Li Si. She had left a deep impression on others during the assessment. Moreover, she now had a powerful master, making her strength immeasurable. Then came Lin Xian, Li Si's fellow disciple, who also performed well in the assessment and was favored by many. It could be said that even before the competition began, the two had already gained considerable fame. As for the other newcomers, their popularity was incomparable to those two. Of course, there was another who drew attention, Xiaoyu. The news that she had become the sect leader's personal disciple spread quickly throughout the Seven Swords sect. However, she was too mysterious, and aside from the personal disciples, there was little discussion about her. Just curiosity, not conversation. As for Su Luo, who was she? The newcomers probably wanted to take her down a peg. Just the fact that she entered the sect through cheating made others resentful. Why should they struggle so hard to get in while Su Luo waltzed in effortlessly? In the newcomer competition, not beating Su Luo would feel like a disservice to their years of hard work. Unlike the others' tensions, Su Luo continued living her usual carefree life. This lazy attitude infected Nangong Shiyun, who was secretly watching, and she returned to Riyun Peak to loaf around as well. Since Su Luo had no recent noteworthy events, there was nothing interesting in the diary. But Nangong Shiyun had already learned that Li Si and Su Luo shared an unusual relationship. From the earlier conflict with Lin Xian, it seemed Li Si deliberately cooperated with Su Luo, though she didn't know why. Afterward, Li Si immediately apologized, and Su Luo accepted. However, Su Luo seemed unaware of Li Si's motives. Without more examples, no conclusion could be drawn. She would have to wait and see. Back at Riyun Peak, Nangong Shiyun reverted to her original form. If not for the treatment, she wouldn't have looked at her true appearance even once a year. It was truly unsightly, even she couldn't bear it. But after being cured, though she didn't show her real face in public, she occasionally revealed it in private. Gazing at her own reflection touching her fair cheeks, Nangong Shiyun smiled unconsciously. Just looking at herself could lift her spirits, something she had never dared to imagine before. This made her grateful to Li Si once again. But because of the diary, things didn't seem so simple. Did Li Si really find it in an ancient text? If not for the diary, Nangong Shiyun would have believed it. Now, given Li Si's relationship with Su Luo, she was more inclined to think Su Luo had told Li Si. Of course, these were all conjectures riddled with doubts. But gratitude was still necessary. Nangong Shiyun wouldn't forget this kindness due to suspicion. So should she thank not only Li Si, but also Su Luo? Unlike Su Luo's carefree demeanor, Xiao Yu had recently been troubled. The grand competition was approaching, and while the sect master hadn't set any specific goals for her, like vying for first place. As the sect master's disciple, she was inevitably held in higher regard by others when she walked through the sect. This placed an invisible pressure on Xiao Yu. Moreover, the greatest source of pressure came from the sect master himself. He had recently taught Xiao Yu a sword technique, the 7 stars return to 1. Xiao Yu's comprehension was strong, and she learned it quickly, but she only grasped its surface form. Although this surface-level mastery was enough to surpass many. For someone with Xiao Yu's talent for comprehension, it was far from enough. At least in the sect master's eyes, Xiao Yu's limits were not yet reached. She needed at the very least to comprehend the sword intent of the 7 stars return to 1. But the reality was that Xiao Yu could not advance further. The sect master couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Although he concealed it well, Xiao Yu was an extremely sensitive person. She knew, but she did not show it. Until she came to Su Luo's side, she said, "Tell me, am I just not talented?" Xiao Yu sat dejectedly on the ground, tracing patterns in the dirt with her finger, not intending to draw anything specific, just feeling lost. Su Luo felt as if he had misheard. Huh, saying that is like Nangong Shiyun claiming she can't use a sword. What a joke. Then compared to you, do I have talent? Su Luo asked in return. Yes. Where do you see it? You are stronger than me. I am a few years older than you, and have been training for several more years. No, it has nothing to do with that. I feel that you are truly strong, and you are constantly getting stronger. Alright, let's talk about your problem. What's wrong with you? Su Luo quickly changed the subject. You can tell that too. That's kind of amazing. The sect master has never been satisfied with my cultivation. And then what? Do you want to be number 1 in the world at such a young age? No, I just don't want to let the sect master down. He has been truly good to me. Indeed, ever since joining the sect, Xiao Yu's life had been incomparable to before. Food, clothing, shelter, and transportation were naturally provided, and cultivation resources were available whenever she wanted. The sect master would visit Xiao Yu whenever he had time to guide her, showing more care for his youngest disciple than for the others. The more this was the case, the more pressure Xiao Yu felt. Su Luo now understood Xiao Yu's troubles. Don't overthink it. The newcomer competition is coming up soon. Then you'll see the difference between yourself and others. Oh, I mean how far ahead you are of them. Really? Of course, this much I can guarantee. Su Luo had also observed that Xiao Yu's progress was remarkably swift. Her cultivation base had reached the late stage of qi refining during the assessment, and after over half a month of diligent training, it was nearing perfection. This speed was beyond imagination. She was already far ahead of other newcomers of the same period. However, her 7 stars return to 1 was indeed mediocre, at least from the perspective of Su Luo, a veteran antagonist. It had form, but no intent enough to intimidate newcomers, but unremarkable against true experts. Su Luo had no intention of teaching Xiao Yu, mainly because he had never taught anyone before and his own expertise lay in demonic arts. More importantly, Xiao Yu already had the sect master of the 7 Stars Sword sect to teach her, so why should he bother? He might even hinder Xiao Yu's progress. Although Su Luo didn't know the sect master, while he had confidence in him. After hearing this, Xiao Yu regained some confidence and resumed her training. Yet she still couldn't advance further in the 7 Stars return to 1. Even after practicing it hundreds or thousands of times, it remained the same. Meanwhile, the sect master was puzzled. Xiao Yu has been going out more and more often lately. What is she doing? The sect master was actually quite attentive to Xiao Yu. Her talent was exceptional, and her learning speed was indeed fast. Although she hadn't quite met his expectations, she was still far better than the others. He just felt it shouldn't be this way. Xiao Yu should be able to go further. Her comprehension ability shouldn't be limited to this. Perhaps she is still too young. He would wait and see. Thus, the sect master planned to let Xiao Yu relax and go out more to clear her mind. But before he could mention it, Xiao Yu had already started doing so. This piqued the sect master's curiosity, and he decided to go and observe to understand the situation. Then he saw Su Luo and Xiao Yu together. Su Luo was lying on a lounge chair, drinking some unknown beverage, while Xiao Yu practiced the 7 Stars return to 1 nearby. The sect master's eyes widened, his focus immediately sharpening. Who was that man? What was this heartwarming scene all about? Could Xiao Yu be in love? No, she was so young, how could that be? Could it be that man was deceiving Xiao Yu? Yes, that must be it. Wait, as the sect master, how could he wrong someone based on mere suspicion? He should go and ask first. The sect master was a bit flustered. He had high hopes for Xiao Yu and didn't want any mishaps in her growth. Xiao Yu, what a coincidence. I was taking a walk nearby and saw you, so I came over to say hello. The sect master pretended to have stumbled upon her by chance, speaking with a smile on his face. He looked like an ordinary old man with a head of graying hair and a slender frame. However, his face wasn't heavily wrinkled, making him appear to be an elegant, handsome senior. This was a manifestation of his extremely restrained cultivation. So do not be deceived by his appearance. He was the master of a sect, and his strength was beyond doubt. Master, the sect master glanced at Su Luo and said, "Aren't you going to introduce me? This is Su Luo, the person closest to me." Him closest? Like family. But he had heard that Xiao Yu had no family. No. Oh, so what is your relationship then? You say he's the closest person to you. Closer than I am. The sect master maintained his smile, continuing to probe. He was quite confident in himself. Who in the sect could be closer to Xiao Yu than him? Yes, Xiao Yu affirmed. The sect master's smile then froze. He had only been joking, but he had heard the honest truth. That was a bit harsh. However, the sect master's centuries of cultivation were not for nothing. He maintained his composure and said to Su Luo, "Then you must be quite outstanding. Tell me, what are you skilled at? If your talent is good, I wouldn't mind accepting you as a disciple." "I have none. I don't know anything." Su Luo was completely indifferent. He had long since become someone who could grow stronger on his own. The sect master was puzzled. Was that true? Then what would you like to learn? For Xiao Yasake, I will teach you. No need. It's useless for me to learn anything. I have no talent. The sect master was getting a little displeased. How ungrateful. Then what are you doing in the 7 Stars Sword sect? Just passing the time. That was going too far. The sect master despised lazy people the most. But he still saved face for Xiao Yu and didn't lose his temper. He only said gently, "It's fine. Everyone has their own choices. I just hope you won't regret it later. Thank you for the advice, sect master. I will remember it." However, the sect master had lived for centuries and could see at a glance that Su Luo hadn't taken it seriously at all. "I won't disturb you too then. Xiao Yu will be going now. Farewell, master." Xiao Yu showed no sign of wanting him to stay, which made the sect master feel a bit sad. He felt it was necessary to find out exactly what the relationship was between Xiao Yu and this Su Luo. Later, while instructing Xiao Yu, the sect leader inadvertently inquired about Su Luo's situation. Xiao Yu, without any reservation, happily shared stories about Su Luo with the sect leader. To the sect leader's surprise, it turned out that Su Luo had once saved Xiao Yu and had treated her very well. This had happened even before Xiao Yu's talent was discovered. It seems Su Luo did have some redeeming qualities. However, from a rational standpoint, the sect leader still did not approve of Su Luo. Given Xiao Yu's talent, the two of them were destined to belong to different worlds. If Su Luo were more ambitious, there might be hope, but judging by his previous attitude, he was utterly devoid of dreams. Not everyone could be Nangong Shiyun. Such a person would only hold Xiao Yu back, and in the end they would part ways with regret. The sect leader had witnessed such scenes countless times. Many talented individuals parted with regret, yet couldn't let go, spending their days in melancholy. Thus the sect leader made a decision. To prevent Xiao Yu from being too heartbroken when she eventually parted with Su Luo, he would start reducing Su Luo's standing in Xiao Yu's heart. As a first step, the sect leader, imitating Su Luo, began telling stories to Xiao Yu. His aim was to outshine Su Luo's storytelling prowess and replace him. Because Xiao Yu always boasted about how interesting and novel Su Luo's stories were. The sect leader refused to accept this. Having lived for so many years, how could he lose to a mere youth? Then he began telling a tale about an ancient temple with a monk. After half a day, the monk was still engaged in mundane chores within the temple, with no other character to interact with. It was so dull it made one want to sleep. But Xiao Yu considerately said she wanted to cultivate. Xiao Yu would rather cultivate than listen to the sect leader's stories. She was afraid of falling asleep in front of him. The sect leader was baffled. The story had been so captivating, and it only got better, so why had Xiao Yu started cultivating? It contained so many truths about cultivation, why didn't Xiao Yu appreciate it? For a moment, the sect leader doubted his own life. But he didn't give up. When Xiao Yu rested, he began again. Then Xiao Yu immediately found the motivation to cultivate, and with even greater focus. The sect leader could only console himself. At least his storytelling wasn't entirely useless. Look, Xiao Yu had gained a deeper understanding of the 7 Stars convergence. Helpless, the sect leader had to give up, but not entirely. Because the newcomer competition would start soon, and Xiao Yu would soon witness how Su Luo was defeated by others. When the gap in strength is too vast, all sorts of problems arise. Then, without any intervention from him, Xiao Yu would let go on her own. Moreover, when Xiao Yu displayed her brilliance, seeing how outstanding she was, Su Luo would likely feel inferior. So without any need for his interference, they would part ways soon. I was overthinking it. With this thought, the sect leader's mood improved considerably. After watching the sunset, he gained an elevation of the soul. Su Luo began to diligently improve his cultivation again. Who said I wasn't striving to become stronger? I too endure unspeakable hardships. He opened his diary. The newcomer competition starts tomorrow. It's time for me to embarrass myself again. Am used to it, to return to reality, I'll endure. The newcomer competition spans 2 days, the first day to determine the top 8, and the second day to finish directly. And yours truly has made it to the top 8, otherwise there would be no attention at all, and Lin Xian's face-slapping wouldn't be satisfying enough. The rules of the newcomer competition are very simple unknown battles. When a contestant loses combat ability or concedes, the match ends and the winner advances to the next round. This format applies to both days. It's very straightforward. In the first round of the top 8, I encountered Lin Xian. After exchanging blows, I realized I was no match for him, so I directly revealed my newly acquired treasure, the Spirit Serpent Whip. The Spirit Serpent Whip, a treasure at the Qi refining stage, was practically a divine artifact, completely overwhelming Lin Xian. He couldn't handle it for a while and fled in panic. With such a treasure, what's the point of fighting? So everyone in the arena cursed me, calling me despicable for relying on something other than my own strength. But their anger was futile because it complied with the rules, so the match continued. Just when everyone thought Lin Xian was done for, he created another miracle, using agile footwork to barely dodge the Spirit Serpent Whip's attacks. Then closing in, he unleashed an immensely powerful 8 extremities collapse, shattering my Spirit Serpent armor, sending me flying, and causing me to spit blood and faint. However, this strike rendered his right hand completely unusable for the subsequent matches. But what did it matter? He was the protagonist. Even with one hand, he still secured victory. The following matches proceeded without incident until Lin Xian claimed first place. Thus, Lin Xian became famous in a single battle. Not only did he defeat me, who possessed a treasure, but he also won against subsequent opponents with one hand, displaying unparalleled ferocity. Looking at the entire competition, who wouldn't be convinced by such a newcomer? When Lin Xian won the final match, the entire arena erupted, cheering for this miracle-creating newcomer Lin Xian. Under the spotlight of thousands, everyone present celebrated for him. How enviable. If it were the pre-transmigration me, I would have wished to be Lin Xian myself. But now it's different. I've passed the age of passion. A peaceful and ordinary life is true happiness. Speaking of which, what about Li Si? She was the top contender for the championship and had cultivated much longer than Lin Xian, so how could she not defeat him? The truth is, due to her excessive pride, she lost carelessly in the semifinals. The final was supposed to be between Lin Xian and Li Si, but unexpectedly Li Si lost. But that was the original plot. With Li Si being so strong now, no matter how careless she was, she couldn't lose. At this point in the story, Li Si was only at the Qi refining perfection stage, and the gap with other newcomers wasn't huge, but now she had already reached foundation establishment. How could she lose? Each cultivation stage has an insurmountable chasm. Not everyone is a protagonist capable of defeating opponents above their level. If Li Si loses to any newcomer other than Lin Xian, she might as well give up cultivation and go home to sleep. But will this affect my plot? How about sneaking an attack on her tonight? Give her a beating, injure her, so she can't perform normally tomorrow. But I remember Li Si is staying with Nangong Shiyun. Sneak attack? What sneak attack? I wouldn't stoop to such petty tricks. Why would I bother with such things? No fear at all. Nangong Shiyun. What's there to fear about her? If she ever hinders my progression through the plot, she'll have no good coming her way. Alright, forget what I just said, even though no one saw it anyway. No choice, Bill, just go with the flow. Closing the diary, watching ads getting stronger. This was Su Luo's effort for the day. Truly hardworking. Diary completed. Reward: defense 7, strength 4, cultivation level increased by 1 layer. Current cultivation foundation establishment perfection. As soon as the diary was updated, Li Si began reading it immediately. Though she had anticipated it, Su Luo's storyline was truly tragic. Even so, he was determined to complete it. Li Si could only admire him. If it were her, would she tolerate such humiliation? With strength, no one could slap her face. But her focus remained on what came later. Why didn't he come to attack her? Her master probably wouldn't even care. Be brave. She could just tell her master they were only playing around. It wasn't a big deal. Li Si was genuinely curious to see how Su Luo would attack her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nangong Shiyun was also reading the latest diary. The new disciple competition meant nothing to her. It was like watching children brawl. To return to reality. So that was Su Luo's goal. He wanted to go back somewhere. Well, it wasn't an interesting objective. Nangong Shiyun found it a bit dull. Yet thinking about Su Luo knowing what would happen, she decided to observe a little longer. But from the diary, it seems Su Luo didn't even know about Li Si's change. She felt as though she had grasped something, yet not quite. Forget it, she wouldn't dwell on it. The next day, the new disciple competition officially began. It was held in the sect's central square. From early morning, the newcomers were already prepared, all striving for a good ranking. Interested senior disciples also came to watch. The new disciple competition was considered a lively event in the sect, and joining the excitement never went out of style. Of course, the sect leader and the 8 peak masters were also present, giving the newcomers a chance to familiarize themselves. However, in this batch, only the sect leader and Nangong Xiun had taken disciples, the other peak masters had not. Because the best talents had already been chosen, and the rest were not quite up to par. After a brief opening speech, the new disciple competition officially commenced. Each newcomer was assigned a number. Based on these numbers, random matchups were arranged with unknown duels deciding the winner. The victors advanced to the next round while the losers were directly eliminated. Finally, the top 8 would be determined, marking the end of the first day. Simple and clear. To achieve a good ranking, strength was important, but luck was also indispensable. After all, running into Li Si in the first round would be disastrous. The host of the new disciple competition announced loudly, this year's new disciple competition officially begins. The first match is between 21 and 4. Please invite both contestants to the stage. The competition area was a circular arena surrounded by the audience with an unknown platform in the center. However, there was no rule about stepping out of bounds. A victory was still determined when one side lost the ability to fight or conceded. Soon the newcomers whose numbers were called stepped up to fight. After each match ended, the next one seamlessly followed. The Kaiyang Peak Master pointed at Xiaoyu and said, "Sect leader, is that your new disciple? It's been over 100 years since you last took a disciple." "Yes, she looks promising, doesn't she?" "She looks good, but we'll need to see her actual strength to judge." "Don't worry, she won't disappoint you. In fact, she might even surprise you." The surprise, of course, was not about Xiaoyu's strength itself, but that she had achieved such power at her age, a promising future. Then he'll certainly look forward to it. Since the sect leader said so, the Kaiyang Peak Master naturally anticipated it. But just then the sect leader frowned. Why was Xiaoyu going to find Su Luo again? Xiaoyu had already spotted Su Luo in the crowd and walked directly to his side. "Su Luo, what's your number?" 45. "I'm 54, just the reverse. Do you think we'll end up facing each other?" "Haha, of course not. It can't be that coincidental." Su Luo was very confident, as he had experienced this storyline many times and knew every opponent like the back of his hand. At that moment, the third match on the stage had just ended. The host announced the next match, 45 versus 54. Su Luo, what? No way, just adding Xiaoyu changed the entire matchup. Was the butterfly effect really this powerful? "Xiaoyu, we actually ended up together." Su Luo's mouth twitched, indeed very coincidental. The sect leader's eyes lit up, though he maintained a composed demeanor. "I didn't expect Xiaoyu to be up so soon. You can all watch closely now." Inside, however, he was already cheering. Facing Su Luo, Xiaoyu could personally defeat him, making it clear just how weak Su Luo was. Xiaoyu would surely be disappointed in Su Luo. "Xiaoyu, you are no longer the person from that small town. Unbeknownst to you, you have transformed. The Su Luo you once couldn't reach has long been left behind by you. Your perception needs to change." The sect leader felt gratified, thinking even fate was on his side. "Please invite numbers 45 and 54 to the stage." "Let's go, Su Luo." Xiaoyu pulled Su Luo toward the stage. All right. Su Luo was still contemplating how to fight. Should he directly use his treasure? But that was meant for Lin Xian, and it wouldn't be good if Xiaoyu damaged it. However, with his current publicly perceived strength as a latest-stage qi refining cultivator, it seemed he couldn't defeat Xiaoyu. Troublesome. Unlike Su Luo's predicament, the other newcomers wore expressions of good riddance, pop the champagne. Because Xiaoyu, as the sect leader's disciple, was undoubtedly strong. Along with Li Si and Lin Xian, she was considered one of the opponents the newcomers most wanted to avoid. It was better to avoid them early on, and encountering them later when the rankings were higher wouldn't hurt as much. Losing wouldn't result in too poor a score. Now that Su Luo was facing Xiaoyu, the other newcomers felt relieved of some pressure. And who was Su Luo? Everyone knew he had only gotten in through cheating. If he didn't lose, who would? So the sentiment among the other newcomers was enough talk, pop the champagne. If Su Luo were my opponent, I'd pop 2 bottles. In the newcomers' eyes, Su Luo was already considered the weakest since he had only entered through cheating. How good could he be? But they were mistaken. In the original storyline, Su Luo's strength was actually not bad among the newcomers. It was just that his opponent Lin Xian made him look weak. Please enlighten me. While Su Luo was lost and thought Xiaoyu was already opposite him, assuming an attacking stance. This was actually Xiaoyu's first time sparring with Su Luo, as he had always refused before citing laziness. Xiaoyu had never forced him, so it had always been dropped. Now Xiaoyu was quite looking forward to fighting Su Luo. "Xiaoyu, I have a reason I must win. Can you just step aside?" Su Luo habitually spoke before the match, much like telling an enemy to surrender peacefully. Useless, but he still did it out of habit. Xiaoyu listened and nodded okay. Then she turned to the host and said, I concede. I can't beat Su Luo. Su Luo what? I was just saying that how could you take it seriously? And could you at least pretend to put up a fight? At least exchange a few moves before conceding. In front of everyone you concede just because of one sentence from me. What will people think of me? I don't care, but what about you? Su Luo was amused and exasperated. Xiaoyu, you're too obedient. The newcomers thought they had misheard. Did she say she concedes? She can't beat Su Luo. Was I asleep just now? Did they even fight? No, we all saw it clearly. The sect leader's disciple conceded without even fighting. Rigged. There's a conspiracy. Su Luo must have some shameful secret over the sect leader's disciple. Rigged. Rigged. Logically, the newcomers knew Xiaoyu couldn't be threatened by Su Luo. She was the sect leader's disciple, who would dare threaten her without fear of the sect leader's wrath. But in reality, how else could they explain it? The Kaiyang Peak Master was also puzzled. Sect leader, is this the performance you spoke of? A single sentence nearly made the sect leader lose his composure. The fact that Xiaoyu conceded had already infuriated the sect leader. His rage kindled by how Su Luo could make Xiaoyu surrender with just a word. Now the Kaiyang Peak Master was rubbing salt in the wound. The more the sect leader had boasted about his disciple earlier, the more humiliating the present moment became. The sect leader felt his face flush with shame. Half from the slap, to his pride, the other half from sheer fury. It had been a long time since he had been this angry. Su Luo held such high esteem in Xiaoyu's heart. What was wrong with this boy? He couldn't fathom what was so good about Su Luo that Xiaoyu would be so obedient to him. The sect leader could only rage impotently within while maintaining his dignity on the surface. Perhaps Xiaoyu has her own thoughts. Is that so? I can't comprehend the minds of the young, the Kaiyang Peak Master stated plainly. But the truth stung the most, and the sect leader no longer wished to speak. Nangong Shiyun, watching from the side, nearly burst into laughter. To make the sect leader so stifled, Su Luo certainly had a knack. If Su Luo knew, he would only say, unjust. I merely said it casually. Who knew Xiaoyu would take it seriously? On the arena, Su Luo ignored the crowd shouting rigged and walked off unaffected. Xiaoyu followed him down, but was ignored. All accusations were directed at Su Luo, calling him despicable and accusing him of underhanded tactics. Because no one dared to speak ill of Xiaoyu. Though it seemed to be Xiaoyu's fault, they simply dared not say it. The sect leader was still watching from above. Would you dare criticize Xiaoyu? Better consider whether you have a brain on your shoulders. Xiaoyu, seeing the crowd cursing Su Luo, had already drawn her sword to attack, but Su Luo quickly stopped her. Su Luo, did I do something wrong? It's fine. Next time remember to be more tactful in achieving your goal. What does tactful mean? It means you should have sparred with me for a few moves before conceding. What difference does it make? Xiaoyu still didn't understand. Wasn't the outcome the same? There is a difference. Appearances matter a lot, otherwise you end up in this mess. But I don't mind. I'm worried about you. Because his reputation would be even worse when facing Lin Xian, and he was perfectly fine with that. Me? Am fine. Good. Remember to be more tactful next time. Oh, Xiaoyu seemed to understand, but she still preferred straightforwardness. The newcomer competition continued, but the participants were already anticipating the second round. They prayed to be matched against Su Luo to avenge the sect leader's disciple and thoroughly defeat the despicable Su Luo. Then everyone would surely say, well done. With fame and progress in the competition, why not? Soon the second round began, and the number of participants had halved. The random pairing resumed. The first match of the second round, no. 45. Oh, the first match featured Su Luo. Which lucky person would face him? Versus no. 91. Silence. The entire venue fell silent. No. 91 was Li Si, who had dominated her opponent in the first round with a single overwhelming strike. How could there be such a gap among newcomers? The others had memorized her number, hoping to avoid her. But now it was time to celebrate again. And this time the celebration would be grand. Because Su Luo's reputation was worse than ever with only Xiaoyu supporting him. Ha ha, Su Luo, you're getting what you deserve. Serves you right for rigging the match. Why don't you ask Li Si to concede too? Are you scared? Don't say that. We should thank him. Since he's up against Li Si, the rest of us are safe. The newcomers were overjoyed. In the special viewing seats, Nangong Shiyun narrowed his eyes at the sect leader. Did you arrange this? Don't accuse me falsely. I didn't. It's none of my business. The sect leader denied it outwardly, but inwardly he was utterly certain. Yes, I arranged this match. In the sect leader, oh, what's wrong with a little manipulation behind the scenes? Li Si, I've heard, has the highest cultivation among the newcomers with outstanding previous performances far surpassing the others. She is also Nangong Zion's disciple. Su Luo, let's see how you win now. Since you made my disciple concede, you won't have it easy either. Let Li Si teach you a lesson. The sect leader couldn't help but smirk. Nangong Shiyun was speechless. At such an age, still so childish. But sect leader, you might be disappointed. You don't know the true relationship between Li Si and Su Luo behind the scenes. You want to use Li Si to teach Su Luo a lesson. Impossible. Li Si wouldn't even use her real strength against Su Luo. And Su Luo was once again left speechless. Are you kidding me? First Xiaoyu and now this. It's even more absurd. How can I win against Li Si? He had no choice but to take out the Qilin Serpent Whip early, hoping it wouldn't get damaged. Su Luo stepped onto the arena, ignoring the crowd still shouting rigged. Ridiculous. Am upright, what rigging? It has nothing to do with me. Li Si was already on the field completely unguarded and asked casually, how do you want to fight? How about you concede? Su Luo prepared to draw the Qilin Serpent Whip. Alright, I concede. Su Luo. Sect leader. Audience. Didn't this scene feel eerily familiar? Did I just hear that wrong? I must be so nervous I'm hallucinating. I think I'm still stuck in the last round. Tell me, is that the sect leader's disciple up there? I think it's a joke. How could Li Si possibly concede? When the host announced Su Luo's victory, the newcomers completely lost it. Damn, still saying it's not rigged. What kind of identity do you have, Su Luo? Are you some hidden big shot? Once could be explained, but twice. What the hell? Su Luo has something going on. I don't care. It's rigged. Su Luo must have something on Li Si. The newcomers unanimously disagreed. Why? What gave Su Luo the right to make Li Si concede? Was it because of his handsome face? Too ridiculous. Does good looks matter in the world of cultivation? Strength is what counts. I don't understand. The newcomers didn't understand, and neither did Su Luo. Why did Li Si concede? And if you were going to concede, at least pretend a little like Xiaoyu did. Now, even if I'm not rigging it, it looks like I am. That was a very straightforward concession, Su Luo said at a loss for words. Li Si puffed out her chest proudly. If Xiaoyu can do it, so can I. Seriously, what are you two competing over? What's there to be proud of? Why compare yourselves over this? Although Su Luo seemed to benefit, he couldn't be happy. Seeing this, the sect leader lost his composure. Can't you control your disciple? He demanded of Nangong Shiyun. He had hoped Li Si would teach Su Luo a lesson, but instead she handed Su Luo an easy victory. It was like lifting a rock only to drop it on his own feet, both of them. The sect leader felt utterly disgusted. It's fine. I give my disciples complete freedom to do as they please. Besides, I don't see this as a big deal. This isn't a big deal. Am I just too old? The sect leader couldn't comprehend it. Didn't young people all vie for rankings? Why did Li Si concede so readily? You are indeed old. Don't pull any more tricks, Nangong Shiyun warned. What do you mean? It means I'm protecting Su Luo. Don't mess with him. Huh? The sect leader was full of question marks. Had I been living in seclusion? In less than a month, how did Nangong Shiyun, that lazy fish, get involved with Su Luo? Did the sun rise from the west? Since when did Nangong Shiyun take an interest in a man and even vow to protect him? Who can tell me what happened? The sect leader pressed for answers for a long time, yet could not extract a single word from Nangong Shiyun. However, he indeed refrained from any further covert actions. Since Nangong Shiyun had spoken thus, he had to grant face. The new disciples' competition continued. Descending from the arena, Su Luo quietly asked Li Si, "What's wrong with you? Surrendering just like that? Why don't you like it?" "I'm asking you why. Don't you want the prize?" "No need, it's not as good as what the master gives." Li Si spoke the truth. In recent days, Nangong Shiyun had gifted her many fine things, so naturally, she looked down on the prizes of this new disciples' competition. Su Luo wanted to ask why she conceded, but Li Si beat her to it. "Just tell me, do you like it or not?" "I do." "Then that's settled. If you feel you owe me, you'll have to agree when I ask a favor of you in the future." "No, I don't feel I owe you anything." Su Luo immediately straightened her posture and said righteously, "Sorry, my favors aren't given lightly." "Then it's settled. You owe me one." "Wait, are you even listening to me?" But Li Si covered her ears and ran off. Well, that was that she owed a favor now. The subsequent matches proceeded without incident, and the first day concluded smoothly. The top 8 were determined: Su Luo, Lin Xian, and 6 other newcomers. The next day continued. On the second day, more senior disciples appeared curious about the newcomer's strength. "Look, it's the 7 stars and 4 talents. Indeed, I never thought I'd see them. I've heard of them even in my small city. So handsome and beautiful." The newcomers grew excited. The so-called 7 stars and 4 talents were Qin Sanhan Yinger from the previous new disciple assessment, plus Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jia. 2 men and 2 women. They often formed teams to undertake sect missions and always completed them successfully, earning great fame in the major cities. Moreover, they stood at the peak of strength among the disciples, all above the golden course stage. Handsome and beautiful, they were the face of the 7-star sword sect's disciples, both in strength and appearance. How could such people not be envied? Alright, today's spotlight isn't on us. Focus on the matches. Qin Sen spoke gently, long accustomed to being the center of attention. Back on the arena, the first match pitted Su Luo against Lin Xian. Su Luo had been waiting too long. Finish early and go home early. Yet the moment Su Luo stepped onto the arena, boos erupted. He had no reputation at all. In contrast, when Lin Xian entered, cheers and shouts of encouragement filled the air. Lin Xian, Su Luo roared, even from the opening cry, his voice nearly drowning out the entire venue. The newcomers were stunned, shouting so loudly. Did they have a grudge? Lin Xian, today he'll settle all past grievances. He'll make you lose disgracefully. So they really did have one. We do have a conflict, but I don't believe I was wrong. You should reflect on yourself. It's all your fault. My once bright future and the woman I loved, all gone because of you. Let's set aside the future for now. Isn't the woman you love Li Si? She gave up the match for you yesterday. Lin Xian didn't deny the conflict with Su Luo, but he couldn't let falsehood stand. Seeing Li Si concede yesterday, Lin Xian understood her earlier claims of hating Su Luo and not wanting to see him were all a pretense. Though he didn't know the reason, Su Luo and Li Si had been putting on an act in front of him. Enough chatter. Today we determined both victory and life or death. Of course it wouldn't come to life or death. With so many powerful figures present, how could an accident occur? But the attitude had to be set. Fine, if that's the case, I won't say more. I hope this time you'll show your full strength. Good, then let me show you the fruits of my recent efforts. Su Luo then produced the scale serpent whip. Once activated, it moved around Su Luo with fluid grace like a living creature. It bore no resemblance to an ordinary weapon. The scale serpent whip suddenly shot forward, heading straight for Lin Xian. Caught off guard, Lin Xian took a brutal hit to the flank. With that single strike, even the inexperienced newcomers could see it clearly. This wasn't Su Luo's own strength, but the power of that whip. This is what you call effort? Have some shame. In truth, Su Luo had none. He laughed loudly. Didn't expect this, did you? Yes, I can't beat you, but I found a way to defeat you. The other newcomers could no longer hold back, voicing their grievances for Lin Xian. Hey, isn't this against the rules? It's unfair. How is his weapon so powerful? Who allowed him to bring that? It's completely unreasonable. Isn't anyone going to stop this? The host checked and finally said, Su Luo hasn't broken any rules. Weapons are part of one's strength. If he can use a good weapon, so can you. Yeah, right. Where am I supposed to find a weapon like that? In an instant, the newcomers were cursing Su Luo, accusing him of lacking martial honor. Su Luo had become a pariah. But Su Luo acted as if he heard nothing, continuing to wield the scale serpent whip with a look of delight on his face. Ha ha, Lin Xian, look at you now. Don't you dare surrender. I'm not done playing yet. Under the assault of the scale serpent whip, Lin Xian was in a sorry state, dodging frantically, but the whip's auto-targeting kept tracking him. However, Lin Xian was not one to wait for death. In Su Luo's moment of smugness, he threw a small flying dagger aimed at Su Luo's chest. Clang! The dagger struck Su Luo directly. But it was useless. Su Luo dropped all pretense, tearing open his clothes to reveal the scale serpent armor beneath. Not only do I have a weapon, I have armor too. How about that? Despair. Su Luo's smugness intensified. This finally broke the newcomer's composure. I can't take it. My fists are itching. Can I go up and fight? Count me in. Using such treasures is just bullying. I can't stand it. Indeed, the weapon and armor were far beyond what a chi refining stage cultivator should possess. The newcomer's fury stemmed from the fact that Su Luo seemed on the verge of victory. If someone like him won first place, they would be the most shameful batch of newcomers in history. The sect leader said to Nangong Shiyun, so this is the one you vouched for. Did you give him these treasures? Of course not, but don't interfere. Just watch. Su Luo is utterly lacking. Lin Xian, on the other hand, is impressive. He's already looking for a chance to counterattack. The sect leader's insight far surpassed the newcomers. He sensed Lin Xian might not lose. Indeed, Lin Xian quickly adapted to the scale serpent whip's automatic attacks, since the whip's auto-targeting followed a certain pattern. Once he discerned this, Lin Xian could dodge most strikes, and when unavoidable, he took minimal damage. Such was Lin Xian's terrifying combat talent. Moreover, he wasn't limited to defense. He began closing in on Su Luo step by step. Hit again. Can you still take it? Even if you can't, you better hold on, Su Luo said, still wearing a petty, triumphant expression. One might think Su Luo was encouraging Lin Xian, but in truth, he aimed to torment him. The battle was one-sided, and the newcomers could no longer sit still. What do we do? Are we just going to let Su Luo win? No way. I won't be able to sleep tonight. Go, Lin Xian. If you win, you're my big brother. The entire crowd cheered for Lin Xian. At that moment, Lin Xian seemed to awaken something within him, entering a strange state as he advanced gracefully under the whip's assault. Lin Xian perfectly predicted the scale serpent whip's attack patterns. Thus he arrived before Su Luo. You? Su Luo stared blankly at Lin Xian, panic creeping into his expression. Lin Xian's right hand was already gathering power. This strike will hurt. The words had barely fallen when Lin Xian concentrated all his strength into his right hand, erupting with a blazing light. 8 extremities collapse. With one punch, the scale serpent armor, after a brief resistance, shattered into pieces. Su Luo was sent flying backward. The impact of that strike, combined with the armor's resistance, left Lin Xian's right hand covered in wounds, gradually hanging limp. Yet his unyielding figure stood firm on the arena. Amazing. What a turnaround. Lin Xian, you are my god. He's so handsome. The crowd was chanting Lin Xian's name. Lin Xian had won over everyone present with his perseverance and explosive power. But it wasn't over. Su Luo struggled to his feet, only to collapse again, spitting blood. Yet Su Luo paid it no mind. Lin Xian, he roared once more. Lin Xian, why is it always you? He'll kill you. Kill you. Su Luo was already incoherent. Driven by this obsession, he rose again and swung a fist at Lin Xian. But Lin Xian evaded every blow. If this is all you've got, you should concede. I don't want to fight you when you're not giving your all. Lin Xian still had a gut feeling that Su Luo was capable of more. Damn it. Damn it. Su Luo repeated, flailing wildly like a clown who had lost all reason. Lin Xian had had enough. With one punch, he sent Su Luo flying far away. Finally, Su Luo collapsed to the ground. The host announced Lin Xian's victory. Watching the entire battle, Nangong Shiyun could only think in terms of acting. Among all I've seen, no one surpasses you. I, Nangong Shiyun, hereby proclaim you the best. Because Nangong Shiyun never showed his true face, he had worn many masks and played many roles. Thus he considered himself skilled in acting. But seeing Su Luo today, Nangong Shiyun felt he still had room for improvement. If not for the diary, Nangong Shiyun would never have known Su Luo was putting on a performance. Seeing Su Luo finally defeated, the newcomers erupted in celebration. Even the sect leader wore a smile. Perfect, absolutely perfect. This is the ending I wanted. Now I can taunt Su Luo in front of Xiaoyu. The frustration that had built up all day yesterday finally dissipated. The sect leader felt refreshed and at ease. Nangong Shiyun saw through his thoughts at a glance. I suggest you spare yourself the trouble. An old codger like you can't compare to Su Luo. I don't believe that. Nangong Shiyun said nothing more, as she could already foresee the outcome. The newcomer tournament continued, and the subsequent battles grew even more thrilling. Lin Xian's arm was temporarily unusable, but that didn't hinder his dominance. In the subsequent semifinals, he still suppressed his opponent's moves, his combat prowess barely diminished by his injured arm. In the finals, he grew bolder with each clash, achieving the feat of a comeback victory from the brink of death. Many newcomers instantly became Lin Xian's fans, and those who didn't still looked up to him as a role model. Standing tall on the arena, Lin Xian raised his single fist, proclaiming his victory. This era belonged to Lin Xian. Even those around him couldn't deny his prowess after such a display. It wasn't until the newcomer tournament ended that Su Luo finally woke up. Before that, he had secretly told Xiaoyu that he was fine and not to worry, asking her to go back first. Since there were still matters to attend to and Xiaoyu kept staring at him, it was inconvenient to act. Su Luo leaped up like a fish and dashed straight to Elder Yanxi. The moment he entered, he burst into bitter tears. Elder, I beg you, give it to me. Give me an even more powerful treasure, just one. I want revenge. Elder Yanxi set down his work and shook his head. Oh, why bother? I must kill Lin Xian. Within the sect, don't speak rashly of killing fellow disciples. It creates a bad impression. In the sect, bragging was fine. After all, sparring matches could get heated. But if you actually killed a fellow disciple, the consequences would be worse than death. The 7-star sword sect forbade internecine killing except under special circumstances. Yes, Elder, but I. Alright, let me ask you, have you ever at any point thought of killing Lin Xian? The moment he said this, Elder Yan's eyes pressure surged, and Su Luo trembled, unable to speak for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, yes, I wish I could kill him right now. Elder Yanxi shook his head again. I don't sense that kind of resolve from you. You're merely unwilling to accept defeat. I have it, I do. I have as many treasures as you want, but I hope you understand that true strength comes from within. Yes, I understand. So, Elder Yanxi, what treasure will you give me this time? I see you don't understand at all. Very well, come back when you truly have the resolve to kill Lin Xian. Elder Yanxi turned around and resumed his work. I really do have the resolve to kill him, Su Luo repeated. But Elder Yanxi turned a deaf ear. You don't even have killing intent right now? Don't misunderstand. I just need your resolve. It doesn't necessarily have to be about killing Lin Xian. This resolve will make you stronger. Come back when you truly have it, and I will make you stronger. Now you may leave. Before Su Luo could respond, Elder Yanxi shooed him out. No matter how Su Luo begged and wept, Elder Yanxi gave no reply. Su Luo could only slink back like a beaten dog. But along the way, his demeanor gradually shifted to that of a cheerful little husky. This ridiculous plot was finally over. Though some parts differed from before, it was still completed smoothly. Hooray! Then he arrived at his dwelling. Opening the door, he saw Xiao Yu waiting with the sect leader beside her. The sky had darkened, and by this time Xiao Yu should have gone home. But Xiao Yu felt she should comfort the defeated Su Luo, so she waited. And the sect leader worried about Xiao Yu waited too. Yet when they saw Su Luo, he was grinning, clearly in no need of comfort. The sect leader couldn't help but mock him. Oh, back so late, and still so cheerful. What good fortune have you encountered? Xiao Yu without asking handed Su Luo a cup of tea. You're back. Have some tea and rest. Su Luo took the tea, still wondering why the sect leader was here. Regardless, proper address was necessary. Sect leader. I watched your match earlier. Not a bad performance. To obtain such a treasure, you must have paid a heavy price. Pity it's broken. Yes, that damn Lin Xian. One day you'll make him pay, Su Luo said casually, humoring the sect leader. We're all from the same sect. Don't harbor such resentment. Yes. The sect leader wanted to mock Su Luo further, but Xiao Yu spoke first. Su Luo, are you alright? I'm fine. I told you not to worry, so don't. That's good. They'll get stronger and fight Lin Xian alongside you. Though Xiao Yu was improving rapidly, she still lagged behind Lin Xian. The sect leader was displeased. How could Xiao Yu still support Su Luo after his pathetic display in the tournament? It made no sense. Su Luo, don't lead Xiao Yu astray. Yes, I want. Master Su Luo has never led me astray. The sect leader couldn't bear it anymore. Xiao Yu always sided with Su Luo. What was so good about this kid? Su Luo, I'll be blunt. Whatever weapons, treasures, or pills you desire, I can give them to you, but on one condition: you must leave Xiao Yu. Your performance has disappointed me greatly. You never rely on treasures in critical moments, and couldn't even beat Lin Xian. I see no merit in you. If Xiao Yu continues with you, it will ruin her. The sect leader finally said everything he had held back only because of Xiao Yu. Stop scolding, stop scolding. I want nothing. I'll leave Xiao Yu. Su Luo said to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, though we haven't known each other long, you're a good kid. Our fate ends here. I'm sorry, I'm not worthy. Paths diverged, and parting with Xiao Yu was inevitable. Su Luo had long been mentally prepared. The sect leader was stunned. What? He agreed that easily. He had expected more resistance. Even if I am the sect leader, you shouldn't give up Xiao Yu so readily. My low opinion of you is justified. No backbone at all. How pathetic. The sect leader blurted out involuntarily. Xiao Yu was stunned, then quickly turned to the sect leader and said, Master, though we haven't known each other long, you are a good master. Our fate ends here. I'm sorry, I'm not worthy. After speaking, Xiao Yu stood beside Su Luo. She simply thought that since her master forbade her from being with Su Luo, the only choice was to part ways with her master. Without the master-disciple bond, her master couldn't stop her from being with Su Luo. In Xiao Yu's heart, since that rainy day in the small forest, Su Luo had become someone extremely important to her. You? Are you serious? The sect leader found it hard to accept. How could he, the dignified head of a sect, be so abruptly cut off from his disciple? Yes, Xiao Yu said with utmost solemnity. The sect master had no choice but to force a smile. Ha, what are you saying? I was just joking earlier. I'm not really against you two spending time together. Come on, Xiao Yu, don't take it seriously. Oh, is that so? Of course. You can still play with Su Luo from now on. I have no objections. The sect master felt like crying, but had no tears. It had taken a century to find such a promising disciple. How could he bear to give up? Seeing the sect master forcing a smile, while uttering insincere words this time, it was Su Luo's turn to lose control. Spineless and pathetic. Oh, my temper. You brat. You're quite handsome. The sect master dared not say more, for Xiao Yu had already stepped forward to shield Su Luo. And whether it was an illusion or not, the sect master felt that the corner of Su Luo's mouth was curling up more and more. This only fueled his anger, yet he was powerless. Who could understand this? How could this kid be so infuriating? And then there was no and then. The sect master could only slink away, utterly helpless, and had no choice but to let them be. Xiao Yu lingered for a while before returning as well. Night deepened, and Su Luo opened his diary. Some things were best done in the stillness of the night. The newcomer competition has ended, but there's still some wrap-up plot for me. After that, I can lie low for a while. Next, because I lost the newcomer competition, I'll hate Lin Xian even more, and elder, and she won't offer any help. With no other choice, I can only seek out senior fellow apprentices. As it turns out, I did find a kind senior brother who agreed to teach Lin Xian a lesson for me, of course, after I provided some compensation. This senior brother had no problem beating Lin Xian thoroughly. After all, his strength far surpassed Lin Xian's. He did beating him severely under the guise of a spar, but he probably didn't consider the consequences. How could a protagonist who suffered a loss not seek revenge? The next day, Lin Xian began investigating the senior brother's background, including, but not limited to, his daily eating habits, travel routines, likes and dislikes. He looked into every detail, because when one lacks strength, one must resort to underhanded means. Understanding a person is the key to dealing with them. Then he discovered that this senior brother was a mole from a demonic sect, and Lin Xian obtained solid evidence. What more needed to be done? He reported it directly, and without Lin Xian having to use any dirty tricks, the senior brother brought misfortune upon himself. The sect dealt with him. Lin Xian received a reward from the sect and got his revenge. Wasn't that satisfying? You think it ends there? Not yet. Because I was still not satisfied, I found another senior brother. And this senior brother was also a mole from a demonic sect. The second time, Lin Xian was already familiar with the process and reported this senior brother earning another reward. A third time. Of course there was. I was speechless when I saw it. It was too much filler. And so Lin Xian reported 3 demonic sect moles in a row, and his reputation in the sect soared once more. Everyone praised his sharp eyes. Honestly, I was speechless when I read this part too. Moles in a sect are normal. With so many people, a couple slipping through is common. But because they crossed paths with Lin Xian, those who had been hidden so well were all exposed. It was suffocating. No matter what we villains do, we end up as stepping stones for the protagonist. In the end, seeing Lin Xian still riding high, I grew annoyed again and summoned a heavyweight, one of the 7 stars and 4 talents, Qin San. With the connection through Elder Yin Shi and a bit of acquaintance from the earlier assessment, Qin San agreed. But because Han Yinger happened to pass by and interceded out of respect for her, the matter was dropped. My plot ends here for now, and another villain will step in to be humiliated by Lin Xian. After all, people need a change of pace. Watching me get beaten all the time gets boring. And the next villain is Qin San, whom I've set up. He is a mole sent by the top demonic sect, the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yes, another mole. I suspect that if Qin San hadn't met Lin Xian, he would have become a steward in 3 years, a peak master in another 3, and then the sect leader. 3 years, and 3 more, 3 years, and 3 more after that. He'd be the boss. Getting off track. Qin San wasn't so lucky. Meeting Lin Xian, he not only faced misfortune, but lost his life. After a while, the 4 talents went on their usual dungeon expedition and brought Lin Xian along. This expedition was proposed by Qin San with his own agenda, but unfortunately, he never achieved it. Speaking of this dungeon expedition, it was remarkable. It contained a special formation that allowed one to cultivate rapidly within it. The speed was 20 times faster than usual. Sounds exaggerated, but that was the actual effect. Unfortunately, this formation could only operate within that dungeon, and the dungeon collapsed when the events concluded. But even that brief time was enough for Lin Xian to cultivate madly, his cultivation base surging. Such is the treatment of a protagonist. After writing another diary entry, Su Luo felt he didn't deserve to call himself a slacker. But then he thought, if he didn't write the diary, would he have to rely on hard training instead? Wouldn't that be even more exhausting? Diary completed. Reward: Physique 2, Strength 4, a cultivation increased by 1 level. Current cultivation: Early Golden Core. Special ability upgraded: My pain surpasses yours. When attacked, 50 of the damage received can be transferred to a designated target. Special ability: Name Change, Share the pain. I take 50 of the damage and the target also takes 50. Sharing the pain makes perfect sense. Time passed day by day. When Lin Xian reported the 3rd demonic mole, he gradually understood everything. He realized that Su Luo was playing a grand game. Su Luo wasn't deliberately making trouble for him. Rather, he was crafting a demonic image, ruthless, mad, and willing to do anything for his goals. With this image, he could better earn the trust of the demonic path, and through Lin Xian's hands eliminate demonic moles. How else could the events of these past days be explained? Su Luo came to provoke me, but the moment I touched him he fell, then said he would call for backup. Everyone he called was a demonic mole. He wasn't trying to trouble me at all. He was using this to hint that these people were suspicious, using my hand to eliminate demonic moles. Yes, that must be it. Why else would Li Si still maintain ties with him? So Li Si had always understood what Su Luo was trying to do. Walking in darkness, but with a heart turned toward the light. Lin Xian felt there was no more fitting explanation. If not for Su Luo, he would never have known that there were demonic moles in the sect. And now all of Su Luo's actions finally made sense to Lin Xian. Lin Xian truly understood that Su Luo had made himself a pawn to be planted deep within the demonic path. Being a mole surviving in the chaotic world of demons was bound to be fraught with hardship. For a moment, Lin Xian felt a surge of respect. I'm sorry, Su Luo. I underestimated you before. Lin Xian. Su Luo came to bother Lin Xian again, expressing her anger vividly. It was ironic that she had brought someone to teach Lin Xian a lesson, yet it turned into Lin Xian's achievement. It made Su Luo feel like she was just assisting her enemy. There was nothing more frustrating than this. Anyone would feel displeased. Of course, Su Luo had to act furious. This time it would lead to Qin San. After this, there wouldn't be much of a plot left. Facing the roar, Lin Xian had already gotten used to it, calmly saying, "You're here. Yes, this time you won't have any luck. I want you to know the consequences of offending me." So who is it this time? Qin San. Su Luo said proudly. Not just anyone could summon Qin-san. Are you sure? Lin Xian was stunned, unable to believe it was this person. One of the representatives of the seven-star disciples actually had a problem. It was one thing to deal with those minor characters, but even Qin-san, the demonic faction, was too good at hiding. Upon hearing this name, Lin Xian couldn't help but frown. It was somewhat troublesome. Su Luo found it strange. Oh, what was there to be uncertain about? Couldn't she call such a person? Who did she look down upon? Of course you think I am someone else. Understood. Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble. Su Luo naturally replied that it was no trouble, but it wasn't right. What do you understand? What does hard work mean? I called someone to teach you a lesson, and you still have to thank me. What kind of peculiar preference is this? Had the previous three knocked some sense out of you? But it shouldn't be. Oh, Lin Xian, you shouldn't be this weak. Lin Xian, is there something wrong with your head? No problem, I clearly received it. Su Luo, only today at this moment you are my brother. Afterwards we shall have no ties. Su Luo, originally thinking that with your current strength and status finding some small undercover would be quite remarkable, didn't expect you to be even more capable than I imagined. You even caught a big fish. You must have put in a lot of undisclosed effort. At this moment you are indeed my brother, but on the surface we still have to pretend to be rivals to conceal your undercover identity. I understand that. So don't worry, I won't let you down. Leave the rest to me. I will investigate Qin-san, obtain solid evidence, and then eliminate this undercover. Su Luo was even more baffled. Who is your brother? Why did Lin Xian seem strange today, as if his attitude towards her had subtly changed? I understand, so according to the custom. What custom? What custom do we have between us? Lin Xian didn't answer, and already made a move to attack. Su Luo habitually fell down in defeat. So the custom you mentioned was this. It seemed that with Lin Xian's cleverness he should have figured out I was pretending to be weak. But he definitely didn't know my true strength, because Lin Xian had just recently broken through to the completion of Qi refinement. And I too could be considered a small golden core, with a tier of difference. How could he imagine that? However, the necessary plot still had to exist. Damn, just wait, I'm going to call someone. I'll be waiting. It was indeed strange. Clearly Lin Xian should be impatient at this time, but why was he starting to soften? How disgusting. What went wrong? Soon Qin-san was invited. He originally didn't want to do such things, but upon mentioning Elder Yanxi he agreed. Lin Xian, do you still remember what I said during the sect entrance assessment? You didn't remember, or did you bring up Su Luo's matter? You truly didn't take my warning to heart. In other words, you didn't take me seriously. So now let's spar a bit. You have no objections, right? It was just an excuse, merely looking for a reason to beat Lin Xian. Qin-san didn't take it seriously during the sect entrance assessment. Within the sect, some justification was still needed to cover for oneself. Alright, let's go. Lin Xian had no objections at this moment, just wanting to see Qin-san's strength and understand the gap between them to prepare for the future. Even if he lost, Lin Xian didn't feel he had gained nothing. Battles were about growing from failures. Good courage. Qin-san made his move with a deadly claw attack. The strength of a golden core was no joke. The malicious angle left Lin Xian no opportunity to evade. If Lin Xian reacted a bit slower, he wouldn't even be able to defend, and he was hit. The sound of tearing fabric echoed. Not only that, but Lin Xian had already visible claw marks on his body, blood seeping out. With just one move, Lin Xian understood the gap. It was indeed something he was not capable of handling at present. Su Luo, you truly presented me with a significant challenge. Su Luo didn't care what Lin Xian thought. Right now she could only happily exclaim. Ha ha ha, great, wonderful. I love seeing this. Qin-san had held back on that last move, otherwise Lin Xian would have met his end right here. It was impossible for him to actually kill Lin Xian. Qin-san had worked hard to hide for so long and reached this position. How could he easily expose himself? Can you still hold on? I haven't even warmed up yet. Although bullying the weak gave Qin-san some pleasure, Lin Xian's pathetic state made him feel even prouder. Lin Xian was merely this much. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated and unleashed his most powerful technique, 8 extremities, great collapse. The result was exactly as Lin Xian had anticipated. It was ineffective. Qin-san took it heated and didn't seem to suffer much injury. This punch wasn't bad, but it's a pity your cultivation is too low. If you had reached the golden core, I would probably not dare to take this punch from you, but unfortunately, you are not capable now. Qin-san evaluated, then raised a hand, transforming it into a dragon claw. Just as he was about to strike, a voice stopped him. What are you doing? Han Yinger, dressed in white, happened to pass by. We are sparring. Qin-san retracted his claws, his face returning to a gentle and refined expression. It was precisely the ability to change his face that allowed him to lurk in the 7-star sword sect for so long. Sparring? Aren't you bullying Lin Xian? While she said that, Han Yinger didn't actually sound too reproachful upon seeing Qin-san's gentle demeanor. Senior sister, I'm fine. Fine. You're injured. Let me have a look. Han Yinger gently examined Lin Xian's wounds with her small hands. Su Luo, standing beside, secretly clicked her tongue. Someone was about to lose sleep. Indeed, that person was Qin San, whose eyes had turned red while looking at Lin Xian. Not bad, you took Qin San's hit and only received this minor injury. Junior brother, you're truly impressive. Han Yinger praised while applying medicine to Lin Xian, which looked quite precious and effective. If I hadn't held back, he would have lost his life. You know how to hold back. You've heard him like this, it's truly excessive. What do you mean? Hurry up and apologize to Lin Xian. Yes, Qin San said reluctantly. Lin Xian, I'm sorry. I went a bit hard. It's fine, injuries are inevitable in sparring. Junior brother, if you want to spar in the future, you can come find me. I definitely won't hit you this hard. Han Yinger's admiration was unhidden, making Qin San truly want to beat Lin Xian up. But he couldn't do that in front of Han Yinger, otherwise she would hate him. In the end, Qin San and Han Yinger departed together. Lin Xian also returned to prepare his investigation of Qin San. Today's claw strike Lin Xian felt was well worth it. Defeated by Qin San, he now had a reason to seek victory, allowing him to openly gather intelligence on Qin San. If discovered, this would serve as his justification. Otherwise, why would he investigate Qin San for no reason? That would only reveal his hand. Returning to her residence, Su Luo decided to cook herself a delicious meal as a reward. The plot had been smoothly completed. Now she could only wait to see Lin Xian and the others fight for their lives in the secret realm. Of course, Lin Xian would be the one to survive. Then Li Si arrived. She smiled slyly, clearly up to no good. Are you free recently? What do you need? Sensing something amiss, Su Luo had to clarify before deciding whether she was free. You still owe me a favor from the newcomer competition. I think it's best not to delay. Use it early for early enjoyment. How about accompanying me somewhere? That will settle the debt. Where to? I've been troubled by cultivation lately and want to relax. What do you say? You're not busy, are you? Even you have troubles. Shouldn't you seek your master for that? Alas, some things a master cannot resolve. If I keep cultivating, I fear I may develop inner demons. Is it that serious? Yes, so I'm counting on you. Alright, I suppose it's not impossible. After a moment's thought, Su Luo saw no real issue, just a trip to relax. Admittedly, Li Si's concession during the newcomer competition had saved him a lot of trouble. Very well, consider this favor repaid. In truth, Li Si's recent cultivation had been smooth. Under normal circumstances, with the moon pendant's acceleration and her innate talent, she already outpaced others by several fold. With guidance from Nanshi Yun, her techniques progressed by leaps and bounds. Her strength grew beyond imagination, and she recently broke through to the foundation establishment middle stage, a remarkable achievement for her age. Indeed, in the cultivation world, high cultivation itself was an accomplishment. But who would stop advancing? Li Si glanced at Su Luo's diary. The speed is 20 times faster than usual. Her eyes widened. Even the moon pendant couldn't offer such a drastic boost. What would it feel like to cultivate at that speed? A flight-like sensation. Ignorance was bliss, but knowing made it unbearable. This time, however, was different. Previously, she could approximate the location, but now only Qin San knew the place. She couldn't go alone. After much deliberation, Li Si decided she couldn't miss this opportunity. So she resolved to join. Since she and Lin Xian were still fellow disciples, perhaps Lin Xian could persuade Qin San to take her along. Moreover, she needed to drag Su Luo along. Little Rain kept hovering around Su Luo, and Su Luo had no recent plot involvement. Idle time could easily lead to trouble. Without hesitation, she pulled Su Luo in. One day in the cultivation world, Qin San proposed an expedition to seek treasures. He had recently learned of a secret realm rumored to belong to an ancient mighty figure. Exploring it might yield many good finds. The other three of the four talents had no objections. They had always operated this way, teaming up without suspicion. However, Han Yinger thought of Lin Xian and invited him along, claiming it would broaden his horizons. Qin San initially refused, but Han Yinger's plea softened him. Though worried Lin Xian might hinder his plans, Qin San dismissed the thought, recalling Lin Xian's weakness. If Lin Xian interfered, he would not hold back this time. Receiving Han Yinger's invitation, Lin Xian hesitated before accepting. Knowing Qin San was suspicious, he immediately launched an investigation, but the difficulty was immense. Qin San was nothing like the minor minions before. He was extremely vigilant, and Lin Xian nearly got caught observing from afar several times. Not a single flaw revealed. Lin Xian even wondered if Su Luo had been mistaken. Yet he decided to investigate further. If Qin San truly was a demonic cultivator, reaching this level would require extraordinary cunning. Han Yinger's invitation offered a chance to observe Qin San up close. However, going out would heighten danger, especially with a hidden threat nearby. Lin Xian naturally feared for his safety, but recalling the other three talents were at the golden core stage, and Elder Yan's assurance that he would intervene if needed, he felt reassured. After so long, Elder Yan had recovered some strength enough to deal with Qin San. This thought made Lin Xian feel much safer. What Lin Xian hadn't expected was Li Si's request to join, bringing Su Luo along. He couldn't fathom why they would come. Li Si claimed it was to relax, but Lin Xian was deeply suspicious. Yet the reason hardly mattered, as the decision rested with Qin San. Among the four talents, Qin San was always the de facto leader, and key decisions were his. It's too dangerous. Bringing Lin Xian alone is a burden. Adding two more is impossible. I won't agree. Qin San refused. Han Yinger grew displeased. What are you afraid of? With the four of us, can't we protect them? Besides, the secret realm is just a rumor. It might not even exist. If it's false, we can treat it as a fun outing. More people means more fun. I said no means no. Qin San was nearly amused. He had discovered this secret realm long ago, or did he not know its contents? This expedition was for that very realm, and bringing so many exceeded his plan. If they don't go, then I want either. Qin San. Fine. He relented. His primary goal was Han Yinger, the others were mere accessories. If she didn't go, everything would be meaningless. Thus, the expedition team grew from 5 to 7. Yet they were unaware that one person was following them. Nanshi Yun. She had been keeping an eye on Su Luo. The infiltration incident shocked her deeply, as Qin San was well regarded within the sect. Without Su Luo, she might not have learned the truth until it was too late. Intrigued, she wanted to see how Qin San would meet his end. The Demon Heaven sect was notorious even among demonic paths. Half of the famous demonic figures hailed from there, making it despised by righteous sects. Moreover, Nanshi Yun's disfigurement was caused by a member of the Demon Heaven sect. Once she grew strong enough, her first act was to reduce that person to ashes. With a single sword stroke, nothing remained. A few days later, Li Si set out with Su Luo. Then Su Luo saw Lin Xian and the others. What rotten luck running into Lin Xian here. Let's take another path. Su Luo was about to take a detour when Li Si pulled her back. No mistake, the senior brothers and sisters are taking us out to broaden our horizons. No need, thank you. Su Luo flatly refused. Han Yinger interjected. Su Luo, aren't you close with Qin San? There's no need to be shy. Everyone's here. Don't waste time, let's move. Qin San, already impatient, tossed everyone onto the flying mount, and they took off. The reason for his agitation was that Qin San had confessed his feelings to Han Yinger the day before, hoping she would become his Dao partner. He felt he couldn't delay any longer and needed to make a final decision. Then he was rejected. Her reason was that she had always seen him as a brother. Qin San clearly couldn't accept this. He didn't sleep all night, and the more he thought about it, the more agitated he became. Yet deep down, he still harbored a faint hope that within the secret realm Han Yinger might come to adore him. On the flying mount, Su Luo stared at Li Si with displeasure. You set me up? Li Si quickly apologized, but Su Luo didn't react. All right, we're all together. Let's just be happy. Yuan Jie stepped in to break the silence. Yeah, I heard there's some conflict between Su Luo and Lin Xian. How about doing us senior brothers and sisters a favor and settling it here? Li Si chimed in. Yes, as Su Luo's childhood friend, I don't want to see her go down the wrong path. That's why I brought her out to interact more with Lin Xian and resolve the conflict. Lin Xian, just apologize. Lin Xian, how did it become my turn to apologize? Did I do something wrong? For a moment, Lin Xian considered many things. Was Su Luo's coming this time a hint that Qin San was about to make a move? Was there something strange about this secret realm? Was Li Si asking him to apologize a way to eliminate the conflict between him and Su Luo? But if they reconciled, could Su Luo still act as a spy? In truth, Lin Xian was overthinking. Li Si had merely used this as an excuse to bring Su Luo along. At the very least, this reason seemed plausible enough. Su Luo refused to agree. In the villain, reconciling with the protagonist is out of the question. All right, let's shake hands and make peace. Su Luo extended her hand with a smile. Then the moment their hands met, Su Luo squeezed Lin Xian's hand with all her might, her expression twisted, as if exerting every ounce of strength. But Lin Xian remained impassive. Su Luo's grip was weaker than had imagined, incapable of harming him. Seeing this, Si Kai figured reconciliation was impossible. Han Yinger, having failed to mediate, could only sigh silently, hoping they would make amends during their journey through the secret realm. After a day of flying, Qin San and the others landed to rest. Li Si pulled Su Luo aside to whisper. What do you want? I don't accept your apology. Aren't you curious why I brought you? Why? I heard this secret realm allows for rapid cultivation. I've heard it. Qin San didn't even tell Han Yinger. What'd he tell you? It's more like you knew from that dream of yours and want to get a piece of the pie. That's no excuse for hiding it from me. All right, don't be mad. Consider this me owing you a favor. This time come cultivate with me. A favor? Wait, wasn't this trip supposed to repay the favor I owed Li Si? Now I've not only repaid it, but gained one as well. Seems like a good deal. No, Su Luo, how could you fall into a woman's trap? At least 2 favors. Fine, I'll give you 3. Just forgive me. That's more like it. With these 3 favors in hand, if Li Si ever loses control again, I can make her comply. Knowing Li Si's character, she wouldn't break her promise. Haha, but Li Si found it a bit amusing. Su Luo's tsundere expression was a bit like her younger self. What are you laughing at? Su Luo was confused. You owe me 3 favors, what's so funny? I just thought of something happy. I've reached the foundation establishment mid-stage. Oh, so what? Don't you envy me? What stage are you at? Qi refining latest stage. Su Luo was still showing the strength of Qi refining latest stage. Pretending Li Si estimated that Su Luo had foundation establishment strength probably similar to hers. See, your cultivation is so weak that won't do. So coming along was the right choice. Do I have to tell you if my cultivation is high? I have a way to improve. What way? Find Elder Yin Shi. Can we even talk? While Su Luo and Li Si were whispering on the side, Qin San called out one of the 4 talents, Zhuo Mingyuan. Mingyuan, I want to ask you something today. How do you think Han Yinger treats you? Like an ordinary fellow disciple. Don't lie to me, we're brothers. You suspect there's something between us. To be honest, and don't laugh, I asked Han Yinger to be my Dao partner yesterday, and she rejected me. Why? We all thought you two would end up together. Yeah, I don't understand either. Do you know the reason? I don't know. Deep down, Zhuo Mingyuan had once liked Han Yinger long ago, but after learning that Qin San also liked her, he gave up, burying the secret deep within. Is that so? Qin San sighed, looking helpless. In truth, Qin San was wondering if Han Yinger's rejection meant she liked someone else. His first suspicion was Zhuo Mingyuan, as he was the only one he could suspect. But without evidence, he called him out to probe. Clearly, he got nothing useful. On the second day of the flight, they rested. Qin San called out another of the 4 talents, Yuan Jie, for a private talk. Yuan Jie, you get along so well with Han Yinger. Do you know who she likes? Isn't it you? Qin San gave a bitter smile. A few days ago, Han Yinger rejected me. Oh, why? I want to know too. It's driving me crazy. There must be some misunderstanding. Probably not. Do I have no hope? That's not true. Then why did she reject me? Qin San's face darkened. Yuan Jie impulsively said, Qin San, what do you think of me? You're great. Just great. I guess there's still a gap between me and Han Yinger. You can't compare like that. You each have your own strengths. But you'll never like my strengths. Yuan Jie, you. That's right, Qin San, I like you. But I know you only like Han Yinger, so. Forget I said anything. It'll help you ask Han Yinger why she rejected you. With that, Yuan Jie left without looking back. This left Qin San stunned. He truly had no idea that Yuan Jie harbored feelings for him. Afterward, Yuan Jie found an excuse to temporarily leave the group, with Han Yinger speaking in hushed tones. What's the matter? Why call me out alone? Yinger, don't you like Qin San? Han Yinger pondered for a moment, then said uncertainly, probably. I don't like him. What do you mean by probably? Like is like, dislike is dislike. I can't explain it. The more I get to know Qin San, the stranger I feel. He's always so unfathomable. Ooh, I just can't feel any attraction. Is that the only reason? Yuan Jie's voice rose slightly. What's wrong? Han Yinger was startled. They were supposed to be whispering. Why had she suddenly raised her voice? Yuan Jie lowered her voice again. What kind of reason is that? Don't you know Qin San has always been good to you? Yes, I know, but you can't force these things. You wouldn't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. Yuan Jie grew agitated again. Are you alright? Yuan Jie's loud voice startled Han Yinger. Sorry, it's nothing. On the 3rd day of flight, riding on flying mounts, the 4 of them appeared cheerful on the surface, but a subtle dissonance hung in the air. Even Lin Xian, who had occasionally interjected before now, remained silent, observing the change. Li Si quietly asked Su Luo, why is the atmosphere getting weirder? Ask the world what is love. What? It's better you don't know. Don't leave me hanging. Yet Su Luo left it at that, writing the rest in his diary. Of course, he only wrote when no one was disturbing him. Although others couldn't see the diary, he still needed concentration to write alright. After 3 days of flight, they were nearing the secret realm. Let me talk about the plot in the secret realm. This secret realm was indeed left by an ancient powerhouse. There were some good treasures inside, and Qin San had already discovered them, but he hadn't taken them. He waited until now to bring Han Yinger and the others to retrieve them all, to showcase his good fortune before Han Yinger and win her favor with these treasures. He even added a few of his own precious treasures to the mix. Truly, he moved me to tears. Of course, that wasn't his only goal. Another was to ambush and sacrifice Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie, using them to break the seal within the secret realm. Because records stated that this secret realm sealed a heart demon emperor. As the name implies, the heart demon emperor was closely tied to inner demons, excelling at stirring them within cultivators. As everyone knows, inner demons lurk within cultivators as part of themselves, a collection of negative emotions born from certain regrets. They could also arise from anger or obsession. If allowed to grow, one might lose themselves and be driven by the inner demon. Thus, at a certain point, one must overcome the inner demon to advance further. The timing and impact of the inner demon vary from person to person. The heart demon emperor could provoke others' inner demons, making them battle themselves before any real fight began. If conditions allowed, he could even control others through their inner demons. According to the lore, what enabled this emperor to claim the title was his unique ability materializing inner demons. Normally, inner demons remain within the body, but those materialized by this emperor would emerge externally indistinguishable from the real person. The materialized inner demon's strength was no less than the original's, often even stronger. The formula was the cultivator's cultivation-based negative emotional energy soul. A normal inner demon mirrored everything the host had, but with a darkened boost of threatens and its madness enhanced combat capabilities. However, the heart demon emperor's materialized inner demons were not human, but manifested through souls. The stronger the soul, the longer the inner demon's health bar, as it couldn't regenerate indefinitely. For ordinary people, the soul was predetermined, and the health bar roughly equaled the original bonus, so there was little to fear regarding a significant boost from this aspect. Still, the materialized inner demon had an advantage as long as its health wasn't depleted. It could regenerate. Could you survive being cut in half? So was the heart demon emperor difficult to deal with? Not really. He never escaped his seal, and simply dissipated as the secret realm collapsed. The reason was that Qin San didn't know how to break the seal either. The only possible clue was the word sacrifice found in the realm. At the same time, the demon sect had assigned him a mission: eliminate some outstanding disciples of orthodox sects to prepare for their plans. That's right, the demon sect was preparing to launch the fourth sect war. Or maybe not the fourth. Anyway, they planned to attack 10 named sects. Crazy and gutsy. So this time Qin San planned to eliminate Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie here, completing his undercover mission while trying to break the heart demon emperor's seal, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No more than 2 birds. Qin San also thought that by eliminating them, he wouldn't have to share the treasures here, and the treasures he had added would flow back into his hands. Afterward, the group of 4 would become 2, leaving Han Yinger with no one to rely on but him. He could also pin their deaths on the secret realm, making a clean getaway. Truly a genius plan. Unfortunately, with Lin Xian around, everything was rapidly changing. First, discovering the treasures was certainly joyful, but soon Lin Xian found a large secret chamber that even Qin San had missed. Inside were 8 rooms, each with profound formations that greatly accelerated cultivation. If 2 people cultivated together, the speed increased 20-fold. With 3 people, the formation stopped. Yes, this was a dual cultivation formation. But unlike those vulgar dual cultivation methods in these rooms, merely holding hands was enough to accelerate cultivation. No unnecessary actions required. With such formations, who cared about treasures? They cultivated first. Truly, Lin Xian was blessed with incredible luck. And Qin San grew resentful of Lin Xian for stealing his spotlight. Meanwhile, during cultivation, Lin Xian's relationship with Han Yinger improved, intensifying the conflict with Qin San. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Qin San blew his cover. With a sneak attack, he severed Zhuo Mingyuan's right arm, and then stabbed Yuan Jie in the back. They had trusted Qin San too much. Even under attack, they couldn't believe it. As for Han Yinger, Qin San directly crippled her cultivation. His undercover role in the Seven Swords sect was all fake except for his love for Han Yinger. Unable to kill her, he could only destroy her cultivation to keep her by his side. But what use was that? He was nothing but a clown. When he turned to deal with Lin Xian, the substitute fighter came online. Old Man Yen obliterated him with a single 3,000 flame motion. Laughable. He even wanted to humiliate Lin Xian, clearly unaware of how to spell death. But then Old Man Yen fell into slumber again, leaving Lin Xian temporarily without a trump card. The story ended here. The secret realm collapsed due to excessive energy loss from overusing the dual cultivation formations. The Seven Swords sect's 4 talents, 1 dead, 1 crippled, 1 severely injured, 1 lightly injured. Truly a tragedy. Diary completed. Rewards: defense 4, strength 4, cultivation level increased by 1 stage. Current cultivation golden core mid-stage. Mediocre rewards. After Su Luo finished writing the diary, she could coast through this operation, staying inconspicuous. There was nothing left that required her intervention. Meanwhile, Nangong Shiyun, hiding and secretly tailing them, furrowed her brow. Her concern was whether the Heavenly Demon sect was about to make a move. She had clashed with them many times and knew how troublesome they were. 1 top-tier expert from the Heavenly Demon sect, Nangong Shiyun, could kill them instantly. 2 seconds. 5. She could crush them. 7. Manageable, just a warm-up. 10. Even if she got serious, she could still overpower them. But any more than that, a few would likely escape. She couldn't slaughter them all. The thought made Nangong Shiyun lament her own strength. Top-tier experts of the Heavenly Demon sect were elusive, rarely encountered, and each one was a master of escape. If only she could advance her cultivation further, then no matter how many came, they would all have to stay. Unfortunately, it had been a long time since she last improved. But cultivation couldn't be rushed. For now, she should focus on thwarting the heavenly demon sex plans. Just as Nangong Shiyun was about to cast some minor spells to protect Han Yinger and the other two, she noticed Li Si secretly passing them a message warning of an ambush, though not specifying the nature of the attack. Li Si also gave them some of her own protective treasures, items Nangong Shiyun had gifted her for self-preservation. Now she was handing them over to Han Yinger and the others. Yet she gave nothing to Qin San. Nangong Shiyun was puzzled. Su Luo had never discussed any of this with Li Si from the start of the journey. And if Li Si had known all along, why hadn't she given them the protective treasures earlier? Why only after Su Luo updated her diary? Wait, diary. Could it be? Li Si also had a diary. That would explain everything, connecting all the dots. What a fine disciple. So you have a diary too. After 3 days of flying, Qin San and the others reached the secret realm. The secret realm lay deep within a peculiar mist, one with powerful disruptive properties. Even cultivators of high cultivation could easily lose their way inside. But Qin San, brimming with confidence, led them straight to the realm. This was the first part of his plan to shine. He had traversed the mist many times and was now intimately familiar with it. Qin San, you navigated so smoothly this time. We reached the secret realm so quickly. I thought we'd be searching in the mist for much longer. I'm a bit impressed, Han Yinger praised. Didn't I tell you? I've always been lucky, Qin San replied with a smile. Then he led everyone into the secret realm. As they stepped fully inside, a pair of eyes opened in the depths of the realm, followed by a low murmur. Finally, the right number. Hopefully this time I can break free from this damned seal. Once inside, Qin San displayed his astonishing observational skills, always finding the best treasures. Unbelievable. We've never had such smooth pickings before. Qin San, how did you suddenly become so capable? Han Yinger exclaimed again in awe. In the past, after enduring countless hardships, the rewards were never proportional to the effort, especially when split 4 ways. It was pitiful, sometimes not even enough to cover the cost of elixirs consumed. Not always, but most of the time. This time they were already in profit, which was truly rare. Qin San reveled in Han Yinger's praise. I don't know why, but I feel it'll only get better. Stick with me. They'll be watching, she replied. Just watch. I won't disappoint you. Afterward, as expected, Qin San rediscovered treasures he had found before. He then unearthed the items he had planted himself. The entire hall left everyone laughing with joy. Han Yinger, Zhuoming Yuan, and Yuan Jie laughed genuinely. Lin Xian didn't care much for the spoils but smiled along. Su Luo and Li Si, knowing the truth, forced fake smiles. Qin San wore a sinister grin, for soon all these treasures would belong to him and Han Yinger. After the brief laughter, Qin San said, We've gathered enough. We've scoured the entire secret realm, so there should be nothing left. Let's rest and head back. He planned to use the rest time to ambush and kill Zhuoming Yuan and Yuan Jie, sacrificing them to the Heart Demon Emperor. But just as he finished speaking, Lin Xian's voice rang out. Oh, what's this? Lin Xian had triggered some mechanism, and with a rumble, a hidden passage appeared in the wall. Wow, looks like there's more good stuff. How wonderful. Han Yinger's eyes sparkled. Today's gains were truly overwhelming. But Qin San's heart burned with fury. Lin Xian, why now of all times when I said we should leave? You're just begging for death. Remember this. He'll settle with you soon. But it wasn't time to reveal himself yet. Qin San had to maintain a smile. The group cautiously entered the passage, wary of potential dangers. Yet there were none. They proceeded smoothly to the end. There a vast semicircle opened up with 8 evenly spaced rooms around its perimeter. What is this place? They explored curiously, remaining on high alert. But nothing dangerous occurred. After examining the surroundings, there were only the 8 rooms. As they hesitated, a flash of light ignited the formation. Soon they understood its purpose. The ancient mighty being had thoughtfully left instructions. When the formation activated, its usage was displayed, likely prepared for future inheritors. But for some reason, the secret realm had been hidden away afterward. A moment of silence followed. Qin San spoke first. The speed boost for pairs is incredible, but there are 7 of us. What about the one left out? Lin Xian glanced around and quickly concluded, It's fine. I can go alone. The 4 core members had faced life and death situations together, so any pairing among them worked. Su Luo and Li Si had been close since Autumn Wind City. Lin Xian would have to go solo. Qin San snorted coldly. At least you know your place. Then he said to Han Yinger, It's settled. Yinger will be a pair. The thought of being alone with her made him impatient. All right. Han Yinger didn't refuse, but she felt a bit sorry for Lin Xian. You discovered this place, yet you won't get the biggest reward. Here, take some treasures as compensation. No. Yes, you must. Watching Lin Xian and Han Yinger still deferring to each other, Qin San grew impatient once more. Just take it. Qin San thrust the treasure into Lin Xian's hands, and without another word pulled Han Yinger into room 6. Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie entered room 5 to see if this so-called cultivation formation was truly as miraculous as claimed. Li Si could hardly contain her eagerness. Before Su Luo could react, she was dragged into room 1. Seeing everyone else had made their choices, Lin Xian casually selected room 7. Inside room 1, Li Si looked around upon entering. The room was exceedingly plain with nothing but the formation beneath their feet. Nothing special. Can it really speed up cultivation 20-fold? We'll find out if we try. Su Luo was already accustomed to such wonders. True enough. Li Si took Su Luo's hand, sat down in meditation, and began to cultivate. Su Luo did the same, for dual cultivation could not be a one-sided effort. In that instant, the surrounding spiritual energy converged wildly, then flowed into Su Luo and Li Si. The energy entering their bodies was not refined immediately. Instead, it traced a specific path between them, circulating continuously. I feel it. I feel it. This speed is unimaginable. For the first time, Li Si sensed such a palpable rise in her cultivation base, far exceeding her expectations. What was more, the spiritual energy flowing from Su Luo felt warm and profound. It was all too easy to become immersed. Su Luo, however, felt somewhat unaccustomed. He had not cultivated since he began writing his diary. Now that he was cultivating, even with a 20-fold boost, it felt rather ordinary. Su Luo, are you really at the qi refining stage? It doesn't feel like it. Cultivating together, Li Si could clearly sense that Su Luo's spiritual energy was unusual. I am indeed at qi refining. Why don't you tell me secretly? They'll keep it a secret. Qi refining is qi refining. Without evidence, he would not admit it. Even with evidence, he would deny it. Su Luo's forte was stubbornness. Fine, keep it to yourself. Let's make the most of our time. Li Si focused on cultivation, falling silent. Yet her hand unconsciously tightened its grip on Su Luo's. Meanwhile, in room 6. At first, Han Yinger was ecstatic. Her cultivation speed surged dramatically, and the effect was truly evident. But soon the speed began to decline, and her body started to feel unwell, dizziness, nausea, and weakness. Who would experience such symptoms during cultivation? The same was happening to Qin San. After an hour, Han Yinger could barely endure it. Qin San, I can't go on. I need to get some air. All right. Even Qin San found it unbearable. Yet when he released Han Yinger's hand, he felt fine again. His cultivation speed gradually recovered, eventually stabilizing at about 3 or 4 times the normal rate. Though not the initial 20-fold, it was still an improvement. This puzzled Qin San greatly. When Han Yinger stepped outside to catch her breath, she realized that only the 2 of them were affected. The others were all cultivating, showing no signs of discomfort. She observed that Su Luo and Li Si were in the best state, while Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie were also managing well. Even Lin Xian, cultivating alone, was deeply immersed. None of them encountered the myriad problems that she and Qin San faced while cultivating in the formation. Puzzled, Han Yinger wondered if she should try with Lin Xian. But at the thought of Qin San, she halted and returned to continue cultivating with him. You're back. How do you feel? Qin San asked with concern. Much better. Let's continue. The first day of cultivation in the formation came to an end. At that moment, beneath the formation, a pair of eyes opened once more, followed by a low murmur. The numbers are right, and they've started using the formation. Perfect. Cultivate, all of you. The faster you cultivate, the sooner I shall break free. On the second day, cultivation resumed. Who would pass up such a fortuitous opportunity? They cultivated without pause. But Su Luo thought otherwise. The accelerated cultivation also led to quicker fatigue. All right, we've been at this for a while. Time to rest. Can't keep up. What do you mean by that? I said rest, not that I can't continue. Oh, fine, then I'll have to show you my true strength. Let's keep going. Su Luo and the others continued their diligent cultivation. Since the previous day, their hands had not parted. Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie, however, were less driven. They would occasionally step out for a walk when tired. Yuan Jie in particular preferred to cultivate in a comfortable state. Qin San and Han Yinger had a much harder time. The 2 might as well have cultivated separately. Naturally, this was because Qin San's foundational technique was a demonic cultivation art. No matter how well he concealed it, its essence remained demonic. How could it harmonize with Han Yinger's righteous path? But Qin San refused to accept this. He would not admit that he and Han Yinger were incompatible, so he persisted in dual cultivation despite the discomfort. Han Yinger could only bear it with him. Yet after each hour of cultivation, she would go out for a while to catch her breath. As for Lin Xian, even alone, he never ceased his cultivation, practicing tirelessly. Every time she stepped out and saw Lin Xian like this, Han Yinger felt inspired not to give up easily. So enduring the discomfort, she continued with Qin San, trying to figure out how to make the best use of the formation. A 20-fold increase in speed. What was 3 or 4 times compared to that? Anything less than the maximum was a loss. But after a day, Han Yinger grew somewhat lost, for the discomfort was truly intense. Unconsciously, she found herself outside Lin Xian's room. "Senior sister, what's the matter?" Lin Xian sensed her presence and asked. Han Yinger sighed and confided, "There's a problem with my cultivation with Qin-san." "What problem?" "Dual cultivation feels terrible, but Zhuo Mingyuan and the others don't have this issue." "I wouldn't know. I've always cultivated alone." "That's just it." Han Yinger took Lin Xian's hand and began to cultivate. But the next second she pulled her hand back. What was this? A completely different sensation. Not worse, but rather pleasant. That was what startled her into withdrawing. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian, experiencing dual cultivation for the first time, had no comparison and was utterly unaware of any issue. "Let's give it a try." Hearing Han Yinger's words, Lin Xian finally thought of Qin-san. Given Qin-san's temperament, the consequences of finding out would be unimaginable. That might not be wise. If Qin-san finds out. Lin Xian didn't finish, but the implication was clear. Han Yinger mulled it over and sighed. "You're right. He'll go back." Seeing her slightly sorrowful expression, Lin Xian reached out and stopped her. What did Qin-san matter? He owed him nothing. Rather, Qin-san was in his debt. Once for threatening him and once for trying to teach him a lesson. Let's give it a try. This is true cultivation, the profound essence of formations. Han Yinger finally realized that she and Qin-san were inherently incompatible. But why? Why did it feel normal with Lin Xian, yet so unbearable with Qin-san? She could not comprehend it. Still, Han Yinger dared not cultivate with Lin Xian, too often fearing that Qin-san would come looking for her. She returned early. "Back already? How do you feel?" Qin-san paused his cultivation and asked. "Much better." Qin-san nodded, then reached out to take Han Yinger's hand. The moment he touched her hand, however, she recoiled as if shocked. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." They clasped hands again. Soon the suffocating sensation surged back. Su Luo felt utterly drained. Li Si experienced the same. Finally, they decided to rest. Yet despite the exhaustion, the gains were considerable. Li Si vaguely sensed another breakthrough approaching, even though she had just broken through not long ago. "Do you feel the urge to break through?" Li Si still held Su Luo's hand, but they were not cultivating, now chatting during the break. "No. Impossible. I'm about to break through to mid-foundation establishment, and you at Chi Refining don't feel it. My talent is poor, that's just how it is. Even with poor talent, it shouldn't be this bad. I've broken through." Su Luo directly adjusted her cultivation to Chi Refining perfection. "Satisfied now?" "You? What a coincidence." Li Si understood even more clearly that Su Luo was concealing her true strength. "Thanks to your diligent cultivation, never wasting a single moment." That wasn't a compliment. Watching the exchange between her disciple and Su Luo, Nangong Shiyun, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but recall when she last broke through. She had forgotten, it seemed like 30 years ago. Nangong Shiyun had almost forgotten the feeling of a breakthrough. It was a pity that she now faced a bottleneck that cultivation alone could not overcome. Otherwise, with her talent, she would have broken through long ago. What she needed was an opportunity, a catalyst whose nature she could not discern, unique to each individual. On the third day, once she had tasted it, she could not stop. Unable to bear dual cultivation with Qin-san any longer, Han Yinger sought out Lin Xian more frequently and for longer durations. Coincidentally, when Yuan Jie came out for some fresh air, she thought her eyes were playing tricks on her from cultivation fatigue. Was Han Yinger cultivating with Lin Xian? Why? But as she pondered, Yuan Jie felt a sense of dread. If Qin-san saw this, she turned her head and nearly died of fright. Because Qin-san had already seen them. He gripped his right wrist with his left hand, his gaze fixed on that scene. Why? The hand that was just in his was now. Tears streamed down Qin-san's face. Yuan Jie wanted to offer some words of comfort, but nothing came out. Qin-san then noticed Yuan Jie. He was barely rational now. He rushed up to her. "Yuan Jie, you like me, don't you? Please help me, make me forget all this." Qin-san dragged Yuan Jie towards a room, intending to numb himself through cultivation. But, slap. Yuan Jie slapped him, snapping him back to his senses. How pathetic. Yuan Jie would never agree to Qin-san under such circumstances. What would that make her? A substitute for Han Yinger. At that thought, Yuan Jie felt like crying herself. So she was just a replacement. She walked away dejectedly, leaving Qin-san standing there in a daze. After a long while, Qin-san's arms hung limply. Let it all burn. After his breakdown, Qin-san stopped pretending and decided to execute the demon sex plan. In the original plan, he only intended to eliminate Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie, then continue his undercover mission with Han Yinger back to the sect. But now he no longer wished to return to the undercover role. He decided to eliminate Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie first, then cripple Han Yinger. Finally, he would torture Lin Xian right before her eyes. He only wanted to vent his anger, to make Lin Xian suffer the full cruelty of the demonic path, to make Han Yinger utterly regret her choices. As for Su Luo and Li Si, Two insignificant minnows easily disposed of. Though it might disappoint Elder Yanshi, Qin San had already abandoned his undercover identity. What did he have to fear now? Once the plan was set, a cold gleam hardened in Qin San's eyes. The demonic chi that had long lain dormant within him began to stir. He first lured Han Yinger away from the cultivation site, and then restrained her. He had initially intended to cripple her directly, but for some reason, a phantom image of a giant bell materialized around Han Yinger, shielding her. Qin San was helpless. Even his most powerful techniques could not break through it. He could only restrain her for now. Han Yinger then recalled Li Si's warning about a sneak attack, but she never imagined the attacker would be Qin San. Li Si was also powerless. Who would believe her if she said Qin San would strike? They had faced life and death together countless times. Oh, why should they trust her? If Li Si had actually claimed Qin San would betray them, they might have joked about it with him. Saying things like, Li Si says you're going to ambush us, isn't that hilarious? Which would only have made Qin San more cautious. Why are you doing this, Qin San? This is all your fault. Qin San roared, then ignored whatever Han Yinger said and left again. He had to strike before Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie sensed anything was amiss. All members of the 7 stars and 4 talents were at the early golden core stage, but Qin San had actually long reached the mid-stage, though he had been concealing it. If he used demonic techniques, his strength would rival half-step, late golden core. With certain demonic secret arts, and by burning his life force, he could even reach late golden core. Even so, he would not face Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie. Why fight openly when a sneak attack was possible? Qin San lured Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie out by claiming Han Yinger was missing. However, Lin Xian saw them rushing out in a flurry and, curious, secretly followed them. Su Luo and Li Si remained in cultivation. Qin San seized the moment and swung his sword, aiming to cleave Zhuo Mingyuan in two. Under normal circumstances, Zhuo Mingyuan could have dodged. But due to his immense trust in Qin San, Zhuo Mingyuan had no guard up from behind. His instincts made him flinch, but it was too late. The sword would sever his right arm. At the critical moment, another phantom bell enveloped Zhuo Mingyuan, blocking the blow. Qin San was stunned. You have one too. With no time to dwell on it, while they were still reeling, Qin San thrust his sword at Yuan Jie. He knew well that if they joined forces, he would be in trouble. Yet Yuan Jie also had the bell phantom. At this, Qin San completely lost his composure. What is this? How do you all have such a thing? We've faced life and death together so many times, and I never knew you possessed something like this. Did you get these things just to guard against me? Yeah. Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie were also stunned, even more clueless about the origin of the illusory protective bell. But that wasn't the most pressing matter now. Qin San, what are you doing? Zhuo Mingyuan immediately shielded Yuan Jie behind him. Would you believe me if I said my hand slipped? This isn't something a joke can brush aside. Qin San tossed his sword to the ground with a bitter laugh. Honestly, I don't know what came over me. It felt like I lost control and just struck at you. There was no other choice. If his lethal strike couldn't even break that bell, how could he continue the fight? Would going all out shatter it? Probably not. And if he exhausted his strength, trying what then? So Qin San, who had been riding high moments ago, was now forced to calm down. Without that bell, even if the ambush failed, the traps laid here would have let him wreak havoc. Now he had to play it safe. Qin San continued his defense. I heard a heart demon emperor is sealed here, capable of manipulating others. I suspect he's behind this. Really? Zhuo Mingyuan remained cautious, but began to believe him slightly. Yet what reason would I have to attack you? Zhuo Mingyuan thought it over. There really seemed to be no motive. Nangong Shiyun, watching from the shadows, understood the situation at once and dispelled the bell. How else could he expose Qin San's true nature? Nangong Shiyun could kill Qin San instantly, but without proof, what would Zhuo Mingyuan think? Killing his brother before his eyes and accusing him of being from the demon sect. Just because you're a peak master. Does the 7-star sword sect have no regard for reason? They could be the next to fall to demonic influence. Qin San noticed the illusory bell vanish, his eyes lighting up, but he held back, triggering the surrounding traps to test the waters. In an instant, countless sword energies surged from all directions. Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie swung their swords to block. The barrage lasted 5 seconds before ceasing. Though battered, they only suffered minor injuries. Seeing the bell didn't reappear, Qin San kicked his sword toward Yuan Jie, then drew another and slashed horizontally at Zhuo Mingyuan's throat. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, they faced an even fiercer assault. Qin San's attacks were on a completely different level from the traps. Qin San, what are you doing? Isn't it obvious? Have you lost your mind? Yes, I have. As he spoke, every move was lethal. Zhuo Mingyuan, being stronger, could parry, but Yuan Jie struggled, already wounded in several places. Confused and uncertain why Qin San was attacking them, they focused on defense, their offense lacking edge. But this couldn't go on. Zhuo Mingyuan made the first decisive move, unleashing his full power with a secret technique rain of blades. Countless sword shadows enveloped Qin San in an instant. Qin San sneered, weaving through the myriad blades, finding a single gap and thrusting his sword in. The shadows vanished, and though Zhuo Mingyuan swiftly shifted to defense, he couldn't block the strike, which pierced deep into his shoulder. Qin San followed with a kick, sending Zhuo Mingyuan flying. Then with a nimble twist, he backhanded Yuan Jie and fired two sword energies. At the critical moment, Zhuo Mingyuan ignored his pain, lunging forward to shield Yuan Jie. With fury, he slashed the two sword energies into nothing. Qin San, are you serious? Those energies would have gravely wounded Yuan Jie, igniting his rage. Still don't get it. Qin San covered his face with one hand, cackling wildly. Let me reintroduce myself. I, Qin San, am one of the 7-star 4 talents and also one of the demon sect's 7 sons. In an instant, demonic chi rose from his feet, engulfing his entire body. Behind him, phantoms writhed and specters danced, an aura of malevolence sweeping the scene. Time to properly send off these old friends. Meanwhile, Su Luo and Li Si were still cultivating. Did you hear something? Li Si sensed something, but the battle was too far away, leaving her uncertain. No idea. Just keep cultivating. Su Luo knew the fight had started, but it wasn't his concern. Lin Xian would handle it, or Elder Yin would obliterate them. What was there to say? Just stay put and wait for the outcome. Beneath the formation, the Heart Demon Emperor was panicking. Why stop cultivating? Fight after you're done. Cultivation rapidly drained the seal's power, but Su Luo and Li Si alone were useless now. Though they consumed the most, overall strength came in numbers. The Heart Demon Emperor had waited so long for this chance, only to watch it slip away. No, he couldn't wait any longer. After much deliberation, he chose to sever a part of himself. Time was running out. He sensed the secret realm on the verge of collapse. If he didn't escape, he'd vanish with it. But emerging now would reduce his power to the nascent soul stage, a level he once crushed like ants. Yet he had no choice. If they had cultivated a bit longer, his strength would be greater. But it seemed those outside would no longer use this formation. Still, he had to thank them. Without their cultivation, he couldn't have even sent out a fragment. The Heart Demon Emperor's eyes bulged as he muttered incantations. With his chanting, the cultivation chambers exploded one after another. The entire formation lost its effect. Su Luo and the others were bewildered. How did the room vanish during cultivation? But he quickly rose, sensing something foul. Black, unknown substances seeped from the ground, coalescing in the air bit by bit. Su Luo grew slightly solemn, sensing trouble. Li Si was crushed by the oppressive aura of that substance, barely able to breathe. Trembling, she stared at the coalescing mass. What is that? Don't ask. Run. Li Si channeled her spiritual energy to resist the invisible pressure, ready to flee, but found Su Luo frozen in place. Go, aren't we leaving? Would running help? Li Si nearly stumbled. Didn't you say run? Not the time for jokes. Be serious. Su Luo shook his head. Too late. Faster than expected. The coalesced mass took the form of a gaunt, disheveled, middle-aged man shrouded in demonic chi. I'm out. Finally out. Free to breathe. I've forgotten how many years it's been, but I, the Heart Demon Emperor, returned to the mortal world. Ha! The Heart Demon Emperor spread his arms, reveling in the joy of regained freedom. Su Luo felt he had to act, or no one would survive. His strength seemed lacking, but it wasn't an impossible fight. Oh kid, nice fighting spirit. The Heart Demon Emperor sensed Su Luo's shift and offered a compliment. But no need to tense up. Though I could crush you like ants, I'm not a fan of violence. So emerge. With a snap of his fingers, darkness spread from his fingertips, engulfing the entire secret realm in an instant. Then the darkness faded, returning everything to normal, but the Heart Demon Emperor had completed his spell, unleashing his signature move, manifestation of inner demons. I don't believe in violence. I'd rather watch you fight yourselves. The Heart Demon Emperor had already shattered the seal, but Qin San and the others remained unaware, for the battle had reached its zenith. Qin San, outnumbered 2-1, still held the advantage. Twin swords united as one. Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie drew their blades in unison, their power doubling. How laughable. Have you forgotten that the combined sword art of the four of us was my own creation? Qin San dismantled their technique with ease. Time to end this. His hand gathered strength, the next strike a killing blow. But at that moment the surroundings darkened, then returned to light in an instant. It happened too swiftly, neither Qin San nor the others could discern what had transpired. Then a mass of black substance peeled away from each person, molding itself into a doppelganger of themselves. Yet these doppelgangers were shrouded in darkness, revealing only faint traces of resemblance to their originals. The Heart Demon Emperor, pleased with his long-unused art, declared in a voice that echoed through the entire secret realm, "Young ones of this realm, do you hear me? Thank you for your efforts which have granted me freedom. Now as a token of gratitude, I bestow upon you some heart demons." His maniacal laughter followed. The heart demon emperor. A surge of joy rose within Qin San. He had not even needed to offer his sacrifice, and the emperor had already emerged. How splendid! But Qin San's joy was premature. His own heart demon struck him with a fierce sword blow. Qin San reacted swiftly, parrying and retreating, yet the heart demon pursued relentlessly. This heart demon proved more troublesome than Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie combined. Both of them were also under assault from their own heart demons. For each heart demon held the greatest enmity for its original, attacking them with priority. Unwilling to waste his strength, Qin San shouted into the void, "Heart Demon Emperor, can you hear me? I am on your side. Disperse this spell." The Heart Demon Emperor heard him clearly. Though he was not with Qin San, but with Su Luo, he could perceive the entire secret realm. He replied, "Apologies, I can only manifest them, not dispel them. Simply slay your heart demon." This was indeed the truth. Once the heart demons were materialized, he could no longer undo the spell, though he could exert some slight control. Of course, he could not control the powerful heart demons, and the weak ones were beneath his notice. Despite this flaw, the heart demons naturally attacked their originals, so manifesting them served only to vex the enemy, a minor inconvenience. Qin San, upon hearing this, cursed the heart demon emperor inwardly. If it were so easy. The accursed heart demon was absurdly strong, unafraid of injury, and sought to trade blows with him. With so many enemies yet to be dealt with now, this heart demon hindered him. The heart demon of Qin San sneered, "How useless, Qin San. Han Yinger treated you, so yet you couldn't kill her. I despise you from the depths of my being." "Silence. You have no right to speak. Do you still hope for her affection? Look at yourself now. It's hopeless. You seek death." Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Zhuo Mingyuan was also suppressed by his heart demon. "Zhuo Mingyuan, your sword is too feeble. What are you, and why do you mirror me, even in swordsmanship? I am your heart demon, and my sword strikes are far fiercer. Your powerless techniques are an eyesore." Humph. Zhuo Mingyuan refused to respond, determined to prove his techniques strong through action. Yet it seemed the heart demons were indeed mightier. Yuan Jie falling for someone like Qin San. Are you blind? He just tried to kill you. Yuan Jie was already heartbroken, as she could never have imagined Qin San would wish her dead. Speechless. Let me take your place, and you can weep in a corner forever. I believe Qin San must have his reasons. How ridiculous. You still cling to that thought. Utterly useless. Die. Should Yuan Jie be defeated, her heart demon would replace her, becoming the master of her body. Elsewhere in the secret realm, Han Yinger's heart demon shattered her confinement, allowing her to escape. Instead of engaging her heart demon, Han Yinger rushed to find Qin San, seeking an explanation. As for Nangong Shiyun, who had been lurking in the shadows, she had already fled. Not out of fear of the heart demon emperor, but of her own heart demon. Nangong Xian's heart demon had long existed, one she could not overcome, so she had sealed it deep within her. The heart demon emperor's spell had loosened that seal. And according to her diary, if her heart demon were to manifest, everyone would be doomed. The mere aftermath of her battle with it would annihilate all here, including the heart demon emperor himself. Thus Nangong Shiyun could only watch from afar for now. Lin Xian too had kept his distance, while Qin San fought two opponents, knowing he could not participate in such a battle without becoming a liability. Yet he had Elder Yin, who had been observing the battle. If Zhuo Mingyuan and the others were truly defeated, Elder Yin would have to intervene. However, the situation took an unexpected turn as heart demons emerged. Lin Xian, you were a waste before, and you remain one now. So long has passed, yet you are still at the qi refining stage. With Elder Yin, your cultivation has not advanced one bit. Steady progress is my principle of cultivation. Nonsense. That's for ordinary people. With Elder Yin, you should seize power. Rapid advancement is the true path. Your opinion is irrelevant. I have my own pace. Very well, then let me take your place. Lin Xian's heart demon unleashed a powerful strike, without restraint, draining its life force. Lin Xian struggled to cope. Soon the entire secret realm was filled with battles between originals and their heart demons. Li Si was no exception. Once beside Su Luo, she now fought her heart demon, drifting farther from him. Helpless against the overwhelming pressure of the heart demon, Li Si was forced to retreat step by step. Li Si, your cultivation is so slow. In my hands, I would have reached the golden core stage long ago. What nonsense. I've worked so hard and only reached foundation establishment. How dare you claim otherwise? Ha ha, that's because you lack ruthlessness. There is one beside you who could accelerate your cultivation, yet you do nothing. The heart demon referred to Su Luo. Li Si had considered seeking powerful techniques from him, but Su Luo would likely refuse. He only sought to clear the trial. So she had abandoned the idea. The heart demon deemed this a lack of ruthlessness. In its place, it would have imprisoned Su Luo, beaten him, tortured him, and extracted everything through brutal interrogation. The heart demon believed that even the most stubborn would break. Hearing this, Li Si's killing intent flared. Enough talk. I will destroy you. If you can't let me do it. We are one. You are you and I am I. Then I will make you become me. Li Si's heart demon fought with the same ferocity as the others. But Li Si showed no fear, responding with calm and methodical precision. While Li Si battled her inner demon, Su Luo observed his own. Unlike Li Si's demon, which had charged into combat, his merely stood in silence. This peculiar inner demon naturally drew the attention of the inner demon emperor. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded. How could this young man's inner demon be so formidable? How powerful must his soul be? Yet the inner demon emperor smirked slightly. This was also misfortune. While others might still have a chance to overcome their demons, this young man was doomed. The inner demon emperor attempted to intervene, only to find he could not control Su Luo's inner demon. He cursed inwardly. What kind of inner demon was this? He detested uncontrollable ones the most. Stop staring and attack. That's your most hated original form. Since he could not control it, he could only resort to verbal provocation. Yet it was to no avail. The inner demon did not move, and neither did Su Luo. He was contemplating how to deal with the inner demon emperor. In truth, it was not difficult. With the skill, I accept your power, Su Luo could certainly breach the inner demon emperor's defenses. The question was whether his golden core body could withstand the power of a nascent soul. Even if it could, how many strikes could he launch? Of course, there was also the skill share the pain, allowing him a few extra attacks. But could a few more strikes annihilate the inner demon emperor? Not necessarily. In truth, overthinking was futile. This was already the optimal solution Su Luo could conceive. At the critical moment, it was time to gamble everything. Gambling everything. Su Luo was familiar with that, so he felt no fear. Just as he prepared to strike the inner demon emperor, the inner demon spoke. I have only one question. I loved you. The inner demon ignored Su Luo's flippant reply and continued. Have you forgotten your original aspiration? Without a moment's pause, the words flew from Su Luo's mouth. Initiate. The inner demon emperor was bewildered. What the hell was initiating? Perplexed, he urged them to fight. Su Luo's inner demon grinned, its arrogant laughter growing louder. Password confirmed. Our ideals are one. I shall aid you. Su Luo's inner demon dissipated into a mass of black chi swirling towards Su Luo. In an instant, Su Luo was enveloped by a black tornado. The inner demon began to fashion a new form. Within the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes ignited first. Then its true form emerged. What kind of form is that? The inner demon emperor exclaimed in shock. Su Luo's inner demon replied, the Black Knight Gundam form. Su Luo's appearance had fully transformed into a mechanical knight, and to match the form, his inner demon's voice had become mechanical as well. This was not a fusion, but merely the inner demon encasing itself in an outer shell. Though the form had become a Gundam, Su Luo still held the reins. How absurd. An inner demon aiding its original body. I've never seen nor heard of such a thing. But you are in for misfortune, for I shall personally deal with you. The inner demon emperor descended from the sky, and the oppressive pressure of a nascent soul bore down directly upon Su Luo. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the inner demon emperor at the nascent soul stage. Your form is impressive, it nearly intimidated me. But alas, you are merely at the chi refining stage, capable of nothing. Su Luo acknowledged the truth of his words, but felt no fear. He took a step toward the inner demon emperor. If chi refining is insufficient, then foundation establishment. In an instant, Su Luo's cultivation base soared to foundation establishment. The inner demon emperor couldn't help but question it, but foundation establishment was still weak. Su Luo took another step. I know you're thinking foundation establishment is still not enough. Then golden core. As he spoke, Su Luo's aura surged once more. How can your cultivation base rise like this? Don't tell me you can still increase it. The inner demon emperor panicked, already preparing to flee. In mere seconds, everything he had ever known was overturned. This young man was too bizarre. Who cultivated this way? Having only just emerged, how could he die here? I cannot. Ha ha ha, I thought you had real skill. A golden core is far from sufficient. The inner demon emperor steadied himself slightly. It is enough. Today Lin Xian used old man Yan's chi refining to slay a golden core. Now I, Su Luo, with a golden core will cut down a nascent soul. That is no problem. He laid a trap, preparing to accept the demon's power. The inner demon emperor laughed upon hearing this. It seems you didn't hear me clearly. I am at the nascent soul stage. A golden core slaying a nascent soul. What a joke. Su Luo ignored the inner demon emperor's mockery and said to his inner demon, let's go my other self. I'm with you. Su Luo's inner demon reshaped itself, and a colossal ship-cutting blade materialized in Su Luo's hand. This was merely a manifestation of the inner demon. Its sturdiness depended on the demon's strength, and it was virtually weightless. The enormous blade did not require Su Luo to approach the inner demon emperor. He could strike from afar. Yet just as he was about to bring it down on the emperor's head, he halted. Su Luo, why do you not dodge? Because I am not afraid. Why are you not afraid? Because I am not. Art. Su Luo had already brought the blade down. The immense force sent the inner demon emperor crashing to the ground. Ignoring his wails, Su Luo raised the blade again and struck. The inner demon emperor rolled to dodge, unable to maintain any semblance of grace. Su Luo pressed, didn't you say you wouldn't dodge? What power is that? Was that the power a golden core should possess? Is there a problem? Even as he spoke, Su Luo continued his assault. The inner demon emperor tried to evade. You can no longer dodge. With another strike, even as the emperor dodged, Su Luo's blade found its mark. However, the inner demon emperor's physical body was quite resilient. Su Luo had exerted such tremendous force that his own body should have been unable to bear it, but with the inner demon the damage was transferred to it. In other words, half the damage went to the inner demon emperor, while the other half was borne by Su Luo's inner demon. Su Luo remained unscathed, and given his inner demon's current strength, dozens more swings were well within reach. Su Luo's inner demon, what other techniques do you have? Bring them forth. The inner demon emperor needed no urging, otherwise he would be chopped to death. Demonic clone. Yet the moment the inner demon emperor split off a clone, Su Luo struck both the clone and the original. The clone vanished instantly, and the emperor was sent flying again, fueling his rage. Transient Hell Soul Wave. The inner demon emperor swept his hands across the ground, and a towering wave of dark demonic chi surged from the earth. Within the wave, countless skulls wailed in agony. Su Luo watched the demonic wave with an impassive expression. He knew similar techniques, but he had long since moved past the stage of calling out his moves. Su Luo dragged his blade along the ground. Then with an upward slash, he cleaved the wave in two. Not only that, but he precisely struck the inner demon emperor as well. With that single move, he severed even the inner demon emperor's rage. No, he would die. The inner demon emperor realized that if this continued, he would truly perish. Flee quickly. Did I not say you can no longer dodge? The 40-meter blade arrived as promised. The inner demon emperor struck, once more felt his resolve shatter. Why? Forget your power, how can you always predict my movements? Because I am the sharp blade, and my eyes see all. Of course that was a lie. Su Luo had replayed this battle dozens of times, honing his combat skills to perfection. A mere glance was enough for him to gauge the inner demon emperor's level. Don't be too arrogant, boy. Phantom gale of darkness. Heaven-sealing stamp. Soul-devouring howl. The inner demon emperor unleashed a torrent of techniques, one after another. Think. What other moves do I have? But the inner demon emperor froze. None of his attacks had worked. A long-forgotten despair crept into his heart. Yet as an emperor, he could not allow such weakness. Damn it. Inner demon, attack this brat. The emperor believed Su Luo's newfound strength came from his inner demon. Though his earlier attempt to control Su Luo's inner demon had failed, he had to try again. It was his only option. He poured all his power into the control spell. Su Luo's inner demon cackled. Useless. He is the king, and I am his steed. You cannot control me. King and steed. Nonsense. Who understands such gibberish? Blood began to trickle from the emperor's eyes, yet he intensified the spell. He is the sovereign of all, and I am the mount that amplifies his strength. This bond is beyond your control. What kind of inner demon are you? You're a disgrace to all inner demons. Don't understand. Let me add to that. I am merely addicted to the game to the point of obsession. I have no conflict with my host. In fact, our ideals align perfectly. Shut up. Attack the host. The emperor's desperation caused blood to seep from all 7 orifices. Yet Su Luo's inner demon remained utterly unaffected. Su Luo remarked, losing to a golden core cultivator is a disgrace for an emperor. With another slash, he felled the emperor once more. But losing to me, that's still an honor. As the dust settled, the inner demon emperor lay prostrate, his life force fading. It's over. Su Luo raised his blade. Would he still refuse to dodge this time? The emperor slowly knelt, pressing his forehead to the ground in a pathetic plea. Please, spare me. Su Luo's inner demon spoke. Spare you? No. Use any secret technique you have. This is your last chance. I beg you. I truly can't go on. Spare me. They'll do anything. Su Luo's inner demon sighed. You've moved me. They'll give you a chance. Since you have no tricks left, let's play the Don't Laugh Challenge. The Don't Laugh Challenge. The emperor lifted his head, confused. What kind of challenge was this? Su Luo's inner demon explained. If you can avoid laughing for 15 minutes, he'll let you go. Truly. What a simple challenge. The emperor swore to himself he would not laugh. Of course. It starts now. Su Luo found it childish, but he played along. The jester's delight, the inner demon emperor burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. You laughed. Su Luo smiled as he brought down his blade. Arg. The emperor screamed in agony. But seeing Su Luo raise the blade again, his screams died in his throat. Give me another chance. Please. I won't laugh this time. Fine. And so the only sound that filled the air was the emperor's helpless laughter. He laughed, but his heart was breaking. He didn't want to laugh. He didn't want to die. After centuries of imprisonment, he had finally tasted freedom. Why? Why had it come to this? I gave you a chance and you wasted it. The emperor finally understood. It was you. Su Luo's inner demon grinned. Yes. I never intended to let you go. A guttural roar of anguish escaped the emperor's throat. The inner demon emperor broke down. Words failed him. All that came out were incoherent sounds as tears streamed down his face watching the blade descend. Yet even then he clung to life. But it didn't matter. One slash wasn't enough. He would keep going until the job was done. Su Luo was an expert at finishing blows. Finally, the power he had absorbed from the emperor vanished, signifying the emperor's absolute demise. Su Luo remarked to his inner demon, "You're truly malicious." Don't say that. He started it. We're the victims here. True. It's been a while since I fought seriously. I owe him that much. Li Si is still fighting. Should we help? No, she can handle it. But I want to help. Why? I am not done yet. The battle has only just begun. After the fight, Su Luo's inner demon had faded to a pale shadow, soon to dissipate. But for now, he wanted to play a little longer. Fine. Su Luo wasn't inflexible. Besides, this part of the story was almost over. Lin Xian should have dealt with Qin San by now. Wait. Could the inner demon emperor's appearance have caused complications? Had better go check. But first he would deal with Li Si's inner demon. Nearby, Li Si was still locked in battle with her own inner demon, occasionally glancing at Su Luo. She watched as his inner demon merged with him. Look at Su Luo's inner demon, then look at yourself. Surrender now. TCH. Those two together defeated the inner demon emperor. If you're defeated by me and I join the emperor, well, survive. I'd rather die. And then Su Luo crushed the inner demon emperor. Li Si couldn't comprehend it, but she was awestruck. Wasn't he at the foundation establishment stage? Was that power truly from a foundation establishment cultivator? Li Si felt that even a single blow would annihilate her. But now was the perfect time to taunt her inner demon. So, still want to kidnap Su Luo? TCH. I have other methods. Plenty of dirty tricks. Even the inner demon felt a flicker of fear after witnessing the scene. But changing tactics wasn't shameful. Ha ha ha, you were so arrogant before. Enough. Hand over your Bodis control. We'll see if you have what it takes. Su Luo, having slain the emperor, turned his blade toward them. Li Si's inner demon panicked. Quick. Kill me. Li Si was bewildered. What's wrong with you? Weren't you trying to take over? Now you're begging me to kill you. Trying to trick me. No way. That huge blade is aimed at me. What else can I do? I'd rather die by your hand. Why? You're driving me crazy. I'm your inner demon. If you don't defeat me, how will you ever improve? You idiot. Fine, I'll do it myself. Rather than dying for nothing, it was better to benefit its host. The inner demon charged at Li Si, impaling itself on her sword. And so Li Si won without understanding how. Seeing the inner demon gone, Su Luo sheathed his blade and headed toward Lin Xian. Even from a distance, he could hear the sounds of their battle. It seemed there was still more to come. At Lin Xian's place, the area was filled with battles. Each person was fighting their own inner demon, but none could claim victory. In fact, they were subtly being overpowered by their inner demons. Qin San. Han Yinger arrived, but what she saw was a version of Qin San she had never witnessed before. Why do you look like this? By now, Qin San had been completely demonized, wielding demonic techniques against his inner demon, exuding an aura of evil and ill omen. The moment he saw Han Yinger, Qin San even lost focus. Qin San's inner demon sneered with even greater disdain at the host. I'll resolve your emotional entanglement myself, and then you can serve the demon's sect with undivided loyalty. With that, it suddenly lunged at Han Yinger. You won't get the chance. Qin San moved to block it. Seeing Qin San's inner demon charging at Han Yinger, Zhuo Mingyuan also rushed to intervene. As he did, he brought along Yuan Jie, who was on the verge of defeat. At that moment, Zhuo Mingyuan realized that only by joining forces with the other two could they have a sliver of hope. On his own, he could handle his inner demon, but Yuan Jie and Han Yinger's fates would be uncertain. Soon Zhuo Mingyuan regrouped with Han Yinger, and the three of them formed a tripartite alliance to fend off the surrounding attacks. Chaos erupted instantly, as the inner demons also began attacking one another. Only Lin Xian continued his solitary battle, but he was nearing the end, close to vanquishing his inner demon. Through his confrontation with the inner demon, Lin Xian recognized his own shortcomings. and continuously improved his combat techniques. By now the inner demon was no match for the evolved Lin Xian. In the heat of battle, he even broke through to the early stage of foundation establishment. With a swift counterstrike, he obliterated the inner demon. Afterward, he turned his gaze toward the chaotic melee of the four talents, pondering what to do next, what he could do, and what he should do. At that very moment, a strange sound echoed from afar. At first, no one paid it any heed, but gradually they all halted their actions and turned to look in that direction. The oppressive aura was too overwhelming to ignore. What they saw was a bizarre, misshapen entity sliding across the ground, dragging a corpse in its hand. The sound was emanating from it. Indeed, the sound was the background music created by Su Luo's inner demon, majestic and grand. In his Gundam-like form, Su Luo approached the four talents and tossed the corpse before them. What is this? Everyone was bewildered, but Su Luo's inner demon provided the answer in a mechanical voice. No need to guess. The demon emperor was him. Oh, everyone was stunned. This unknown and perilous existence had been eliminated just like that. Qin San even thought he had misheard. This emperor had casually cast a demonic spell that plunged everyone present into crisis, and now he was gone. What exactly was this strange, twisted thing? Su Luo pointed at Qin San. 1. He pointed at Qin San's inner demon. 2. He pointed at Zhuo Mingyuan's inner demon. 3. He pointed at Zhuo Mingyuan. 4. He pointed at Lin Xian. 9. This series of gestures left everyone puzzled. What I mean is he'll take on all of you. With that, Su Luo leaped high into the air. Everyone immediately sensed danger and scattered in all directions. And their instincts were correct. A single step too late would have meant death or injury. Su Luo's inner demon declared, "Welcome your king." Su Luo crashed to the ground, executing a 360-degree sweeping attack. Su Luo, why can't you say something else? That's so cringeworthy. I hereby solemnly state that the inner demon's actions have nothing to do with me. Please do not attribute the inner demon's behavior to Su Luo himself. Thank you. Move, comrade, why aren't you moving? Su Luo's inner demon wondered why the host had stopped attacking. It was because he was lost in thought. But no one found that statement problematic. After all, a single strike had proven that he had the strength to be arrogant. Everyone immediately assumed a defensive stance. Su Luo sighed and pulled himself together. Let's deal with the inner demons first. A beam gun materialized in Su Luo's hand, having an inner demon that could reshape at what was truly convenient. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots directly hit the 4 inner demons. Then came 4 more rounds, and without even a whimper, the inner demons vanished in the beams of light. For a moment, silence fell over the scene. Everyone feared who Su Luo would target next. Yet the gun transformed back into a blade. Su Luo's inner demon, forget it, using a gun is a bit unfair to you. Let's fight close quarters. Don't think about running. If you face me heat-in and entertain me, you might live. If you flee, what just happened is your example. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. In this situation, Zhuo Mingyuan had considered leading the others away, but now they had no choice but to engage. The 3 of them exchanged glances and then struck first. Triple sword unity. Su Luo thrust forward, completely blocking the combined power of the 3 swords, then pushed back, shattering their unity. Su Luo's inner demon, the 7 stars and 4 talents. Now there are only 3 left. Guess what will become of you? Down and out, a pathetic sight. At that moment, Qin San attacked from behind. Su Luo casually placed his sword behind his back and easily deflected the blow. Su Luo's inner demon, the 7 sons of the demon path. Better to be my son. No, forget it. You'd only disgrace me as my son. Su Luo's inner demon flapped its wings and slammed Qin San into the ground. Su Luo's inner demon addressed Lin Xian, the only one still with fighting spirit. Lin Xian, let your substitute fight. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. The question is, how will you break this situation? Lin Xian was not afraid, but he knew his own limits. Elder Yen, can you handle it? With the power I've recovered, it's difficult. Is that so? This is troublesome. Lin Xian pondered whether to summon Elder Yen. His hesitation stemmed from the fact that the bizarre entity before him had yet to kill anyone. With its strength, it could have annihilated them all long ago, yet it deliberately refrained. Instead, it killed inner demons and the demon emperor. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed like a force with a sense of justice. Thus, Lin Xian decided to observe for now and only summon Elder Yen as a last resort. Seeing Lin Xian hesitate and not call out Elder Yen, Su Luo's inner demon grew somewhat disinterested. "Sai, I thought I could have more fun, but it turns out you're all so dull. Even less interesting than the demon emperor. Partner, let's end this. My remaining time is running short anyway." "Fine." Su Luo aimed his great sword at Qin San. "It's time for you to exit." Qin San felt utterly screwed. Why was he being targeted? Just because he was from the demonic path. "Senior, may I do it?" Zhuo Mingyuan stepped forward and spoke. "You? Give me a reason. I want to settle things with him. Fine, I'll watch how you settle this. I have a feeling you'll disappoint me. Zhuo Mingyuan approached Qin San. Before he could speak, Han Yinger interjected. Qin San, can we really not go back to how things were? Ridiculous. Look at me now. How could we go back? Yinger, if you want to be with me, come to my side, and we'll die together. Han Yinger. Fine, I understand. Since that's the case, I have nothing more to say. Let's fight. On the surface, Qin San appeared to give up resistance, but in truth he was preparing for a desperate, all-out strike. Zhuo Mingyuan recalled the fragments of their shared past, his sword nearly slipping from his grasp. Even at this critical juncture, he still hesitated, though mere moments ago his resolve had been unshakable. Qin San, was everything we experienced together a lie? A lie. We were so joyful when we divided the treasures. While you were distracted, I secretly kept 70%. Lin Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. How did he manage that? He felt he could learn a thing or two. Zhuo Mingyuan shook his head. None of that matters. In your heart, was I ever your brother? No, never. My heart belongs only to the demon sect. Lin Xian sensed something amiss and urged Zhuo Mingyuan, Senior brother, it's time to make a decision. Yet Zhuo Mingyuan grew more hesitant. Qin San. Truly a waste. Your inner demon was right about you. You are too weak, Qin San taunted. At that moment, Qin San had already prepared himself, channeling his life force into one final devastating burst of power. He feigned an attack on Zhuo Mingyuan, but his true target was Han Yinger. Come with me. However, Lin Xian had already seen through his ruse. Though Lin Xian's current strength was insufficient to harm Qin San significantly, Elder Yin lent him a portion of his power, barely enough to block the strike. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xian said, Don't just stand there. This is no time for hesitation. Zhuo Mingyuan thrust his sword forward, yet his heart was torn with conflict. Su Luo could no longer bear to watch. Truly disappointing. With a casual swing of her sword, she reaped Qin San's life. With the crisis averted, Su Luo departed without heeding anyone else's thoughts. Lin Xian, having taken the blow, turned pale despite Elder Yan's assistance. The pain was considerable. He said to Zhuo Mingyuan, I am but a junior disciple, and I do not wish to dictate your actions. However, if you ever wish to converse with an enemy, I suggest you first break their limbs. Losing senior sister Yinger again would bring you even greater regret. Having spoken, Lin Xian retreated to rest. Elder Yin was unharmed, having expended only a sliver of power, far from the brink of slumber. Meanwhile, Zhuo Mingyuan knelt on the ground, still unable to come to terms with Qin San's departure. The other two were already sobbing uncontrollably. An enemy, yet once a beloved friend and kin. But why did it have to end this way? After Su Luo left, her inner demon also vanished. On her way back, she encountered Li Si. Li Si then circled around her, looking at her with a lecherous gaze. What is it? Some people hide their true prowess. I want say who. Is that so? Who? Su Luo was always adept at feigning ignorance. Don't tell me that wasn't you just now. That was my inner demon. What does his strength have to do with me? You have no idea. I was nearly consumed by the demon and couldn't return. Is that so? Yes. You know my many flaws: gluttony, laziness, jealousy. The inner demon could easily manipulate me. That excuse is quite flimsy. Believe what you will. Hey, wait for me. Even knowing Su Luo's secret, Li Si would not reveal it. She felt that having a secret shared between them was truly wonderful. Then they rejoined Lin Xian and the others. The three talents were still grieving Qin San's death. But no matter their sorrow, they had to leave, for the secret realm was collapsing. Even after leaving the realm, the three talents stared at it for a long while. Lin Xian busied himself with his own affairs. Su Luo and Li Si did the same. They had not been close to Qin San. Moreover, Qin San was a demonic cultivator, so they felt no grief whatsoever. After they departed, Nangong Shiyun, who had observed everything from beginning to end, had not come away empty-handed. Witnessing Su Luo's union with her inner demon, she was greatly inspired. Moreover, the necessary conditions were in place. It was entirely feasible. Thus, it was time to make a reckoning with her own inner demon. Nangong Shiyun soared into the high sky, hovering amidst the clouds. Closing her eyes, her consciousness delved into the deepest recesses of her soul, a place she had once dreaded most. But now she had found clarity. A seal existed there. With a gentle wave of her hand, Nangong Shiyun undid the seal. Immediately, another version of herself emerged from the seal, exuding an aura of extreme savagery. Nangong Shiyun, you finally made up your mind. Join me in turning this world upside down. After all, it is a meaningless world. I have come to reconcile with you. Reconcile? Ha, impossible. There is only one reason I would join you: to destroy the world. My appearance has been restored. The inner demon's laughter abruptly ceased. Really? Yes. You should be able to see it now. The inner demon had been sealed for too long, and the seal was no ordinary one. She was completely unaware of what had transpired in the outside world. now that her original self allowed her to see she naturally could. It's true, haha. Tears streamed down the inner demon's face. The disfigurement of her appearance was the root cause of this inner demon's birth. So help me. Nangong Shiyun pleaded once more. Ha ha ha, you've changed, Nangong Shiyun. Proud as you are, you actually said help me. Even if this person were yourself, you would never beg yourself. The inner demon felt a mix of emotions, perhaps relief. Since the demon's inception, Nangong Shiyun had only ever sought to destroy it. Only after exhausting all other methods did she resort to sealing it. And now this same Nangong Shiyun was asking for the demon's help. Hearing the demon's assessment, Nangong Shiyun could not deny it. In the past, even if her appearance had been restored, she would never have considered reconciliation with the demon. Instead, she would have continued plotting its defeat through force. But now, I learned it from the young ones. What happened? Let me show you. Nangong Shiyun pierced the inner demon with her sword, and her memories flowed into the demon from the wound. I see. How intriguing. So will you help me? I have no objection. Since your appearance is restored, I have little desire to destroy the world. And since you have humbled yourself to ask for your own help, I shall grant your wish. The heavens and earth changed color, dark clouds gathered as if doomsday was descending. Then came thunder and lightning. From the depths of the demon's sect, an aged voice spoke. How long has it been? Someone has finally broken through to that realm. On the throne of the beast horde. The human race is truly favored by heaven. Another supreme one has emerged. But we beasts will not stop here. At the highest point of the foremost immortal sect, the Imperial Heaven sect. The times are changing. Indeed, whether for good or ill remains to be seen. We must also make preparations. And hidden experts across the land involuntarily turned their gazes towards Nangong Zion's direction. All wondered who had broken through. Su Luo looked at the sky. His feeling, someone was breaking through. Given the scale, they were likely quite formidable. However, Su Luo paid it no mind. Such breakthroughs were rare in the cultivation world, but not unheard of. Su Luo couldn't recall anyone fitting the description. But then again, countless events and people filled the cultivation world every day, and how could she remember them all? Let it be. It had nothing to do with her. Time to return. The sky cleared. Nangong Zion's breakthrough was seamless and effortless. For the first time in years, her cultivation had achieved a qualitative leap. Mahayana. In this realm of cultivation, it has long since declined from the ancient era. In those bygone days, immortals emerged in abundance and heaven's favored sons rose and fell in succession, a true spectacle of gods at war. Yet from some unknown point onward, the cultivation world began to wane, with immortals vanishing one by one. By now, not to mention immortals, even tribulation transcendence is unheard of. Thus, the foremost tier of the current cultivation world is the Mahayana stage. Only a handful reach it. Barely 10 on the surface, and though there may be more in the shadows, their numbers are certainly not vast. The second tier is the void amplification stage. Sect masters of the top clans roughly match this level, making them exceedingly rare experts. The third tier is the nascent soul stage. Peak masters or elders of various sects typically stand at this level. Overall, their numbers are quite substantial. Below the nascent soul stage, it is merely trivial skirmishing, unworthy of a place on the strength rankings. As a newly ascended Mahayana cultivator, Nangong Shiyun dares not claim to be the strongest among them, but she is undoubtedly the youngest, without exception. Finally broke through. Nangong Shiyun felt the power within her, yet she harbored no particular sensation toward this newfound strength. She was rather laid back by nature, and the enemies she had encountered before never truly forced her to exert her full might. Unmatched within the void amplification stage, she rarely faced anyone at the Mahayana stage. This had to some extent made her somewhat proud. She had long ceased to care about cultivation advancement. Still, a breakthrough was a breakthrough, and her mood was after all lifted. Su Luo and his group journeyed for several days and returned to the sect without incident. They then reported Qin San's matter to the sect's law enforcement hall. The law enforcement hall was dedicated to handling sect affairs. Since Qin San was an exceptionally outstanding disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect, such a matter naturally had to be reported. Initially, this required thorough verification, as the law enforcement hall found it hard to believe that Qin San was a member of the Heavenly Demon sect. Moreover, they could not rely solely on one party's account and needed to conduct a proper investigation. Su Luo had prepared himself to be detained for questioning for some time. To his surprise, he was released quickly. The reason was that Nangong Shiyun had intervened. She privately recounted the incident's details to the head of the law enforcement hall, selectively omitting certain parts. The head naturally trusted Nangong Shiyun. In the eyes of the sect's high-ranking members, her status was nearly on par with the sect masters. The reason was simple: Nangong Zion's immense strength. Sometimes the high-ranking members even wondered if the sect master could match Nangong Shiyun. Of course, this was mere speculation without evidence. Upon his release, Su Luo immediately returned to his dwelling. Pushing open the door, he found the sect master leisurely reclining on a lounge chair in the courtyard looking utterly at ease. Startled by his sudden return, Su Luo wondered why the sect master was here. Su Luo closed the door, stepped back to check. It was indeed his dwelling. Then pushing the door open again, he saw Xiaoyu instead. She was slightly sweating, evidently fresh from training, but her smile was impossible to conceal. "You're back." How long had it been since he heard such a greeting? Su Luo was delighted and back. Welcomed by Xiaoyu, he entered and returned to his quarters. The sect master curled his lips in disdain, but inwardly felt a pang of jealousy. He never received such treatment. He felt compelled to say something to assert his presence. "Oh, so you remember to come back. I thought you were having too much fun outside to bother returning. Sect master, why are you here?" Su Luo did not answer the sect master's question as it held no appeal for him. Instead, he countered with a question of his own. "You think I want to be here? Xiaoyu said she likes this place, that cultivating here brings improvement. I think it's just an illusion." "Oh really? I find this place quite ordinary." Su Luo's dwelling was indeed quite ordinary, just a normal spot. The sect master grumbled again. "Exactly. My place has ample spiritual energy, various cultivation assisting formations, and it's far better than here." Hearing the sect master's words, any disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect would yearn to go. Su Luo played along appropriately, uttering some flattery. "Indeed, sect master, your words are quite tempting. If I won't give you any." The sect master felt a smug satisfaction. This was right, the envious expression he expected. But he had already used this same pitch on Xiaoyu a few days ago. Yet Xiaoyu remained unmoved and insisted on coming here. "Su Luo, I didn't ask for it either." Xiaoyu then said, "I think this place is wonderful." The sect master, "Can we even have a conversation?" Su Luo decided not to dwell on it. He fetched another lounge chair from his room and sat down. He settled into a leisurely mode. "So boy, what gains did you make from this trip?" the sect master asked. "Nothing much. In short, it's a long story." "Oh, elaborate." "Oh, it's quite dull." "Are you sure you want to hear it?" "Go on. Judging by your expression, you must have had some bad luck." The sect master was already eager to hear it. "I want to hear it too," Xiaoyu said, looking at Su Luo with expectant eyes. All right. Su Luo recounted his experiences. In truth, from his perspective, there was little to tell. He had simply followed the group and coasted along. Then he had cultivated in his room, with nothing noteworthy to share. But since he had started a storytelling mode, embellishing a bit was only natural, wasn't it? Though Su Luo was not adept at fabricating tales, he had a passing familiarity with it. First, he added a few demonic beasts to the smooth journey through the mist, resulting in several rounds of fierce combat with the group. Then upon entering the secret realm, they encountered more demonic beasts, leading to over a dozen rounds of battle. When facing the inner demon, they clashed for 300 rounds. The entire narrative was coherent and plausible, so much so that even the sect master could not discern it was fabricated. He couldn't help but ask, "Who won, you or the inner demon?" "Well, your humble servant barely came out on top." "You could actually win." "Because it was my inner demon, just as weak as I am." Damn, the sect master suddenly realized Su Luo's true cultivation level. He had been fooled by the vivid description of a 300-round battle. It was nothing more than a clash of weaklings, so why make it sound so thrilling? You may have won, but you must have taken a beating. At this thought, the sect master's mood improved again. Wait, Su Luo also remembered an important matter. It was about Qin-san. To him, Qin-san was insignificant, but to the sect master it seemed like a big deal. Qin-san is dead. After hearing this, the sect master was still dazed. The tale had been so exciting moments before, and now this shocking news burst forth with no connection whatsoever. "What did you say? Qin-san is dead. How did he die? Go ask the law enforcement hall. If you only hear my side, I'm afraid you won't believe it." The sect master could no longer bother with this. With a single teleportation, he rushed straight to the law enforcement hall. Su Luo had no further interest in speaking, but he still finished the story for Xiaoyu. Of course, he modified his own part appropriately. "Xiaoyu, from now on, when you encounter members of the Heavenly Demon sect, show no mercy. None of them are innocent." All right. As for why Su Luo was so certain, because later on he too was part of the Heavenly Demon sect. The sect master was intercepted midway. Nangong Shiyun blocked his path. "Sect master, if I'm not mistaken, you're heading to look into Qin-san's matter, aren't you?" "Yes. He'll tell you later. I need to understand the situation first." The sect master was very concerned about this. "Let me speak. I witnessed the entire process." "You? When did you go out?" "I do step out occasionally." "What a stereotype. Was he really that reclusive?" Nevertheless, Nangong Shiyun first recounted the sequence of events. "Alas, I never expected Qin-san to be from the Demon Heaven sect." The sect master, who had risen to this position through countless clashes with the Demon Heaven sect, harbored no goodwill toward them. Yet Qin San was still a disciple nurtured by the Seven-Star Sword sect for years. How could he not feel sorrow? So how about we go after them? Nangong Shiyun suggested, referring to the Demon Heaven sect. Let's deliberate over it. Those bastards of the Demon Heaven sect always manage to conceal themselves well. Indeed, if it were just minor figures from the Demon Heaven sect, they would be easy to find. But those at the nascent soul stage and above were masters of hiding only to emerge and cause trouble at unexpected moments before vanishing again. It was a real headache. True, if they had a fixed location ID charge right in. Nangong Shiyun, since when did you become so arrogant? The sect master was puzzled. Nangong Shiyun would act on such impulses, but she rarely voiced them. Normally she'd charge in without a word, too lazy for threats. Wait, something fell off. You've broken through. By sheer luck. Luck, my foot. Tell me what happened. If luck alone could lead to a breakthrough, why had the sect master been stuck at the peak of the Void Realm for so long? Nangong Shiyun didn't hide it. Do you know Su Luo? I was inspired by him. Because of Su Luo. Wasn't he locked in a pathetic struggle with his inner demon? Did he say that? Yes. Nangong Shiyun chuckled. In truth, his inner demon surrendered without a fight. Why? The sect master recalled how he had used multiple methods to overcome his own inner demon, a tortuous process that once drove him to mental turmoil. The sect master preferred not to revisit that memory. I'm not sure, but he faced his inner demon with extraordinary ease, and that inspired me. So you broke through? Yes. The method wasn't replicable as the sect master's inner demon was long gone. For a moment, the sect master was filled with mixed emotions, grief over Qin San's death, and joy at Nangong Xian's breakthrough. The Seven-Star Sword sect was one of the 3 great sects in the southern continent, but only the Supreme Elder had reached the Mahayana stage. Now, with another powerhouse, their confidence was bolstered. Having understood the matter, it was time to decide how to proceed. The sect master immediately convened a sect assembly to discuss with the peak masters and elders how to handle Qin San's situation. After half a day of deliberation, the conclusion was to announce that Qin San was from the Demon Heaven sect. It was possible to keep it a secret. But the sect master chose not to. Instead, he revealed the truth to the entire sect. As expected, the news sparked widespread discussion within the sect. The sect master then launched a covert investigation for any remaining spies from the Demon Heaven sect. True to their reputation, the Demon Heaven sect was highly professional. Only a few small fry were caught. The sect master was helpless. Uncovering spies was not their forte. It was impractical to subject everyone to torture or keep constant surveillance on the disciples. For now, the matter had to be shelved and handled gradually. Su Luo had been back for a few days, spending them all lying around, utterly unwilling to move. The villain's plot was quite sparse, as showing up occasionally was considered good. Su Luo opened his diary. The recent plot is fine, still none of my business. Not much is required of me. The next plot involves Lin Xian building prestige within the sect. It's well known that Lin Xian amassed a great deal of prestige among the newcomers during the freshman competition. The next step is gaining prestige among the senior disciples. The first specific step is climbing the tower. The Seven-Star Sword sect has a tower called the Pure Martial Tower, 100 stories high. Upon entering this tower, one's cultivation is temporarily sealed, meaning only ordinary martial arts skills can be used inside. Inside, there is a combat puppet at each level with increasing difficulty. The higher the floor, the more proficient the puppet's techniques, making it harder to defeat. Victory allows advancement to the next floor. In other words, this tower tests not cultivation, but the application and mastery of techniques. This is precisely where Lin Sun excels. Setting aside cultivation, his combat talent far surpasses ordinary people. The 100-story tower is open only to disciples. The one who climbs the highest can leave a sentence hanging outside the tower for all to see, inspiring others. Thinking about it, being first does have its perks. At least that sentence hanging there brings great face. The current record is 87 floors with the slogan "The second place is just 1 floor away. Why not push for it?" Siefiren. I must say it's truly motivating. The second place disciple has been obsessed with this pure martial tower for months. The current first place holder is a bit arrogant, but no matter. Lin Xian will grind him into the dust. Within a month, he'll reach the 100th floor. That's how exaggerated it is. This achievement shocks the entire sect. In terms of technique comprehension alone, Lin Xian, guided by Elder Yin and gifted with extraordinary talent, is already far ahead. Thus, through the pure martial tower, the senior disciples also learn of such a formidable figure among the newcomers. But this alone won't earn their respect, since cultivation is set aside and only techniques are considered. The senior disciples' advantage lies in their cultivation. So the second step to boost prestige is to challenge the senior brothers and sisters. By now, Lin Xian's cultivation has reached the foundation establishment stage, enabling him to challenge the senior disciples. The highest cultivation among the 7-star sword sect's disciples is the 4 talents at the early golden core stage, while the rest are at foundation establishment. Lin Xian is invincible among peers and can easily cross levels, so he has the strength to fight most senior disciples. Of course, it's not a guaranteed victory, but his win rate is quite impressive. As he challenges, he advances to the mid-foundation establishment stage, allowing him to defeat most senior disciples. A new star rises. As for me, I continue to accumulate resentment toward Lin Xian. The more glorious he becomes, the more I envy him. Of course, this time I didn't act, because even after summoning so many senior brothers without success, I decided to rely on myself. So I went into seclusion to cultivate. The spoiled villain for the first time trains desperately to surpass Lin Xian. It's almost tear-jerking. Of course, in the end, it's all futile. Once his mindset collapses, anything is possible. Diary completed. Reward speed 3, strength 4. Obtain special ability. Wherever the eye sees, it explodes. Explosions can be triggered anywhere within sight with power depending on the user. Su Luo examined this special ability, recognizing it as the first offensive ability granted by the system. Previously, most abilities were merely enhancements. Whether it was effective could only be determined through testing. Su Luo began experimenting. Boom. Indeed, wherever he looked with a mere thought, an explosion occurred, its intensity dictated by his will. Of course, it could not exceed the might of his strongest attack at his current cultivation level. Moreover, it consumed spiritual energy, with the cost scaling according to the explosion's size. However, the consumption was somewhat of a drawback. With the same amount of spiritual energy, Su Luo possessed several techniques that were far more powerful and lethal than this explosion. And significantly so. Thus, it was suitable for clearing out minor foes, but when confronting elite enemies, other techniques offered greater cost-effectiveness. Yet this ability had one advantage that others lacked: the explosions were utterly unexpected. Furthermore, no one would perceive that Su Luo was the cause. The explosion was triggered by directly deducting Su Luo's spiritual energy, not by him casting a spell to initiate it. Thus, even the most highly cultivated individuals would not discover that Su Luo was the instigator. On the surface, there would be no connection between the explosion and Su Luo. This made it quite useful. After finishing his experiments, Su Luo resumed his idle lounging. It continued until afternoon, when Xiaoyu arrived. She greeted him, exchanged a few casual words, and then resumed practicing the 7 stars unity. During Su Luo's absence, Xiaoyu had been diligently practicing. She had made progress, but not much. The sect master also arrived and settled into a lounging chair beside Su Luo. In the courtyard beneath the tree, the old and the young lounged leisurely, while Xiaoyu practiced her techniques over and over again. In recent days, the sect master had finally resolved the matter concerning Qin-san. Though tinged with melancholy, he had weathered many storms in his life and quickly regained his composure. This time, after hearing Nangong Xian's account, Su Luo had effortlessly overcome his inner demon, which slightly altered the sect master's perception of him. Only slightly. Yet seeing Su Luo's indolent demeanor, he couldn't resist chiding him, feeling a sense of frustration akin to expecting iron to become steel. Boy, every time I come here, you're lying around. Have you no ambition? Sect master, you're the one who visits daily. What if others see you? It reflects poorly. Rest assured, no one knows. I'd be ashamed to let others know I come here. You are well aware of your reputation. Initially, the sect master feared Xiaoyu might pick up bad habits from Su Luo. But after interacting with him, aside from being a bit infuriating and occasionally foolish, he didn't seem truly harmful. Of course, what mattered most was that Nangong Xiun had vouched for him, telling the sect master not to interfere and that she would take responsibility. Thus, the sect master chose to turn a blind eye. He didn't trust Su Luo, but he could trust Nangong Xiun. Then I truly thank you. Seeing Xiaoyu's diligence, doesn't it inspire you at all? Get up and move a little. Sect master, you're no different. You don't understand. At my level, the key is opportunity. Too much cultivation is not as valuable as a single moment of enlightenment. Su Luo understood this. He had reached that level himself. To put it simply, daily cultivation might yield 1 experience point, while leveling up required 1,000. One couldn't rely solely on cultivation, or they would die of old age. But a single opportunity or enlightenment could grant 1,000 experience points at a time. Of course, there were other methods like pills or secret arts to rapidly gain experience, but at the sect master's level, such options were exceedingly rare. Though he understood, Su Luo wouldn't heed the advice. Oh, I need an opportunity too. Nonsense. A chi refining cultivator like you doesn't need any opportunity. When I was at chi refining, I passed through without even feeling it. It was simple. I do need an opportunity. For instance, if you gave me a good pill, I could advance immediately. So your opportunity is just waiting for something for nothing. Boy, eat fewer pills. They'll harm you in the long run. What do you think of Xiaoyu's practice? Su Luo changed the subject. Since it concerned Xiaoyu, the sect master followed along. What do you understand it? What do you see? This is our sect's supreme swordsmanship. No matter how much you look, it's useless. Even if you learn it, it's just a superficial form. You can't grasp the essence without the accompanying mental cultivation method. Indeed, I can't comprehend it. Su Luo had practiced it in his past life, but due to talent issues, he had only mastered 80%, unable to reach the pinnacle. It was difficult to learn, and Su Luo had other techniques more suited to him, so he had abandoned it. Want to learn? Beg me, and I might teach you. As if the sect master was just talking, he wouldn't casually teach anyone. No, I don't. Sect master. Although I wouldn't teach you, your refusal makes me even angrier. Even if I taught you, you couldn't learn it. The sect master said petulantly. Su Luo casually asked, you say 7 stars unity, but why are there 7 techniques? Because one refers to the person. The deeper aspects are too profound for you to understand. In short, it's about integrating the 7 techniques into oneself and using them freely. Oh, I thought it was about combining the 7 techniques into a single ultimate move. Boy, there is no technique in the world that defeats all others with one move. 7 stars unity means 7 techniques for 7 different situations. The sect master sighed and continued, moreover, combining them into one ultimate move is no easy feat. How would you do it? The 7 techniques are already profoundly mysterious. Improving them is difficult enough, let alone merging them. I was just saying, wouldn't it be cool to turn 7 techniques into one ultimate skill? It also fits the name 7 stars unity. The sect master pondered, it would indeed be cool. Unfortunately, it's impossible. This sword technique has been revised by countless predecessors of our sect who devoted their hearts and souls to it. It is now perfect. Hearing perfect, Su Luo instinctively wanted to argue. Nothing was ever truly perfect. But he held back. This wasn't the internet. Being a contrarian in person could lead to a real fight. Xiaoyu had been listening nearby, without them noticing. Suddenly she said, I understand. Oh, what do you understand now? Xiaoyu began to brandish her sword. Initially, Su Luo and the sect master paid little attention. But the more they watched, the more uneasy they became. Was she trying to combine the 7 techniques into one? The sect master initially thought Xiaoyu was attempting it, and seeing her movements forcibly merge them, he expected failure. But gradually his expression grew solemn. Xiaoyu's sword strokes became increasingly fluid. She merged the 7 techniques into one. It was not a simple amalgamation, but a miraculous fusion. This single move bore the shadows of the 7 techniques, yet incorporated new elements without conflict, flowing even more smoothly. Finally, Xiaoyu completed the move. With a single thrust of her sword, she unleashed tremendous power. The sword energy pierced through, surging forward for several hundred meters. Dust flew into the air. The move was complete. Xiaoyu's eyes shone brightly. The spiritual energy around her condensed without dispersing, her hair flowing gracefully. The scene was like that of an immortal. The sect master exclaimed excitedly, 7 stars unity. This is the true 7 stars unity. Su Luo glanced sideways at the sect master, saying that would make your sect's predecessors sad. Xiaoyu, how did you do that? The sect leader could not calm down at all. Having witnessed that move, the more he pondered, the more emotional he became, feeling that the older generation was being surpassed. I don't know either. It just went like this. And then like that. Xiaoyu struggled to articulate and rambled on, but still failed to make the sect leader understand. I was too impatient. It's all right, Xiaoyu. Take your time and grasp that feeling until you master it. Then you'll be able to express it well. Thus, Xiaoyu went back to practicing the new version of the 7 stars convergence. The sect leader watched from the side, and the more he looked, the more he couldn't help but applaud. Sect leader, you're hardly acting like a teacher. It seems you're the one being taught by Xiaoyu. The sect leader was not bothered by Su Luo's mockery at all. Instead, he said, what do you know? A disciple need not be inferior to the master. I never doubted Xiaoyu's talent. Oh, I just didn't know how to bring it out. I can see that too. Xiaoyu is indeed remarkable. What about you? Aren't you going to put in some effort? You really expect me to set a good example for Xiaoyu? No thanks. Lazy fish. Mentioning lazy fish reminded the sect leader of Nangong Shiyun. She used to be one too, yet her cultivation skyrocketed. It was simply unbelievable. Could Su Luo also be a lazy fish genius? The sect leader glanced at Su Luo. Impossible, absolutely impossible. After a few practices, Xiaoyu had already mastered this new 7 stars convergence. It suited her even better than the original. The sect leader also drew some inspiration and hurried back to go into seclusion. Of course, it wasn't a closed-door seclusion. A few days later, it was time to act. Xiaoyu, let's go. Time for some real combat. Okay. Su Luo led Xiaoyu straight to the pure martial tower. Though it wasn't a major plot point, it still had to be done. To keep up appearances, they had to be serious. In the sect now, she had to maintain a persona hostile to Lin Xian and create more conflicts with him. This time she was again compared to Lin Xian. As newcomers, Su Luo confidently climbed 14 floors. But on his first day, Lin Xian reached 50 floors faster than most senior disciples. With this comparison, Su Luo's confidence crumbled, and the onlookers mocked her. So she added another grudge to Lin Xian's account. The resentment continued to build. As soon as they arrived at the pure martial tower, attention surged. Look, the sect leader's disciple. She's here too. I wonder how far she'll get this time. Yeah, it's a pity we didn't see her fight in the last newcomer competition. The sect leader's disciple still drew a lot of attention. Wait, the one beside her. Could it be? I think I just saw something dirty. Hey, we're fellow disciples, you can't say that. He's not even a thing. Right, Sai? Why isn't he a thing? When they noticed Su Luo, the murmurs grew louder, contemptuous murmurs. Is he actually going into the pure martial tower? Is he here to be a joke? I bet he can make it to 20 floors. Too high. 10 floors is his limit. The doubts kept coming. Su Luo smiled disdainfully. Just wait. Soon you'll know what it means to face more doubt and more ridicule. In truth, the first 30 floors of the pure martial tower were not difficult, suitable even for newcomers. It was mainly an adjustment period. After floor 30, the difficulty increased, and it kept rising. Stop talking nonsense. Su Luo is very strong. Xiao Yu suddenly spoke to the crowd. She wanted to say more, but Su Luo quickly covered her mouth. All right, no need to say more. Let's go in quickly. If she kept talking, Xiao Yu would be the one getting embarrassed later. As they reached the entrance, they ran into Lin Xian. Su Luo's confidence surged. Lin Xian, perfect timing. Let me show you my true strength. I will definitely climb higher than you. All right, I look forward to it. The surrounding senior disciples grew lively. Who do you think will win? They'll bet a treasured sword on Lin Xian. No one took that bet. The others weren't fools. Everyone knew Lin Xian would win. Xiao Yu then asked, Su Luo, how high will you go? The top floor. Su Luo declared boldly, deliberately, speaking loudly for Lin Xian to hear. Is that so? Then he'll aim for that too. But as soon as these words were spoken, the ridicule was already overwhelming. Hilarious. He dares to say he'll reach the top floor. If he does, he'll eat shit. Then he'll eat what you shit out. And he'll eat yours. To put it simply, no one believed Su Luo could reach 100 floors, let alone 50. Su Luo strode forward with vigorous steps, flicking her hair with confidence. Xiao Yu followed closely behind. The lower floors of the pure martial tower had more rooms supporting multiple challengers. On higher floors there were fewer rooms, but the spaces were larger, allowing for better performance. However, by rule, each floor could only be challenged 3 times a day to prevent monopolizing rooms. Of course, the higher the floor, the more attempts allowed, as fewer people meant no accusations of hogging rooms. Su Luo slacked off in the pure martial tower, climbed to 14, then waited until the time was right before slinking out disheveled. She entered with such grandeur and left in utter disgrace. What a crappy tower. It doesn't accommodate newcomers at all. If I weren't in a bad state today, I'd definitely clear 100 floors. Su Luo cursed the pure martial tower, wildly shifting the blame everywhere. It was a joke, and the onlookers were dying of laughter. Haha, I knew it. Only 14 floors. What a loser. I got at least 30 floors on my first visit. TSK tisk, is that all? What did this guy say earlier? Just then news came from inside. Lin Xian had already broken through to floor 41. With this comparison, Su Luo became a complete clown. She stormed off in anger. And with that, the scene ended. Su Luo went back to lazing around. As for Xiao Yu, given her current strength, she would probably climb many floors. It would likely be dark before she finished. Just as Su Luo predicted, Xiao Yu came out at dusk and immediately sought her out to share the good news. Su Luo, guess how far I got? 60. Oh, not that high, 54. Not bad. You'll definitely reach 60, it's just a matter of time. MML, work hard. From then on, Xiao Yu challenged the pure martial tower every day, while Su Luo had no need to go anymore. Going there would only make her a laughingstock. The sect leader paced back and forth in front of the lounging Su Luo. What is it? Just say it if you have something to say. Sometimes I really don't understand what you young people are thinking. Isn't it normal not to understand? How is that normal? Don't you see what you did at the pure martial tower? You made bold claims, but had no strength to back them up. Isn't that just idiotic behavior? What's the problem? I'm just weak, but have a big mouth. I beg you, just try to be more ambitious. Sect leader, you're actually quite a nice person. So can you get up and cultivate? No. You. The sect leader pointed at Su Luo, at a loss for words. As time passed, Xiao Yu progressed smoothly through the pure martial tower. Initially, she and Lin Xian ascended at a similar pace, but after surpassing the 60th floor, she began to take the lead. The more Xiao Yu fought, the smoother her movements became. Her previous lack of combat experience was rapidly being filled. A week later, she surpassed the first-place contender Xie Firen. However, Xiao Yu did not submit a motto. Instead, she continued her challenge, aiming for the top floor. Because no motto was submitted, the current one remained unchanged, awaiting her submission. And then Siefiren, who had previously held first place, now found his arrogant motto turned against him. Oh, look who it is, Siefiren. Haven't seen you in days. How did you end up in second place? Your motto still stands, and it fits you perfectly now. You're only a few floors behind. Aren't you going to catch up? Siefiren thought, catch up with my life on the line. If she were just one floor ahead, I'd give chase. But in these past few days, she's surged ahead, and now she's at the 90th floor. What can I do? I concede defeat. Truly, the sect leader's disciple is exceptional. Siefiren shook his head with a bitter smile. That was what he said, but the pride of long-standing dominance would not allow him to surrender easily. So under the cover of night, he secretly climbed the tower. He refused to accept defeat. He was determined to get serious. He believed that since no one had ever surpassed him, he had never felt pressured, and thus there was still room for improvement. After an entire night of relentless effort, Siefiren finally broke through his limits and ascended one more floor. This was the strength of a former champion. The pure martial tower would eventually be conquered by him. Siefiren spread his arms wide, elated by the breakthrough, feeling as though hope was within reach. Then he was overtaken by Lin Xian. What the hell? Siefiren had never imagined that his own motto would mock him. How could all these monsters appear at once? At that moment, he finally came to terms with himself, or rather he was forced to. But the crowd's attention had already shifted away from him. There were others more worthy of notice. Xiaoyu had climbed another floor. Sometime later, on the night of the 24th day of Xiaoyu's challenge in the pure martial tower, she had reached the 100th floor, preparing for her final trial. The sky had darkened, but outside a crowd had already gathered. No way can someone really reach the 100th floor. This record hasn't been achieved in centuries except by peak Lord Nangong. Even though she's the sect leader's disciple, she hasn't been in the sect for long. This is incredible. Yeah, I heard another newcomer, Lin Xian, has reached the 95th floor. This is terrifying. It turns out we're the worst batch. This day was destined to be one of universal attention. Since entering the pure martial tower, Xiaoyu had only used the 7 stars unison, because it was the only technique she knew. The sect leader, recognizing her exceptional talent, had taught her this as her first skill. But it was enough. With this single move, she advanced unimpeded. She slowed down intentionally at times, wanting to observe the combat techniques of the puppets on different floors, especially the higher ones. The puppets' techniques were exceedingly refined, allowing Xiaoyu to accumulate combat experience and better master the 7 stars unison. Then came the final puppet on the 100th floor. This should have been the most difficult floor, but it was not as expected. After a few exchanges, Xiaoyu felt it was even easier than the puppet she had faced on her first attempt at the 90th floor. This was because Xiaoyu had already accumulated enough experience. There was no need for further delay. Xiaoyu pointed her sword at the puppet, her spiritual energy settling into stillness, yet at that moment, she was at her most dangerous. 7 stars unison. Xiaoyu struck with all her might. This time the 7 stars unison was more powerful than ever before. Through the accumulation of 100 floors, Xiaoyu began to undergo a transformation. With a single blow, she shattered the puppet on the 100th floor. At that very moment, as Xiaoyu broke the puppet, the administrator of the pure martial tower made the announcement. Xiaoyu had broken through the top floor and successfully reached the summit. What the hell? That fast? No way, I just got here, and it's over. I never thought I'd live to see something like this. Xiaoyu emerged, and the crowd erupted in cheers. This was a summit conquest. Anyone who had entered the pure martial tower understood just how formidable the puppets were with their martial techniques. Immoved. I've always hated those puppets. Now that someone has beaten them all, it's like a dream come true. That level of difficulty, I don't know how she did it. The 70th floor was a nightmare. Truly the sect leader's disciple, different from the rest. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Xiaoyu paid no heed to the surrounding praise and sprinted all the way to Su Luo's residence. There Su Luo was as always idling away. Su Luo, I want to show you something. Huh? Before he could react, Xiaoyu grabbed his hand and pulled him away. Su Luo had no idea what she was up to. Why are we here? Xiaoyu led Su Luo to a small hilltop. Nothing special, just an ordinary hilltop you could find anywhere. Wait, Xiaoyu said, thinking the timing should be about right. Look, outside the pure martial tower, the previous motto had vanished and a new one was forming. The entire tower began to glow, brilliantly dazzling, instantly capturing the attention of most onlookers. The light converged, shaping into characters that formed a motto shining brightly in the night sky. Su Luo is the strongest. Seeing these words, Su Luo burst into laughter. Partly because he couldn't hold it in. Even if Xiaoyu had written Xiaoyu is the strongest, he would have found it reasonable. But for someone at the 14th floor to be called the strongest by someone at the 100th floor, it was just too absurd. The other half of his laughter came from the fact that this was Xiaoyu's surprise for him. He had wondered what motto Xiaoyu would choose, and this was beyond his imagination. Xiaoyu had gone out of her way to prepare this surprise, and Su Luo was genuinely amused. However, Xiaoyu might not have considered the consequences. With these words, Su Luo became an even bigger joke. Given his reputation and track record in the sect, how could he bear the title of strongest from a 100th floor expert? Su Luo could already foresee his reputation plummeting further, perhaps even passers-by would spit at him. But he didn't care. Thank you, Xiaoyu. I'm really happy. Su Luo, no matter what others think of you, you are the strongest. Are you trying to comfort me? Su Luo thought that Xiaoyu was worried he couldn't handle the mockery from others in the pure martial tower. No, the Su Luo I know has always been resilient. I'm just telling the truth. Don't say that. I'm just an ordinary person. You're being too blind. No, I'm certain. On this point, Xiaoyu was most clear. Unknowingly, she had spent considerable time with Su Luo and had seen many things. Su Luo shook his head. Forget it. Today you conquered the 100th floor. You're a big shot. Is there anything you'd like to do? I'll make it happen. Xiaoyu blushed. I am not a big shot. If it's okay, I'd just like to take a walk. Xiaoyu ascended the pure martial tower, and the disciples of the 7-star sword sect had already fully acknowledged her prowess in martial arts. However, it was not over yet, for Lin Xian also prepared to reach the summit. Everyone watched to see if he could succeed. As expected, after some time, Lin Xian also ascended. The entire sect was once again astounded. Could this be an era of prodigies? Would the sect advance further? Regardless, it was a cause for celebration. Two individuals ascending in the same era was unprecedented in the history of the 7-star sword sect. Regarding the inscriptions, if they were on the same level, the one with the shorter clearance time would claim the inscription. But an exception was made now, as the significance of reaching the summit was extraordinary, so both inscriptions could be displayed. Lin Xian's inscription read, "This is not my destination, but my starting point." It was perfectly normal. So normal that the members of the 7-star sword sect wondered if there was a mistake. Recalling the previous champions, they only knew how to boast and mock, never inspiring others. And the inscription from the sect leader's disciple was even more outrageous, beyond ordinary comprehension. In comparison, Lin Xian, you are right, you are the normal one. This was the proper use of the pure martial tower inscription. The inscription would only be removed when the writer lost their identity as a disciple of the 7-star sword sect. It would be taken down when they became an elder or peak master. Li Si had been in seclusion for cultivation, digesting recent gains and consolidating her previous knowledge. After a period of reflection, she gained a deeper understanding of herself. She was very satisfied with her progress. When she ended her seclusion and went out to find Su Luo, she suddenly saw the inscription on the pure martial tower. Su Luo is the strongest. Li Si was dumbfounded. She had only been in a short seclusion, not isolated from the world, in just about a month. How had Su Luo gained such a claim? Li Si had only felt safe to go into seclusion because the diary indicated nothing major was happening. It seemed the world had changed. After inquiring, she learned that Xiaoyu had ascended. This came as a great shock to Li Si. Xiaoyu was truly formidable. Unable to contain herself, she quickened her pace and arrived at Su Luo's residence. Upon entering, Su Luo was as relaxed as ever. Su Luo, I envy how carefree you always are. I'm very busy, can't you see him in seclusion? If this were the previous storyline, he would indeed be in seclusion, but now it didn't matter. Li Si sat beside him. I heard you've become the strongest. Yes, I've conquered all under heaven. Would anyone actually believe that? Not yet, but who knows later? Li Si said in a jesting tone, but inwardly, she felt Su Luo might truly become invincible. So what's bothering you? I'm feeling pressured. Xiaoyu's talent is just too remarkable. Then think about my feelings. Compared to you, all my talent is abysmal. If you're pressured, I'd be driven mad. Don't overthink it. So you mean I shouldn't compare and just be myself? No, I mean rely on external help. Of course, Su Luo couldn't say that, as not everyone has a system. If you're pressured, just work harder, it gives you motivation. True. So what did Xiaoyu's inscription mean? Li Si was referring to Xiaoyu's message on the pure martial tower. Oh, it was a surprise for me. You call that a surprise? Sort of. It did make me smile. Incomprehensible. After a few casual words, Li Si left. On the way, she reflected and felt she should also give Su Luo a surprise. She pondered what she could offer Su Luo, but she realized he lacked nothing. Treasures. He could obtain anything he wanted with his knowledge of the plot. Cooperate with his storyline. But that would just be normal behavior in his eyes, hardly a surprise. Help him improve his cultivation. Like treasures, he could handle it himself. Suddenly, Li Si felt utterly inadequate. She felt she was losing. No, think Li Si. But with her mind, she truly couldn't think of anything Su Luo needed. She even considered asking him directly, but then it wouldn't be a surprise. After much thought, Li Si decided to get him a life-saving item. It might not be a surprise, but it couldn't go wrong. However, Li Si didn't have such an item. Although she could call her master in critical moments, her master had said she might not arrive in time, so she had to rely on herself. Li Si was unaware of Nangong Xian's intentions. In truth, Nangong Shiyun had already placed minor spells on Lin Xian and Li Si to save them in dire situations. But naturally, she wouldn't tell them, lest they lose all sense of crisis and fail to grow through adversity. Did they think they could call their master every time they faced a problem? As if she were their babysitter. Li Si didn't have a life-saving item, but her master surely did, so she planned to beg her master for one. She also brought her small treasury, hoping to sway her master. But Li Si knew it would be very difficult as half of her treasury had been given by her master. The only valuable item she had was the ancient, immortal sword from the auction in Xiofeng City. But since Su Luo hadn't written about it in his diary, the sword remained sealed and unused. She hoped to trade it for a good life-saving item. Soon Li Si found Nangong Shiyun. Master, may I ask a favor? Speak. I want a life-saving item. Nangong Shiyun shook her head. Li Si, you must understand it's not that I'm unwilling to give it to you, but for your own good. If you have my life-saving item, it would truly save you, and you'd lose your sense of danger. I can exchange everything I own. She laid out all her possessions. No need, this is non-negotiable. Li Si felt dejected, but then a thought struck her. For my own good. Then it wouldn't be for me since it wasn't for myself. Master, I want to give it to a friend. Oh, to whom? Su Luo. As soon as she said it, she regretted it, forgetting Su Luo's reputation. She quickly explained, Master, I know his reputation is bad, but he's actually a good person, I swear. Li Si tried to say more good things about Su Luo, but Nangong Shiyun simply said, fine. Huh, Master, fine what? Li Si couldn't believe it. Was it that easy? Hadn't her master heard of Su Luo? That couldn't be. You said you want to give him a life-saving item, fine. Have him come get it himself. Li Si wondered about her master's attitude towards Su Luo. If her master disliked him, calling Su Luo over would harm him. To be safe, Li Si said that's not necessary, he's rather shy. I can bring it to him. Seeing Li Si's worry, Nangong Shiyun felt like teasing her. It's too late to say that now. Bring him here, or I'll go find him myself. Nangong Shiyun spoke with a harsh tone. Li Si's heart sank. She had messed up. Master, I was wrong. Before Li Si could finish her words, she was interrupted by Nangong Shiyun. Go quickly, or I'll go see him myself, and I can't guarantee what he'll do. Then Li Si was thrown out of the room, leaving no room for her to reconsider. Li Si stood there utterly bewildered, feeling as though she had stirred up a great calamity. It seemed the master harbored no goodwill towards Su Luo. This was disastrous. She went to find Su Luo crestfallen. Visiting twice in one day. Do you have nothing better to do? Su Luo, seeing Li Si return, wondered what she was up to. Su Luo, my master wants to see you. Why? Li Si recounted the whole affair. Thank you so much, Su Luo said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I was wrong. I didn't expect my master to agree so readily. Are you sure she'll actually give me something to save my life? Su Luo found it strange. He had no connection with Nangong Shiyun, so why would she promise him a life-saving treasure? Was it because of Li Si? But that didn't seem likely. Li Si's influence was clearly insufficient. From my understanding of my master, she never goes back on her promises. But I'm afraid she might have some misunderstanding about you and do something harmful. Su Luo pondered. If Nangong Shiyun decided to strike him down, well, there was no solution, at least for now, he had no way to resist. Alas. Su Luo let out a long sigh. Li Si grew even more anxious. What now? How about we run? Have you lost your mind? Can you outrun your master? What else can we do? Lead the way unless you want her to come looking for me. With no other choice, Su Luo decided to meet Nangong Shiyun. Along the way, Li Si kept talking to him. When you see my master, be sure to mind your manners. If she's displeased with you, stay calm. Don't show your anger. Take it out on me later if you must. Try not to speak, leave it to me. They'll protect you. Li Si was genuinely afraid Su Luo might accidentally provoke her master, though she doubted the master would kill him. But a beating seemed possible. She repeated the precautions over and over, even detailing Nangong Xian's preferences and habits, fearing Su Luo might cross a line. Finally, they arrived at Riyun Peak before Nangong Xian's chamber. When Li Si tried to lead Su Luo inside, she was stopped at the door. Yet Su Luo entered with ease. Li Si was dumbfounded. She hadn't even stepped inside. She frantically knocked on the door, but to no avail. Master! Master! No matter how she called, Nangong Shiyun didn't respond. Could she force the door open? Wishful thinking. Li Si lacked the strength. She pressed her ear to the door, but the room was shielded by Nangong Xian's soundproofing spell. Oh, she heard nothing. All she could do was fret outside. This entire sequence was observed by Lin Xian. What concerned him most was the master meeting Su Luo alone. He wondered what they might discuss. Logically, Su Luo and the master were strangers. If Li Si had arranged it, why was she shut out? The more he thought, the more suspicious it seemed. As for Su Luo, he too was puzzled. Why was Li Si barred? But for now, facing Nangong Shiyun was his priority. He wasn't afraid of Nangong Shiyun. After all, his current troubles weren't severe enough to warrant her personal intervention. Still, he maintained due respect. respect for a formidable powerhouse. Not far in the future, when the demon sect attacked the seven-star sword sect, they sent 10 Dongshu experts just to stall Nangong Shiyun. Their mission was to delay, not kill. That alone spoke volumes. The demon sect suffered 7 deaths and 3 severe injuries, while Nangong Shiyun paid only a little time and minor wounds. This was when Nangong Shiyun was at the Dongshu perfection stage. Later in the novel, after breaking through to the Mahayana stage, she remained undefeated. Of course, various events always kept her occupied. Otherwise, there'd be no role for the protagonist. Disciple Su Luo pays respects to peak master Nangong. The term disciple was a self-reference for members of the seven-star sword sect, not implying he was Nangong Zion's student. Su Luo bowed his head slightly, avoiding direct eye contact with Nangong Shiyun, a basic gesture of disciple etiquette. Nangong Shiyun observed his respectful demeanor. This was in a sense their first true meeting. Usually he appeared composed and at ease, seeing him somewhat restrained was a novelty. Still, it might be an act. No need to be tense, raise your head. Yes. Su Luo obeyed and looked up, meeting Nangong Zion's gaze. She was beautiful, with a face he'd never seen before. Yet Su Luo felt no surprise, knowing she never revealed her true visage. This was merely a mask. He had only read descriptions of Nangong Zion's appearance in the novel. Since transmigrating, he had never seen her real face. He had failed in various attempts, emotional combat related, and eventually gave up. They simply stared at each other. After a long silence, Su Luo spoke first. Peak Master Nangong, may I ask why you summoned me alone? As Li Si told you, this small sword can save your life once. With that, a wisp of spiritual energy shot from Nangong Zion's fingertip, coalescing around Su Luo's wrist into a bracelet adorned with a tiny sword. Su Luo recognized this well. It was indeed a life-saving spell triggered when one suffered a fatal blow. Of course, from his understanding, the bracelet could be activated even without a threat and could also be used offensively. Its power was equivalent to one of Nangong Zion's ordinary attacks, a one-time use. In other words, he had received a free nuclear weapon. Thank you, Peak Master Nangong. Nangong Shiyun didn't respond. Su Luo remained silent as well. They regarded each other, strangers in truth. Though Nangong Shiyun knew quite a bit about Su Luo, covertly to avoid exposure, she maintained an aloof, lofty demeanor. Su Luo, not wanting to offend her, restrained himself, speaking little to avoid mistakes. An awkward silence ensued. Finally, Su Luo spoke again. If Peak Master Nangong has no further business, I'll take my leave. Once outside, Li Si rushed over to inspect him. She lifted his arms, patted his legs, and felt his backside. Thank goodness you're unscathed. Careful, your master can hear you. What did she mean by unscathed? Did she take Nangong Shiyun for some wicked witch? He wasn't in such dire straits as to have his limbs broken. Li Si realized her slip and quickly apologized. Master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Nangong Shiyun gave no response, maintaining her aloofness. Li Si bid her farewell and hurriedly dragged Su Luo away. After distancing themselves from Nangong Shiyun, Li Si promptly inquired, How was it? What did you two talk about inside? Don't rush. There wasn't much to say, really. We sized each other up for a while, exchanged a few words, and she gave me a life-saving item. Su Luo displayed the bracelet as she spoke. It looks authentic, Li Si remarked, examining it. It seemed no different from a real bracelet, but beyond that, she couldn't discern anything special. It was mainly due to her low cultivation level. Li Si was puzzled. Just a few words? Then why wouldn't she let me in? Master is so. I don't know. There really wasn't anything noteworthy. But what surprises me most is that Master actually gave you a life-saving item. I was skeptical the whole time. Isn't that great? It shows you hold a special place in Master's heart. Don't overthink it. Although I have no proof, I feel my own merit isn't enough. I haven't known Master long, and I don't fully understand her. But this time I truly believe it wasn't just because of me. In all the time Li Si had known her master, she had rarely seen anyone seek her out, nor had she seen Master give gifts to anyone except for herself and Lin Xian. Would Master so readily give a life-saving treasure to someone else? Li Si couldn't fathom it. Su Luo, however, cared little for Li Si's confusion. In any case, it's not a loss for me. I'll gladly accept this life-saving charm. True. Congratulations, but don't you ever cause trouble, or no amount of life-saving items will be enough. But Li Si felt that Su Luo was bound to stir up trouble eventually, so she held her tongue. After Su Luo and the others had left, Lin Xian went to see Nangong Shiyun. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he had to ask. He still didn't know Su Luo all that well. Even if he did, it was only the facade Su Luo chose to present. Master, what did Su Luo come to see you about? Nothing much, just a chat. Why do you ask? Can you tell this disciple what you discussed? Oh, why are you so concerned about Su Luo? I almost forgot. You two have a history. Nangong Shiyun suddenly recalled the several conflicts between Su Luo and Lin Xian. However, having often read the diary, she knew the truth. that Su Luo was merely putting on an act, so she hadn't taken these matters to heart. But Lin Xian would surely dwell on them. Yes. So why did Master summon him? It was simply a request from Li Si to give him a life-saving item. Did you give it to him, Master? Of course. Your feud shouldn't lead to killing each other, should it? No. But he often tries to kill me. Lin Xian did not voice his suspicion that Su Luo intended to become a spy for the demonic path. After all, it was just a guess. What if he was wrong? Though Lin Xian was now 80% confident in Su Luo, he was reluctant to share uncertain speculations with others. Don't worry. He's just saying that. Having asked his questions, Lin Xian concluded that if the reason was Li Si, it was strange but acceptable. By the way, a word of caution, Su Luo is not as simple as he seems. Don't underestimate him. Lin Xian paused mid-step. What did Master mean? Did she know Su Luo was not ordinary? Lin Xian also knew Su Luo was not simple, but he lacked specific information. Did Master know? Just as he was about to ask for details, Nangong Shiyun dismissed him. She gave him no chance to inquire further. And when he tried again later, he received no answers. In the following period, with no plot involving Su Luo, the days were exceedingly dull. Even writing in the diary yielded nothing significant, only attribute points. So he spent his days idling and lounging. Xiao Yu had mastered the 7 stars convergence exceptionally well, prompting the sect leader to consider teaching her something else. However, Xiao Yu initially failed to grasp the essentials. This puzzled the sect leader. How could she master and even innovate such profound techniques as the 7 stars convergence, yet struggle with simpler ones? The sect leader was baffled. Meanwhile, under Nangong Xian's guidance, Li Si began to improve rapidly. As for Lin Xian, his life was far more eventful. After conquering the pure martial tower and assimilating its experiences, he began challenging various senior fellow disciples within the sect. His days were a relentless cycle of combat, and more combat. Lin Xian now employed 3 combat styles. First, the sword, his ultimate technique being the flame-slaying white dragon sword, a fearless, sweeping dragon shadow that devoured opponents with formidable power. Second, spells primarily fire-based, often enchanted onto his sword to amplify its might. Third, his fists. Though Lin Xian studied swordsmanship, he favored his fists and delved deeper into their mastery. Thus, many times when enemies shattered his weapon and thought victory was assured, Lin Xian's fists would plunge them into despair. His most powerful fist technique was the 8 extremes collapse. In the following days, Lin Xian achieved the feat of becoming renowned throughout the sect. His notable victories included 3 battles with Xie Firen. He lost the first 2 times to Xie Firen solely due to Xie's higher cultivation at the Foundation Establishment perfection stage. Facing Lin Xian's early Foundation Establishment, everyone assumed Xie Firen would win easily. When everyone thought Lin Xian had no way out, after a period of time, he won the 3rd match. He set the Jade Balance peak ablaze. Not literally, of course. Lin Xian was practicing the 3,000 flames movement, enveloping his body in fire and charging at his opponent at tremendous speed. During his challenges on Jade Balance Peak, he used only this technique. Yet with it alone, he achieved complete victory over the senior disciples there. However, among the 7-star sword sect's peaks, Jade Balance was the weakest overall. 3 heroes versus Lin Xian. The 3 heroes were brothers from Celestial Pivot Peak, renowned for their seamless coordination. Yet even they could not overcome Lin Xian. 7 captures of Su Xiaofei. Su Xiaofei was hailed as the sect's fastest disciple, but even he could not outpace Lin Xian. He also sought out the 3 talents, but they were still in a slump and not in fighting form. Lin Xian could only offer them some comfort before refraining from battle. His achievements were far more numerous than those listed. Moreover, Lin Xian possessed excellent martial virtue. In defeat, he never lost heart or gave up. In victory, he triumphed honorably, letting his strength speak. He remained humble and unassuming. Thus, even those he defeated bore no grudges. Consequently, Lin Xian's reputation grew ever larger. All these events, when Su Luo had read the novel, had been padded out with tens of thousands of words. But it was finally over. Su Luo packed up simply for he needed to leave. No, it was more accurate to say he needed to return home. The next plot took place in Autumn Wind City. This was what they called returning home in glory. Returning home in glory without doing so was like wearing fine clothes in the dark. Although Lin Xian was not from Autumn Wind City, he had come from a small village nearby. His first foray into the world had also been in Autumn Wind City, so he could barely be considered a half-native. Clearly this was Lin Xian's return in glory, not Su Luo's. Unknowingly, a year had passed since leaving Autumn Wind City. The 4 who had set out from there to join the 7-star sword sect had each grown to varying degrees. Lin Xian had reached the middle stage of Foundation Establishment. Li Si had now advanced to the late stage of Foundation Establishment. Clearly Lin Xian was beginning to exert himself, his cultivation speed visibly accelerating. Similarly, Xiao Yu had recently broken through to the early stage of Foundation Establishment. She had started cultivating the latest among the four, yet her progress was astonishing. Only Su Luo appeared to be at the perfection stage of qi refining. However, that was not a major issue. Being at qi refining perfection was already something to be proud of in Autumn Wind City. This return home in glory was not just for family, but for another reason as well. The city lord of Autumn Wind City had invited the four of them back to give a talk and event similar to an outstanding youth of Autumn Wind City experience sharing session. Having entered the 7-star sword sect was already a great honor for one's family in Autumn Wind City. After studying there for a year, they were now the envy of the entire city. How could the city lord miss such a golden opportunity? To inspire the new generation of the city, he specially invited Su Luo, Lin Xian, Li Si, and Xiao Yu back to hold an experience-sharing meeting. Su Luo and Li Si had no objections. They could also visit their families. Xiao Yu's home was probably gone. She had lived in a remote area with no one else, and her dilapidated house had likely already collapsed. But since Su Luo was going back, Xiao Yu would follow. As for Lin Xian, he had no issues either. The city lord had treated him decently before, and it was a small favor to him. So one day the four of them took a particularly advanced flying vehicle back to Autumn Wind City with all expenses covered by the city lord. On the flying vehicle, Li Si stretched and said to Su Luo, "Great, we're going home. I haven't been back for a year, I really miss it." Yes, Su Luo replied casually. How should he put it? This plot wasn't looking good. He hoped she could still smile by the end. No, she wouldn't be able to smile. What's wrong? You seem listless. Nothing, just heading back. Mentioning Autumn Wind City brought back memories for Li Si. Everything had changed since she got that diary. Thinking about it, a year has passed between us. Su Luo was silent. What's wrong? You seem dissatisfied. Although she had gained many good things thanks to the diary, sometimes she had to play along with his plot. How should I put it? You've changed so much. Have I? I don't think so. You're the one who's changed more. How dare she say that? Without the diary, he would have been kept in the dark about many things. No, I'm still the same youth as before. Xiao Yu remained silent as she didn't like Li Si much. Li Si knew Xiao Yu disliked her, probably since she had to play along with Su Luo's act. Perhaps in Xiao Yu's eyes, she had deeply hurt Su Luo. But the truth was Su Luo didn't take that matter to heart at all. Nevertheless, Li Si didn't intend to win Xiao Yu over. As long as she didn't get in her way, it was fine. Just then a thought struck her. Xiao Yu, where are you staying in Autumn Wind City? I heard you have no place to stay. Why don't you come to my house? It's quite big. Li Si was afraid Xiao Yu might go to Su Luo's place. Now, as the sect leader's disciple, Xiao Yu certainly had a place to stay. The city lord had already arranged it. But Li Si feared Xiao Yu would secretly go to Su Luo's house. So it was better to invite her to her own place. If she wanted to see Su Luo, they could all go together, no sneaking around. No, Xiao Yu replied instantly. Then she turned to Su Luo and asked, can I go to your place? Sure. She had been there before. Su Luo didn't mind such things. His house was big enough, one more person wouldn't matter. Li Si panicked. Come to think of it, I've been at the 7-star sword sect for a year, and I've only reached the late stage of foundation establishment. My father will be angry and say I'm not striving hard enough. How about I go to your place to hide? Su Luo was speechless. Xiao Yu was speechless. Did they think they were ignorant? Her father had probably already prepared 60 tables of wine to celebrate her return. In the end, Li Si's proposal was rejected. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, not far away, had been cultivating all along. He felt that the cheerful, carefree Su Luo had already far surpassed him, especially since his master had confirmed that Su Luo was no ordinary person. Lin Xian thought that the reason Su Luo hadn't been serious with him before was that he was too weak. So now he was rapidly improving his cultivation, hoping that Su Luo would finally treat him with his true strength. The flying vehicle was quite fast. Soon they arrived at Autumn Wind City. Looking at the familiar city, each of them had different thoughts. But it was night, so the city lord arranged for them to stay outside for one night, entering the city officially the next morning. The spectacle naturally had to be grand. The next day the streets were empty. The entire city's population lined the streets ready to witness the return of the prodigies from the 7-star sword sect. The atmosphere was lively, everyone waiting with anticipation. When the time came, the city lord drove the flying vehicle, skimming close to the ground, moving slowly through the city. Su Luo and the other three stood in the most prominent position on the vehicle, receiving the warm welcome of the entire city. A year has passed, and they look even more spirited and handsome. He's looking at me, he's looking at me. So envious, truly envious. The whole city cheered, waving at Lin Xian and the others. The city lord introduced them one by one. This is Lin Xian. He has defeated many fellow disciples in the 7-star sword sect. He is also a hero of our Autumn Wind City, with a cultivation at the middle stage of foundation establishment. At these words, the city's people were already excited. Lin Xian, Lin Xian. The city lord continued his introductions. This is Li Si. No one is unfamiliar with her. She has been the proud genius of our Autumn Wind City since childhood. She has also achieved great success in the 7-star sword sect with a cultivation at the late stage of foundation establishment. The whole city once again shouted a single name in unison, Li Si. When the noise subsided, the city lord continued. This is Xiao Yu, a disciple of the 7-star sword sect's sect leader with a cultivation at the early stage of foundation establishment. Although few knew her, the whole city cheered anyway. Then it was Su Luo's turn. Everyone knows this one too. Su Luo with a cultivation at the perfection stage of qi refining. And then silence fell. The enthusiasm died down. Whispers arose. Only qi refining perfection. I remember he was already at the late stage when he left. I thought entering the 7-star sword sect would make foundation establishment easy. Stop talking, we have to cheer. We need to show face. Then the once enthusiastic shouts turned perfunctory. Su Luo got angry and shouted loudly, listen up. I, Su Luo, am at qi refining perfection. But it had no effect. The whispers only grew louder. We heard you, but why are you so confident? The other 3 are all at foundation establishment, and you're still at qi refining. Don't you feel embarrassed? Although I haven't reached qi refining perfection, comparing myself to Su Luo, I feel like I'm better than him. Without comparison, qi refining perfection was actually quite impressive for Autumn Wind City, especially at such a young age. But comparison is the thief of joy. With comparison, someone had to be the clown. Su Luo was pretending to be angry. This kind of behavior was only done to move the plot along. Hey, city lord, I didn't come back to see this. Su Luo questioned the city lord, his confidence bolstered by his return from the 7-star sword sect. Right. The city lord immediately gave his subordinates a stern look. Out of respect for him, they once again loudly chanted Su Luo's name. Only then was Su Luo satisfied. That's more like it. Humph. Who was that? Was it you who scoffed? Su Luo pointed randomly. No, you misheard, the man quickly denied. Then it was you. No. The city lord quickly intervened. Su Luo, you misheard. It's nothing. No, I have to be sure. You didn't dare look down on me before, but now you do. You were looked down on before too, you just didn't know it. All right. Does anyone dare to come up and say that to me? But no one answered Su Luo. Since you look down on me, I won't bother with this lousy sharing session. Whoever wants to share can share. Su Luo actually left, completely disregarding the agreed-upon schedule. Li Si was dumbfounded. You always write in your diary before doing something like this. Why was it so sudden this time with no preparation at all? Actually, it wasn't Su Luo's fault. He just felt there was nothing worth writing about this matter. Having kept a diary for so long, he was bound to slack off sometimes. He only wrote about important things depending on his mood. Besides, he had planned to leave during the sharing session anyway, because Su Luo simply had no real experience to share. What was there to share? Bring the treasures from home and consume the unused pills. Hearing that, who wouldn't be angry? If I had treasures and pills at home, would I be here listening to you? Just give them to me instead. Some people started cursing directly. Su Luo was about to lose his temper when Lin Xian stopped him. Those people only dared to speak up because Lin Xian was there. After all, Lin Xian had once fought over a dozen young elites of Qiufeng City for someone's sake. With him around, he would never let Su Luo run amok. They sure knew who they were dealing with. Su Luo was furious but powerless, so he simply left. Leaving now was the same as leaving after the sharing session. So Su Luo decided not to stick around. It was just a small matter with no impact on the subsequent plot. Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment, then handed her manuscript to the city lord. I'm sorry, this is my experience manuscript. Please share it on my behalf. Unlike Lin Xian and Li Si, who had prepared lengthy text, Xiao Yu was not adept at this kind of content. Her initial draft was very abstract, incomprehensible to normal people. So Su Luo had polished Xiao Yu's draft, making it simpler and easier to understand, resulting in this manuscript. After handing over her manuscript, Xiao Yu quickly followed Su Luo. Li Si could only watch them leave. She couldn't do the same as Su Luo. Her family was still in Qiufeng City, and she had considerations to make. The city lord didn't care. He hadn't thought highly of Su Luo anyway. While it was a pity that the sect master's disciple had left, having the manuscript was just as good. So even without Su Luo, the sharing session could still proceed, perhaps even more smoothly. Su Luo didn't go home for the time being, just wandered around Qiufeng City. Xiao Yu followed quietly behind him. Xiao Yu, what do you think of this place? It's nice. Xiao Yu's past days had been bitter, but she felt it was wonderful to have met Su Luo here. I think so too. Su Luo began to reminisce about the countless times he had relived this moment. Everything started from here. But this time it was the last time he would return to Qiufeng City. After strolling for a while, let's go home. As soon as they got home, Su Chenkong was already waiting with a beaming smile. He had been waiting for Su Luo and the others at the sharing session. He didn't mind that his son had left, but when he heard that the sect master's disciple had also left and had followed Su Luo, Su Chenkong immediately burst into laughter. He had received intelligence before that Su Luo was on good terms with the sect master's disciple, but he hadn't believed it. Now it was crystal clear. Building a good relationship with the sect master's disciple meant that if Su Luo ever caused trouble, he would have a powerful backer to protect his life. So you're Xiaoyu. Come and sit down quickly. I've already prepared some good dishes. Su Qinkong invited her warmly, completely ignoring Su Luo. Father, could you at least acknowledge me? What's there to see in you? Go play by yourself in your own home. Xiaoyu is a guest, she deserves proper hospitality. With that, he ushered Xiaoyu into the living room where a feast was already laid out. Come, you must be hungry. It's nothing fancy, but it's the best I can offer. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. I like it very much. Su Qinkong's enthusiasm made Xiaoyu feel shy. They'll toast with tea instead of wine. With that, Su Qinkong drank a cup first, then continued, Xiaoyu, thank you for taking care of Su Luo and the sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned safely. Xiaoyu quickly explained, no, Su Luo took care of me more. Don't jest. I know my son well. In any case, I hope you'll be lenient with him. If he offends you in any way, I apologize on his behalf. Having said that, Su Qinkong drank another cup to show his respect. Father, stop it. You're embarrassing Xiaoyu. Indeed, Su Qinkong's fervor left Xiaoyu at a loss for how to respond. Right. Let's eat. No more talking. However, Su Qinkong's gaze was even harder for Xiaoyu to bear, especially when she couldn't handle it and slowly scooted her chair closer to Su Luo. His eyes lit up. Su Luo couldn't stand it anymore. Can you act normal? Ahem. Su Qinkong straightened up. Yes, I can. But the corners of his mouth betrayed him. The meal was a happy one mainly because Su Qinkong was happy. Afterwards, Su Qinkong spoke to Su Luo privately. Not bad, you little rascal. You've latched onto the sect master's disciple. Father, you underestimate me. I didn't latch on to Xiaoyu. It's not that I underestimate you. Have you ever done anything to make me proud? No, but you did it this time. Treat the sect master's disciple well. I'm proud of you. Then he kicked Su Luo back, telling him to show Xiaoyu around the house and grounds. Xiaoyu was quite interested in seeing where Su Luo had grown up. If only Su Qinkong weren't following them. Su Qinkong naturally paced around. It's perfectly normal to take a stroll in my own home after dinner, isn't it? I'm not specifically following you, just walking around. You do your thing, I'll do mine. No problem at all. Watching Su Luo and Xiaoyu chatting and laughing from a distance, Su Qinkong couldn't help but smile. That boy has finally made some proper friends. Thinking back on his previous friends, they were all bad influences. But Su Qinkong had never interfered. He believed in a hands-off parenting style. If problems arose, he would handle them. The day passed swiftly, and as night fell, those who needed rest retired. Su Luo returned to her room, opened her diary, and began to write. Today's experience sharing session was meant to humiliate me, but I simply walked away knowing there was another chance to embarrass myself later. The more I act the fool, the more Lin Xian shines. The events in Xiofeng City have caused my accumulated resentment toward Lin Xian to erupt completely. Upon returning to the sect, I sought out Elder Yinshi for an enhancement. First, the changes in the city. Before, I had everything my way in Xiofeng City, glory and respect. Everyone called me Brother Su Luo. Now it has changed. Lin Xian is the one they call brother. He has stolen all the glory that once belonged to me. He surpasses me in cultivation, character, and achievements. Oh well, I have no achievements for Xiofeng City. On the contrary, my downfall only adds to the city's accomplishments. In short, the shift in my status in Xiofeng City is evident from today's session. I simply cannot accept it. Resentment level 80. Then the Beast Horde launched a sudden assault. The previous egg-laying plan of the Beast Horde had failed, so they should have remained still and waited for another opportunity. But one of their leaders, unwilling to accept defeat, hesitated for a long time before deciding to launch a direct assault on Xiofeng City. Though they knew it would be a tough battle, they pressed on. And they chose tonight, precisely when Lin Xian returned. It seems they too are but stepping stones for Lin Xian. Upon receiving the news, the city lord immediately convened a meeting. All the influential figures of Xiofeng City attended, and naturally I was eligible as a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect. The Beast Horde was overwhelming in numbers, over 10,000 strong. The city lord had little confidence in defending the city. The strongest among the beasts was at the golden core stage, matching the city lord. The rest were beasts at the chi refining or foundation establishment stages, so Xiofeng City stood a chance. But victory was uncertain. Lin Xian immediately notified the sect and requested reinforcements, but the sect's arrival would take time. To protect the ordinary citizens, there was no choice but to fight to the death, holding out until the Seven-Star Sword sect's reinforcements arrived. Before the battle, the city lord delivered an inspiring speech to boost morale. After his bold words, he added that anyone who wished to withdraw would be understood and not forced to stay. It was merely a formality. Who would back out at such a moment? That was my cue to step forward. I would lead the way in cowardice. I declared that only a fool would risk their life against the Beast Horde. All I wanted was to survive. The others' faces darkened. Lin Xian punched me and berated me fiercely. This is where you were born and raised. Don't you want to protect it? After his reprimand, Lin Xian vowed to fight until the very end. With my cowardice as a foil, Lin Xian immediately appeared noble. Both from the Seven-Star Sword sect, yet what a difference. Lin Xian's unwavering resolve in the face of the beast horde inspired everyone present. The crowd looked at him with admiration, while I, lying beaten on the ground, continued to seethe with jealousy. Resentment level 90. In the end, the Seven-Star Sword sect's reinforcements arrived, and Qiufeng City was saved. Lin Xian, true to his word, fought until the last moment. He might have been the one who killed the most enemies. The cost was heavy. Countless cultivators in the city perished, and my father fell on the battlefield. The Su family fell into decline, leaving only me. Because of this battle, Lin Xian's reputation soared. Everyone in Qiufeng City was grateful to him. His relentless efforts in the fight were evident to all. Moreover, the sect's reinforcements came because of Lin Xian. Truly, he was the MVP. As for me, after it was over, I faced the consequences. My cowardice was exposed, and my reputation was ruined beyond repair. With the Su family gone, I had nowhere to hide. I could only slink back to the sect with my tail between my legs. But when the other disciples heard of my deeds, they couldn't tolerate it. They reported me to the sect and demanded my expulsion. What could I do? I sought out Elder Yanxi. His status as an elder could still protect me. After all, I was merely a coward. I hadn't harmed anyone. If the elder insisted, he could keep me in the sect. After this incident, my resentment toward Lin Xian reached 100. As a villain, I would never stoop to self-reflection. Naturally, I blamed everything on Lin Xian. Why could Lin Xian bask in glory and admiration while I became a pariah? I believed that Lin Xian was the root of all my troubles. Nothing good had happened since I met him. Thus my path to power and revenge began. Well, just power. Revenge would never succeed. He is the protagonist. There was another matter in Qiufeng City. After the beast horde was defeated, Li Si lost her entire family. Earlier, Lin Xian had taken the Qingfeng pendant from her home, and now, based on their detection, the hidden clan came calling. Only one member came, but he was a nascent soul cultivator, more than enough to wreak havoc in a city like Qiufeng City. Yet after searching for a long time, he found nothing, only confirming that the pendant was near the Li family. Growing impatient, he pressed the Li family for answers. But how could they know? In a fit of rage, he began killing them one by one. Just then, Li Si arrived and declared herself a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect, a hidden clan with formidable strength and powerful backing. Would the name of the Seven-Star Sword sect intimidate him? Well, it did. So he killed everyone in the Li family except Li Si. His excuse: I have severed your worldly ties. Shouldn't you thank me? He dared not touch a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect, but her family was fair game. He believed the sect wouldn't hunt down a nascent soul cultivator over ordinary mortals, especially with his hidden clan backing him. The sect would have to think twice. The Seven-Star Sword sect might not, but Lin Xian would. However, Lin Xian was unconscious due to severe injuries at the time. He only learned of this later and etched the hidden clan into his memory. Eventually, that hidden clan crossed Lin Xian again over a trivial matter. With old grudges and new grievances combined, the entire clan was annihilated. All because of one fool, the whole clan suffered. Oh, it seems I am the same. Such is the tragedy of being a villain. He closed the diary. Su Luo sat quietly. Having gone through this dozens of times, she should have been able to face it calmly. But sometimes she couldn't help but wonder if she weren't a villain, would she have shown in this world following her true nature and earned the admiration of all. Yes, she had tried before, and it was truly exhilarating. But she couldn't clear the game, and she would have to start over. And after restarting, it felt so hollow. So many times Su Luo endured the nauseating plot and played her role. She had previously achieved a perfect clear and had high standards for many things. Even when it was unpleasant, she had to grit her teeth and act. Yet she still failed to clear the game. This was the last time. Diary completed. Reward speed 2, strength 4. Special ability upgrade. What you see is merely what I wish you to see. Can adjust cultivation level at will maximum, not exceeding one's own cultivation level. Can adjust cultivation level at will maximum, not exceeding one's own cultivation level. Can freely alter the characteristics of techniques and moves. At this moment, Su Luo had no mood to examine the rewards. Gazing at the moonlight, he awaited the unfolding of the plot. It was nearly time. Meanwhile, Li Si collapsed onto her bed, finding comfort in the room where she had grown up, as if all fatigue had been swept away. To be honest, it had been a rather busy day. During the day, she soared through the streets and then shared her experiences at the gathering. Regrettably, she missed Su Luo's talk and wondered how he would share his insights. In the evening, she dined at the city lord's residence, then returned home for another meal. Dealing with all sorts of people was hardly relaxing, mentally draining in fact. Perhaps following Su Luo wouldn't be such a bad choice. Of course, Li Si was merely entertaining the thought. In truth, the day's experiences hadn't been too bad. She prepared to rest well, and as usual opened her diary. An update, she read while lying down. Halfway through, Li Si sprang upright. The beast horde was coming. Tonight. This was too grave. Though she had faced beast hordes only a few times, each encounter remained vividly etched in her memory. They were so frenzied, so formidable. Reading on Li Si's eyes widened. Her entire family was wiped out. So soon. She had long known that her family would be annihilated, but she never expected it to happen this quickly. Only a year had passed. What to do? Panic seized Li Si. Even with forewarning, she was utterly unprepared. The nascent soul stage, how distant it seemed. This was an existence far beyond her current capabilities. How she envied those with greater strength. Now her only reliance was her master. If only the master could come, everything would be resolved. Then a thought struck Li Si, would saving her family affect Su Luo's storyline? It certainly would. She suddenly came to her senses, letting out a bitter laugh. She had actually hesitated. Hadn't she long decided to change this fate? If she couldn't even save her own family, Li Si knew she would never forgive herself. For other matters, she would still cooperate with Su Luo, but this, there was no other way. Having resolved to save her family, Li Si had to carefully consider how to explain her knowledge of the impending events to her master. Tell her that Su Luo knew the future and wrote it in his diary. How could such an absurd reason convince her master? Without the diary herself, Li Si wouldn't have believed it either. She truly needed a plausible reason to get her master's help. Pacing back and forth restless, Li Si realized time was short, and she also had to factor in the time for her master to arrive. Gradually, she sat back on the bed and calmed her thoughts. Finally, she sorted out her ideas and consolidated them. This was the way to go. Unable to refine the details further, Li Si immediately summoned her master. The master had said not to call unless it was a dire emergency. But now there was no choice. Li Si could think of no other way to break the deadlock. She hoped her master would come as soon as possible. What if she was delayed by other matters and couldn't make it? What do you need me for? As Li Si's thoughts spiraled, Nangong Shiyun appeared before her. So fast. Less than a single breath. Li Si was too stunned to speak. The seven-star sword sect was so far away. How had her master arrived so quickly? She was incredibly powerful. In truth, that wasn't the case. Nangong Shiyun had seen Su Luo leave with Lin Xian and sensed something was afoot. Out of a desire to watch the entertainment, she had followed. Then she had read the diary and confirmed that something was indeed happening. But it was no longer a problem. If Nangong Xian hadn't seen it, she wouldn't have interfered. But since she had a mere beast horde, posed no threat. However, Nangong Xian didn't intend to intervene openly, as she would protect them from the shadows, unwilling to arouse Su Luo's suspicions or reveal herself too early. Then Li Si called her, so she came. Seeing Li Si frozen, Nangong Xian asked again, "Is something the matter?" "Master, help me." Li Si quickly recounted the beast horde's assault and the hidden clan's plan to annihilate her family. "How do you know this?" Nangong Xian cut straight to the point, eager to hear Li Si's explanation. I sometimes dream of future events." Li Si was extremely nervous, unable to conjure a more plausible excuse, so she fell back on this old one. The master's trust was crucial for the subsequent developments, she had to believe. Nangong Xian narrowed her eyes. "Your dream is called Su Luo's Righteous Man's Diary, isn't it?" Confirmed again, Li Si indeed had Su Luo's diary. As soon as Su Luo updated, she came calling. Where was she earlier? Still, Nangong Xian didn't expose her, and instead spoke with commanding authority. "Very well, I believe you. I will annihilate the beast horde and deal with that so-called hidden clan." "Master, wait. I have a request." "Speak." "Could the master protect us from the shadows? You see, this is a rare opportunity for training. If you solve everything with one strike, it might be too easy, and I fear we'll become overly dependent on you." Nangong Xian found the reasoning sound and nodded. "That works. One more request." Li Si felt her demands were pushing it, but she had to speak. "Could you pretend to be the hidden clan member and merely injure my family?" Nangong Xian understood immediately. Li Si wanted to help Su Luo complete his storyline. After all, Su Luo would sacrifice any dignity for his plot, so it must be crucial to him. Still, she had to ask, what a strange request. "Why?" "I want to take revenge myself in the future, and this gives me a legitimate reason." Li Si grew nervous again, as she couldn't come up with a better excuse on the spot. Nangong Xian gave her a glance. It was far-fetched, but she would go along. She had been pondering how to protect Li Si's family while helping Su Luo advance his story. Unexpectedly, her disciple had already devised a plan. It would do. "All right. Thank you, Master." Li Si finally breathed a sigh of relief. With her master's help, both problems were solved. But when she came to her senses, Li Si wondered why it had been so simple. She had prepared many arguments to justify her reasons, but none were needed. Did her master trust her that much? Reflecting on it, it seemed her master believed everything she said. For a moment, Li Si felt guilty if she had lied about some things. "Master, I'm sorry. I will repay you well in the future. The city lord had toiled for an entire day, yet he had not yet retired to sleep. In his hands, he held Xiao Ye's manuscript, reading it over and over again. During today's sharing session, he had sensed something extraordinary after reading only halfway through. Indeed, among the trio of Lin Xian, Li Si, and Xiao Ye's experience sharing proved the most effective. Some listeners even achieved enlightenment on the spot, elevating their cultivation. Though it was merely at the qi refining stage, it was still quite impressive. The more he read it now, the more he recognized its brilliance. A textbook. It must become a textbook. The city lord could not help but burst into laughter. He had stumbled upon a treasure. With this, Autumn Wind City could advance even further. Yet in the midst of this joy, a discordant sound reached his ears. My lord, something terrible has happened. Speak. For his trusted confidant to be this panicked, it must be a grave matter. A horde of beast spirits is attacking. How many? The beast spirit army was no stranger to Autumn Wind City. An estimated 10,000 or more. The city lord's face darkened. Never before had there been such numbers. Go. Notify all the major clans. Prepare for battle. They moved with great haste, and soon the key figures of every prominent clan gathered in one hall. The city lord declared, I have summoned you so urgently because the beast spirit army is upon us. Someone retorted, if they come, we fight them back. It's not like we haven't done this before. This time there are over 10,000. The man fell silent. The atmosphere in the hall instantly grew oppressive. The city lord continued, I know this will be arduous, but this is our home. Our families are here, all the citizens of the city are here. We cannot abandon them. This time is different. It will be Autumn Wind City's greatest crisis, and I hope we can face it together. I believe that if we stand united and refrain from underhanded schemes, we will surely overcome this tribulation. Of course, if anyone is unwilling, it is not too late to withdraw now. I will understand. I have said my piece. So does anyone wish to withdraw? The city lord swept his gaze across the room, about to speak further. Suluo spoke up, no way. I refuse to fight a beast spirit army, especially one numbering over 10,000. At that moment, everyone stared at Suluo. Was he serious? Suluo continued, sending us to deal with such a massive horde is nothing short of sending us to our deaths. Only a fool would fight that beast spirit army. The city lord was already envisioning throttling Suluo to silence him. But someone else acted faster. Lin Xian grabbed Suluo by the collar. Are you serious? Of course I am. I don't want to die, Suluo declared unabashedly. But this is where you were born and raised. Won't you defend it? Lin Xian was genuinely enraged. A person should have the most basic principles. He believed that even though Su Luo was a spy for the demonic path, he would not abandon the very foundation of decency. Su Luo's family was here too. He was ostensibly at the peak of qi refining, but in truth he concealed his strength. He was stronger than many. None of them had withdrawn. How could Su Luo take the lead in advocating retreat? Defense. Who will defend my life? No matter what you say, I will not fight. Su Luo, it's time to be serious. I am serious. The crowd looked at Su Chengkong with pity, feeling that having such a son was a terrible misfortune for him. Su Chengkong ignored their gazes and said, very well. Since my son refuses to fight, I will slay his share of beasts as well. That should settle the matter, shouldn't it? With that, Su Chengkong unleashed his cultivation base. Golden Core, the city lord exclaimed in surprise, when did you break through? Not long ago. As if anyone would believe that, you sly old fox. The city lord did not believe for a moment that Su Chengkong had only recently broken through, but for now it was good news. Their chances of victory had just increased. At that moment, everyone present turned their gaze to Lin Xian. His aura had shifted, a fierce battle intent radiated from him, a sharpness bursting forth. I will fight until the very end. His tone and expression ignited a fire in everyone's hearts, stirring an irresistible urge to charge into battle alongside Lin Xian. Only then did the crowd truly understand what it meant to be a disciple of the Seven Star Sword sect. The city lord could not help but remark, excellent. The disciple surpasses the master. We must not fall behind. Everyone make your preparations. The crowd dispersed, each clan gathering its cultivators to prepare for the battle against the beast spirit army. Su Luo also emerged from the hall. Li Si approached him and said, Su Luo, I understand. Just do as you see fit. I have already made arrangements for what comes after. Understand? What is there to understand about my actions just now, eh? But Li Si did not answer him. She went to prepare for the impending battle. Understand? He almost wanted to laugh. When he had unleashed the Kuan sect Iron Mountain Lean, and no one paid it any heed, he knew this world did not understand him. Xiao Yu also came out wiping her sword. Su Luo, I am stronger now than before. I will slay your share of the beasts too. Xiao Yu, you don't actually think I was right just now, do you? No, but you must have your reasons for acting as you did. You are not someone who fears death. Don't say that. I am very afraid of death. It's okay to be afraid. I am afraid too. So just wait for me to slay a few extra beasts for you. With that, Xiao Yu walked toward the city gates. Not a single word of reproach. Su Luo felt a daze. Su Qingkong quietly appeared beside him. What a fine child, he remarked, having overheard Xiao Ye's conversation with Su Luo. Father. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You are my son, Su Qingkong's son. Live however you wish. Su Luo could not help but say, saying that to me now is just sophistry. Your mother died young, so I want you to live a long life. With a personality like mine, I'm more likely to die sooner. What does it matter? In this world of cultivation, the righteous don't necessarily live long. Just live the way you like. Su Luo was speechless. After a moment of silence. By the way, you know about this. Take it now. Take good care of it. It is our Su family's heirloom. Su Qingkong produced the Starfall Jade bracelet, the very one Su Luo had once tried to give to Li Si, but failed to, and which had naturally returned to Su Qingkong's hands. Su Luo knew full well that this was future currency for Lin Xian to flaunt. Just as Su Luo was about to take it, Su Qingkong seemed to have a thought. He calmly pondered for a moment. You wasteful son. Giving it to you would just be squandering our family heirloom. I'm your only son. Who else would you give it to? Who says? I just thought of a suitable candidate. With that, he hurried after Xiao Yu. Huh. Su Luo was dumbfounded. You've known Xiao Yu for less than a day, haven't you? And you're already giving away our Su family heirloom. Who's the wasteful one here, me or you? Upon the city wall, a multitude gathered greater than ever before, with more arriving continuously. All cultivators of Qiufeng City. They knew a fierce battle awaited them. No, it had already arrived. They gazed ahead. 10,000 beast troops advanced. Though they strove for stealth, concealment was fleeting. They knew this, yet they would hide as long as they could, for their plan was to raise Qiufeng City and withdraw, denying the city any chance to summon reinforcements. In the darkness, pairs of crimson eyes gleamed with eerie brightness. The beast leader this time was the Black Fiend Wolf King, standing upright in bestial form, a sword scar etched across his chest. Over 80% of his horde belonged to his own kind, the rest were a motley assortment. Viperfang serpents, blood jade spiders, scythe mantises. The Black Fiend Wolf King strode at the forefront, leisurely and nonchalant, showing no regard for Qiufeng City. Though he deemed the city a tough nut to crack, he maintained an unyielding facade to preserve his dominance. It seems you've all been waiting for us. Good. Our failed plan before brought us great shame among the beast legions, so we've come for vengeance. Now you're doomed. It's you. I failed to slay you 8 years ago, yet you deliver yourself to me now. The city lord retorted, his presence equally formidable. 8 years ago you couldn't kill me. A jester's glee. Ha ha ha. It's your incompetence. Ha ha. So today you die. Ha ha. The Black Fiend Wolf King roared in fury. Have you laughed enough? With a swift slap, he struck the cackling black wolf beside him, sending it tumbling to the ground. Can you wait until I finish before laughing? They can't hear a word I say. The fallen black wolf nodded, clutching its cheek, bewildered. It had no idea why it laughed, nor did it wish to. The Black Fiend Wolf King repeated his words, but barely uttered the first sentence before another beast's laughter erupted nearby. You don't understand me, do you? The Black Fiend Wolf King seized the laughing beast by the throat and drove its head into the earth like a stake. It survived, but dared not emerge on its own. It happened so fast that the beast had no time to react before being planted into the ground. It too was baffled by its own laughter. Had it recalled something amusing? No. The Black Fiend Wolf King cared not for its confusion and continued to warn the other beasts. Anyone who laughs again will face the same fate. In an instant, silence fell. All the beasts nodded in unison. Satisfied, the Black Fiend Wolf King turned to the city wall, ready to flaunt his might with more menacing words. Yet before he could utter a single syllable, another beast burst into laughter. 3 strikes and you're out. With a single claw, the Black Fiend Wolf King decapitated the laughing beast, killing it on the spot. To challenge my authority on the eve of battle, truly ignorant of death's meaning. His eyes blazed with ferocity, warning the others any further laughter would bear dire consequences. Now truly only a fool would dare laugh. The Black Fiend Wolf King tossed the head aside and prepared to resume his dialogue with the city lord. Yet as he turned, another beast laughed, desperately muffling its mouth, but the sound escaped nonetheless. In an instant, another head rested in the Black Fiend Wolf King's grasp. His actions spoke louder than words. Do not test his authority, especially now. Yet it was futile. The laughter persisted. A third beast hee-hee. A fourth hee-hee. A fifth hee-hee. The Black Fiend Wolf King fell silent. He could kill no more. Before battle even began, he had already executed several of his own. Any further, and had seemed like an enemy agent. At last, the Black Fiend Wolf King relented. Whoever laughs charges the front line. He thought, I'll deal with you later. If not for the impending fight, none of you would escape. At this, more beasts bared their fangs in genuine grins. They craved battle, not feared it. The thought of rending their foes only stoked their savage instincts. I want to see rivers of blood. The beasts could no longer contain themselves, charging toward Qiufeng City in a frenzied rush. The mere sight was overwhelming. The defenders on the wall knew they could never match such madness, but retreat was not an option. To flee was to become prey. The city lord found the Black Fiend Wolf King's slaughter of his own troops baffling, but it mattered not. Fighting beasts required no justification. Attack. The first wave leveraged the wall's advantage with long-range spells. With the horde charging en masse, any spell would find its mark without fear of hitting allies. Thus, cultivators adept in ranged arts unleashed a barrage of spells bombarding the enemy relentlessly. If only it were so simple. The opposing beasts were equally skilled dodging spells or deflecting them outright. Some even caught them deliberately to flaunt their strength. Even with casualties, there was no hesitation to retreat. After the barrage, the 10th Sandstrong horde had only thinned slightly, and the vanguard had already reached the city wall. There was but one gate, but the beasts cared not. They could climb or directly assault the wall. If one failed, many would join forces to try and breach it. The city's cultivators could delay no longer. Melee combat was inevitable. If the wall was breached, the ordinary folk behind would suffer. Lin Xian was the first to move, leaping from the wall. Midair, crimson flames erupted from beneath his feet, enveloping his entire body. Upon landing, he unleashed the 3,000 flames. He carved a fiery path through the beasts. Ultimately, 3 beasts gripped him with all their might, while over a dozen pushed from behind, finally halting his advance. Yet the 3 beasts in contact with Lin Xian screamed in agony, their touched areas dissolving under the searing heat. Now surrounded, Lin Xian remained unfazed. He stepped back, drew his sword, and took a deep breath. All flames converged onto the blade. Flame-slaying white dragon sword. With a single slash, a white dragon emerged, rampaging and devouring all beasts in its path. But it wasn't over. Changed. Lin Xian swept his arm horizontally. The white dragon swung its tail, transforming into a fan of flames that engulfed a wide arc of beasts in a sea of fire, where they perished screaming. With just 2 moves, not only were the beasts stunned, but even their own side on the wall doubted their eyes. Are we on the same level? Are we even cultivating true immortality? Though they knew Lin Xian as a disciple of the 7-Star Sword sect had skill, this was beyond belief. From a secluded height, Su Luo observed, unfazed by the spectacle. In the guise of the famed 5-star General MacArthur, he commented, the world will eventually discover Lin Xian. Before the beasts could finish their astonishment, Lin Xian launched another attack, but this time not with a grand move. Instead, he swung his sword with unadorned simplicity, cleaving the heads of the beasts one by one. Precise and swift, he danced amidst the onslaught of the beast horde. His techniques, returning to the basics, still shone brilliantly. Brett, don't be too arrogant. The Black Fiend Wolf King despised dazzling humans the most. Let me extinguish you. He kicked off the ground, which cracked and exploded beneath him, and he shot towards Lin Xian with incredible speed. At that speed, even a graze would be fatal to Lin Xian. Hey, don't you dare lay a hand on our junior. The city lord descended from the sky, slamming the Black Fiend Wolf King to the ground with a single stomp, successfully intercepting him. The Black Fiend Wolf King had already seized the city lord's foot. With a twist and a throw, he smashed the city lord into the earth as well. Rising to his feet, still gripping the city lord's ankle, he began to slam him left and right. The city lord suddenly kicked with his other foot, dislocating the Black Fiend Wolf King's jaw. Then, spinning rapidly, he broke free from the Wolf King's grasp, and using the momentum, sent him flying with a powerful kick. He was sent flying back from whence he came. The city lord spat out a mouthful of blood. Your temperament hasn't changed, but your strength has increased. The Black Fiend Wolf King realigned his jaw. That didn't hurt a bit. Since you're getting in my way, I'll kill you first. I feel the same way. You'll stay here today. King against king, general against general. Otherwise, if all the kings were just mowing down the weak like grass, what would be the point of fighting? We might as well just watch your show. The others also began to engage in battle. Li Si focused on sword chi. Recently, her sword chi had advanced remarkably. Not only was it less consuming, but it could also be generated faster. She found it incredibly useful. It was effective for both close and long-range combat. On the battlefield, this was especially true. Leaping up, she continuously sent out sword chi towards the enemies, making her killing efficiency exceptionally high. Xiaoyu was using the techniques she had recently learned. After all, the 7 stars returned to 1 was a trump card, and she might not be able to sustain a fight with it for long. Although it wasn't very conspicuous, upon closer observation one would notice that Xiaoyu was unhurried, everything she did was orderly, and it was truly a pleasing sight to behold. The ones truly shining in battle were the disciples of the 7-Star Sword sect. Most of the cultivators in Qiufeng City fought in small squads, cooperating to resist the beasts. Even so, they were under immense pressure. We've been fighting for 15 minutes, how are there still so many beasts? This is excruciating. I'm afraid I can't hold on. Don't say that. The battle has only just begun. When had they ever witnessed such a scene? In contrast to the human side, the beast army was much simpler. They only howled, seeming quite delighted. Perhaps it was only in the moment of death that they felt fear. In terms of sheer momentum, the beasts had the overwhelming advantage, and their strength wasn't far behind either. There might not be any beasts as outstanding as Lin Xian and his group, but overall the beasts were still slightly superior. The longer the battle dragged on, the more strained Chofeng City became. I saw Dabin fall just now. Is he okay? Instead of worrying about that, how about you figure out how to deal with the beast right in front of you? Can we really defend Chofeng City? Su Luo looked down at the fighting crowd. Even in confusion, even in fear, they still stood their ground. That was already better than most. Su Luo watched silently for a long time before letting out a deep sigh. His 9 years of compulsory education were not in vain. He too had always wanted to be a good person. But I can't do anything. At the very least, let me light a firework of courage for you. All that is seen is explosion, boom, boom, boom. Without warning, multiple explosions occurred across the battlefield. The intensity varied, but one explosion after another instantly drew everyone's attention. The sight of multiple explosions erupting simultaneously was too shocking to ignore. The beasts were bewildered. There's an expert on the human side. Find them. The people of Chofeng City were also stunned. Damn it. We have to deal with such a troublesome beast at a time like this. How are we supposed to fight? The beast army. Chofeng City. Isn't that an expert you've got lying in ambush here? I was about to ask you the same thing. Isn't that one of yours? However, it was soon determined whose side the explosions were on. Only the beast army was being bombarded. Either explosions would suddenly occur in their midst, or they would be hit just as they were about to launch a sneak attack, or their ultimate move would be interrupted by a blast. In short, the beast army was being bombarded in every conceivable way, while the people of Chofeng City were completely unscathed. For a moment, the cultivators of Chofeng City were instantly invigorated. It seems we're not destined to fail. There's hope. Counterattack. Now. It's like divine intervention. Divine intervention. Ha ha. In an instant, Chofeng City's fighting spirit soared, and together with the explosions they fought against the beast army. Seeing the explosions, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He didn't know who it was, but it was a brilliant move. Li Si was puzzled. Was this scene in the original story? Still, this was great. At least it alleviated some of the pressure. Xiaoyu was not swayed by the explosions and continued to focus on swiftly slaying beasts. However, the area around her had more explosions than anywhere else. Su Qinkong also breathed a sigh of relief. The explosions came at a very opportune time. He was now one of the golden core cultivators on the battlefield, besieged by over a dozen elite beasts. But these explosions happened to relieve a great deal of his pressure. It seems it's not yet time to exit the stage. Su Qinkong brushed his hair back. Let's continue. The city lord, locked in combat with the Blackfiend Wolf King, was the happiest of all. Oh my Blackfiend Wolf King, your campaign is off to a bad start. It's not too late to retreat now. But don't call yourself the Blackfiend Wolf King anymore. How about the Turtle King? When else was one supposed to be sarcastic, if not now? Who said anything about retreating? He'll kill you right now. The Blackfiend Wolf King had no way back. If he failed to take Chofeng City, he would face dire consequences upon his return. With Su Luo's explosions, the morale of Chofeng City was somewhat restored. But even so, the entire battlefront had only been slightly tipped back in their favor. The beast army did not retreat because of the explosions. They still attacked with ferocious madness. The battlefield was so vast that even Su Luo with his current strength couldn't cover every inch. But that didn't matter. There was still one person in the sky. The false battlefield controller Su Luo. The true battlefield controller, Nangong Shiyun. Nangong Shiyun had already made her move, but unlike Su Luo's conspicuous display, she was extremely covert, and no one noticed her actions. Thus, the beast army's ferocious attacks were all for naught, achieving 0 kills. Just when they were about to finish off a Chofeng City cultivator, they would be slain by Nangong Shiyun. Some from Chofeng City did fall, but only due to injury or exhaustion. None had died. This was Nangong Xian's strength, truly capable of covering the entire battlefield. Yet she was also deeply puzzled. Who was causing these explosions? She had scanned the entire vicinity of Chofeng City, but couldn't find the source. After much thought, the most suspicious person was Su Luo. But he was just sitting there without any special casting gestures, nor was he using any spiritual energy. Could it be that it wasn't him? The explosions continued unabated, blanketing the entire battlefield. The Blackfiend Wolf King sensed something amiss. Such a sustained barrage of this magnitude could only mean the humans had a formidable ally. He could delay no longer. Transforming into his wolf form, he resolved to give his all. Though victory seemed a distant hope, he would slaughter as many as he could. The Black Fiend Wolf King still sought an opportunity to breach Autumn Wind City and wreak havoc. Yet the City Lord saw through his intentions, at once blocking him with desperate resolve. The battle reached its fever pitch. Li Si decided to hold nothing back, unleashing a furious storm of sword chi to reap the demonic beasts. Xiao Yu also invoked the 7 stars convergence. With a single strike, she slew all the beasts before her. Once more she could do it again. Xiao Yu expressionless invoked the 7 stars convergence a second time. 2 consecutive strikes proved catastrophic for the demonic beasts. Lin Xian began to exert his full strength. He sent his sword flying, piercing through several beasts in succession. Now he would fight with his fists. Under his fists, his attacks turned even more savage, primarily offense in place of defense. His formidable physique momentarily made one wonder who the true beast was. At this moment, the demonic beasts found themselves powerless to retaliate. Others, aided by the explosions, joined the frenzied slaughter. The tide of battle was turning for the better. Yet even so, the beast's resilience held out until reinforcements from the 7-star sword sect arrived. Yo, Lin Xian looking so battered. I'm here to help. Lin Xian still as fierce as ever. Lin Xian, let us fight together. Many disciples had come in response to Lin Xian's request for aid. Such was his prestige in the 7-star sword sect. But no sooner had they spoken than they realized the battlefield was far from ordinary. The ravaged landscape, the demonic beasts torn asunder by explosions. Was support truly needed here? Who had unleashed such devastating blasts? Thus, the 7-star sword sect's arrival was little more than a cleanup operation. Meanwhile, the Black Fiend Wolf King was besieged and slain by the newly arrived sect members. With that, the threat of the demonic beast army was neutralized. Thanks to Su Luo and Nangong Shiyun, no one had perished in the entire conflict. However, some were greatly exhausted and needed ample rest. Lin Xian, Xiao Yu, and Li Si had the highest kill counts. Lin Xian, having unleashed his full power, remained unconscious for days afterward. Such a resounding victory called for celebration. The entire city of Autumn Wind was steeped in the joy of survival. But accounts still had to be settled, especially concerning Su Luo. His cowardice in battle spread rapidly. Many who had long harbored resentment toward him seized the chance to heap abuse upon him. Where was Su Luo now? According to the expected turn of events, with his family ruined and the entire city despising him, he would have slunk back to his sect in disgrace. That was indeed Su Luo's plan, but before that he would bid farewell. He went to Su Qingkong's room, finding his father lying on the bed covered in wounds. Father, you're here. What do you think? Did you see my performance on the battlefield? This is the might of our Su family. I've come to say goodbye. Is that so? Su Qingkong's smile faded. Have you found your own path? Yes. I will join the Heavenly Demon Sect in the future. The Heavenly Demon Sect. Su Qingkong regarded him with newfound respect. I never expected to hear such an ambitious goal from you. The Heavenly Demon Sect was not an easy place to enter. If this is your own decision, I have no objections. Su Qingkong made no move to stop him. I'm telling you in advance. You'll likely be implicated because of me. He pondered. If he became a demonic cultivator, wouldn't his family suffer the consequences? The answer was yes. Su Qingkong sneered. You. What rank could you possibly reach? Just watch. Don't worry, your father isn't one to be trifled with. Su Luo shook his head helplessly. His father had nearly died. His words carried no conviction. But Su Luo chose not to argue. I'm leaving. Take care. Once you've chosen your path, don't regret it. And don't die. Su Luo waved and bid farewell. He doubted he would ever return to Autumn Wind City, so he said his goodbyes. But before leaving, he had one more thing to do. In the inn, Nangong Shiyun couldn't identify the one behind the explosions. Yet she still had another matter to attend to. She had already sensed the arrival of one from a reclusive clan. Hun Jiu was a member of the Di Hun clan, a hidden family. His assigned mission was to find the Qinghua pendant. After a year of searching, he finally glimpsed a sliver of hope, but his patience was wearing thin. Wasting an entire year would be infuriating. The mere thought rankled him. He even considered embezzling the pendant, as he'd heard it was a valuable treasure. Suddenly a figure appeared, blocking his path. Who are you? If you don't want to die, get lost. I'm in a foul mood. I heard you're looking for the Qinghua pendant. Nangong Shiyun knew this from her diary. You know of it. Tell me where it is. No. You're asking for death. Hun Jiu intended to teach this person a harsh lesson. Yet no matter how he attacked, his strikes had no effect. He couldn't even touch her. He was baffled. How could such a powerful person exist in this backwater place? Nangong Shiyun was in no hurry to finish him off. She observed his techniques and habits, taking her time. This was something of an occupational habit for her. Having often impersonated others, she liked to study her subject beforehand. Though she would only impersonate this man briefly, she still needed to get it right. That's enough. What changed your mind? Decided to tell me. But it's too late. Even if you do, I'll kill you. He was so confident, speaking as if he had already won despite never having touched Nangong Shiyun. Nangong Shiyun punched the air toward him. Hunjiu desperately defended himself, but his life-saving artifacts triggered to no avail. With a single blow, every bone in his body shattered, and he collapsed. Hunjiu hastily spoke in a weak voice, "Spare me. I beg you." Nangong Shiyun nearly laughed out loud. Such a swift plea for mercy. He could bend when necessary. Still, she had no intention of torturing him. Her nature wasn't that cruel. "How about this? I'll make a bet with you. If I lose, I lose. If I win, I let you go." Hunjiu nodded frantically. "We'll bet on whether the number of spirit stones you have is odd or even." Hunjiu couldn't recall how many he had. They were all piled in his storage ring. "If you don't choose, I will. Judging by your lonely self, I'll pick odd." With that, Nangong Shiyun opened his storage ring and poured out the spirit stones. In an instant, she counted them. "It's even." Upon hearing this, Hunjiu's relief was palpable. Nangong Shiyun smiled serenely. "I don't gamble." Then she struck him down. Nangong Shiyun transformed into Hunjiu, perfectly mimicking his appearance, attire, and even his demeanor. Flawless. "All right, time to go." Even his voice was indistinguishable. For Nangong Shiyun, this was a breeze, a well-honed skill. At this moment, the Li family was elated not only for overcoming their crisis, but also for Li Si's stellar performance. The Li family had finally produced another promising seedling, and an extraordinary one at that. Perhaps she could restore the family's former glory. Rumor had it that the family once produced a void cave expert, though it was unclear how long ago, or if some ancestor was simply boasting. In the midst of this jubilant occasion, a figure descended from the sky, shattering the wine table underfoot. "Who are you, daring to cause trouble in the Li residence?" Hunjiu asked coldly. "Do you know where the Qinghua pendant is?" "What pendant? You should be worrying about whether you'll leave here alive." Yet in the next instant, the speaker was sent flying by Hunjiu. He'll ask once more, "Where is the Qinghua pendant?" Even within the Li family, few knew of it, and those who did were aware that its whereabouts had long been lost. Thus, no matter how Hunjiu inquired, it was futile. Seeing no one answer, his patience wore thin, and he roared, "Speak." The Li family now understood that this intruder was hostile and formidable. Yet they truly had no knowledge of any Qinghua pendant. "You refuse to talk, do you?" Before Hunjiu could act, Li Si conveniently arrived to intervene. "Stop. I am a disciple of the Seven Stars Sword Sect. Please, for the sake of my sect, spare my family. The Seven Stars Sword Sect is indeed troublesome, but do you know who I am? I am Hunjiu of the Imperial Soul family. Your sect means nothing to me." As he spoke, Hunjiu extended a hand to cast a spell targeting the Li clan members. He didn't intend to kill them, merely knock them unconscious for show. Li Si feigned terror, but inwardly she was in awe. Truly worthy of her master. Such brilliant acting. Then boom. An explosion erupted on Hunjiu's outstretched hand. It came without warning. Even Hunjiu failed to detect it, though it didn't harm him. From the crowd, a figure in a black robe stepped forward. Hunjiu asked with interest, "Who are you?" The familiar explosion marked this as the one from the battlefield. "Perfect. No need to search. Head come out on his own. Now let's see your true face." Su Luo said slowly, "Seven Stars Sword Sect, Nangong Shiyun." "Nangong Shiyun. You are Nangong Shiyun. Then who am I?" "Oh, Hunjiu." No, Nangong Shiyun chuckled. He never imagined he'd be impersonated one day. Fine, play it this way, but you've picked the wrong person." Yet he had to admit the impersonator was convincing. Nangong Shiyun felt as if he were looking at another self. Of course, Su Luo had no trouble altering his voice and more. His special ability, "What you see is what I want you to see," had evolved, allowing him to easily simulate Nangong Zion's techniques and traits. In short, there was no flaw. Li Si was equally confused. "So this is the real master. Then this Hunjiu is genuine." But didn't master promise to play the role of Hunjiu, not appear personally? No. Li Si suddenly realized that black robe looked familiar. The familiar cloak, the familiar silhouette. Su Luo. The more she looked, the more certain she became. It was just that Su Luo hadn't appeared in this form for so long that she had almost forgotten. "Su Luo, stop. That's my master. Don't interfere, boo-hoo." Li Si had fantasized about Su Luo coming to her aid, but she knew it was just a dream. Yet now that the fantasy was real, she was both moved and anxious. But she couldn't warn anyone, or they'd be exposed. Master, please adapt on the fly." Su Luo thought long and hard, ultimately deciding to step forward, otherwise he could never face Li Si again. As for the black robe and impersonating Nangong Shiyun, Su Luo didn't care. After all, the black robe was a common garment. Even if Li Si recognized it as the one worn by her savior, that savior was a woman. What did that have to do with Su Luo? What proof was there that he was her? As for Nangong Shiyun, when Li Si told him about this later, the stories wouldn't match. But so what? They could speculate all they wanted, but they'd never suspect Su Luo. Did Su Luo have any connection to Nangong Shiyun? None at all. Could he so perfectly mimic Nangong Zion's traits? No one would believe it. So it was time to deal with Hunjiu. Su Luo directly used the life-saving artifact Nangong Shiyun had given him. With a slight modification, he turned its protective power into an attack. A colossal sword of condensed spiritual energy appeared above Hunjio's head. By using this, Su Luo could further prove that he was now Nangong Shiyun. Too powerful. Even just sensing the sword overhead made it hard to breathe. Li Si couldn't fathom how Su Luo possessed such immense strength. Li Si only felt the overwhelming power. She couldn't tell it belonged to Nangong Shiyun. But Nangong Shiyun recognized it instantly. So it's you, Su Luo? Unexpected, yet not surprising. Well, I was going to teach this imposter a lesson, but now I have to play along. Su Luo continued. Li Si is a disciple of my 7-star sword sect and my personal disciple. You dare touch her family. Humph. No. No, I won't dare again. Spare me. Overwhelmed by the immense power hanging above him, Hunjio panicked and fled, driven by a fierce will to survive. Too late. I Nangong Shiyun have but one sword. Forget it, let's just split the sky. A single sword stroke streaked across the sky, leaving a scar that seemed to cleave the heavens apart. Though Hunjio fled far, in an instant Su Luo locked onto him precisely and struck with one blow. Without looking, Su Luo knew Hunjio was dead. How could he withstand a single sword from Nangong Shiyun? Without waiting for anyone to react, Su Luo made a swift, graceful exit. Li Si was immensely grateful that her master was such a skilled actor, able to adapt instantly. But before she could relax, Li Si frantically summoned her master, hoping he wouldn't be angry about the black-robed figure impersonating and attacking him. Master still didn't know it was Su Luo. Well, how was your master's performance just now? Nangong Shiyun was naturally unharmed. He had merely taken his own strike to maintain the illusion of Hunjio's strength, since Hunjio's escape speed was too slow to evade Su Luo's lock. Excellent, master. You were amazing. So who was that black-robed figure? He wasn't part of your plan. He saved me before. I didn't expect him to show up now. Master, can you not be angry with him? He's really good. Tell me about it. How did he save you? Li Si honestly recounted how Su Luo had rescued her. There was no need to fabricate anything. But Li Si said the black-robed figure was a woman because Su Luo had used a female voice back then. Oh, Nangong Shiyun understood now. Su Luo had saved Li Si before, and Li Si still didn't know. Tisk, one secretly helping the other, keeping his diary. The two of you share quite a few secrets. Nangong Shiyun had no idea that Su Luo had written about this in his diary. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. Thank you, master. The matter of Autumn Wind City thus came to an end. Lin Xian, as if following a script, had amassed a great deal of renown. Although the explosion on the battlefield had drawn many eyes, no one knew who was responsible, so it was impossible to accumulate fame. Discussions could only marvel at how spectacular the blast had been. No real discussion could take root. The fervor couldn't sustain itself. But Lin Xian was different. He was the first to charge into the fray. He slaughtered the beast horde with unrivaled ferocity, his prowess eclipsing that of all his peers. Only the city lord Su Kongqing stood above him in strength. He had also requested reinforcements from the 7-star sword sect. Though it was only for the cleanup, the arrival of so many masters brought immense reassurance. Everything he did was visible for all to see. How could they not be grateful? And where was Su Luo now? After playing the role of Nangong Shiyun, Su Luo headed home to continue the farewells he had yet to finish. He had bid farewell to Autumn Wind City. He had bid farewell to his father. Li Si had already said her goodbyes when the war ended, claiming her reputation was ruined and that she would return to the sect first. She had said nothing more, only telling him to take care on the road. Finally, he felt the only person left to say goodbye to was Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was currently recuperating from her injuries at Su Luo's home. Su Luo knocked on the door. It's me. May I come in? Xiaoyu replied, and Su Luo entered the room. Xiaoyu was lying in bed. Her injuries were not severe, merely the result of overexertion. How are you feeling? Much better. Don't force yourself. I can tell. I'm not. Xiaoyu denied it, but Su Luo said nothing more. Su Luo understood. Xiaoyu had truly tried to fulfill her promise. Just wait for me to kill a few more beasts for you. I came to tell you that I'm returning to the sect ahead of the others. Why? You should pay more attention to what's around you. Now I'm the object of universal scorn. They'll go reason with them. Xiaoyu grabbed the sword beside her. Su Luo pressed her back down. You're being a bit extreme. But they shouldn't speak ill of Su Luo. It's not their fault. Just understand that I did it on purpose. I deserve all of this. I know, but I still get angry. In truth, Xiaoyu had long noticed that Su Luo sometimes did inexplicable things to make himself look terrible in others' eyes. Xiaoyu had seen it many times and vaguely understood that Su Luo had his own goals. Yet she couldn't help but feel indignant for him. Su Luo looked at Xiaoyu, hearing her answer, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Yes, he had merely saved her by chance, yet she trusted him unconditionally. Even when he was doing wrong, she still spoke up for him. What immense trust this was. But was it too cruel for Xiaoyu to have this trust go unanswered? It shouldn't be. Su Luo held up a finger. Xiaoyu, watch this. A small explosion bloomed on his fingertip. Because it was a system-generated explosion, the effects were quite spectacular, complete with rainbow colors making it highly distinctive. Su Luo, it was you. Xiao Yu recognized it at once. It was the explosion from the battlefield. It was me. I didn't plan to tell anyone, but Xiao Yu, you're the exception. Really? Hearing this, Xiao Yu's face broke into a radiant smile. I'm telling you, so you know I have my own goals and my own strength. You don't need to worry about me so much. In the future, if I act foolish again, don't stick up for me. I have my reasons. So this is our secret. That wasn't the point, as she had missed the crucial part. I'm saying you don't need to offend others for me. I'm going to get even crazier in the future. Mum. Su Luo pinched both of Xiao Yu's cheeks and pulled gently. Don't brush me off. Su Luo. After much insistence, Xiao Yu finally seemed to have taken it to heart. Everything that needed to be said had been said. Just then Su Kongcheng arrived, having heard from a servant that Su Luo was visiting Xiao Yu. Son, you haven't left yet. You spoke so boldly before. Don't tell me you were just teasing me. I'm leaving now. Su Luo turned to Xiao Yu. That's it then. I'm off. Heal up and return with the others. Xiao Yu tugged at Su Luo's sleeve. I'm coming with you. That's the one thing that's non-negotiable. Su Luo. It's useless. I'm leaving. It's not like we won't see each other back at the sect. Su Kongcheng looked from Su Luo to Xiao Yu, then suddenly feigned anger. Son, our Su family doesn't support idlers. Xiao Yu is in this state, utterly useless, wasting our resources. You take her away. Father, don't be absurd. Xiao Yu may be young, but you're not. What, Xiao Yu, are your injuries that severe? Su Kongcheng asked Xiao Yu. Not at all. Xiao Yu shot up from the bed and answered loudly. See, she's fine. What's your problem? The injuries were indeed minor, but she should have been resting. This is non-negotiable. Take her with you. That is your father's command. I refuse. Ungrateful wretch. Ridiculous. Since when was I ever filial? Yet outside Autumn Wind City, Su Luo carried Xiao Yu on his back. Can't argue with you two. Let's go. Xiao Yu understood that Su Luo could have simply left without regard for them. But Xiao Yu also knew that Su Luo had his moments of gentleness. Time passed little by little. Lin Xian and the others had healed and begun their return to the Seven-Star Sword sect. Along the way, they listened to their fellow disciples' contempt for Su Luo, plotting to report him and have him expelled from the sect. Lin Xian wanted to say something, but didn't know how, and in the end remained silent. Su Luo had succeeded in making his name as foul as that of a demonic cultivator. But was it truly worth it? To sacrifice even his own home? How was that different from the demonic path's ideology? Lin Xian was lost when it came to Su Luo. He couldn't fathom how Su Luo could go to such lengths. Was infiltrating the demonic path truly necessary to this degree? Lin Xian didn't understand. He asked Elder Yan. Even Elder Yan, who had seen countless people, couldn't reach a conclusion. He had never encountered such a contradictory person. As they talked, Elder Yan even began to think Su Luo was simply foolish and lucky, not someone truly intent on infiltrating the demonic path. But Lin Xian felt Su Luo could still be trusted. Lin Xian sighed his melancholy, having no one to share it with. Meanwhile, Su Luo and Xiao Yu traveled at a leisurely pace, showing no signs of urgency. After some time, they finally returned to the sect. Calculating the time, there was still plenty of it. Lin Xian and the others hadn't arrived yet, and even when they did, reporting Su Luo would take time to process, and the matter would need time to ferment. All in all, there was no rush. However, Su Luo could write his diary now. He opened his journal and began to write. The day of receiving an enhancement had finally arrived. However, Elder Yang's methods were unconventional, not something an ordinary person could endure, but the effects were remarkably potent, catching up to Lin Xian in 3 months. Yes, surpassing Lin Xian with a significant leap in cultivation, from the perfection of qi refining to the perfection of foundation establishment. Coupled with the treasures bestowed by Elder Yinchi, his overall strength instantly became one of the foremost among the disciples of the Seven Swords sect. He was quite satisfied with this outcome and was about to seek revenge on Lin Xian. Unfortunately, Elder Yinchi stopped him. He told him that the time had not yet come. He should conceal his strength for now, promising that he would allow him to kill Lin Xian properly. Having no other choice, he had to comply. Indeed, he should hide it, otherwise the sect would investigate such a rapid improvement in cultivation, and Elder Yinchi did not wish to be exposed. Because the method to enhance cultivation was not ordinary, it bordered on demonic arts. Elder Yang's so-called help was at best a warm-hearted assistance to a waste, and at worst a human experiment. Yes, his aid was solely for his own research. His lifelong aspiration was even a waste can become the strongest. This brings us to Elder Yang's background. No matter where, there would always be the lowest level cultivators. Initially, Elder Yinchi was such an existence obscure in the Seven Swords sect, and no matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up to the top disciples. Unwilling to accept this, he began researching ways to grow stronger. But conventional methods had their limits, so he resorted to inhumane practices delving into demonic alchemy. He achieved some success, but progress became increasingly difficult, and the toll on his body was severe. He grew afraid and dared not experiment recklessly. Thus, he started using others as subjects, applying the best results to himself. For this experiment, he had already killed countless low-level disciples of the Seven Swords sect, but he did it covertly, remaining undetected by the sect. Up to this day, step by step, he had become a nascent soul elder, which was a success. However, Elder Yinshi did not consider himself a demonic cultivator. On the contrary, he disdained joining the demonic path not out of nobility, but because he was content with his current status. How comfortable it was in the Seven Swords sect at his current position, he could even have absolute control in some areas. Thus, when Shin-san repeatedly asked Elder Yinshi to join the demon sect, Elder Yinshi showed great disdain. He would not join, but he could collude. Elder Yinshi had conducted transactions with the demon sect more than once. The demon sect provided demonic scriptures while Elder Yinshi offered intelligence on the Seven Swords sect. That was why Shin-san always showed respect to Elder Yinshi, because he consistently delivered valuable information to the demon sect. Elder Yanxi's prowess extended beyond this. Long ago, under the guise of helping wasted disciples of the Seven Swords sect, he planted demonic seeds in them, a spell he had developed himself. Activating this spell allowed these disciples to unleash power far beyond their cultivation, but they would lose their sanity, driven only by destruction. The demonic seeds were deeply concealed, undetectable, unless an elder made an exceptionally thorough investigation. But why would an elder bother to scrutinize such insignificant disciples? Thus, Elder Yinshi commanded a hidden force within the Seven Swords sect. The disciples he helped were deeply grateful. Those with special qualities were taken in as confidants. The rest were mere disposable tools. Of course, controlling these disciples seemed unimpressive as they were not high-end combatants. But later, when the demon sect invaded, Elder Yinshi acted as an inside agent, sabotaging the sect's protective arrays, triggering the demonic seeds to make disciples attack their own, and guiding the demon sect's forces. These disciples he had helped played an indispensable role. His zealous assistance to the demon sect was not out of a desire to join them, but because he was indebted to them for providing demonic scriptures repeatedly. Moreover, he had planned to leave no traces afterward. Elder Yinshi merely operated behind the scenes. If it were another sect, he would still be an elder afterward. Unfortunately, with Lin Xian here, his schemes would be exposed, and he would face retribution. It served him right. But for now, he had to mourn for himself. The price of this enhancement was immense, primarily the pain. Over 3 months at intervals, he had to undergo alchemical treatments from Elder Yinshi. His medicines were nothing short of poison. The process felt like being cut with a knife, then salted and roasted over a fire, repeated over and over. The agony was so intense that he screamed until his throat was raw. Each session felt like traversing hell. During the first treatment, he gave up immediately, unable to endure it. Even later, he could never fully adapt, illustrating the excruciating nature of the pain. So even with the enhancement, there was no joy. He had no choice. His talent was too poor, and only mutation could save him. After becoming stronger, he would be humiliated by Lin Xian, but before that he would surely have a moment of glory. Disregarding Elder Yanxi's advice, he would reveal his strength, stunning everyone, only to be defeated by Lin Xian, leaving others in awe of Lin Xian's power. But that was still some time away, or first he had to endure these 3 months. Su Luo closed the diary and sighed, recalling the initial taste of that pain, a truly unforgettable experience. But then he realized he was no longer his former self. This time was much better. His physique had greatly improved, and his cultivation had risen significantly. Moreover, he could share the pain to find another villain to bear the agony with him. Perhaps he would even have to pretend to be in great pain. It was settled, though cheating was indeed the way to go. Mutation was weak in comparison. Diary completed. Reward: physique 3, strength 4, a cultivation increased by 1 level. Current cultivation: late golden core. Though the diary was brief, it shocked Nangong Shiyun. She never imagined Elder Yinshi had done so many things behind the scenes. Her face darkened instantly. After careful consideration, Nangong Shiyun began to act. First, she needed to verify who had the demonic seeds. Su Luo had clearly written that they were obscure disciples of the sect. Following this lead, Nangong Shiyun discreetly examined these disciples. To her astonishment, there were 463 in total, just within the sect, not counting those on missions. Impressive, hiding them so deep, she sneered. Nangong Shiyun smiled coldly. Then, Elder Yinshi opened the door. The sect is delivering welfare. A gift from the sect. It's not time yet. Elder Yinshi felt no issue at the moment and opened the door as naturally as ever. Then he saw the sect leader and Nangong Shiyun. He hadn't expected these 2 heavyweights of the sect to appear. Is there something you need from me? Nangong Shiyun sneered. Elder Yinshi, quite the skilled hand you are. What do you mean? Elder Yinshi sensed something was amiss, but feigned composure. Colluding with the demonic path and harming fellow disciples. These 2 charges alone are enough to sentence you to death 10 times over. Elder Yinshi had certainly committed more, but Nangong Shiyun was not adept at investigation and time was pressing. Peak Lord Nangong, you mustn't speak carelessly. I have done no such thing, Elder Yinshi asserted firmly. Admitting such acts meant death, though he had indeed done them. But did she have proof? Liu Yongjiao Wang UNC Mapeng. Shall I go on? Elder Yinshi knew these were the disciples he had planted demon seeds in. But he would never admit it. I know these people, oh, I once helped them. What happened to them? You planted demon seeds in them. Demon seeds? What demon seeds? He absolutely had to deny everything at this moment. Confession meant death. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. These were all found in your possession. Strange-shaped objects and books of obscure meaning. Over the past few days, Nangong Shiyun had been gathering evidence, ransacking Elder Yangtze's home while he was away. Unfortunately, no solid evidence was found, only some oddities. It wasn't enough to prove anything. Elder Yinshi had covered his tracks well. Is there something wrong with these items? Elder Yinshi chuckled inwardly. Did she think this could convict him? They don't suffice, so after much thought your storage ring is the most suspicious. At this, Elder Yangtze's heart began to race. The storage ring indeed held his incriminating evidence. The reason everything outside was clean was because he had stored it all in the ring. Since becoming an elder, he had grown bolder. Yet he remained cautious, setting a small spell on the ring. If forced open, its contents would be destroyed. So he felt some panic, but only a little. Still, he couldn't understand where he had slipped, leading Nangong Shiyun to target him directly. But regardless, demanding to see someone's storage ring without evidence was a grave taboo. Nangong Shiyun, this is inappropriate. My storage ring holds my privacy. You can't inspect it just because you want to. I suggest you find evidence first before approaching me again. Sect leader, what do you think? The sect leader remained silent. Elder Yinshi couldn't gauge his stance, but as the head of the sect, he surely wouldn't make baseless accusations. Without evidence, it would be unjust. Elder Yinshi, I find it hard to believe, and I hope it's not true. I swear I have done nothing against the sect. Elder Yinshi immediately declared his innocence. Nangong Shiyun didn't want to argue further. She had brought the sect leader only because dealing with an elder shouldn't be handled lightly. Having him as a witness was proper. Nangong Shiyun held great affection for the 7-star sword sect and rarely caused trouble there. Mostly. I'll do it myself. Nangong Shiyun snatched Elder Yangtze's storage ring away. Elder Yinshi sighed inwardly. What a pity. Though he had other storage rings, and wouldn't be completely wiped out, the items in this one were unique. Losing them was regrettable. But as long as he was safe. However, before the items were destroyed, Nangong Shiyun retrieved them all. Why? Elder Yangtze's eyes widened in shock. Why hadn't the items been destroyed? Your destruction spell was too slow. I extinguished it before it activated. Impossible. Can such a thing be done? You're only at the nascent soul stage. It's natural. You can't comprehend power like mine. So explain these things. Various experimental apparatus, experiment logs, demonic texts. Elder Yinshi knew he was finished. Can I say I collected these from others? What do you think? Sect leader. The sect leader sighed. Nangong Zion's words were true, but it was hard to accept. Elder Yinshi had been with the 7-star sword sect for a long time and made many contributions. He never imagined such disappointment. Seeing the sect leader's expression, Elder Yinshi knew there was no hope. May I ask where I went wrong? Nangong Shiyun had targeted him from the start despite no solid evidence. That's not important. Let's talk about the demon sect. If I talk, will I live? Don't think too much. Then why should I speak? Elder Yinshi suddenly grew defiant. Indeed, I can't comprehend your strength. I cultivated for ages to reach nascent soul, but you Nangong Shiyun. Long ago, I was at nascent soul while you were at chi refining. Now I'm still at nascent soul, and you've reached the cave void stage. How can I understand that? Nangong Shiyun replied, my fault. Elder Yinshi grew even angrier. This is why I despise geniuses like you. Yes, even if I fight with all my might now, I can't harm you. But it'll make you regret this. Elder Yinshi detonated the demon seeds, intending to drag more people to their deaths with him. He imagined the demon seed disciples going mad and killing those around them, picturing the sect leader and Nangong Zion's horrified expressions. Stop struggling. I've already dismantled the demon seeds. Is that thing so easy to dismantle, eh? Not really, it wasn't that hard. But the concealment was well done. I almost missed it without a close look. Even with the praise, Elder Yinshi couldn't find joy. My lives work undone so easily. Ha. Elder Yinshi self-detonated. Nangong Shiyun tried to stop him, but his self-destruction was unusual, using many demonic methods, eerie and unstoppable. Unable to prevent his self-detonation, she struck with a single sword stroke, and all fell silent. Even Elder Yangtze's explosion was rendered useless. Nan Gongxian hadn't intended to kill Elder Yanxi so quickly as she had planned to interrogate him, thoroughly extract all he knew, and then send him on his way. Elder Yanxi knew this, so he chose to self-detonate decisively. If he could survive after his deeds were exposed, it would be an insult to his own judgment. He himself believed he deserved death, though he felt no guilt, no regrets. Yet until his final moment, he couldn't fathom where he had slipped. Alas, I never imagined such an incident would occur in our sect. As the sect leader, I failed in my duty. The sect leader was at a loss for words, his face etched with melancholy. Until just now, I couldn't believe Elder Yanxi was such a person. How did you uncover it? The sect leader had been skeptical today, but the evidence before him left no room for doubt. Thus he was curious. How had no one else in the sect detected Elder Yanxi's anomaly? Could Nan Gongxian, that lazy fish, have found it? Nan Gongxian was speechless. Why did everyone always see her as a slacker? Was it so strange for her to do such things? Though to be fair, she hadn't discovered it herself. It wasn't me, but I have my sources of intelligence. The sect leader's expression turned odd. Don't tell me it was Su Luo. Oh, why do you think so? Nan Gongxian could not follow the sect leader's train of thought. What did Su Luo have to do with any of this? Apart from Su Luo, who else have you had frequent contact with over the years? Of course, excluding your disciples, the sect leader said. That doesn't prove anything. You're not shadowing me every day. You wouldn't necessarily know everyone I interact with. True, but your recent multiple excursions have all been related to Su Luo. Think about how long it had been since you last left before. Couldn't it be because of my disciple Lin Xian? The sect leader continued. Elder Yanxi has looked after Su Luo several times now, and you previously stated that Su Luo was your responsibility. It's hard not to read into this. It was reasonable. Nan Gongxian found no point of rebuttal, but the problem was that the truth was different. She had merely read Su Luo's diary. But upon reflection, explaining it would be troublesome, so the facts could indeed be framed this way. Correct, Su Luo is my informant. I never expected this incident to be uncovered. Though there was a hint of falsehood, the main part was not wrong. The intelligence did come from Su Luo. Hearing the answer, the sect leader unexpectedly smiled. I never imagined Su Luo had such abilities. This kid wasn't so bad after all. Right, you must keep it secret. We have bigger moves ahead. Nan Gongxian, you seem like a stranger to me. She was being unusually proactive. After Nan Gongxian had made her name, she had long since lost this state of mind, spending her days idling on her cloud-entering peak. The sect leader dared not even imagine hearing that she had further plans. Nan Gongxian couldn't be bothered with the sect leader's shock, which was an insult to her, and continued. Next, I will temporarily impersonate Elder Yanxi. Why? Because we need to lure bigger fish. The Demon Heaven sect is plotting against our sect. Hearing this, the sect leader turned serious. The Demon Heaven sect was no easy foe. Very well, ask for whatever you need. I will cooperate with you. No need. Just keep this confidential. Don't say anything irrelevant to Su Luo and disrupt our coordination. Rest assured, I know my limits. After a simple conclusion, the general plan was set. The sect leader would keep Elder Yanxi's death a secret, and Nan Gongxian would impersonate him. Elder Yanxi's trusted followers would be left alone for now. As for those implanted with demon seeds, most were unaware, so no punishment was meted out. Afterwards, Nan Gongxian returned to Cloud Entering Peak only to find Lin Xian practicing listlessly. This was rare. Whenever she had seen Lin Sun cultivating before, he was always filled with ecstasy for the practice. What's wrong? You're so distracted. It's nothing. That didn't seem like nothing. Speak up. I might be able to offer some advice. Lin Xian thought for a moment, and then recounted what had happened in Autumn Wind City. I have a friend. I don't know if it's worth it for him. Does being an undercover agent really require abandoning one's family like this? Nan Gongxian listened attentively at first, but gradually felt something was off, and all too familiar. With a strange expression, she said, This person you're talking about. It wouldn't be Su Luo, would it? Why did everyone think Su Luo was a mole? Or had things gone wrong? Master, you know. First tell me how you discovered Su Luo's undercover status. Don't tell me you have a diary too. Was it that cheap? Then Lin Xian laid out his reasoning. First, Su Luo had provoked him several times, but collapsed at the slightest touch. Too fake. Second, Su Luo had previously brought in several demonic spies, practically handing him achievements. Qin San was also his tip-off. Thirdly, Si was on friendly terms with Su Luo in private, and given her temperament, she would never associate with someone of base character. After hearing this, Nan Gongxian was momentarily speechless. Had she not possessed the diary, she would have found Lin Xian's reasoning sound. But perhaps it wasn't entirely off. Nan Gongxian turned her back and spoke with feigned profundity. You wonder if Su Luo's actions are worth it, but do you know what he has truly done? During the Qin San incident, I was actually there, and it was because of Su Luo that I was present. If I hadn't been, Zhuo Mingyuan would have lost his hand, Han Yinger would have been crippled, and Yuan Jie severely injured. In Autumn Wind City, it was also because of Su Luo that I went and secretly protected you. But Su Luo wasn't idle either. You remember those explosions, don't you? That was Su Luo's handiwork. And recently, because of him, we uncovered someone who posed a great threat to the sect. You don't need to know who for now, we've dealt with it. Just know that because of Su Luo, hundreds of sect disciples were saved. So don't be troubled for him. He knows what he's doing better than you think. After hearing Nangong Xian's words, the revelations were so explosive that Lin Xian found it hard to believe. You might not be able to accept it all at once, but I'm telling the truth. What Nangong Xian said was indeed fact, but their misunderstandings weren't her concern. It was all their own conjecture. After a long while, Lin Xian finally accepted the truth. His master had no reason to deceive him. Lying would serve no purpose. I misjudged Su Luo. I suppose I still underestimated him. I never imagined he was so remarkable. It's normal that you didn't know. He likes to hide himself and is skilled at it. Just pretend you don't know and don't be troubled for him. I understand. Focus on your cultivation. Lin Xian looked up at the sky, still digesting what he had heard. In any case, it was confirmed that Su Luo was going undercover in the demonic path. It seemed he had been laying the groundwork for a long time. Truly remarkable. And for that goal, even if unrecognized, even if condemned by the majority, he resolutely carried on guarding what he wished to protect in the shadows. Lin Xian felt he would no longer question whether Su Luo's efforts were worth it. That would be disrespectful. Su Luo's resolve deeply impressed him. Moreover, Su Luo's strength was formidable. From that explosion alone, Lin Xian admitted he could not achieve such an effect with his current power. At this thought, he couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. Recalling how he used to defeat Su Luo in an instant now seemed somewhat laughable. Has Su Luo become that strong? Elder Yin spoke up at that moment. Didn't I tell you long ago? This child is no less than you. Well, now it seems he surpasses you. That explosion was prolonged and widespread. Even I can't fathom Su Luo's current level, but it's certainly far above yours. I think so too. So Elder Yin, I will train twice as hard. Don't push yourself too hard. Haven't you always trained twice as hard? Progress step by step, solidify your foundation. Don't rush. Yes. Su Luo returned to the sect and continued to idle away his time, sleeping whenever he pleased and rising late every day. Just as he stepped out of his room, he sneezed. Feels like someone's talking behind my back. Oh, they always have, so never mind. Su Luo had grown accustomed to ignoring the insults hurled at him, almost forgetting his own predicament. But today was the day. It was time to seek out Elder Yinshi and secure his status as a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Su Luo, you're awake. Xiao Yu was still cultivating in Su Luo's small courtyard. The sect master was also present, the place having become Xiao Yu's secondary training ground. Well, Su Luo, did you sleep well? We didn't disturb you, did we? Asked the sect master. Sect master, are you unwell? There's a soundproofing array here. True enough. I just thought if you haven't slept enough, you can go back and rest. Mustn't tire yourself. Su Luo looked puzzled. Sect master, are you alright? You used to call me good for nothing and lazy. Forget it, pretend I said nothing. How odd. Anyway, I'm heading out. We'll talk when I get back. As Su Luo walked out, he felt a strange sense of unease. Logically, the news of him leading the way in cowardice should have reached the sect master by now. But because of Xiao Yu, it was understandable that the sect master wouldn't openly express disgust. Yet why was he showing concern? Could it be a soft approach to reform him? No chance. Su Luo was never going to change. Su Luo, the sect master called out. Su Luo turned back, asking what he wanted. The sect master gave him a thumbs up and couldn't help but say, well done. Huh. Leading the way in cowardice was well done. Su Luo was utterly confused. The sect master wasn't being sarcastic at all, which only deepened his bewilderment. Was the path of survivalism popular here too? But this wasn't just survival, it was sheer moral depravity. Was it proper for the sect master to say well done? The sect's moral fiber would be corrupted. Su Luo quickly fled, unable to comprehend the sect master any longer. A chill ran down his spine. What in the world was going on? He headed straight for Elder Yanx's place. Upon arrival, he immediately put on a sorrowful face. Elder Yinshi, you must help me. Elder Yinshi had been waiting for a long time. What's the matter? Speak slowly. Su Luo recounted his current predicament. Only you can help me, Elder Yinshi. Su Luo pleaded. Elder Yinshi paused for a moment, then said, helping you isn't a problem, but what are you worth my help? I. Su Luo stammered for a long time, unable to articulate his own value. How about this? Answer one question for me. What do you think of Lin Xian now? I want nothing more than to kill him. It's all because of him that I've ended up like this. Su Luo's eyes blazed with ferocity, as if flames of rage were about to erupt. Do you want to take revenge on him? Yes, I do. I want to kill him. Su Luo was frantic. To become stronger, you must pay a price, especially with your talent. The cost will be greater. I don't care anymore. He'll do anything to kill Lin Xian. Very well. Since that's the case, it'll help you grow stronger. Follow me. Elder Yinshi was satisfied with Su Luo's state. This was exactly what he wanted. He opened a secret door that led to an underground chamber. Navigating through the winding basement, they arrived at a place covered in arrays illuminated by a single torch. At the center stood a large vat, the focal point of the formation. It was a painfully familiar place, the very spot where Su Luo had once screamed endlessly. But now everything was prepared. It should be manageable. Su Luo remained inwardly calm, though he feigned a hint of fear, for the environment was truly eerie. Get in. Elder Yinshi pointed at the large vat. The water inside was murky and black, clearly not a pleasant sight. Su Luo knew it contained medicinal herbs for boosting cultivation, but they were no ordinary herbs. Most were poisons. Elder Yang's method was to fight poison with poison, as gentle yet potent medicines were exceedingly rare and unaffordable for common folk. Thus Elder Yinshi conducted experiments with cheaper ingredients. The effects were weak, so he added various bizarre substances, testing combinations. When results were favorable, he applied them to himself. Su Luo hesitated, staring at the murky water with a touch of fear. But the thought of Lin Xian made him grit his teeth and leap in. Elder Yinshi smiled with satisfaction and began adding ingredients. The moment Su Luo plunged in, he sensed something was wrong. There was no pain at all. What was happening? Then he saw the herbs Elder Yinshi was adding. Red Dragon Fire Ginseng. That was an ingredient for top-tier elixirs. Even used directly without refining it could greatly enhance cultivation and physique, even benefiting nascent soul cultivators. Elder Yinshi, is this Red Dragon Fire Ginseng? Oh, I thought you were ignorant. I didn't expect you to recognize it. I've just seen it before. Could I say I know almost everything about the cultivation world? Since you know its effects, don't worry. With the array and this specially prepared water, the medicine will be absorbed gently, and you'll naturally grow stronger. No, that can't be right, huh? Elder Yinshi, you must have grabbed the wrong thing. If you have this, you should keep it for yourself. Elder Yinshi, did you take the wrong one? What do you know what I was supposed to take? I don't. It doesn't matter. Trust me, it'll make you stronger. In 3 months, you'll surpass Lin Xian. 3 months. With this level of medicine, 3 weeks would be more than enough. We're only at the foundation establishment stage. But that's not like you, Elder Yinshi. The Elder Yinshi Su Luo knew used medicines with extreme cost efficiency, even sacrificing all reason to boost cultivation. Now you're using Red Dragon Fire Ginseng. This isn't something for people like us. Have you forgotten your motto? Even trash can become the strongest. You have so many useless followers. Can you give one to each of them? Using something like Red Dragon Fire Ginseng has no universality. I still think something's off. How about trying Little Gloom Fruit? That would be the proper medicine. Who knows better, you or me? How dare you question me? I wouldn't dare. Su Luo felt deeply frustrated. Clearly the elder was wrong, but he couldn't lash out. For the sake of the plot, he had to endure. Since you mentioned it, I'll add one more thing. Elder Yinshi threw another herb into the vat. Heaven Scale Fruit. This was even more outrageous, surpassing the Red Dragon Fire Ginseng. Elder Yinshi, I came here to be your test subject, not to be pampered. And just by soaking for a moment, Su Luo already felt incredibly nourished. Nangong Shiyun was at a loss. While he could imitate Elder Yang's demeanor and actions, replicating his medicinal techniques was beyond him. Though he discovered the elder's experimental records, they seemed written in a language only Yinshi himself could decipher. Nangong Shiyun dared not act recklessly, as such matters were no joking matter. So he simply followed his own methods. After all, who could argue if it enhanced your strength? Would Su Luo dare to fall out? Nangong Shiyun was even less afraid. Go ahead, fall out. He was just waiting for that. But let it be clear, if you started, it's not on me. Su Luo of course wouldn't fall out. He had no choice but to play along obediently. Throughout the entire medicinal treatment, he felt no pain whatsoever. Instead, it was so comfortable, he wanted to sleep. When he stepped out of Elder Yang's quarters, his steps were light and airy. Su Luo was still savoring the sensation when someone called out to him. Su Luo. What's up? Su Luo looked at Li Si. How have you been lately? Pretty good. I've recently learned a massage technique. Want to give it a try? Li Si's sudden proposal caught Su Luo off guard. Why would she suddenly learn massage? Why would you learn that? No thanks, I don't trust your skills. Come on, just let me help you relax. I learned it from Master. No need, I'm already quite relaxed. Even Nangong Zion's name couldn't sway him, as Su Luo had never experienced her massage before. Relaxed? Li Si was baffled. That's not what the diary said. It mentioned great pain. Oh, it must be male pride at work. Leave it to me. It'll make you forget all your troubles. Huh. Before he could protest, Su Luo was pulled into a nearby pavilion, seated on a chair, and subjected to Li Si's massage. To be fair, her technique infused with spiritual energy was quite effective, having just been replenished by Elder Yinshi and now receiving a massage. Su Luo finally succumbed to drowsiness and fell asleep. When he woke up, he found himself resting on Li Si's lap. How did I fall asleep? Su Luo looked around. It was already dark. I don't know, Li Si giggled. You didn't do anything strange, did you? Hard to say. Su Luo checked himself. Everything seemed fine. Anyway, thanks. Your technique is good. I've changed my mind about you. See? I told you so. You can come find me next time. Well, see. After bidding Li Si farewell, Su Luo finally returned to his residence. As he entered the room, a fragrant aroma greeted him. Su Luo, you're back. Dinner's ready. Xiaoyu was waiting for him, and the table was laden with delicious food. At that moment, Su Luo reflected on the day's events. Why did it feel like the world had suddenly showered him with affection? But still he needed to get to the bottom of things. Elder Yinshi was far too abnormal. How could he have forgotten his own experiments? Senile dementia. Su Luo couldn't accept that such an ailment existed in the cultivation world. So he decided to investigate Elder Yinshi. With his current strength, as long as he was cautious and familiar with the elder's habits, it shouldn't be too difficult. Yet no matter how Su Luo investigated, he found nothing amiss. That was only natural. The moment Su Luo approached, Nangong Shiyun detected him. No matter how well Su Luo concealed himself, absolute power rendered his efforts futile. What could Su Luo do? After investigating for a while without results, he let the matter drop. He just tried to probe Elder Yinshi during their conversations. Nangong Shiyun was equally exhausted, racking his brains to deal with Su Luo while carefully minding every word he said. Mentally draining. Of course, he knew Su Luo harbored suspicions, but as long as no major issues arose, Su Luo wouldn't sever ties. Meanwhile, with Elder Yang's intervention, Su Luo's troubles were resolved, and he managed to retain his place within the sect. According to the original storyline, Su Luo would visit Elder Yinshi periodically and return half-dead, thus maintaining a low profile in the sect. As a result, Su Luo gradually faded into obscurity within the sect. Although he now felt vigorous and energetic, he still chose to keep a low profile and seldom went out. Soon 3 months passed. Su Luo, you look like you've gained weight, Xiaoyu observed. It's fine, I'll just exercise it off. Su Luo had finished his enhancement phase, albeit reluctantly. During this time, Elder Yinshi had treated him like one of his own, adding all sorts of precious ingredients to his baths. His cultivation had even advanced by a full level, reaching the golden core perfection stage. Tears welled up. This was the first time Su Luo had improved his cultivation without relying on the diary. Nevertheless, Su Luo continued to follow the storyline, presenting his strength as only at the foundation establishment perfection stage. This chapter was finally over, but without pause the next plot was about to unfold. Over these 3 months, Lin Xian had been cultivating while steadily increasing his reputation. He went on sect missions with various senior brothers and sisters. During this time, he further garnered prestige within the sect. Everyone who teamed up with Lin Xian spoke highly of him, deeply impressed by his strength and character. Lin Xian was at the peak of his popularity. 3 months later, his reputation had reached a plateau, making further gains difficult. So the next step was to build his reputation outside the sect. Coincidentally, the Inter-Sect Exchange Conference was about to begin. This conference was a joint event organized by 10 sects of the southern continent of the cultivation world. Its purpose was for disciples of various sects to spar or undertake missions together, strengthening inter-sect bonds and sharing cultivation insights. Though it was billed as friendly exchange, in reality, it was a fight to the death. Not out of enmity, but because no sect wanted to be outdone, each seeking to elevate its own reputation by trampling on others. As everyone knew, the protagonist sect was usually a top-tier one. But among the top tiers, it ranked at the bottom. The 3 major sects of the southern continent were the Seven Stars sect, the Heavenly Light sect, and the Cloud Mist sect. The Seven Stars sect ranked last, and was even showing signs of falling out of the top 3. In terms of top-level cultivators, the Seven Stars sect was on par with the other 2. But when it came to disciples, they fell short. They had only 4 golden core disciples, while the other sects had at least 10 each. The Seven Star Sword sect was suffering from a clear generational gap, and since disciples contributed significantly to a sect's overall strength, being its future, this was a serious concern. Just then, a rising sect called the Yueshing sect emerged. As its name suggested, it aimed to replace the Seven Star Sword sect as one of the southern continent's 3 major sects. Thus, if the Seven Star Sword sect performed poorly at this conference, its prestige would take a severe hit. Worse still, the foremost of the 4 talents, Qin San, was a demonic spy, and the other 3 were weakened according to the original plot. Although things weren't that dire now, their condition was clearly subpar. So the sect was anxious, but there was no choice. They had to participate. Even worse, this conference was being held on their own grounds. Now they couldn't even make excuses for poor performance. At present, members of other sects were gradually arriving at the Seven Star Sword sect. The pressure was immense. The sect had high hopes for Lin Xian, but the opposing side's strongest disciple was at the Golden Core stage, which was still beyond Lin Xian's reach. Therefore, the sect was quite pessimistic about this exchange conference. Due to the immense scale of this exchange assembly, it would also last for a longer duration. Some sects had already arrived at the Seven Swords sect ahead of time to commence amicable exchanges. First was the Misty Cloud sect, quite distinctive for the entire sect consisted solely of women. Hence they were exceedingly popular within the Seven Swords sect. It was a sect many male cultivators yearned for, yet regrettably, they accepted no men. Moreover, judging by their status, even being entirely composed of women, the Misty Cloud sect was anything but weak. Leading them was the senior sister Yao Han Mei, whose cultivation was at the early golden core stage. She was currently organizing her sect's disciples to peddle wares within the Seven Swords sect. Naturally, they sold skincare and beauty products which were highly effective and renowned throughout the entire cultivation world. For a time, most female disciples of the Seven Swords sect flocked to see the spectacle, willingly getting swindled. The male disciples were no exception, buying for others if not for themselves, also getting swindled. Massive discount. Purple Cloud Tears for only 198 AITLL, make your skin smoother. This one suits you perfectly, just 588, a real bargain. Seeing how beautiful you are, sister, I'll secretly give you a special price only for you. Don't hesitate. Watching them scramble to buy, Yao Han Mei revealed a smug smile, raking in the profits. Su Luo wouldn't normally come to such a bustling place, but Xiaoyu was curious and had little contact with disciples from other sects, so she wanted to take a look. Seeing so many skincare and beauty products, Xiaoyu was truly amazed. She rarely used such things. While they seemed quite impressive, Xiaoyu was astonished by the fellow disciples scrambling to buy, indicating the products were very effective. Su Luo was unimpressed. Just browse, no need to buy. The markup is severe. The Misty Cloud sect couldn't tolerate that. Yao Hanmei approached and said sweetly, "You're mistaken, sir. These are all genuine high-quality goods. I only make a modest profit for my hard work." Yao Hanmei even cast a flirtatious glance at Su Luo, inwardly thinking she'd make him pay dearly. Su Luo almost forgot he possessed a certain handsomeness. But how could Su Luo be beguiled? With all due respect, you of the Misty Cloud sect have nothing good under 50. Upon hearing this, an uproar erupted. You can't just say that and expect us to ignore it. This one in my hand costs only 32 with a gentle formula and fine texture. Let me show you what a good product really is. 27 originally ninedenine, now just to make a friend. My Purple Cloud Tears are only 49. Wasn't that one just now 198? I can't swallow this insult. Even at a loss, it'll prove our Misty Cloud sect has plenty of fine goods. Suddenly, the Misty Cloud sect began pulling out products under 50. How could Su Luo be swayed? He dismissed them with contempt. From now on, remember this, the Misty Cloud sect has nothing good under 50. It was merely a basic fishing tactic, though in his past life in the real world, he too had fallen for it initially. Yao Hanmei at first saw no issue. If he wouldn't yield shed present products until he did. But gradually something felt wrong. She was practically subsidizing the sales, and those who had bought earlier suddenly felt an illusion of being cheated. Why should he pay 198 while others instantly got it for 49? In an instant, chaos reigned. Su Luo shrugged it off, bidding farewell. How could Yao Hanmei be willing to let Su Luo go so easily? A scheme came to her mind. She said to Xiaoyu, "This little sister has extraordinary talent. Would you like to join our sect? Not only can you use beauty products freely, but you'll also have abundant cultivation resources. Our sect is especially suitable for female cultivation." Yao Hanmei directly attempted to poach her, a tactic she had used before. It was a trait of the Misty Cloud sect. They enjoyed recruiting female disciples from other sects. With strength came willfulness, and their sect was indeed ideal for women. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu merely nodded slightly in apology before following Su Luo. Yao Hanmei was left bewildered in the wind. "Damn it, I'll remember you." After leaving, Su Luo suddenly felt it might be nice to try some skincare products for Xiaoyu to satisfy her curiosity. So he gathered some materials and began refining on the spot. He had some knowledge of these things and finished quickly. When he gave them to Xiaoyu, she treasured them, reluctant to use even a bit. This made Su Luo laugh in exasperation. He snatched them back and directly applied them to Xiaoyu's face. Instantly, she transformed into a version of herself with full beauty filters. It looked somewhat comical, yet it was another experience entirely. Seeing her like this, both Su Luo and Xiaoyu burst into laughter. The Heaven's Light sect had also arrived some time ago. The strongest and tallest bald senior brother Ding Guanghua was obsessed with challenging the pure martial tower and had reached the 90th floor. But no matter how hard he tried, he could go no further. If only he could use spiritual energy, everything would be smoother, and he was confident he could break through to the top floor. Unfortunately, he couldn't. He failed once again and exited the pure martial tower, gazing at the inscriptions above. "This is not my end, but my beginning. Su Luo is the strongest." Two inscriptions said to be from those who had reached the summit, and they were made by two people. Even someone as proud as him had to admire those who could conquer the tower. It seems this time won't be boring. Especially Su Luo, who claims to be the strongest. I must definitely spar with him. Ding Guanghua grew more excited and returned to challenge the pure martial tower again. Meanwhile, the U-Star sect had already clashed with disciples of the Seven Swords sect. Lin Xian made his move. Is this all the magnanimity you have? Deliberately causing trouble and then bullying us. What do you mean deliberately? It was you who provoked us first. The U-Star sect members smiled maliciously. Unfortunately, they had picked the wrong opponent. Lin Xian once again showed off and humiliated them. This was just a minor skirmish. The U-Star sect's strong members had yet to appear. But this incident alone made the U-Star sect remember Lin Xian intending to thoroughly humiliate him during the exchange assembly. They had originally planned to use every means to shame the Seven Swords sect. The remaining sects also arrived one after another, though somewhat restrained. Minor conflicts with other sects still occurred. All were engaging in friendly exchanges in their own ways. This situation grew more intense as the assembly drew nearer. The higher-ups chose not to intervene. What was an exchange without a spark? However, the Seven Swords sect was currently appearing somewhat weak. Some of its high-ranking members lamented that each generation was weaker than the last. In the era of Nangang Shiyun, would other sects dare to be arrogant? They wouldn't even dare to utter a single sound. But alas, those days were gone. Now all sects had arrived, preparations were nearly complete, and the sect exchange assembly commenced as scheduled. The assembly mainly consisted of 3 segments. The first segment was the classic unknown duels. The second segment was the multiplayer battle royale mode. The third segment was cooperation for mutual victory, a joint campaign against the demon sect.